The story begins with a Mythic World video game, a game released 10 years ago as a dating sim targeted at female players, but surprisingly, it ended up attracting a sudden surge of male players. The game features allow players to select from a diverse range of characters, starting with easy-to-play and highly effective ones, to extremely difficult characters that, however, are not effective. And among this forest of characters, there is a discarded character due to being particularly hard to level up, plus extremely poor abilities. Yet, there is a madman who has mastered this character, Uziel, for 10 relentless years. At this moment, he is twisting his knuckles to warm up, and this is the very person who chose to play that discarded character. On a beautiful day with fresh and warm air, Uziel was sipping a cup of warm tea, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the computer screen. He was reading posts on the game forum. There were many new posts, and it seemed something quite interesting was happening. Just as he clicked on a post, a series of player comments appeared. The game encountered a stupid dragon. Suddenly it appeared and wiped out all my game data. How is this possible? It said my character died and can't log in anymore. What the hell is happening? My character was suddenly deleted. Reading this, Uziel was quite confused. What kind of final boss is this in a dating sim game? I thought the game would end if the two characters got together. Scrolling down below, he noticed a post that was getting a lot of attention. Everyone, this boss cannot be defeated. This black magic dragon with a razor-sharp horn has an innate magic resistance of 99%, no cooldown, always causing me trouble with its spell absorption skill, and something shooting magic as well. How can I kill it? This must be a game bug. Uziel suddenly realized this was a post by a famous trickster. Curious, he put down his teacup and exclaimed, "The final boss is really interesting." At this moment, he propped his chin with his hand, looked at the forum post from other players, and analyzed that strange, a magic-immune monster in a world full of magic? How absurd, definitely a game bug. People were complaining their characters suddenly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a notification appeared on the screen. The black magic dragon Dark Knight 13th Moon has appeared. Uziel curiously clicked to read the game's storyline again. In the mythical world, there is a cult society called the Black Magic People. Their goal is to help another world called the Persona Gate dominate the world. When they achieve this goal, the black magic dragon will appear, and 90% of the continent will be occupied by the Persona Gate. Reading this, Uziel was surprised with his mouth open, exclaiming, "I've only been doing PvP without paying attention to the game story, but this time it's really chaotic." He felt a bit puzzled, thinking, haven't I been avoiding confrontation with it? Or maybe I should try a little. Thinking and acting, he began moving the mouse to the notification bar state. "Do you want to fight the dark magic dragon? Please select yes or no." Without further thought, he chose yes. "I will showcase the skills I've honed over the past 10 years. Uziel said confidently. Briefly about Uziel's character. He is the only character who cannot use magic. Although in the game, everyone can use magic. But precisely because of that, even experienced players refuse to choose to play as such a useless character like him. Frankly speaking, this character is even weaker than the secondary characters. But of course, he can use a little magic and only has a single spell." Returning to the game, at this moment the dark magic dragon was gathering a huge fireball in its mouth. Immediately after, it opened its mouth wide and spat out the fireball. That force raced toward Uziel at an extraordinary speed. Faced with this life or death situation, Uziel remained quite calm, then curled his lips into a disdainful smile. He immediately used his super-level blink skill to rush forward and slash the dragon's neck, repeating this blink after blink. Uziel's blink spell allows him to quickly teleport to another location within a range of 3 to 10 meters. However, the blink location is random, so if he doesn't control the distance well, he will die instantly due to the extreme speed and collision force. Moreover, the cooldown time and mana cost are quite ridiculous, plus the 2-second immobilization penalty after using this skill. Therefore, anyone can learn it, but no one bothers to use it. However, Uziel was in a different league. He mastered Blink and could also control the direction and distance of the teleportation. Even more miraculous, he knew how to resist the penalty of this skill without consuming any mana at all, and Uziel's character didn't have mana stats to begin with. Unlike other spells, Blink was essentially just a movement skill. But Uziel had become obsessed with this character because everything was based on skill levels. For the past 10 years, he had only played a single character who didn't use magic in combat. At this point, Uziel surged forward, slashing a long path across the face of the dark demon dragon. Not only that, but he decisively sliced the monster in half. Truly no ordinary feat. Immediately after, he stood proud like a godly figure. A notification appeared. "You have defeated the final boss of the Dark Moon episode." In reality, Uziel was also surprised, exclaiming, "What? I already killed the dark demon dragon final boss? I know I equipped rare relics from head to toe, but this is still a worthless character. It's truly miraculous. But in any case, it's wonderful. I have to brag on social media that I just killed the dark demon dragon." Before he could even post the article, the computer displayed numerous identical red error notifications because it had reached the 90% error conclusion that the mythical world was destroyed. However, you have come very close to the true ending. Looking at these lines of notifications, Uziel gasped in amazement and exclaimed, "What is going on here?" Before he could regain his composure, another notification appeared. "Please proceed to the true ending." At this moment, he was utterly panicked, shouting, "What is this?" Then our protagonist mysteriously disappeared right in his own room. Upon opening his eyes, he was struck by the sight of a strange place. Uziel was now lying flat on the ground. He struggled to sit up, feeling quite dizzy. Puzzled, he raised his hand to cradle his head, lamenting what has happened. His body suddenly trembled violently. Looking around, he exclaimed, "Where am I?" Suddenly, he was drawn to a certain light. Immediately after, he realized it was a mirror. He approached and leaned close to the mirror. What he could not believe at this moment was his current appearance, a very familiar face that had accompanied him for over 10 years. That was Beck Uziel himself. But before he could understand what was happening, suddenly a notification appeared before him. Episode 1, Escape the Pursuit. Beck Uziel suddenly realized this was none other than Beck Uziel's opening mission. Impossible, am I dreaming? At that moment, he touched his pocket and found something, which left him stunned for a few seconds. The first thing pulled out in front of him was the Stella trainee enrollment certificate. At this point, although he didn't want to admit it, Beck Uziel could already guess where he was. It had to be the world of mythology. So from now on, I'll be Beck Uziel. Thinking this, he covered his face in utter anguish, but he needed to think more logically. That voice told me to reach the true ending. But from my knowledge, this game doesn't have a real ending. It has countless possible endings. At that moment, his eyes suddenly filled with panic. Wait a minute, could it be that no one has unlocked the true ending in the past 10 years? Damn it, but I don't have time to think about that anymore. If I remember correctly, right after Beck Uziel woke up, the black demons would chase and storm into the house. Thinking this, he quickly rushed to the window and secretly observed. In front of him was a group of people dressed in identical black clothes. Under the snowfall, they frantically searched for him, shouting loudly, "Damn it, where did that bastard Oat run off to?" Seeing this, Beck Uziel crouched behind the door. He glanced out furtively, thinking to himself, "This is bad. They've already arrived here." Meanwhile outside, at this moment, a man with white eyes spotted something. He pointed far up ahead and shouted, "Hey guys, there's a house over there. Let's go in and search it." After he finished, the whole group responded in unison, realizing the important problem right in front of him needed immediate handling. But he himself was worried, not knowing what to do now. He recalled that there seemed to be a time limit to avoid them, but alone he could not fight back. While he was flustered and unsure of what to do, the system suddenly appeared. "You can use Blink." Beck Uziel was confused. Could he really use Blink? Born with mana leakage syndrome, Beck Uziel, who could not accumulate mana, could only place his hope on one thing. That was the magic he had spent his whole life practicing. Back to the present. Outside, the snow kept falling, blanketing the entire forest in white. Inside this old house, Beck Uziel kept pondering the system's suggestion. But currently, his Blink skill was only at level 1 with a maximum range of 9 meters. At this moment, he was extremely puzzled. How could this damn system tell him to use Blink? He wasn't sitting in front of a computer playing a game with a mouse to blink like that. Outside, the members of the Black Demon cult were running wildly toward the house. The sound of footsteps growing closer made Beck Uziel even more panicked. "Damn it, they're here. I have to act now. There was no more time left. Damn it, I'm gonna risk it with you guys." Over there, as they arrived, they discovered something. Their eyes turned furious. One shouted, "Boss, I found that bastard. Chase after him quickly. Capture him alive for me." They frantically ran after from behind, mouths wide open, shouting loudly, "Stop. Don't let him escape. Catch him." Meanwhile, Beck Uziel was running for his life up front. This was also the first challenge in the Blink tutorial to lose the pursuers. While running, he thought that they were wearing magical shoes, so they ran faster than him. Therefore, the only way for me to escape was to use Blink. Calm down. I've used it countless times before, so of course I have to know how to time it perfectly. At this moment, they had caught up right behind him, shouting, "You brat, why won't you stop?" Glancing back, he suddenly realized, damn it, they've caught up already. But the truth is that Blink has a weakness. If the user can't control the distance well, they will collide with other objects and die instantly. However, if it were me, things would be different. Beck Uziel thought to himself as he ran. At the same time, the leader of the Black Demon group caught up right behind him. He raised his sword and shouted loudly, "Let me send you to hell, die you dog." At the critical moment hanging by a thread, between life and death, Beck Uziel used his Blink skill to escape. He suddenly joyfully thought, awesome, it worked, leaving the Black Demon's group gaping in astonishment. "Hey, what was that? Blink? Is that brat a mage too?" Seeing his foolish teammates lose their composure, the boss immediately turned back to reassure them. "Don't be reckless. Blink has a weakness. The user becomes paralyzed for about 2 seconds. This is our window to act." Saying this, he turned to look toward Beck Uziel, but was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. Wait, how is that kid still able to move? On this side, Beck Uziel was still running desperately. As he ran, he kept encouraging himself. "Careful, I have to be even more cautious. Come on, I have to use the rough terrain here to escape." If any player can't learn how to use Blink at this moment, the only path is death. In fact, 99% of players who choose Beck Uziel cannot complete the tutorial portion. Of the remaining 1%, while they manage to get through the tutorial, they fail to grasp how to control the blink distance and combo blinks. Thinking of this, he frantically blinked repeatedly, moving from one spot to another. This amazed the Black Demon cult greatly. He dares to blink on such terrain? This kid must be crazy. Then, the leader turned back to his comrades and said, "Those who can use magic step forward, we will attack him from afar." With that, 3 of them stood up at the front, faces fierce and filled with murderous intent. Noticing they were no longer pursuing from behind, Beck Uziel glanced back, a new worry forming in his mind. is over. Are they planning to use magic? And the second part of the main guide is using blink to dodge magic arrows. Damn it, when playing games I can see what's behind through the screen, so it's not difficult to dodge those hits. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. The Mana Leak Syndrome skill was activated. Mana Leak Syndrome disabled, Sixth Sense skill and Accelerated Perception activated. As soon as he received the notice, Beck Uziel suddenly sensed the approaching magic arrows, even though he didn't need to look back, and in that way he was able to easily dodge these magic arrows. At the same time, a massive cursed arrow shot rapidly toward him. Beck Uziel suddenly realized this was the moment to use the final blink skill. He was lucky to escape this critical attack. A deafening explosion rang out, like a meteor crashing to the earth. The pressure was so intense that Beck Uziel couldn't stand and had to sit down, bracing himself with his hand. At this point, the smoke from the explosion began to clear, but what remained was a huge crater. Only then did Beck Uziel recover his senses and think, that was crazy, I almost died, but now is not the time to rest. And then he immediately started running again. Suddenly, his eyes became filled with terror. Right before him was a deep abyss. One wrong step meant sure death by falling down to meet his ancestors. And this is also the third challenge of the blink guide part to cross the abyss. He suddenly thought that perhaps the only way to get to the other side was to precisely time the blink distance. Then he would encounter some mages passing by and escape. That also marks the end of the tutorial section. But to get through this part, he had to cancel the blink spell, which activates within 0.1 seconds. Failing even once meant death. There were about 2 floating rocks here. Damn it, having only 0.1 seconds really is easier said than done. It's really unclear which bastard wrote the script for this tutorial. That guy must be insane. However, this task is not impossible. The problem lies in the details. Thinking this, suddenly the voices of the dark cult shouted, "There it is, right in front of us." At the same time, those people had caught up here. Beck Uziel was startled, turned his face back, thinking the pursuers were closer than he thought. The distance between him and them was probably about 100 meters, while the blink spell cooldown was 3 seconds, so he didn't have enough time to blink to the other end, leaving him with only one option, to kill them all. Then, Beck Uziel sat down, hiding behind a tree trunk to plan his fight. He suddenly thought, this is crazy. Why did he dare think he could manage this right after finishing a battle? If this were a game, the system wouldn't allow these tailing enemies to appear continuously. But this is reality. There are no rules forcing him to blindly obey the game system. Killing someone is not even worth your concern. The reason is not because these guys are enemies of my parents like in a game storyline. They finally arrived. Beck Uziel firmly gripped his sword, ready to defend. His face lit up with determination. Come on, you guys come here, I'll take you all on. And just moments later, they caught up to his position. The leader still seemed quite resentful, his face red with anger, shouting out, "It was this brat about to be caught. Hurry up and grab that kid for me." Finishing his words, the whole group shouted clearly, then charged fiercely. Each one looked quite furious. On this side, Beck Uziel still remained calm, not a bit shaken. One of the black demon men sneered, seeing the kid's skill was quite good. "You dare to fight us alone? That's truly foolish. You're done for, brat." But Beck Uziel stayed highly focused, observing carefully to make accurate judgments. He suddenly realized the distance to his target was about 8.7 meters. Right after, he displayed his blink ability, dashing swiftly toward the man in black. The man in black hadn't even grasped what was happening before he was probably about to die. The leader standing beside him widened his eyes in astonishment, but Beck Uziel's face now glowed with unshakable determination. His speed was too fast, too dangerous, causing the man in black to spit out a large mouthful of blood, which shot straight onto Beck Uziel's body. Seeing fresh blood lightly dripping from his fingertips, but at this moment he felt no sense of guilt at all. If they don't die, then I will be the one who dies. I have to kill them all to survive. Thinking this, he struck him with a strong blow, then frantically kicked once more to vent his anger. It looked light, but that guy was flung back toward the group of black demons. This made them even more furious. On this side, after taking down one of them, Beck Uziel immediately fled. Perhaps his blink needed time to recharge, so he couldn't risk everything at this moment. The black demons suddenly realized he was running away, grew even more enraged, shouting like mad, "Damn it, he's running!" At all costs, they could not let him escape. Beck Uziel ran while thinking, I just took down one, but next time won't be so easy. What should I do? He suddenly noticed how quiet it was behind him. Were they no longer chasing him? Just as he thought that, the group was suddenly standing right in front of him without him realizing when. There was no more time to run now. He thought, could it be they were using magic again? If only I could evade these bastards. On the other side, the leader of the black demons opened his mouth and ordered his underlings, "Do it." Right after the command, a strange magic appeared, heading straight toward Beck Uziel's position. He saw a huge spark shooting at him. Beck Uziel was extremely tense at this moment. Not only one spark, but many missiles hurtled straight at him. In this situation, he didn't yet know how to escape, only angrily cursing silently in his heart, "Damn that damned spell." But then he shouted, "Ah, right, I have a way." Right in front of him now appeared a branch growing out of a crack in the rock. In a desperate situation hanging by a thread, he used the blink skill and dashed quickly toward that branch. And then a huge explosion occurred immediately afterward. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion created a large hole with dust flying thick all around. On this side, one of the dark demons looked quite pleased, smirking, "Serves that brat right." But before he could celebrate for long, he suddenly realized that the hole in front of him had no corpse at all. He mumbled in surprise, Where did he go? While he was still confused, Beck Uziel had not only escaped their magic but also used blink, rushing swiftly toward the boss. Only when he suddenly realized it was Beck Uziel already right in front of his face. The two stared at each other like that. The blink secret technique requires the same momentum before and after use. Without hesitation, he blinked again, dashed forward, and struck him with a fierce blow. At this point, only the sound of desperate screams echoed far away. Witnessing this, the entire group of dark demons was utterly shocked. What is happening? Not stopping there, Beck Uziel pressed the sword deeper through this guy's body, causing him to cough up blood and die instantly. Even now, they still didn't understand where this brat got such powerful magic, or why he had become so brutal. After dealing with the two, Beck Uziel was exhausted, his whole body smeared with blood. He thought to himself, now that I have taken down these two, but I have to hurry before they recover. The Scarface guy spoke up, this freak. His reaction speed is incredibly strange for a mage. Who the hell are you? After hearing that, Beck Uziel thought to himself, my reaction speed must be superior to all the other players. But that's only in the game. Here, I can't keep dodging their attacks forever, especially at this close range. I have to take them all out quickly. Thinking this, he recklessly charged in to attack. The Scarface guy who had been observing until then exclaimed, I recognized your movement style. This kid only uses blink and a dagger. I just need to defend my face and neck. He can't touch me there. He held his defensive sword tightly with a provocative attitude. Come on, come here. Then he shouted loudly, Ice-Tide. On this side, Beck Uziel was still showcasing his excellent blink skills, while the Scar-faced guy unleashed a powerful force directed at him. He was quite confident in his combat ability, thinking, ha, I'm about to catch you. Now let's see how you writhe in pain. But before he could gloat for long, he was utterly shocked. Beck Uziel was not only unharmed but also quickly rushed toward his companion, instantly beheading him. Witnessing this, the Scar-faced guy's hair stood on end, and he trembled as he exclaimed, damn it, before you only knew how to hide like a rat, but now you dare to fight back. Beck Uziel was covered in fresh blood all over his body and replied coldly, yes, but that was the old me. Anyway, I have to thank you all for helping me become stronger day by day. After hearing that, the Scar-faced guy retorted bitterly, you son of a bitch, that's only because we went easy on you, now die. With that, Beck Uziel took strong, determined steps forward. His face was full of murderous intent, looking extremely fierce. Then he quickly hurled his spear toward him. Seeing the spear advancing, the Scar-faced guy guessed in his heart, blink targeting an undefended spot. Surely he plans to throw the spear for me to block and then ambush from behind. Dream on, honey, no chance. Thinking this, the spear came close to his face. This guy simply lifted his sword gently, cutting the spear in half. He smiled smugly, thinking now all he had to do was turn around and hit him once to finish it. But it seemed his judgment was wrong. Suddenly, he froze in place, weakly uttering, huh. Then he gritted his teeth, his face twisted in an incomprehensible pain. At this moment, Beck Uziel did not attack from behind as he had guessed, but struck directly in front. He used all his strength to pierce through his heart amid his surprise. The Scar-faced guy still refused to accept defeat, weakly shouting, did he intend to attack from the front all along? Thus, episode 1 of Escaping the Chase was completed. After killing them all, the system displayed a notification. You have gained additional experience and received a bonus gift from the Constellatio project for developing a unique story. Beck Uziel looked quite exhausted at this moment. Slumped over, his breathing becoming rapid and erratic. Gasping, he glanced down at his blood-stained hand, then quickly looked around. Like many other transmigrated characters, at first they just considered it a dream. Beck Uziel recalled the moment of fighting to survive here just now. That was his first blink in this world, and also his first battle. Moreover, it was his first kill. The truth was that he had killed a human to survive. After a while, Beck Uziel slowly stood up. He raised his hand to brush the dust off his clothes, stood looking at the road ahead, telling himself that since he had transmigrated here, he needed to leave this place quickly. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. He turned to look back at the group of people he had taken down. At this moment, he was still quite hesitant, his eyes carrying a hint of melancholy. But then he bent down to quickly search their pant and shirt pockets, inspecting and pondering. Although this might be somewhat cowardly, he had to be practical. Currently, he didn't have a single penny on him. After a moment of searching, he finally found a pouch of gleaming gold coins. He inwardly rejoiced, wondering if it was about 200 million or more, finding some luck in this misfortune. Done, but before he could celebrate for long, he shifted his worries to another issue. He turned his face toward the road ahead, feeling discouraged. In front was a deep, sheer cliff. If he slipped down there by misfortune, it would definitely mean death. Standing on the edge between life and death, Beck Uziel anxiously wondered how he could cross this cliff. Suddenly, a loud call came from the other side of the cliff. Is anyone there? He immediately looked up and saw a group of people standing opposite. Beck Uziel quickly waved, calling back, hey, this way, I'm over here. He realized that this group was the team of mages who appeared in the guide section. Right after that, he shouted like crazy, I'm here, I'm here. Someone on the other side replied, but there's no bridge nearby. Are you sure you can cross? Beck Uziel answered, is that so? I'm on my way. Upon receiving his signal, the girl turned to tell the others, then let's wait for him a moment. He said he can cross. The young man with blue hair standing beside her voiced his doubts. Crossing this cliff is no simple matter. He'd have to be at least a third-rank knight to manage it, but can that young guy really do it? The girl replied, I'm not sure either. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He was leaping lightly and skillfully from one rock to another. Everyone gaped at this scene, each person watching tensely. At this moment, Beck Uziel was fully concentrated, striving to overcome each segment one at a time. As fast as a lightning bolt, he had crossed half the episode. The whole group stood watching the scene, unable to believe their eyes, exclaiming, "What kind of move is this? Some kind of blink magic?" One person replied, "That is definitely blink." That voice came from a little girl with green hair standing behind. The little girl looked quite pretty and adorable from the outside. The purple-haired girl turned her face to look at the little girl and then towards Beck Uziel, confused, saying, "Is that really blink? But blink can't be so easily controlled for direction and distance like that. This is quite impossible. He looks gentle and proficient. Outsiders would see it that way, but Beck Uziel was struggling." Suddenly the purple-haired girl saw something, panicked with wide eyes, stammering, "Who are those two people? Are they accompanying this young man?" At this moment, on the other side, two men dressed in black were approaching the cliff. Here, everyone was still confused when one of the men over there began to use a magic staff to create an orange power radiating around. Then he aimed his hand straight forward, forming a sinister formation, and hurled it straight at Beck Uziel. Suddenly a shout rang out, "Hey, be careful behind you." At that moment, Beck Uziel also sensed a terrifying power rushing straight toward him, silently cursing, "Damn it." Just as it rushed close, he used blink magic, moving elsewhere, luckily escaping with his life, only to hear a loud explosion behind him. Bang bang, bang bang. He turned his face around to see who was ambushing him. The dust from the explosion cleared, and the shapes of two men in black lurked into view. He suddenly thought, so it was the mercenaries from before. They had revived. Really dangerous indeed. The blink countdown had 3 seconds left. Avoiding all those spells was impossible. I have to find another floating rock to stand on. Thinking this, his eyes suddenly grew panicked. What was that? It turned out the dark mages would not let him escape easily. They immediately activated another spell and fired it straight at him. Fortunately, Beck Uziel managed to lean to one side to dodge that force. But perhaps the real difficulty was only just beginning. Suddenly, the rock under his feet cracked into 2 pieces. He tried to hold his ground, but it seemed impossible. Immediately after, he fell backward, but he did not feel discouraged. He was still struggling between life and death. He told himself he had to live, must live, but life seemed like a dream. All the floating rocks were too far from where he fell. Even with just a glimmer of hope, he only wished to land on one of them. Then his eyes brightened as he saw a nearby rock. Perhaps luck and heaven still did not want to take his life. He used blink magic to dart towards that rock, and luckily he managed to grab hold of it. At that moment, he clung tightly to the rock, glanced back, and exclaimed, "Have I really survived?" Before he could recover, a terrifying orange power came rushing at him from behind. Beck Uziel suddenly thought that he might die here, but when it had rushed right at his feet, when he was in despair, convinced that he was going to die, suddenly a blue power surged forward. Immediately after, 2 forces collided, creating a huge explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Its overwhelming pressure radiated intensely. He struggled to hold on tightly, and then after the rain, the sky cleared. Only the dust from the explosion remained around. He was still alive, thinking, how could the protagonist die so quickly? He was stunned and wondered, what was that magic just now? Ice wounds wrapped in lightning? Who could combine 2 skills into one attack like that? And even more impressive was the calculation of the bullet's trajectory accuracy, without wasting any mana. Who could perform such a perfect strike? Far away, the crowd was staring intently at the green-haired girl standing in the middle. Her face showed no change in expression, extremely cold. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked pale. One confused person spoke up, saying it's impossible. Could she really do something so extraordinary? Meanwhile, the 2 mercenaries at the other end, realizing they were still far behind, wisely turned their backs and retreated. Beck Uziel watched their backs disappear into the distance, breathing a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, I'm still alive. After a while, he was able to reach the side, and everyone warmly welcomed him. Only the green-haired girl didn't bother to care and turned her back to walk away. Seeing that, Beck Uziel ran over, thanking profusely, "Hey you, thank you so much for stepping in to save me just now." The girl glanced back coldly and replied, "I didn't do that to receive any thanks, so you don't need to pay attention or thank me." With that, she turned and walked away. Beck Uziel felt a bit let down and responded, okay then. He watched her retreating figure, thinking to himself that this girl was really interesting. He had never heard such an adorable voice before, although it seemed she was quite hard to approach. After all, they were thieves. They had ravaged and plundered the villagers. They deserved what they got. The truth is, most of such activities were carried out by the dark magic cult. But fortunately, that ends here. I just went through the most critical moment of my life, and after climbing over this cliff, I have set foot in the territory of mages. Here, the dark magic cult people won't be able to follow me anymore. Thinking this, he sighed, and those dogs still don't even know who I am. Suddenly, the system displayed a message. Episode 2. Admission into Stella Academy. Looking at the system board, he exclaimed in surprise, "This is episode 2? Well, that actually sounds not too bad, but damn it, how am I going to go to school at this age?" Then the whole group got on the vehicle to move to Stella Academy. By this time, it was already night. The place they were passing through seemed quite deserted and quiet, with only the clattering sound of horse-drawn carriage wheels heard. Inside the carriage, Beck Uziel appeared tired, sleeping deeply. Suddenly he made strange sounds. He was in a trance, drifting into a dream. Images from the past suddenly appeared. A rather cute little boy grabbing his mother's shirt, excitedly calling, "Mom, Mom." The mother smiled kindly and replied, "My dear son, when you grow up you will become a mage. I believe you can do it, my good Uziel." But according to the diary his mother kept, it seemed his parents struggled greatly to raise him. At that time, he promised himself to study hard to make his parents happy. Whenever he studied late into the night and fell asleep on the desk, his mother would gently cover him with a blanket. But then one day, after hearing the doctor speak, his mother was extremely worried. "Doctor, you just said that my son has the mana leak syndrome." He himself was devastated, unwilling to accept it. "No, it can't be." The boy spoke as tears streamed down his face. But was this Beck Uziel's memory, or was it his own memory? Thinking of this, Beck Uziel suddenly jerked awake. He felt quite dizzy, raised his hand to hold his head. He looked outside through the window frame. Now it was morning. The sun was peeking up high. Someone accompanying him in the carriage saw that he was awake and hastily said, "Ah, you're awake. It seems you just had a nightmare. You kept saying things I couldn't understand. I was about to wake you up then." At the same time, someone outside spoke up. "We will depart for Lazoica, the satellite city of Arcanium, very soon." The vehicle gradually stopped, and another voice spoke. "Let's take a short break here." The whole group quickly got off the vehicle to relax. Beck Uziel, feeling quite sore, stretched high. Then suddenly he was a bit surprised, his eyes wide open as he looked. Coincidentally, the blue-haired girl was staring in his direction. At that moment, he intended to raise his hand to greet casually, but before he could utter a word, she turned her face and walked away. This made him feel a little embarrassed. He forced a smile. This person is really cold. But everything was going quite well. Considering how worried he had been, he was glad that the timeline here was closer to modern times than to the Middle Ages. Magic exists in the mythical world, but in safe cities, trains, airplanes, and celestial roads are constructed to facilitate long-distance travel. They would reach Lazoica by an extremely modern airship. Lazoica lies on the route to Arcanium. In Arcanium, the city of magic, everything truly begins. The magical towers, the mage conference, and the 5 prestigious academies are all located in Arcanium. The academy with the most powerful mages and the most outstanding students currently attending is the Stella Academy. Therefore, Stella is filled with geniuses and nobles from all over this world. But Beck Uziel still couldn't understand why the Beck Uziel character he transmigrated into could study at this prestigious school. He forgot that he hadn't checked his own skills yet. Thinking of this, he hurriedly opened his system to check. Immediately after, the status board appeared. Mana leakage syndrome level 1, strength increased by 3%, speed increased by 5%, agility increased by 10%. Sixth sense, consumes the user's spirit energy to activate mana scouting within a 12-meter radius and activates detection. Automatically triggers when danger is detected. Looking at the status board, he silently thanked the skills that Beck Uziel possessed. Sixth sense and quick scouting. Without these two, he probably would have died in this game already. Accursed force unable to concentrate mana in the body. Mana leakage syndrome is a congenital curse that Beck Uziel suffers from. However, this allows him to detect mana around through his sixth sense. It also helps him detect any attacks directed at him, even if he isn't looking in that direction. Detection allows him to perceive everything as if time has slowed down. If there is a threat or an attack ahead, he reacts faster than a normal human could detect. That is a necessary skill for Beck Uziel because he cannot use mana. But everything has two sides. Using the sixth sense for too long consumes a lot of mental energy, and overuse can cause many unwanted consequences afterward. Reading up to this point, Beck Uziel swiped to the statistics section. 1-star power status 59%, 1-star sharpness 97%, 1-star speed 81%, stable stamina 1-star 51%, unyielding no star 97%, mental energy 1-star 43%, no mana left, blink skill level 0, mana leakage syndrome characteristic level 1. After checking the information, he suddenly thought that the starting stats weren't actually that bad. Uziel originally had very low sharpness, but in his hands it would be different. He had to push this through no matter what. In this game world, there is not only one type of level but also levels for each attribute. Skills displayed as levels and stats as stars. The maximum attribute level is 9 stars, but that is almost impossible to reach. I've played this game for over 10 years, but the highest level I achieved was 8 stars in both stable stamina and sharpness. I should focus on investing in sharpness now to enhance my sixth sense and reaction speed. I can improve stable stamina and agility through various other methods. After all, the problem now is the mana leakage syndrome. If I don't train this, I won't survive long. I need to upgrade it quickly to reach the secret of the true body. Stella Academy is the way to suppress that syndrome. I have no other choice if I want to prevent the end of this world and cure my chronic illness. Thinking of this, Beck Uziel let out a helpless sigh. Phew, honestly, I don't want to go there myself. Someone please save me from this situation. Suddenly, the system chimed. You have missed some notifications, he exclaimed in surprise. Oh, I've never looked at this before. But before he could check it, an urging voice rang out. Hey, you young people. Let's go quickly. Beck Uziel had to set those notifications aside to check later. The girl with blue hair was still watching him closely at this moment, but she remained cold and silent. In front of them was a flying ship hovering in the air, enormous and modern. On the ship, everyone seemed quite excited and expectant. Suddenly, An announcement came through the speaker. Attention please. We are approaching Arcanium. Passengers are requested to remain seated. At that moment, someone noticed something and was quite astonished. Immediately afterward, he sneered mockingly. Hey, you guys, look at that guy glancing around like a child. Has he never been on a flying ship before? Haha. Judging by their looks, the person they were talking about was Beck Uziel. At that moment, he was looking around. Everything here was unfamiliar to him. They kept chatting. That guy must be a country bumpkin who just arrived. Looks like some naive guy in the city. Huh. Ugh. I don't understand why Stella lets these trashy types into the academy. Up to this point, Beck Uziel also heard those whispers about himself. He glanced over at them. They hadn't stopped yet. They continued to despise him, saying this news would spread everywhere. A few guys like him were enough to taint everything. He kept looking at them, but then he didn't bother with their mockery. He just sighed and turned away. His reaction caught that guy by surprise. Beck Uziel thought to himself, they're just immature kids. I'm an adult. I won't stoop to their level. His indifferent attitude deeply embarrassed that spoiled rich kid, who shouted, Hey, kid. How dare you look at us like that? Are you asking for trouble? He frowned and clenched his teeth as he continued. You little bastard, you better stand right there for me. Then, a gentle voice sounded, Hey, what the hell are you guys making so much noise about? He jumped in surprise and turned to look toward the voice's direction. His eyes widened in astonishment. In the distance, the silhouette of a girl with long hair appeared. Then he trembled and exclaimed, Princess Bayan. Beck Uziel also turned to look, pondering. Was he really saying Bayan? From his gaze, in front of everyone stood a princess with an incredibly beautiful appearance. A cold, proud aura. This was the princess of the Adalabit kingdom, Hong Bayan. She said nothing more. She just coldly walked past the group. Seeing the princess walk past where he stood, the spoiled rich kid smiled warmly, placed his hand on his chest, and greeted politely, Your Highness. Before he could say anything more, the princess cast a cold, icy glance at him, then ignored him and walked away. This left him feeling quite embarrassed, mouth agape without a word. She proceeded coldly further inside, leaving the whole group staring at each other in stunned disappointment. On this side, she had brushed past Beck Uziel. He suddenly realized she was the enemy of this world, according to the original storyline. Bayan is a main character in the game. She and the female lead are always at odds, but in the end, it's Bayan who dies. No matter which path is chosen, she still meets a tragic death in most endings, or must commit suicide due to being bullied by the entire academy. She endures the most shameful experiences in front of everyone, as if the developer resents her and wants her to suffer everything. At that moment, he grew quiet, recalling he had heard that she was very famous among players. Indeed, she was very beautiful but too cold, as if she would kill him if he dared to start a conversation. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled. He reached up to rub it. The immediate problem was to fill that empty stomach first. As soon as he stepped onto the second floor, at some stall, he saw quite a variety of sparkling pastries. He randomly picked one, but as soon as he held it, his face paled, thinking, Oh, why is this so expensive? Nevertheless, he shrugged and ate to fill his stomach first. After eating, Beck Uziel stepped out, stunned like someone who'd lost his ration book. He thought bitterly, Damn it, is it always like this whenever I eat at Arcanium? It's broken, it's broken. At this moment, the announcement speaker sounded again, informing everyone, we will arrive at Arcanium in 10 minutes. Please all proceed to the ground floor. Repeating, we will arrive at Arcanium in 10 minutes. Please all proceed to the ground floor. Thank you sincerely for your attention. After hearing this, Beck Uziel smiled and thought, finally it's starting. After all, this is now his reality. Thinking this, he excitedly exclaimed, Let's get started. After a while, the group arrived at Stella Academy. Looking at the unfamiliar crowd here, Beck Uziel felt quite out of place. He took a deep breath. Thankfully, he had solved the immediate problem. The people from the Dark Demon sect could no longer track him. But could he survive in this place? Surviving in this world is not at all easy. He wished for something useful in this situation. Thinking of that, he suddenly realized he hadn't read the system notifications from before. He opened the system to check. The notification read as follows. The Stellar Project grants you a special reward. Choices. 1. A weapon you used in the game at a lower level. 2. A skill you acquired in the game with less power. 3. Experience. Looking at the status line, he pondered thoughtfully. Oh, it seems this system has a bit of ethics after all, but let's see, what should I choose? Should I choose the 2 flashlight reflective? As if reading Beck Uziel's thoughts, the system immediately replied that according to the search results, the ranking of such equipment is too high, so it will be downgraded. You continue to ask, what about the super blink? The system responds that according to the search results, this skill is an upgraded version of blink, so it cannot be obtained. However, you can use rewards to enhance the blink skill. After reading this, you stand stunned, silently cursing that damn system. Do you really have to downgrade it? Seeing you complain, the system immediately explains that due to a lack of narrative energy, we cannot fully materialize it. What's that? You look puzzled. The system continues, the force that affects the course of the story is called narrative energy. If you continue to explore hidden episodes, it will accumulate. Therefore, in the short term, you cannot possess items that are too powerful because you are just a novice. You anxiously wait for the next response but see no further display from the system. You ask again, what about the crest goggles? The system replies that based on the results, we conclude that it can be provided. Then let's take it. Having said that, the system immediately throws you the crest goggles. He held the glasses in his hand, looked them over with discouragement, thinking he never imagined a day would come when he'd actually have to wear this damn thing. Note: the crest glasses are items that contain all the information players have gathered while playing the game in the mythical world. Players can't recall or read information about the monsters they've hunted or knowledge they've acquired themselves, so they developed countless information storage items in their own ways. Beck Uziel was no exception. He used the crest glasses to store information. Excited, he put on the glasses to check. A source of blue light radiated from them, then a message appeared. Crest glasses with no description level. Unable to recall last night's dinner. No matter, because these glasses keep detailed records of everything you have seen and learned. Special feature: sealed crest directory, activated using mental energy. He opened another directory to look. The system displayed a message again: ingredients for alchemy, hunting grounds, dungeons, characters. Up to this point, he felt quite satisfied. This place is exactly like the real world, so I honestly don't know what to say about what I can do using the system. But with these glasses, I can recover about half of the energy I've previously used. Suddenly, there was murmuring behind him. Hey, isn't that Acel? Oh, you mean the eldest daughter of the traitor Dutchmalf? Oh, how dare she show up here? Tsk. Keep your voice down. She'll hear you. Hearing a familiar name in the story, Beck Uziel was curious. Acel, huh? Now that you mention it, one of the skills of the Crown's View allows me to register or check information about characters in the plot. Let me see what she's like. Immediately, an information panel appeared. Name: Acel Malf. Description: a fake hero, an ice/lightning mage, who likes drinking pickle juice before eating pizza. The eldest daughter of Dutchmalf. Her father's death led to the decline of their house, with the outcome that she will die. After reading, Beck Uziel thought silently. Oh, so it turns out she is a fake hero. To talk about Acel, a fake hero, has one thing I have to point out. Although the world I'm in is the mythological world inside a game, the truth is that this world is based on a romance novel called Don't Love the Princess. That novel tells the story of the heroine Acel. She lost all her loved ones, grew up by confronting the villain Bayin's conspiracies. The ending is that she is happy with the male lead. Her revenge plan nearly disappears and the other male characters protect her. But it has a sad ending after receiving much mixed reaction from readers. The issue here is that although the game's world is based on the novel, the plot is different. In the game, a character named Flame was added, replacing the role of the female hero. Moreover, Flame has her own storyline. She used to be a woman living an ordinary life in the modern world, who enjoyed reading the novel Don't Love the Princess, and was reincarnated here. So, unlike in the novel, Acel became the fake female hero in the game, while Flame became the true hero. No matter how much players try, Acel cannot survive in any storyline. This is the result of her being pushed out of the true hero position. But that has nothing to do with me. However, I don't know if I'm imagining things. I have a feeling I've seen her somewhere before. It's probably just my imagination. Now is the time for me to face this truth. After a long and stormy day, a new day dawned. Rays of dazzling sunlight shone across Stella Academy. Inside, the students had changed into their uniforms, standing neatly in line to listen to the speech. At this moment, the principal spoke. As you all know, the dark mages are witches, those who have gained power from other worlds and transformed into monsters. Currently, they continue their invasion by opening persona gates or releasing ancient dungeons to conquer the magical world. Our responsibility as mages is to protect the world from evil forces. At this, murmurs suddenly rose from below. Starting a new episode with this lame speech? Indeed, it's really dull. At the same time, the speech continued to echo, and right after this, we will attend the oath-taking ceremony for the 4 students with the highest scores, who also represent the new students. Come on, please come up here. Immediately, the exemplary faces stepped up one after another. They were all handsome young men and beautiful young women with radiant faces. Looking at them, Beck Uziel silently thought they were all shining faces, as if they were the main characters themselves. But who is the one shining the brightest here? That's right, it's him. The principal's voice rang out. Representing all the new students present here, Ma Yuziang, please come up to speak. At this moment, the girls below looked on with sighs and admiration. Wow, he has the highest entrance score. And on top of that, he's both talented and handsome. Beck Uziel looked after him and had to admit, so this is the famous Ma Yuziang. Note, in the game, Ma Yuziang is a perfect embodiment of the saying, above heaven and earth, only I am supreme, with a mana rating of 9 stars and potential close to the gods. He is a genius among geniuses capable of controlling all elements in the world. Even if I can't endure until the final outcome, I must avoid bad endings by bringing Ma Yuziang over to the side of good. However, that cute short-haired girl is probably Flame. Beck Uziel began to immerse herself in reasoning, but it still depends on how she will act from now on. Since she is also someone who time-traveled here like me, accompanying her might be a good idea, but would things be more complicated if she considers me an enemy and rejects me? Anyway, I have an advantage in information, so I shouldn't ruin anything. Flame is a reader of romantic fantasy novels, while I am a player in this fantasy game. I swear to do so, even though my role in the plot isn't comparable to even a tiny villain in a shop. Moreover, the heroine Flame has a special ability to purify dark demons, but alongside that, she also has the power to bring misfortune to those close to her. Being near her will certainly affect me. My role is to support the main characters from afar, and to limit my involvement with them as much as possible. Thinking of that, Ma Yuziang's inaugural speech was finished. Hello, everyone applauded enthusiastically. The principal's voice rang out. So I hereby declare that we will close today's entrance ceremony here. Immediately after attending the entrance ceremony, Beck Uziel's system notified her. Congratulations on completing episode 2 by joining Stella Academy. After the opening ceremony ended, all the students gathered in a lecture hall somewhere, each choosing a seat freely. Beck Uziel looked quite sad at this moment, thinking to himself that he had graduated from university long ago. Yet now he suddenly became a high school student. The feeling was so strange and unfamiliar. But then he comforted himself, saying that after all, there was something quite wonderful here. He held the watch in his hand, pondering that it was that having this was really good. This was the Stella watch, proof that you are a student of the most prestigious Stella Academy. If you own it, you will receive privileges and better services than other mages. Thinking of this, he happily stored the watch safely in his pants pocket, telling himself, I must quickly make use of this opportunity. At that moment, someone opened the door and entered. A man with a cold face walked in, stepped onto the podium and said, requiring all of you to stay seated in class. We will start the test right now. Except for writing tools, put away all other items. If anyone wears glasses, they must be checked by me first. Beck Uziel thought with annoyance, just finished the opening ceremony and already testing. The curriculum at Stella Academy is harsher than most universities in South Korea. Students have to take a test on the very first day. This is a placement test, through which they evaluate and assign classes for the students. When the exam papers were distributed to everyone, the teacher returned to the podium and spoke loudly. Everyone pay attention. We have 45 minutes to complete the test. Time starts now. Please focus. For someone who has studied this program for a long time like Beck Uziel, who exchanged answers with the teacher and the teacher answered back, seeing the exam paper made him dread it, his face drenched in sweat, thinking, damn it, I don't even understand the reading. How am I supposed to do this? It's really tough. The hierarchical test has nothing to do with the entrance exam. It is notorious for its terrifying difficulty. Students are divided from grade F to A and grade S based on their scores. Of course, most of the players are in grade S. In contrast, Beck Uziel ranked last among the 1141 students. Looking at the test, he hesitated. Maybe I should just submit a blank paper since I was already admitted, probably won't be expelled. Just consider myself volunteering to be placed in grade F. He glanced around. At this time, everyone seemed quite focused on the test. Only Ma Yuziong was sitting idly, propping his hand on his chin, lost in thought. Beck Uziel looked back at himself with some disappointment. Oh, he's already sitting idly. Could it be that he's already finished? No wonder he looks so disheartened. In this game, Ma Yuziong's personality is one of despair. He was born into the strongest family on the continent, possessing a genius intellect and top-tier talent. Everything was easy for him. Depending on the actions of the female lead, Ma Yuziong would side with either good or evil. All the villains of the dark demon cult who want to exterminate humanity are extremely interested in him. But from the start, the biggest problem was his family. Watching such a genius only made me have to reevaluate myself. Suddenly he realized, wait a minute, why am I so stupid? I can use my blink glasses after all. I once used them to accumulate skills learned in the library. At this moment, they're really useful and there's no loss anyway. I have to try. Thinking this, he reached into his bra, took out the glasses, just about to put them on when the proctor suspected his behavior, came closer and spoke. Wait, what's with your glasses? I already said if you intend to use glasses, you have to let me check them first. Hand them over so I can inspect. Beck Uziel was startled and thought, alright, damn it, I forgot about that. He quickly handed the glasses to the proctor. The proctor held the glasses in his hand, carefully examining this side. Beck Uziel grimaced, sweating profusely, thinking, this is doomed. What should I do? If they discover these are magic glasses, I'll get expelled. He looked up, praying to heaven, hoping to survive this ordeal. Suddenly, the dam system appeared with a notification. A missing part of the blink glasses has been detected. Do you want to summon it? Beck Uziel was so scared he nearly peed blood. No, stay there, system. The proctor was still using magic to check the glasses. After a moment without finding anything, the teacher handed it back to him and said, I don't see any mana here, but remember to ask first next time. Beck Uziel was startled, then happily replied, yes, sir. At the same time, he silently rejoiced, thank goodness. If the original function was working, I'd be in big trouble. He immediately put on the glasses, looking a bit more intellectual. Right after that, the answers to each question appeared before his eyes. Based on that, he copied them down, smugly thinking, I've hit the jackpot, who knows, maybe I'll even get first place. With these answers, I'll definitely pass the F level, maybe even reach level A. While he was focused on copying, suddenly the teacher's voice rang out. The test time is over. All students must stop writing and hand in their papers. As soon as he finished speaking, the proctor used magic to collect the students' papers. No one could add another word. Watching the test sheets fly toward the teacher, Beck Uziel grimaced, thinking, I only managed to answer 3 questions. At that moment, the teacher held the stack of test papers, quickly scanning through them. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Beck Uziel was still feeling deflated, thinking he had finally escaped the F level. In truth, it was probably a bit too much for him. He reached up and took the glasses off. Suddenly, the teacher noticed something, hurriedly turned to look at him and shouted, Hey, you student, give me your glasses right now. Beck Uziel felt his hair stand on end and stammered, why yes. The teacher took the glasses and thought deeply, strange. It can't be. Then he turned to the boy and said, Hey you there, call Dr. Gravan for me right away. The boy replied, yes, sir. Beck Uziel felt confused inside. What suddenly got into the teacher? I even wrote carefully to avoid any suspicion of cheating, but now it's ruined. Or maybe I've already been found out. A little later, in the doctor's room, the teacher's anxious voice rose. Doctor, what do you think? The person holding the magnifying glass for inspection was none other than the necromancy professor, Dr. Gravan. He responded, it really is suspicious that the boy answered this question correctly. The teacher hurriedly asked, then is he cheating? The doctor replied, cheating? He's not cheating at all. I don't sense any necroenergy from the magnifying glass or any other item. He is definitely doing it with his own ability. At this moment, Beck Uziel pretended to limp and put on a wronged expression. The doctor laughed with interest, patted his shoulder and said, haha, this is really interesting. I never expected to encounter this case at the end of my life. Anyway, Professor Lee Hanwal, remember to apologize and guide him a bit more. The teacher answered a bit shyly, yes, sir. The teacher answered a bit shyly, yes, sir. Then he turned to the boy and said, I misunderstood you. Please forgive me. Hearing that, Beck Uziel smiled with his eyes closed, thinking to himself, actually, I did cheat, teacher, but if the original feature activates, I'm done for. Then he replied, yes, it's nothing, teacher. A while later, in Professor Lee Hanwal's office, the teachers were focusing on grading the tests when they came across a certain student's paper. The teacher suddenly held the completed paper in his hand, looking at it for a long time as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Suddenly a voice called out, oh, Professor Lewin, is this the test from the first-year students? Lee Hanwal responded, yes, sir. The woman cheerfully added, I heard that there are many outstanding students this year. This woman is a senior council member of the Stella Academy, Professor Ed L. Tyman. Lee Hanwal answered, that's right. This year we have quite a few exceptional students from the most prestigious family in the fire magic world, Princess Bayan of the Fire Nation Adalabit. Then also the heir to the Scalvan Empire, Jeremy Scalvan, who surpassed all his older brothers in the war for the throne at just 12 years old thanks to his magical talent. And coming from the world's grandest magic tower, the Full Moon Tower, the heir of Tower Master Hei Wonriang also enrolled this year. Hearing this, Professor Edel Taimen was impressed. Oh, I heard that creating exam questions for elite students from famous families is very challenging. This year is sure to be interesting. Professor Lee Hanwal replied, as long as the elder is satisfied, I am happy. As Professor Edel Taimen said, this year's test has a new format. The first 3 questions are very difficult to solve with just ordinary academic ability. They are clever riddles with hidden meanings, testing agility. If unable to solve them, do students quickly move on to the next question? Secondly, how students deal with a problem never before seen in any book. The era of rote learning magic theory has passed. Now is the era of practical combat, requiring quick assessment and creative thinking. But that question required no answer. Over 1,000 out of 1,141 students left their papers blank. The remaining 100 students tried to find answers but did not produce a correct one. Among the new students, only 3 answered correctly. Ma Yuziang, a genius of the century who appeared like a comet, but no one knew which clan he came from. Flame, a student introduced to the school by the principal. Though a commoner, her talent was recognized, only slightly behind Ma Yuziang. And finally, Beck Uziel, a character with no notable reputation. It's no surprise Ma Yuziang and Flame were considered geniuses, but Beck Uziel had a very low entry score. Yet unexpectedly, she solved all 3 difficult questions, especially since she left the rest blank without even attempting them. The professor standing beside saw Lee Hanwal silent and curiously asked, "What's wrong? You seem interested in the kids' scores." Lee Hanwal answered confusedly, it's just that I can't explain the scores of some students." She continued, "Oh, that makes sense. After all, those formulas don't really solve anything. The kids don't know them, but you can still solve the problems. But do you think this child is a genius?" Lee Hanwal asked. The elder calmly replied, "It might just be luck." With that, she turned her back and walked away, leaving Lee Hanwal dazed. The teacher felt puzzled and sighed deeply, then looked up your admission file. There was a note attached to the file stating a special admission due to a highly rated ability to control blink. At this point, Lee Hanwal had to accept the truth, thinking it's no wonder the principal personally made a special admission. But studying combat magic while specializing in blink? That's really interesting. But we will soon find out whether this is a coincidence or if this child is truly special. After the exam results were out, the school divided students into separate classes based on them. At that moment, everyone eagerly went to see which class they were assigned to. All you could hear were people asking each other. "I heard the class assignment results were posted on the bulletin board. I'm so nervous. My mother told me if I don't get into Class A, I shouldn't show my face at home." Beck Uziel trudged behind, feeling discouraged, thinking it's unbelievable that there would be a day he had to check his own class assignment. Before, he could just click once and have the results instantly. Thinking this, he approached the bulletin board. At that moment, a boy in a blue shirt kept staring at him as if he were an alien. Then whispers started right behind him. "Is that Beck Uziel? I heard he got 0 points in the practical magic portion of the entrance exam." "Really? I can't believe it. How could trash like him get into Stella? I don't even know what Stella's standards are anymore." Beck Uziel ignored all the gossip around him. What mattered most to him at this moment was which class his name was on. Everything else was of no concern. He walked up to the bulletin board and glanced through it once, confused. "Wait, where's my name?" He was utterly shocked, thinking, could it be that I failed just because I only answered 3 questions? No way, I'm definitely doomed. While still disappointed, The group of friends continued chatting. How come he's so sure there must be some mistake? It's really strange. Uslek of the Marquis household ranked 29 yet got placed in Class A. Even the perfect theoretical score holder ranked 17 was assigned to Class A. So why was he? Hearing people mention his name with hushed tones, Beck Uziel was curious and puzzled. What's going on? Should I go check it out? After all, I already failed. Thinking this, he decided to approach the crowd to listen in. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock when he saw his own name. Why was his name there? Impossible. Could there be some kind of mistake? What is this? The most special ranking any student could dream of. Rank S. Gathering the finest students of the prestigious Stella Academy, unlike classes with students of various levels. Class S only had 41 students and consisted of a single level. At that moment, he rubbed his head thoughtfully. I got placed in rank S. If only this were some kind of error, this is crazy. Now I'll be running into the main characters of this game more often. Getting involved with the main characters only shortens my lifespan further. I can't even change this. Well, I guess I have no choice but to try living quietly. Everything will find a way to be resolved eventually. Outside, the academy remained quite normal and quiet. But in some hidden corner of the academy, a woman angrily slapped Princess Bayan hard across the face. She frowned and shouted, "You got all 3 questions wrong." Even Princess Iso of the declining duchy managed to answer 2 correctly. This woman is Fire Element Professor Hong Yil, who is also Princess Bayan's mother. She continued, "You couldn't answer questions that even bugs can get right. That means you are even lower than a bug. You should take a good look at yourself. Do you understand?" Bayan weakly replied, "Yes, mother." The mother was still annoyed and gave her daughter a sharp look, then sighed and choked up as she continued, "Listen to me, Bayan. You must not become like me. A person exiled from the kingdom and now holding this foolish professor position. You must not become a disgrace to the kingdom." Saying this, she bent down, gently placing her hands on her little daughter's cheeks. She said, "You have to become someone who surpasses your older sister." Then she smiled kindly, like any other mother, tenderly looking at her child. "You understand what I mean, don't you?" Bayan's cheeks were now flushed red. She thought for a moment and then replied, "Of course, mother, I understand." But the truth was she was deceiving herself when she uttered those words. She didn't understand anything. She had lived the way she was taught, handling everything mechanically. But this time, those issues involved magic, spells, and even formulas, things she had never learned before. So what should I do? Thinking this, she broke down in frustration, tears streaming down her face. Why are you tormenting me like this?" At the same time, in the S-level classroom, the students had all gathered. Beck Uziel sat alone at the top desk, depressed, holding his face. Thinking he was doomed, of course, he was transferred to a place full of oddballs like that. And it's not like he was trying to get close to them either. At that moment, whispers broke out. Why was he here? That was what she was talking about. She couldn't understand it at all. Did you know our families opposed and asked why he was in the S-class? He just said Beck Uziel was qualified to be in S-class. Seriously, that's really strange. Though those people whispered among themselves, Beck Uziel still heard that conversation. Feeling isolated, he thought maybe he was the one being abandoned, but that was also true. They had worked hard training since childhood, so they would be very disappointed to learn someone like him was in their class. A person's class would change based on academic performance, so this was normal. Even the S-class was no exception. A person could be demoted to a lower class, or there are also students who advance from Class A to Class S later on. Well then, at that time, I will find them to have a talk. Beck Uziel glanced around at the quite familiar people in the game, yet by some miracle, he had become classmates with them. Thinking about all of this is truly amazing. The characters in the game are standing right in front of me. In a few years, most students in this class will become famous throughout the continent, and 5 of them will have the potential to betray the Magic Council. Ma Yuziang is also one of them. It would be so good if Flame could prevent that from happening from the start. Suddenly, Professor Li Hanwal entered and spoke. "Hello, everyone. Please quickly settle into your seats." Hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Beck Uziel turned his face toward the podium. At this moment, the powerful professor was speaking. "I am very honored to meet you all. Some of you may have seen me before, but I will introduce myself as usual. I am the professor of Class S, Li Hanwal." Hearing this, the students below started whispering and discussing. One said, "Oh, so that's the famous Professor Li Hanwal." Someone next to him responded, "The number of dark magic beasts he's hunted has almost reached 4 digits. It's brutal, they even call him a level 7 magic warrior. He truly is on a different level." Seeing the students stunned and chattering, Professor Li Hanwal spoke up to remind them, "Now, please be orderly. This year, it seems there are many talented students here, and there is even a special exemption student. As you all know, this academy is where we nurture battle mages, also known as magic warriors. You will experience a strict educational environment for 3 years. I expect all of you to keep up with the curriculum. I want each of you to show me the best abilities you can develop during your time at this school. So now, does anyone have any questions?" Facing the teacher's question, the whole class remained silent. The teacher smiled and continued, "Good. Then let's begin the lesson." At that moment, outside the door, the silhouette of Princess Bayan was entering. Seeing her with a bruised cheek, everyone was quite surprised, and Beck Uziel was no exception. He thought in surprise, Bayan is the one who always follows rules more than anyone else. How could she be late? What happened to her? She approached the teacher, apologized, and said something, her face showing signs of exhaustion and disappointment. Curious, Beck Uziel took out his crowbar glasses to check. As soon as he put them on, an information board appeared. Bayan, fire element antagonist mage, likes red ginseng candy, occasionally blames herself, only drinks coffee with milk Acalia style, has an evil mother, fate destined to die. After reading it, he suddenly thought not much has changed, her fate destined to die. But if Acel dies by flame, Bayan will die with her. It can be considered the inevitable destiny of a villainous character. I would save her if I could, but I am not in a position to save anyone. Thinking this, he felt a bit melancholic and took off his glasses. After hearing her explain the reason for being late, the teacher spoke up, "You should find a seat." Over here, Beck Uziel was still sighing sadly, thinking he felt quite bad, but he could only keep his distance. Then he absent-mindedly followed the flow of his thoughts. Suddenly, Bayan approached his seat. Her eyes were filled with resentment and sadness as she looked at him, while he still couldn't understand what was happening. Immediately after, Bayan sat down in the seat next to him. Beck Uziel was bewildered, thinking, what's going on? How do I feel right now? Could it be that everything has been distorted from the start? After everyone settled in their seats, the teacher spoke. "So before we start the lesson, we will have a ceremony to inherit the magic wands for you all. Class S and Class A will hold the ceremony together, and the teacher will explain the details later." Beck Uziel listened and felt a bit confused. An inheritance ceremony? It sounds quite troublesome. But then he smiled, showing anticipation for the day the event would take place. At Stella Academy, there are two major events. One is the Soulmate Pact and the other is the inheritance ceremony. At a prestigious academy like Stella, the inheritance ceremony holds an extremely special position. After a while, the students from Class S and Class A gathered in a rather mysterious place. Professor Lee Hanwal spoke up, "Is everyone here yet? There are many magic wands prepared here, from the lowest rank to the medium level. What you need to do is go to the magic wand you like and take it. The process of exchanging the wand after choosing is very complicated, so the teacher hopes you will choose carefully." After hearing that, Beck Uziel suddenly thought that although the teacher said so, we are not the ones selecting the magic wand, but something else. In this world, magic wands only react to the person they recognize, creating a resonance effect. That also means you cannot just use a high-level wand simply because you want to. Thinking this, he stepped closer to the magic wands floating in the air. He looked around, hesitating greatly. He didn't even know which one he should choose. He stood there lost in thought. If it were before, he would have quickly chosen a low-rank wand. But since now he was in Class S, he couldn't just pick one at random and be looked down upon forever. Suddenly, a quite simple wand caught his eye. In this world, magic wands are divided into two types: wands and staffs. Wands are usually used by knights, who need to cast magic quickly. On the other hand, staffs are used by bishops, who focus on a single powerful attack with more casting time. Suddenly, behind him came whispering and murmuring. "Hey, which one do you think he'll choose? Because he's studying in Class S, so surely he won't have any problems with resonance." Beck Uziel realized that they were targeting him, but he ignored everything. Thinking those kids can say whatever they want, he didn't bother to care and tire himself out. Suddenly, someone called him from behind. Beck Uziel was confused, not knowing who was calling him, so he turned around to look. A stranger's face appeared, so he asked, "What's the matter and who are you?" This guy had a bit of arrogance on his face and boldly replied, "I'm Uslek." Beck Uziel still couldn't remember who he was after hearing that. Thinking he must be some minor character, this was the first time he'd heard that name. So he just answered indifferently to get it over with, "Oh, is that so? I got it." Uslek crossed his arms and continued, "Which magic wand do you plan to choose?" He casually replied, "I'll just pick one at random." After hearing that, he sneered sarcastically, "You better choose a magic wand that suits your ordinary civilian status. Don't try to climb too high and fall hard, causing trouble for Professor Lee Hanwal." Beck Uziel's face at that moment seemed like saying, "Your dad is probably scared of you." He didn't bother to pay attention, turned away, and added a taunt, "Oh fine, just don't cause any trouble." Seeing his mocking attitude, Uslek got even more bitter, blood rushing to his head, his face flushing red. Immediately after, he seemed to go mad and shouted, "You bastard, you want to fight, huh? Really annoying." Beck Uziel was about to ignore it, but this brat still wants to provoke. He sighed in disgust, took the eyebrow-wear glasses out of his pocket and put them on. At that moment, the boy's information appeared right before his eyes. Uslek Chechbalen, son of Marquis Chechbalen, subordinate of Prince Jeremy, level of dissatisfaction 3. After reading, he took off the glasses and put them away, a bit disappointed, thinking seriously, "Is that all the information there is?" Then he raised his face looking toward him, sighed tiredly, wondering if he had anything special. Uslek then pointed at a staff arrogantly and said, "Anyway, I'm gonna choose that one, so watch carefully." In the direction of his hand, Beck Uziel saw it was a magic staff. Moreover, it was the Edmari Edamiri staff, apparently the highest rank here, an average high-level magic staff usually used by professional mages. On the other hand, no matter how talented you are, an average low-level staff is already the limit for apprentices. Even professional mages rarely use low-tier average magic staffs. The only high-level average magic staff here besides the Edmari Edamiri is none other. It is mainly kept here to flaunt. Everyone knows no apprentice here can obtain it. At that moment, the teacher spoke again, "You should stand in front of the magic staff you like." Upon hearing this, the apprentices one by one moved forward in front of the magic staffs. It seems that everyone has found their own choice. Immediately after, blue lights radiated all around. Behind, the astonished trainees exclaimed, "Wow, didn't Haywin's chosen wand turn out to be Hayden a Mikaton? That's a medium-ranked wand. Prince Galvin also managed to choose a medium-ranked wand. Observing the scene around, Beck Uziel also spoke up. Princess Bayan selected Suaviter Lehaven, which is also a medium-ranked wand. How many people can pick a medium-ranked wand? This year is truly crazy. Uslek was even more bitter now. Grinding his teeth in rage, he said, "Damn it, just you wait, I can do it too." As soon as he finished, he made up his mind and headed straight for the wand in front of him. He walked amid the stunned onlookers. Gasps of alarm rang out. Isn't that Uslek? Can he resonate with a high-level average wand? Uslek reached out his hand toward the wand, grinning confidently. Like I'm going to make you all gape in awe. Let's see what a true Class S talent is like. Then he clenched his hand firmly on the wand. Instantly, tiny sparks of electricity flickered around. Shortly after, there was a loud explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Its overwhelming power radiated intensely, dazzling everyone nearby. This did not surprise Beck Uziel too much. He blinked just as he predicted he had failed. At that moment, Uslek was thrown far away by the force emanating from the wand. He lay flat on the ground, gritting his teeth, unwilling to accept defeat. The nearby trainees who witnessed this scene panicked and shouted, "Oh no, it looks like he's seriously injured. Hey, someone quickly call the professor to come up here." A high-grade intermediate magic staff was impossible. So how the heck is this guy so reckless? Beck Uziel just sighed, thinking, who climbs high and falls hard like this anyway? Humph, little brother, it would have been better if you had given up this idea from the start. As he thought this, suddenly the figure of a trainee approached the staff. He seemed quite confident, whistling as he walked. It turned out that the true owner of that staff had already been decided, and the person who had this confidence was none other than Ma Yuziang. He stood looking intently at the magic staff in front of him, then broke into a triumphant smile. It seemed he was quite satisfied with his decision at this moment, but at this action, the surrounding students suddenly cheered. Oh my god. Is he planning to take the high-grade intermediate staff? I don't think he can resonate with it. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Ma Yuziang coldly reached out and touched the magic staff and gripped it tightly. Immediately after, it emitted a dazzling light all around. Yet he remained still, unaffected in the slightest. Its overwhelming presence was so strong that everyone around had to raise their hands to shield their eyes. As expected, Ma Yuziang was able to resonate with this magic staff. Holding the magic staff in his hand, he smiled brightly. The image of him at this moment was truly radiant. The group of trainees around still couldn't believe the truth before their eyes, exclaiming, "It's truly unbelievable. No way, how could a first-year trainee get a mid-level high staff? Oh my god. How could this happen?" Beck Uziel wasn't too surprised, sighing as he thought he had already guessed it. And from now on, even more people will know how talented he is. Suddenly Ma Yuziang glanced in his direction. This made Beck Uziel uneasy, not understanding what he was looking at. Then Ma Yuziang smiled friendly and approached. Both of Beck Uziel's eyes suddenly turned cold, his hair standing on end, thinking, damn it, is he crazy? Why is he smiling like that? But he suddenly recalled the storyline in this game. Flame also owns another mid-level high staff named Terryvon. However, this is exactly where their paths split. If Flame succeeds in getting Terryvon, Ma Yuziang will be interested in her for her talent, opening a path for him. But conversely, if she chooses a different staff, Ma Yuziang will follow a completely different path. I have to use Flame to attract Ma Yuziang. That's the way thinking this. Beck Uziel found Flame. She was approaching some kind of magic staff, but still quite hesitant and unsure. At this moment, Beck Uziel realized it was Terryvon's staff. He anxiously fixed his gaze and carefully observed in that direction. Flame moved closer to the Terryvon. He stood watching her back and told himself, that's right. Take it. Then Ma Yuziang will be curious about Flame and we will have a perfect and beautiful ending. But just as he was about to rejoice upon reaching near Terryvon's staff, the girl suddenly turned around and left. This shocked him so much he felt like vomiting blood. What is going on? Could it be that she doesn't like Terryvon? What's the matter? Does she not know or just hasn't gathered enough information? Things seem not good. Flame can resonate with any staff because she is the main character. But what if she chooses some strange staff? Then we lose another good option. This won't do. I have to take action now. I have to push Terryvon towards Flame. Thinking this, he focused and aimed precisely at Flame's position. Then used the blink skill to dart quickly towards her. In a flash, he was behind her. Suddenly, Flame sensed someone standing right behind her. She immediately turned around, confused, thinking, when did he get behind me? Beck Uziel raised his hand and smiled friendly. Hello. Hi there. Oh, I was just curious which staff you plan to choose. Flame. She replied uncertainly, why do you want to know? Is it any of your business? Beck Uziel shyly answered. Oh, I just want to give you some advice because you seem a bit confused. Hearing his lame response, Flame coldly said, that's none of your business either. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving now. With that, she turned and walked away. Seeing this, Beck Uziel was about to say something, wait a minute, then suddenly realized that something was off here. Flame should have been friendly to everyone since she is a sociable person. So why is she so cold like this? I can't just give up like that. My whole life depends on it after all. Thinking this through, he musters all his courage and calls out, wait, I really just want to help you, but right now, Flame is even more annoyed, retorting that you're so much like a nagging woman. You should worry about yourself first. You haven't even chosen your own yet, but you're meddling in other people's business. But Beck Uziel wasn't discouraged by this. He continued, oh, but I feel there's a staff that suits you perfectly. Flame heard this and angrily shouted, are you trying to teach me? What the hell do you know about staffs? Facing this attitude, Beck Uziel felt a bit hesitant, thinking to himself, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Or maybe she just can't be bothered with a lowly supporting character like me. He stammered his reply. Well actually, I've heard a lot about you. You don't think you could get that staff, do you? Flame responded confusedly. Terry Vaughn. Seeing that she had calmed down, Beck Uziel smiled with eyes squinted and said, That's right. It's exactly that. Suddenly, a noise made Beck Uziel's smile fade. A loud explosion echoed, the imposing force radiating around. It frightened him so much that he broke out in a sweat. His eyes opened wide. Then suddenly, a magic staff flew out of nowhere into his hand. He squinted and exclaimed, what is this? Then he carefully examined the staff. Right after, his face turned pale. Why was it in his hand? It should have been Flame who took it. Damn it all. At this moment, Beck Uziel was at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain. His face showed a hint of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Flame just stood there, dumbfounded for a moment. Right after, she smiled with squinted eyes and said, Well then, Beck Uziel looked at the strange attitude and got goosebumps, trembling as he replied, Nothing. But at this moment, he was secretly worried about the future ahead. So, it's over, my life is ruined. At this rate, even if I want to live in hiding, I can't anymore. So, the inheritance ceremony ended, but it seems its aftereffects still linger. At this time, on the school grounds, Flame was strolling slowly behind a group of some trainees. By chance, she overheard the conversation of two young men ahead. One said, Hey, have you heard any hot news? This year, 2 students obtained the high-level episode staff. The other, surprised, replied, Really? Until now, only 5 people have done that. Now there are 2 more. Yes, that's right, but it's very strange, one of them said. One of the 2 only used Blink in the magic test exercise. Blink is just a basic magic, so how could that be? My parents once said Blink is a rare magic. This is really odd, isn't it? Their conversation also made Flame think. Even she didn't understand this matter. After a while, Flame arrived at the self-study room. The atmosphere here made her feel comfortable, and she exclaimed, Finally, some quiet at last. All day today, wherever I went, I kept hearing whispers and rumors about that matter. The news that 2 students obtained the high-level episode staff has spread everywhere. But I still don't understand who he is. Why was he able to obtain the Terry Vaughn staff? I read the original novel 3 times in a row before transmigrating here. But this character Beck Uziel never appeared. They say no one can claim Terry Vaughn, but he resonates with it so easily. No, he's deliberately showing off to me, rather. Anyway, let's just drop this matter. Thinking about it now is useless. Suddenly, someone called out to her, Flame, are you planning to self-study as well? Hearing someone call her, she turned around and smiled brightly, happily responding, These kids are really strange. Do you think I'm a bookworm? The blonde girl continued. There's never a time when you say there's nothing to do and then just sit to study. Flame shyly replied, Oh no, not at all. A girl standing nearby asked curiously, But Flame, why do you call us kids? We're the same age, right? Flame had to make up an excuse to get by. Well, I guess it's just a habit. Where I used to live, people often saw me as an old lady, but in truth, she knew well she was living inside a novel, so there was no way she could act childish. Another voice spoke up. So, are you planning to study alone today? Looking back, she saw a cute girl with red hair and suddenly wondered if this was Jackie. Her style was surprisingly similar to hers, she thought, but still answered cheerfully, No, there's an upcoming episode meeting, so I'm planning to join. Well, I'll go first then. All right, next time let's meet for drinks. Without another word, Flame hurriedly turned her face and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye and say, Bye-bye. Just moments ago, she was cheerful and cordial, but now she has returned to her cold demeanor. At this moment, she suddenly thought that for an adult like herself, going back to being a student is really tough. Lost in silly thoughts, she didn't pay attention to what was ahead. Immediately after, she bumped her head sharply against someone. Then she held her head, moaning, Ouch, that really hurts. Suddenly, the person she collided with spoke up. Hearing this warm voice, she was surprised and looked up. Hey Wonriang, was that you? The young man immediately asked, Are you okay? What were you thinking about that you were walking so hastily? Flame replied, I'm fine. He looked at her for a moment and then asked again, You don't look very well. Is something wrong? Hearing these warm words of concern, Flame's eyes suddenly sparkled. He was worried about her. She shyly replied, No, not at all. Hearing that, the young man changed the subject. Well, it's good that you're okay. And you're also going to self-study, right? Yes, that's right. Are you also going to the training room reserved for the senior level? Training daily, how could I be lazy? You're really dedicated. Hey, you shouldn't say that. Oh, really? So a little debate like cats and dogs just took place. After that, the young man said nothing more, just looked at Flame with affection and smiled. He waved his hand in front of her and said, Well, I'm heading off now. See you later, he said and left, leaving Flame confused. She imagined some romantic story, but that didn't happen. Flame was a bit disappointed, turned away and left, thinking, Such a dull person. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. From behind the nearby door, the purple-haired girl was still secretly watching her. Seeing that, Flame raised her hand and waved, but that friend said nothing and simply walked away. At this action, Flame felt a little confused, but then she thought it was already late. It was not the time to chase after her. After a while, she finally arrived at the self-study room. Standing in front of the room, she silently thought, It's a special supplemental meeting. As far as I remember, In the original novel, Acel and Bayan would attend this meeting. I'm curious to see how the heroine and villainess of this novel will face each other. Immediately after, she opened the door and walked in. Just as she predicted, all the important characters were already present. She slowly swept her eyes around the room. What caught her eye was the host, an A-rank trainee. He seemed quite surprised by the presence of the members here today. Flame quickly chose a seat up high to easily observe everything. As she sat down, she thought this was a supplemental meeting for students aiming to level up. No wonder it looked like a lot of famous S-rank trainees were participating. At that moment, Flame noticed Ma Yuziang and Baek Yuziel. Seeing the two happily chatting surprised Flame quite a bit. In this world, it was surprising that Ma Yuziang would be interested in Baek Yuziel, who had no reputation at all. Flame thought this was not just a coincidence, and it was also very unreasonable that Baek Yuziel couldn't answer any questions except for those 3 hellish difficult ones. Perhaps from the very beginning, Baek Yuziel already knew that if he solved those questions, he would definitely be ranked S. And if Baek Yuziel truly knew the future in advance, then his actions at that time were indeed extremely terrifying. Over here, Baek Yuziel was sighing wearily, wishing someone would just throw that name out of sight for him. On the other hand, Ma Yuziang was the opposite. He grinned with his eyes squinting and asked Yuziel, "Oh, Yuziel, why are you sitting here? With your level, you basically don't need to attend classes like this, or do you have some hard-to-say reason?" Baek Yuziel forced a smile and replied, "Haha, there's really no special reason. I just came to check it out because I wanted to. But honestly, you're lying to yourself. You were basically forced to attend this class because of bad scores." He looked wearily at the person in front of him, strangely puzzled as to why he seemed so focused on him. At that moment, someone's voice arose. "All right, quiet down. Everyone, let's stop the chatter here. Today, we will discuss the issues from the recent ranking test. As everyone knows, this ranking test was extremely rigorous, so much so that even the upperclassmen called its 3 questions the hell questions. And I will slowly explain everything to everyone more clearly." Although I said that out loud, inside he was quite worried. He didn't understand why those famous people were also here. His purpose was only to boost his reputation outside by helping those foolish kids in this class. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Kyle's mind. He glanced at Baek Yuziel, thought for a moment, no, this was probably his chance. He had heard that Baek Yuziel was the one who scored the lowest on the entrance placement test, so I just need to make him realize that I'm much better than he is. Thinking this, Kyle felt extremely confident. Continuing, "Please pay attention, everyone. Now, I will guide you through solving the first question." Then Kyle spoke as he wrote on the board. This question was actually a tricky riddle designed to lead everyone into a dead end. First, we have to do it like this. At this moment, the people sitting below listened attentively while diligently taking notes. Ma Yuziang also glanced at Yuziel, seeing him deep in thought, and immediately asked, "What do you think? Do you believe his viewpoint is correct?" Yuziel was dumbfounded by this question and looked up to the side. He was smiling with his eyes crinkled shut, eagerly awaiting the answer. Faced with this bizarre attitude, Baek Yuziel turned pale, thinking, "What the hell is this? Is he asking if I think that guy's point of view is correct? I don't even understand what the professor just lectured, let alone these 3 hellish questions. But anyway, honesty is a good virtue." Thinking this, Yuziel replied, No, I don't know either." As soon as he finished speaking, the nearby students eavesdropped, catching bits and pieces, then looked at each other. What did he say, Baek Yuziel? Is he saying Kyle made a mistake? It seemed these two deliberately said that to slander Yuziel because everyone knew he had the lowest entrance score. At this moment, Kyle, who had been focusing intently writing on the board, overheard those words and stopped. He became slightly annoyed, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, Baek Yuziel sensed something was off. He glanced left and right, confused, thinking, what the hell is going on? Why is everyone staring at me like that? Meanwhile, Kyle also stopped writing, broke his chalk and said, "That's right. I made a mistake." Baek Yuziel was utterly stunned upon hearing that, wondering what the hell was happening. Immediately after, Kyle suddenly broke into a victorious smile and continued, "So Baek Yuziel, why don't you come down here and help everyone solve this part?" Upon hearing this, he felt all the hair on his nape stand on end, panicking as he thought, "Damn it, what the hell is he talking about?" Suddenly, he caught Ma Yuziang's gaze, looking somewhat surprised. He smiled brightly with a trusting look, like, "You can do it. Come on, by now you must have figured everything out. It's this guy and those others who are deliberately pulling this stunt." Thinking this, he slowly stepped down from the podium, walking while reflecting, Fine, if you want to humiliate me, then you've made a mistake. I will make you real, unable to accept defeat both mentally and verbally." At that moment, everyone's gaze converged on him. As soon as he reached the podium, he took something out from his belongings, then quickly went through the solution he had. Turned out what he took was a pair of glasses. He suddenly thought, 3 hellish questions. Or rather, it seems more like a pun. The gist of the question is like this. A sorcerer chants as follows, "O Mother Earth, please shed tears and thus cause the dust to multiply even twice as much as before." The question is, why is this so? The answer to this question is quite simple. It's just that the dust is crying. They are merely a state of separation. Baek Yuziel raised his hand to his head, wondering which damn fool had time to come up with this ridiculous question. To him, it was absurd, yet here it was a big, tough problem they had to solve. But in any case, that Kyle didn't treat this as an ordinary math problem. Instead, it was about making dust cry for dust. It's hard to put into words. His method, although wrong, still got the correct answer. It seems mostly due to luck. If faced with a similar question, he definitely wouldn't pass. And from now on, this stage belongs to me. Thinking this, Beck Uziel turned to him and said, I really can't show you how to solve this question, but I will tell you where you're wrong. Kyle was stunned upon hearing this and exclaimed, What? Beck Uziel continued, The issue is the foundation of the earth. But what if it was water or wind instead? Do you think your method can solve those too? Kyle replied, If so, I will use another method that is easier to understand. But if you do that, you'd need many different methods to solve the same type of question. Therefore, you only got the right answer by luck. This doesn't mean your answer is what the question's originator intended. After hearing this, Kyle opened his mouth to explain something but could only mutter, He had no choice but to accept the truth. You were right. Looking at Kyle's face now, Beck Uziel felt a bit embarrassed, as if he had disappointed him too much. He continued, Anyway, its solution will be like this. Kyle listened intently while taking notes. The group of students below also focused and took notes after hearing this. This deeply astonished Flame. She didn't understand why everyone else was taking notes on what he said. Isel and Bayan should have joined the debate, right? But now both of them are busy analyzing his way of solving things. Can this really be possible? It's ridiculous. At this time, outside the sky was already getting dim. Inside, Ma Yuziang raised his hand to say goodbye to Uziel. Bye-bye, see you tomorrow. He smiled brightly and then left. Beck Uziel reluctantly raised his hand in return. Goodbye. As Ma Yuziang's figure gradually disappeared, Uziel finally raised his hand to cover his face, thinking disappointedly, Damn it. If I keep getting involved with Ma Yuziang like this, it's over. I don't want tomorrow. I never want to see him again for the rest of my life. With that thought, he slowly lowered his hand, looking at his small, budding hand. He suddenly thought, maybe it's because of the phone. I can't use it anymore, it's frustrating. But it caught Ma Yuziang's attention. Damn it. I don't understand why I have to keep running into him. Strangely, besides Flame, no one else had ever used Blink before. As he was leisurely leaving, he saw Bayan still standing nearby waiting for someone. Her face looked a little sad. He suddenly thought, what's wrong with her? Her expression looks off, but it's none of my business, no need to bother. So he just walked past Bayan. Suddenly, she called out, Beck Uziel. While he was still confused, not sure if he heard correctly, she continued, I have something I want to ask you. The male lead was quite surprised by this. He could not have imagined that a perfect person like her would have something to ask him. He replied, Bayan, what is it? She didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Why didn't you explain your answer earlier? The male lead was stunned by this question. He thought to himself, it's not that I didn't explain, but in truth, I didn't even know how to explain it. How can you explain a question that has no answer? Maybe she's misunderstanding something. He awkwardly scratched his head and replied, Well, I didn't have to explain anyway. Hearing this, Bayan immediately interrupted. I understand. You don't want to reveal something there, right? This made him even more confused. He thought it's not that. She continued, Then I will make it up to you. The male lead was shocked and replied, What are you talking about? Bayan clearly added, I mean I will compensate you fairly. The male lead was utterly shocked, mouth agape, exclaiming, Huh! After a while, the two quietly went to Professor He Wenriang's room. After rummaging around for a while, they managed to find their own tests. He glanced over Bayan's test and then spoke. I really don't understand why you paid me to solve just 3 questions in the placement test. Bayan replied, I have my reasons, not convenient to say. You just keep talking. Yes, miss. The male lead responded. After looking through her test, you voiced your doubt. Hey, but you only got 3 questions wrong, while I missed all the others. Yet you asked for my help. Aren't you ashamed? Bayan calmly replied, No. The only thing I feel ashamed of is that I still can't understand the answers to those questions. If you can solve this doubt for me, I'm willing to do anything. Hearing this, the male lead was so surprised he was stunned, thinking to himself, he's supposed to be a model student, isn't he? Then you asked, But why are you asking me? You're a princess. Surely you have plenty of friends to ask. The girl stammered in response. That, in fact, among 1,141 freshmen, only 3 people answered these hellishly difficult questions correctly, and you are one of them. The male lead was so shocked he gasped. What? What did you say? The girl, somewhat embarrassed, continued. Those questions had no official answers. Yet Ma Yuziang, Flame, and you were all able to solve them. That's the thing that makes me feel most ashamed. The male lead, unable to stay calm any longer, his hands shaking, replied, No, wait. Then you abruptly stood up, mouth wide open shouting. Those 3 questions were meant to trick us, right? Nobody could solve them. Why didn't you realize that while solving them? Bayan answered. After hearing that, you tried to suppress your anger and sat down. You suddenly thought, This is crazy. Now I understand why I'm put in Class S, and why Flame stops me. I have no idea about the game setup in this world. I also didn't know about those tricky questions. But maybe Flame is different, because she has read the entire novel. Even if she doesn't know the game storyline, she would surely know the setup in the story. For example, those 3 tricky questions. But since a secondary character not in the original novel appeared, Flame had to acknowledge the existence of this Beck Uziel. Damn it, no wonder she acted that way. Bayan was confused by his reaction and asked, What's wrong with you? The male lead replied indifferently, Nothing. Don't worry. Don't forget you promised to help me with something if I explained the answers to you. Bayan replied. Yeah, the male lead continued. I only have one small request. To turn my staff into a demonic sword. The blacksmiths in your kingdom can do that, right? After hearing that, Bayan was quite surprised and said, but only low-ranking mercenaries use that kind of weapon. Why would a future mage like you? The male lead didn't let her finish, cutting in. Ah, it suits my taste. All right, you can't say that's a flaw anymore. Then he looked at her expectantly and continued. What do you think? Do you think you can make it? The girl thought for a moment, then confidently replied. Of course, that's way too easy for me. This is the best answer of the day. The male lead seemed very satisfied. His cheeks suddenly flushed red, thinking, wonderful, the sun is shining. Thinking this through, he calmly explained, so I'll tell you how to solve this question first. He pointed to the test paper and clearly said, that way is for you to change your own perspective. The girl, quite confused after hearing that, said, how do I change my perspective? The male lead knows Bayan's weakness is that her magic is very mechanical and she has gotten stuck in it. Bayan only realized this when she became a second-year student after losing to Flame. I don't think I can help her realize this now, but I hope to guide her in the right direction. So what I need to do now is, thinking this, he continued, do you understand what a riddle is? Before this question, Bayan was a little surprised. Then she replied, a riddle? I think I've heard about that. The male lead continued, then let me give an example. What is between the knees? Immediately after, the girl rested her chin on her hand, racking her brain and answered, the inner side of the knee, right? The male lead casually said, you're wrong. Bayan still didn't understand and asked, why is that? He then emphasized the question once again. What I'm asking is which letter stands in the middle of the word knee and the word knee. You get what I mean, right? The girl realized she'd been tricked and felt extremely annoyed. Meanwhile, Beck Uziel, seeing her frustrated expression as if ready to explode, timidly said, hey, come on, don't glare at me like that. Calm down, just sit down and look at this question first. It also has its own formulas and tricks that you haven't learned yet. So what I mean is, when facing a problem, you need to solve it more creatively. But can you do this just with your own creativity? Bayan fell silent after hearing that. She responded, ashamed of herself, no, that's impossible. Only then could the male protagonist breathe a sigh of relief and smile as he continued. Of course, although understanding many kinds of spells and how to apply them is extremely important, but for a sorcerer, the most important thing must be seeing this world through your own perspective. Magic will transform unpredictably, even if it's only the smallest changes. But on the other hand, you only think about the things you've seen and learned from books. Those are all still unrealistic theories. Magic isn't just about memorizing and casting spells. You may be better than me at analysis and evaluation, but you lack the most important thing for a sorcerer, which is creativity. After a long analysis by Beck Uziel, Bayan fell silent again. She pondered every word he had just said, unable to deny it or hold back her emotions. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. She was slipping into a state of utter despair. The male protagonist, seeing her serious expression now, broke out in a sweat. He rubbed his head, shyly speaking, you understand what I just said, right? Even though it sounds a bit complicated and abstract. Bayan replied confidently, of course I understand. The male lead smiled awkwardly to pass it off, thinking, this is really interesting. I don't even understand what I just said anymore. He then seriously continued, I'm glad you can understand what I just said, so let's get started. I'll ask you, what does the man say to the horse when putting it to bed? After hearing that, she was a bit confused. Immediately after, she placed her hand on her chin, pondering, what does the man say to the horse when putting it to bed? She thought hard but couldn't figure it out, then replied sadly, I don't know either. The male lead then explained, the answer is very simple. It's time to go to sleep. Then he continued with a series of other questions. Why don't they work harder? Maybe because they're always lying down while working. So what would happen if rock and paper both took part in a race? I don't know either. My answer is that in that case, the rock would roll while the scissors and paper would not move. Their shapes don't allow them to move. At this point, he turned to look at Bayan and dared not say anything further. By now, her whole body was trembling violently. It seemed she was tormenting herself. She was so angry that she furrowed her brows, clenched her teeth, very uncomfortable. Seeing her attitude, the male lead got goosebumps, thinking, oh, what is this? She looked like she was about to go crazy at any moment. The male lead mustered up all his courage to ask one more question. What would the clouds say to the sea when it rained? She concentrated intensely, thinking, silently reassuring herself, come on, I can do this. Calming down, after a moment of inner struggle, she stammered, I'm falling into the sea. At this answer, the male lead was quite surprised and exclaimed, oh, you answered that correctly. Finally, she was able to answer a question and receive recognition. Inside, she couldn't contain her joy, which shone clearly on her face. Bayan beamed radiantly, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and it was this reaction from her that took him by surprise. It was also the first time he had seen her smile, whether in-game or in real life so far. The male lead also shared in the joy, smiling smugly and replying, just as I expected from a princess. Your creativity is on an entirely different level. Seeing the somewhat excessive flattery, she blushed, trying to suppress it and said, all right, that's enough. Now, please tell me the next question. The male lead grinned and replied, yeah, that's right. So my next question is, and so, the two chatted together until it was fully dark. Outside the school grounds, a few students remained, chatting with each other. At that moment, the male lead quietly headed home alone, looking quite exhausted with dark circles under his eyes. He sighed in frustration, thinking, what a fool I am, spending a full 3 hours just using some silly trick questions to challenge Bayan. I honestly don't expect her to remember what I said. But speaking of Bayan, she will definitely become a great witch in the future with an excellent mind. However, her weakness lies in her overly rigid way of thinking. If I want to exploit that weakness by teasing her, even though she is the antagonist, why do I feel so guilty about it? Anyway, I need to quickly train Terryvon into a sword mage, so I have to do much more than this. Well, this isn't like the old me who could do everything on my own. But whatever, no point thinking too much and getting a headache. I should just quickly go find the necessary books for the upcoming classes. After a while, I arrived somewhere. I looked around searching for something and told myself, no, it should be around here. I didn't remember wrong. Did I? Then my eyes suddenly lit up with joy as I exclaimed, here it is. This is definitely the place. In front of you is a rather old and dilapidated house. Inside, everything is covered in dust and cobwebs. Stepping inside, looking at the scene before you, you think, oh, this place seems really run down. Looking at the shop owner, you suddenly think, but I know one thing. Here, the owner of this bookstore has the strange habit of pretending to sleep while secretly spying on customers. If I remember correctly, this nameless bookstore contains Mala's notebook. He was the valedictorian graduate of Stella Academy 10 years ago. If it were my past self, I could just click on the screen to view it immediately. But in this world, you need actual books to study. Moreover, whatever you study affects your level advancement. At first, I bought books from famous bookstores, but then I discovered the good ones are all hidden in shops without signs or any reputation. Thinking of this, you advanced deeper into the shop and started searching. As you walk, you quietly rejoice, thinking that studying magic engineering with Mala's notes in hand would be amazing. Surely, you'd get perfect scores, but honestly, just wearing ridicule glasses would also get decent marks. But maybe I'll discover some secret formula. Suddenly, something catches your eye. A green book nestled in the corner of the cabinet. You exclaim, this is exactly what I was looking for. You just reached out to grab it, when at the same time, someone else's hand also reached out for it. And then the two just kept looking into each other's eyes. He exclaimed in surprise, Acel, really? She replied confusedly, huh, how do you know me? Of course, you're so famous. The male lead answered. At this point, she slowly realized as he continued, I remember now, you're also in the supplement group, your name must be Beck Uziel. After hearing that, the male lead felt a little disappointed, thinking, hoo-hoo, she doesn't remember meeting me before coming to the academy? She went on, I really liked that debate, it's just a pity you couldn't explain all the answers. The male lead then suddenly recalled that Acel was also someone who couldn't solve those questions. She added, anyway, it's nice to meet you. Then she coldly turned her face and walked away. He was somewhat surprised at her attitude, but the important thing for him now was that, luckily, the book hadn't been taken. He reached out to grab the book. Then he glanced back at Acel, thinking, why is she here? At that moment, she was still browsing books, but she seemed hesitant about buying them. This was clearly shown when she checked the price of each book she intended to buy. After looking at the price, she sighed in disappointment and put the book back in its place. It was this action that caught Beck Uziel's attention. He also quietly understood that the reason she was here was because of that. This bookstore usually sold secondhand books, so the customers were often poor students like himself. Someone from a fallen family like Acel, who has lost everything, can only come here. Her father was probably killed by members of the dark demonic race. He suddenly felt she was quite pitiable. It was really sad. A princess like her had to buy old books, and on top of that had to look at their prices for fear of not having enough money. Moreover, Acel also had a tragic end in the original novel. She died before Flame, who became the main character in this world. Can be said that the unluckiest character in the game is Acel. Thinking of this, he had already found some books he liked. They seemed quite thick and heavy. He placed them in front of the shop owner and said, I'll pay now, please. At the same time, Acel also came to the checkout and looked at the pile of books he had chosen. Standing beside him, she could only wish. She seemed surprised to see him buy so many books. The shop owner was also taken aback and replied, all of these. The male lead just nodded slightly and glanced in Izel's direction. She looked a bit melancholic on this side, so he asked, are you okay? She replied indifferently, it seems you are like me in that you pick only good books. The male lead felt a bit embarrassed after hearing this, wondering if she had just intended to insult him. He then responded, which ones? Cell continued, all of those. Why are you reading books about advanced sealing theory? Sealing theory is an ancient art that requires items. Therefore, nowadays, when alchemists and magic engineers have become more advanced, that skill is rarely used anymore. He immediately answered, oh, this blink? It really isn't very useful. After hearing that, the girl thought he might be crazy for choosing them and said strangely, so you actually know that too? He replied nonchalantly, of course, that's why I took it. Hearing this, the girl was so surprised that she widened her eyes and exclaimed, huh, what? The male lead hugged the stack of books and smiled slyly, saying, because everyone thinks like you do, which makes it easier to get high scores in this class. All right, I'll go first, bye-bye. As he walked away, he thought to himself with satisfaction, just as Acel said, few people want to study the theory of sealing. But precisely because of that, I'll spend less time and it'll be easier to get higher scores than other classes. But with these few books, this semester will be simple. Then he left, leaving Acel in astonishment. The girl felt confused. Although she wanted to ask more, her pride stopped her from speaking. Scene changes to the next day at Stella Academy. At this moment, Acel nervously walked down the hallway. This was the first lesson of the void theory, also her first class since enrollment. She suddenly thought, since this subject is easy to score in, it probably won't be too bad. Then she also arrived at the classroom. By now, quite a few students were already there. As she found an empty seat and sat down, she accidentally overheard the conversation of the friends next to her. Hey, you're studying nihilism too. But I think I'm in trouble. I registered because everyone said this class was easy, but it seems the rumor has spread far. All the smart kids are in this class, so we're really doomed. After hearing that, Acel could only sigh, thinking she had no choice, but she would try her best in another class. After a while, the lesson ended, and everyone got up to leave. Each person looked quite tired and complained to each other. Like, my butt is numb from sitting, so hungry, what should we eat for lunch today? Let's go to the canteen and decide. Acel felt lost, quietly trailing behind alone. She sighed sadly, thinking, oh no, what should I do now? But it's difficult to get a scholarship if you register for my class. Her stomach growled loudly, ravenous. Holding her wallet, she hesitated, wondering if she should just go eat first. Let's see. This term I only have 60 meal tickets left, so I'll have bread today. Azel's eyes suddenly widened with surprise when she saw something. Turned out that on the way to the canteen, she happened to pass by some room. She even recognized a somewhat familiar person, Beck Uziel, who was also sitting there. First, she wondered what he was doing here, but when she saw the professor giving a lecture, she suddenly realized this was the class he registered for. Strangely, this class had very few students, and not only that, they were all people with poor records. This professor is probably about to lose his job soon, she thought. But then she suddenly realized one thing. If she also registered for this class, she could achieve high scores without spending much time, and could save energy to study other subjects and earn scholarships. Oh, but the name Beck Uziel might already know in advance that this subject is easy. Oh, unbelievably, he had already planned which subject to take for a smooth ride. No, impossible, what am I thinking? It must be just a coincidence. Thinking of that, she also left. Scene changes to the next morning, when the sun had already risen high. Somewhere, students were still attentively listening to the lecture the teacher said. Surely all of you know what the root of magic is. The primordial white-robed mage spread magic throughout the world. Humans and other species learned how to use magic. And the professor giving this lecture is Professor Laydin, a specialist in the moon deity. He continued that mage taught the elf race natural magic, taught the dwarves material magic, and taught humans elemental magic. After that, he gave a long lecture on magic, followed by an abstract and difficult lecture. The main character listened as if a duck hearing thunder, silently thinking, can I really get through these 3 years like this? I could have skipped all this knowledge with just one blink in the game, but this lesson is actually quite important. It might tell me what the true ending is. And of course, all of this is just my own speculation. Suddenly, he realized that the person sitting next to him looked somewhat familiar. Turning his face, he was surprised and thought, Estelle has always been in this class. I don't remember any main character enrolling in this class who has anything to do with me. At this time, the professor was still passionately lecturing. Humanity's curiosity did not stop at elemental magic. Mages have traveled around the world and secretly learned magic from other species. However, they were still not satisfied, but could no longer learn anything more. The primal mage left behind 12 divine moons and vanished without a trace. Does anyone know about the 12 divine moons? A clear voice spoke up. People say they are divine guardians protecting the balance of power across the continent. And no one else but Acel was speaking. She added, I also heard that they were hidden all over the continent and have carried that mission until 1,000 years ago. The teacher was quite surprised by this answer. He continued, oh, that's right, they have a special power that protects the continent. For example, the divine moon representing summer. The 6th moon is the red summer moon carrying a blazing red flame. And they say that flame will never go out. If you go to the bottom of the Alamanca Sea, you can still see the red fire. So if anyone's curious, you can check it out. After hearing this, the male lead thought he had misheard and shivered inwardly, thinking, damn. Is the teacher joking? If a living creature intrudes into the territory of the Alamanca Sea King, they will die immediately. At the podium, the teacher was still enthusiastically continuing. This is Bevian, a giant whirlpool in the ocean that was frozen by the 12th moon, the blue winter. Therefore, each divine moon has its own power, but miracles happen if they combine. A student below raised his hand and asked, Teacher, what is that miracle? The teacher suddenly grew solemn and replied, no one really knows that. They fell into slumber 1,000 years ago. At this moment, the protagonist felt the teacher was right. At least I have encountered some divine moons while playing the game, but I only saw 5 moons during limited time events. This is based on information I've gathered from other players. No gamer has found more divine moons than me. If my guess is correct, the 12 divine moons relate somehow to the true ending, because no one has discovered the true ending in the past 10 years. The answer must lie in the unknown content. I only managed to see 5 moons after risking my life many times, but if I want to witness the true ending, so be it. I'll just start over again. Meanwhile, in another outdoor classroom, a massive fireball was rushing toward the mannequin in front. A beautiful woman in a red dress stood in the middle and spoke. Strength isn't everything, no matter how powerful an attack is. If it doesn't hit the enemy, it's useless. This woman is Professor Hong Yil, the fire class instructor. The professor was walking around, observing the students applying theory into practice. Suddenly, she sensed something was about to happen. Immediately, a huge fiery force rapidly dashed toward the position of that dummy. And then boom, 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 a great explosion occurred. The professor looked at this source of power with apparent satisfaction, but suddenly her eyes became extremely astonished. Yet, after that big explosion, the smoke gradually cleared. The silhouette of that dummy was not only untouched by flames but remained intact. Professor Hong Yil looked at this scene with some disappointment, exclaiming, "That's the truth, Bayan." Upon hearing this, the girl trembled all over. Bayan sadly sat down to rest. Her eyes could not hide the disappointment, thinking to herself that she had once again let her mother down. Her mother would certainly be very disappointed. Suddenly a voice called out, "Princess." Looking up, it was a friend with cute red hair braided into 2 sides. She smiled with her eyes squeezed shut, asking, "Are you okay?" Then she slowly sat down beside Bayan and continued, "Don't be sad anymore. You look truly wonderful, princess." Bayan replied indifferently, "What do you mean? If you used magic like me but it was much stronger, what good would that be? I didn't even hit the target." The girl answered, "But your magic is really amazing. It's super cool. Honestly, I have known you since I was a child." Hearing this, Bayan also recognized this girl. She is also a fire mage like me. It seems her name is Arzhuang. I think I've heard it somewhere before. People say that a fire mage prodigy has appeared, but even so, it means nothing compared to my magic. Thinking of this, Bayan exclaimed, "It's amazing that her accuracy is that high." The girl shyly replied, "But if I practiced more, how could I possibly compare?" Bayan stood up abruptly and continued, "But that's only enough for the weak. Anyway, talking with you already makes me feel much better. Goodbye." After saying this, Bayan left immediately, leaving behind the 2 braided girls sitting there in a daze. Scene shifts to some castle, which appears quite neat and orderly. Bayan is also present here, but she looks rather tired. At this moment, a voice spoke up, "Princess." A strong woman standing respectfully behind appeared. She continued, "Welcome back, madam." And she is Bayan's personal guard named Iaj Terran. "Madam, some warm tea and candies have been prepared." Bayan replied, "Thank you." J. Terran continued with the task of adjusting the magic staff you entrusted to me earlier. "Because that staff is very good, they say it can produce a high-level magic sword." Bayan listened while eating a cake, somewhat doubtful, and replied, "Is that so?" J. Terran went on, "However, there are some questions." Bayan was surprised and asked, "What questions?" J. Terran stammered in response, as if I had heard rumors that it constantly drains mana from its wielder. Hearing this, Bayan was astonished. Then she stood up abruptly, turned her face back, and said in panic, "What? Isn't that a dark artifact?" J. Terran suddenly grew serious and continued, "Not exactly. It resonates with the energy of nature." At that point, Bayan became deeply confused and murmured, "Impossible. Something that drains its owner's mana yet resonates with the power of nature? But then, why is that magic staff only considered intermediate level?" J. Terran answered, "That is precisely why it remains at that level. What do you think about this? Its original ability still strongly enhances the user's mana and makes it stronger, or even elevate it to advanced level. But perhaps because it only absorbs mana without releasing any, it is downgraded to the intermediate tier." Hearing this, Bayan could no longer remain calm. She jumped up and shouted, "What? Advanced level? How could a student possibly use it?" Even J. Terran himself was quite surprised by this. Meanwhile, Bayan was still bewildered, clutching her head as she continued, "I know it doesn't resonate with everyone initially, but I didn't think people would use it even if they had it, unless they have an enormous amount of mana or nothing at all. I don't understand this. I can be sure any ordinary person would know that." She spoke at length, leaving her throat dry. She sipped some hot tea to warm her voice, then added, "But anyway, he is definitely a special person." Cut to a few days later, when the new semester began in some classroom, a teacher was enthusiastically explaining to the students, attack magic requires a deeper understanding than any other type of magic. And our main character was also sitting attentively listening in this class. This balding professor was Professor Carlium, teaching mana guidance. He continued, "That's why the mana guidance class is mandatory. From now on, in your one-on-one matches, you will learn guidance focusing on casting and aiming." In this class, Acel was also present, looking quite focused on listening. At the same time, on the podium, the professor was still passionately explaining that casting means shooting magic from the caster's body, while aiming means using magic on a stationary target. Then we will discuss the trajectory formula as follows. From a distance of 760 meters north, Chosu is moving southward at 12.6 meters per second. So, what is the appropriate trajectory and predicted distance Yonhai needs to cast water-type magic? As the teacher reached this point, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Below, two students whispered to each other. One said, "Among the attributes, what if it's water?" The friend sitting next to him stopped him. "If you're not a water specialist, it's best not to answer that question." But is that teacher trying to make things difficult for us? The male lead sounded quite sleepy hearing this. He kept yawning repeatedly, thinking to himself, "Really? This is so boring. Why does it take even more time than the Korean class?" Suddenly, the bald professor spoke up. "Uziel, please stand up and answer this question." The male lead answered reluctantly, "Yes, sir." But inside he silently cursed, "Damn, it's me again." After a while struggling to explain, he finally finished his solution and confidently turned to say, "Yes, I have completed it." Looking at Beck Uziel's presentation, the teacher was very surprised, exclaimed, "Wonderful, you managed to solve it so easily. Your initial attribute is water, right?" He immediately waved his hand and replied, "No, sir." "Oh, that's great. Let's move on to the next question then." It was precisely his actions that led Acel to see him in a different light. After a while, the lesson ended. Everyone rushed to leave. A clear voice called out, "Excuse me." Turning towards the voice, he replied, "Yeah, are you addressing me?" In front of him was Acel. She continued, "That's right. I have a question I want to ask you." She suddenly thought to herself that she had a question about Beck Uziel while observing him. It wasn't about his ranking, but that he was very intelligent even compared to the top mages. He could solve the professor's problem so quickly and accurately. That is something truly unbelievable. The level of that question is at least university level, not something a professor could easily solve. Even if Stella is a place where geniuses gather, what exactly is Uziel's status? At first I thought it wasn't the case, but now that's certain. He definitely has a course registration strategy. Thinking of that, Acel continued, "I want to ask you, what is your next course?" Taken aback by this sudden question, Uziel was quite surprised. He calmly replied, "Why do you ask? Do you like me or something?" Acel answered a bit annoyed, "What's that, old man? Do you think I'm a pervert? That's gross." Uziel, purple with anger, said, "I'm the one who thinks it's gross. Isn't that right?" But then he suddenly thought, "I'm an adult, what the hell am I saying?" Then he touched his head and ears awkwardly and said, "So why do you ask?" At this moment Acel answered seriously, "I've researched the classes you're enrolled in. It seems they are classes where you can easily get high scores. I won't beat around the bush and want to ask you directly. Where did you learn that strategy? Because this is quite important to me." After hearing that, the male lead thought to himself, "I was wondering what she was going to ask, now I understand." Immediately after, he waved his hand, laughed out loud and said, "Haha, what do you mean? The classes, well, it's probably just a coincidence here. If that's all, then I'm leaving." With that, he also turned his back and walked away. Acel was quite surprised by his indifferent attitude and blurted out, "What?" Watching that figure leave, she was unwilling and called out after him, "Hey, wait." But he no longer bothered to care. She mustered all her courage, lowered herself, ran after him and called out, "Please wait." At this moment, the male lead also heard and stopped. She gasped and said, "Please wait a moment." Uziel replied, "What is it? Why are you following me? Go learn that stuff from someone else. There are plenty of skilled people here, or just imitate me. You said you had already researched it." After hearing that, Acel stammered in response, "But anyone who studies divination can get an A+, so it's not that important. But if I sign up for the same class as you, it might negatively affect your grade." At that point, her eyes suddenly grew sad. She felt a bit guilty toward him, thinking that if he didn't get the scholarship, it would be a loss for him. But even in this situation, he still worried about someone else's grade. The male lead looked at her pitiful face and suddenly thought that although he was a bit troublesome, she would always be the female lead. Suddenly, she put on an innocent and cute expression and said, "But anyway, could you recommend a class to me? A class where it's easy to get a high score, please, I'm begging you." The male lead immediately replied, "Do you think that look can persuade me?" The girl raised her hand to her cheek, caressing it, looking puzzled as she continued, "That's strange, isn't it? Usually, when I look at my face, all worries disappear. But this overly confident expression is making the male lead feel nauseous," he said indifferently. "Are you serious?" Acel blushed deeply, smiling with eyes squinted and replied, "Ha, I was just joking. I knew you would react that way. So I've prepared some interesting things to make up for you." The male lead thought to himself, "Using me to make up?" He mentally shook his head. Really? Kids these days love to make up for things like that. Just opening your mouth and you can make up for anything. Suddenly, Acel continued, "Do you know about the seventh magic?" Hearing this, the male lead was startled and replied, Yes, I know, he said. She added, really? Not many people know about it, because it is an abandoned tower that has vanished and many spells prevent people from approaching where the tower once stood. However, she was passionately recounting the story but suddenly stopped when she noticed Uziel's strange reaction. She asked concernedly, wait, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Uziel seemed to struggle upon hearing this, clutching his head, thinking, I'm losing my mind. This is extremely important information, because Flame can increase its influence over the male lead through this. Moreover, Flame knows about this from the original episode storyline. Acel also knows this and has only shared this information with the male lead, not with supporting characters like me. Thinking of this, he didn't want to listen at all and waved him off, replying, that sounds like a scary story, doesn't it? I don't want to hear it either. It's not interesting at all. Then he just walked away. Acel felt confused and quickly explained, it's not that scary. Are you afraid of ghosts at your age? Uziel reluctantly responded, all right, I'll tell you. She twisted the question further. You just pretended you wouldn't tell me. So why did you change your mind so quickly? Yeah, that's how I like it, Uziel replied. At that moment, he also thought, moreover, it was enough that Acel wanted to give him something. With that thought, he spoke up. Anyway, this isn't related to scores, but it's something extremely useful for me. You should register for the meditation journey to the Void course as a culture episode class. Acel replied confusingly after hearing that. Meditation? Registering for that as a culture class? The Moon God Tomb and meditation are prioritized. Do you like practicing? Not exactly, the male lead responded. But he himself didn't know how to explain it. He suddenly got an idea and made up a reason. My master is also a bishop like you, and through meditation, one can enhance their magical skills. Acel exclaimed in surprise. Just with meditation? Based on his experience of playing games all night for 10 years, he gave his own explanation. In fact, this had yet to be discovered, but for bishops who wield large-scale destructive magic, meditation is extremely important to perform precisely based on formulas and equations, but above all, it is the mind that controls the magical power. I haven't told anyone this before, but you're the exception because you're quite cute. The girl was confused, unsure whether to believe what he was saying, and replied, you just said I was ugly earlier, but it sounds like every girl likes that. She smiled brightly and continued, anyway, I do thank you, although it's not a subject that helps me improve my grades. I will register for it. Uziel replied, that's up to you, fine, you can do whatever you want. Having achieved her initial goal, the girl happily left. Watching her back as she walked away, Uziel seemed quite worried. He didn't know if what he had done was right. Only sighed and thought, I told her everything. It made me a bit afraid of how the future might change. But if I just leave her like this, Acel will face tragedy again in this world. If meditation can help her, that would be a good thing. Thinking about this, he suddenly realized something in his mind. He himself is also a magician, isn't he? But why hadn't he thought of practicing until now? Uziel is very strict in training within the game, focusing on conditioning, restraining magical power, and developing rapidly. If this were a game, I could gain experience by pressing a button, but now I can only do it directly. Seems quite late, and there are no cutscenes or hunting missions, so I can't gain more experience. But anyway, I have to thank Acel. After a while, Uziel returned to the Stella Academy dormitory. All students are within the dormitory system. The dormitory system is a side feature in the game, where players can freely decorate their rooms. But for Uziel, this is his only home because his village was burned down. Dormitories are also divided based on rank. All rooms are the same size, but the number of people per room is allocated according to rank. And naturally, the S-class students occupy the highest floors. The protagonist is now alone in his room, feeling a little lonely. But in the end, he can make good use of it. He let out a sigh to catch his breath. Well then, it's time to get started. Uziel meditated with intense concentration, thinking, training stats is not the most important thing. Because this is reality, I have to get used to using this body. In the game, Uziel was a genius who could control Sword Aura by using an infinite circulating mana pool inside and outside his body. No one pays attention to him, so no one knows. But Beck Uziel is a sword genius who reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. I have to follow that path once again. My breath is what controls the flow of mana in my body. If I can gradually increase the amount of mana I intake with each breath, I will be able to gather enough mana in just one go. Skills don't increase simply by collecting EXP. You have to continuously use the skill to level up. This also means training, and so he focused on training throughout a long night. At this time, the clock already showed 4 a.m. The new day was breaking. Inside the room, Uziel was still training, his whole body radiating a sparkling golden light. Suddenly, he widened both eyes, then raised both hands to feel the refreshing energy flowing through his body. He thought in amazement, this must be a sensation Uziel had experienced, since he was a child who accepted having mana leak syndrome. Although faint, I could still feel it. At the same time, the system also displayed a notification. The mana leak syndrome skill has leveled up, The blink skill has leveled up. The protagonist looked at the status panel quite satisfied. Wonderful, I've taken another step closer to the goal. I will find the real ending at all costs. Scene changes to somewhere else. Here, the air is quite fresh. A green meadow stretches endlessly. At this moment, someone mysterious appears. So this is a romantic space at Stella Academy. Flame immersed herself in the atmosphere here, suddenly thinking that the meadow and wind were artificial. But the feeling here was so genuine, really comfortable. Stella Dormitory is a pocket space created within the school grounds. This allows everyone to freely manipulate the elements of the space as well as its nature. All sporting events, other events, as well as dungeons, gates, and monster training take place here for that reason. Returning to reality, at this moment the students have also gathered here in full. Flame stood at the back, casting her eyes to take a quick look around. She suddenly realized there was a total of 141 people. 50 people from classes A1 and A2. The remaining 40 from Class S. If it were like the novel, there should be 39 people from Class S. I thought including myself it was 40. But unexpectedly there was one more person. That's right, where did Beck Uziel come from? In the novel, the first-year class only had 1140 people, and including myself made 1141. In other words, Uziel was also in the original novel. Well, I'll gradually figure out everything. It's okay, I can do this. I'm the only person in the world who knows about this novel after all. The lesson will start soon. Suddenly the group of students standing in front of Flame began to chatter. Someone said, "Prince Jeremy, have you finished registering for your Blink class?" The blonde young man standing in the middle was probably the character being mentioned, looking quite pleased as he replied, "Of course, we also signed up for the soft magic research class because we heard you signed up too." He smiled with his eyes nearly closed and continued, "Really? Then let's help each other out." Meanwhile, Flame looked after his silhouette and suddenly thought, that's Prince Jeremy from the novel. He was madly in love with Acel but was rejected by her. Since then, he seemed to have turned into a different person and eventually became a villain. He looked gentle, but every one of his actions was calculated. I should observe carefully to avoid getting caught up with him. Suddenly, Prince Jeremy also saw Flame. He was exactly like a friendly beauty queen, raising his hand to greet while flashing a bright smile. Flame also raised his hand to wave back, thinking to himself, but he really is handsome. Now I understand why so many sycophants surround him. But it must be admitted that his faction was made up entirely of the most famous people in school. Thinking this, she turned her face and walked away to another spot. She was determined to gather them all together, because from now on, this world would become her own reality. She had to start preparing for the future, but this action seemed to catch the eye of the prince. He smiled inwardly, thinking, Flame. At that moment, the teacher's voice rose, capturing everyone's attention. "We will start with basic training before beginning today's session. I need to know your abilities so that I can teach you properly. I will be the one directly teaching. If you don't like it, don't say anything. Often you already know that our professor has the authority to deduct or add points to you. So remember that you will be expelled if you don't meet the required score. And now I will explain the training session right away. We will practice with the dungeon. I will use scenarios that occur in real dungeons, as well as various traps and monsters, to test all of you. You will get 4 points if you defeat a level 1 monster, 8 points if you defeat a level 2 monster, 20 points if you obtain the point staff. The top 5 students will receive a small reward and shopping privileges. Students without points will have points deducted. If you are afraid of failure or afraid to go alone, you may form groups. But remember carefully, points will be divided equally among group members. If you can eliminate a student, you will take that person's points." With that, the teacher immediately disappeared, leaving only his voice echoing back, "That's all, good luck." Immediately after, the ground suddenly shook violently. The group of trainees panicked and screamed, "What is this? What's happening? The ground is shifting." At that moment, the ground suddenly cracked open, and something rose up from beneath. Flame was also quite surprised, her eyes wide open staring. A huge towering tree appeared, and it seemed like everything around had changed. Flame seemed to realize that this was exactly the map of Jack and the magic beans. The scenery here suddenly became dense and full of thick foliage. The entire group of trainees also began to take their own paths. Some chose to go alone, others decided to go in groups. In the distance was the figure of Flame walking alone. She held her magic staff in hand, suddenly thinking, "Well then, I'm ready to join this game too." Suddenly someone called out, "Flame!" Turning to look, what caught her eye was her red-haired friend. She continued, "Are you planning to go alone during the practice?" Flame replied, "Ah, Jackie." She just suddenly thought that although forming a team during dungeon combat has many advantages, going alone is still better if you want to earn more points. Thinking that, she coldly added, "Sorry, but this time I want to test myself, so I intend to go alone." The red-haired girl laughed wryly and answered, "Yeah, I know. You have to share points with teammates, so it's understandable." Flame replied, "Yeah, that's true." But at this moment, she suddenly thought to herself, is it just me overthinking, or is she teasing me? Whatever. Forget it. Flame said goodbye. Let's go together next time. but she didn't say anything more and turned away immediately. Watching her retreating figure, Flame felt a bit annoyed inside, thinking, am I just imagining things? Heaven? Why do I have the feeling he's imitating me? But oh well, back to the main issue, things will probably be different later. 1 hour after the dungeon was opened, at this moment a blue light was emanating from some corner. It seems Flame just went through some battle. Now she is quite tired and mutters, this is exhausting. When will this training session finally end? Suddenly she sensed that something unusual was about to happen. Immediately after, a huge vine rapidly lunged toward Flame. Quick as a flash, she raised her magic staff to resist. A strong blue power emitted from the staff, directly striking the vine's body. After a while, it seemed the vine was defeated and gradually shrank. At this time she looked around, thinking not only monsters but even plants can attack. Indeed impressive, even training can't be underestimated. So far I've only got 18 points, which isn't too bad. But for this episode, just one more point is enough to catch up. I have to keep moving. And so, she proceeded deeper into the dungeon. Suddenly she became astonished, eyes wide open. In the distance, there was a rather faint figure, but due to the glaring sunlight, Flame couldn't see clearly yet. Oh, feeling confused, is it a monster? No, it should be a human. But why would a student be able to hide at this level? But anyway, I'm also using natural camouflage to hide myself. With special abilities in control, defense, destruction, and healing, she told herself that ambushing the opponent now didn't seem like a bad choice. Just like that, Flame quietly and carefully took step after step toward that shadow. As she got closer, she suddenly realized that the person was Uziel, yet he was walking alone. She remembered that other students wanted to form a team with Uziel. Could it be that he had rejected them all? That's really strange. What surprised her even more was the ring on his hand. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through Flame's mind. This was a perfect opportunity to test him. At that moment, Uziel was still unaware, yawning as he walked. On this side, Flame used her magic staff to generate a large dome of light. She believed that at a distance of about 15 meters, he wouldn't be able to defend against it. Immediately after, a strange magic formation appeared, radiating a fierce orange power throughout her body. Facing directly toward Uziel, she shouted loudly, "Light bullet!" As soon as she finished, a bolt of lightning shot straight forward. When it was about to reach Uziel, he suddenly realized someone was attacking him from behind. He instantly used Blink to move to another position. After the dust settled, Flame was utterly shocked and didn't understand what was happening. Where was the person? Uziel had disappeared without a trace. She was so frustrated that her hands trembled. How could he have avoided a second-level spell at that distance? Meanwhile, Uziel continuously used Blink to approach behind the attacker. Only then did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief and exclaim, "Did he want to kill me or what?" Suddenly shooting a light beam like that, thanks to the fact that the level of the mana leakage syndrome had increased. Otherwise I would have been in big trouble. My Blink has upgraded to level 1 with a maximum range of 12 meters. I still have 2 more Blinks to use, and if I take advantage of the terrain, I can deal with him, but avoiding confrontation is best. Thinking of this, he quickly used consecutive Blinks to put distance between himself and Flame's position. He glanced back, figuring this distance was probably enough. His goal was rank 5, so there was no need to take excessive risks. The rewards for rank 5 were easy to achieve, with the possibility of significant increases to stamina and strength. As for the top 4 positions, they were the main characters after all, and in this situation they only needed 3 more points. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out, "Hey you guys, come here and see who that is." In front of him at that moment was some group of trainees. One guy in the group grinned and said, "Oh, it's Beck Uziel from Class S here." At that moment, he also recognized this guy as Ridden, someone quite famous in the academy recently. Looking at the guys standing beside him, Uziel thought with disdain, and there were even members of Jeremy's weak Uslek team, all just trash. But then he suddenly realized another problem. For such a weakling, how did he manage to gather so much? Another guy spoke up, "I heard he's a loser, having to cheat to get into Episode S." The blonde guy burst out laughing mockingly after hearing that. To get into Episode S by solving those 3 silly questions, he must have been fooled by Stella. On this side, Uziel thought wearily, "Damn it, they just keep chewing on the same thing without getting tired." The other guy saw that Uziel didn't say a word and smugly added, "Hey, since we've met here, hurry up and hand over the point staff to us." You just coldly replied briefly and concisely, "Fuck off." The blonde guy found it even more interesting and said, "Oh, so you're trying to resist?" He flashed a cunning smile. "Do you think you can stand against us alone? Haha, are you still planning to use that high-level Blink staff? Ridiculous, you can't even wield magic, let alone a magic staff." Facing these jeers, the protagonist didn't know how to react. With just a low-level Blink, I wouldn't be able to confront a guy from a famous clan. But if I have 3 Blinks, then I still have a way, which is to use the point staff in my hand. Moreover, this place is a dungeon, which is an advantage for me. Thinking this, Uziel extended the point staff forward and said, "Here, take this." The blonde guy saw that you were finally scared and voluntarily handed it over. He seemed quite satisfied and replied, "Well done, kid. just the way I like it. Don't get cocky too soon, karma usually comes early. Uziel thought to himself. Seeing that he was no longer on guard, he moved as fast as a blink to get closer, snatched a point stick from him, smiling cunningly. He used the point stick as a weapon to strike directly at his formation, causing it to crack and weaken. The guy gritted his teeth, muttering curses. Damn it, you miserable civilian. Immediately after, he was thrown backwards, crashing hard into the tree trunk. Ridden went mad with rage, opening his mouth to shout, "You filthy dog." But the whole group was stunned when they saw he had disappeared. Before they could react, a familiar voice called out, "This way." Following the direction of the voice, Ridden turned his face. At that moment, Uziel was standing there. Grinning cheekily, he said, "That was dangerous, but thanks." Now Uziel had 2-point sticks in hand. Ridden screamed like a madman, "You bastard. Give that back now." Uziel replied teasingly, "Nope, I don't like that." The protagonist was quite pleased with his own strategy, thinking that the point stick was truly effective. Previously, he had accidentally learned about it while playing a game, but these point sticks were actually a glitch item having no real value. However, due to their absurd hardness, they couldn't be broken by a mage's magic and possessed the strength of most other magical tools. They are useful for magic users, but for a physical attacker, a weapon with a high attack stat is fully utilized. Over here, Ridden ground his teeth bitterly and said, "That bastard. How dare he take my point stick?" Then he turned back and shouted at his gang. "Damn it, what are you guys doing? Hurry up and rush to attack." At the same time, the dungeon began to shake. Faced with this situation, Ridden quickly thought, "Damn it, why does the dungeon have to change right now?" Thinking this, he wildly yelled, "Everyone quickly gather close and prepare magic. We can't lose track of that bastard." But at this very moment, it was the best opportunity for Uziel to act. He swiftly fled. His unusual action was spotted by one of Ridden's teammates, who opened his mouth shouting, "Uziel is running away." Guys, as soon as the words ended, they used magic staffs to create a source of blue power, aiming straight at Uziel, continuously shouting, "You bastard, you won't escape." This frightening aura rushed swiftly toward him. Uziel could only think, "Damn, these guys are better than I thought, but you're still green and inexperienced." Just when it seemed that the energy would engulf him, he used blink and disappeared. Ridden's whole gang was furious but could do nothing. He blinked again. Damn it, but he moved too fast. I couldn't see him anymore. While everyone was looking straight ahead, it seemed Uziel had slipped out like a lightning bolt to the rear. At this moment, he confidently thought, having 10 years of experience in this game makes using terrain to gain advantage as easy as pie. As for Ridden, he was extremely furious. "We just need to hit him once." Suddenly, the dungeon began to shake violently. Seeing everyone's tense expressions, Ridden immediately reassured them, "Calm down, guys. He's still around here. Wait until the earthquake stops. If we see him, let's attack together. But if our magic fails, it will backfire, so we must act very carefully." Saying that, he looked around to check. Suddenly, his gaze met Uziel's, who was standing right in front of him. Before they could attack, Uziel was a step ahead, striking straight at their formation with his staff. The force was too much for the formation to withstand, and it began to crack. At the same time, it started to counterattack Ridden's own comrades. Then came loud explosions. The formation shattered, firing back at them. This was the unwanted side effect, magical backlash. The male lead quickly ran away, watching as his own formation backfired on the group. He felt delighted, thinking to himself that it was all over. After the dust settled, Ridden looked up and blurted out, "Damn it, Beck Uziel, that bastard." Meanwhile, Uziel raised 3 staffs and said smugly, "I'll take these." Then he grinned teasingly and added, "Oh, and if I ever get a girlfriend, I'll give her these. Bye-bye, darlings." Ridden was stunned. "When did you take it? Give it back to me now." The protagonist, looking at their current state, felt extremely satisfied. "Heh heh, that's enough. Taking the last piece from them would be troublesome." He added, "Ah, that last scene was really interesting. I played enough for now, I'm off." Having said that, he blinked away, leaving Ridden's group trembling with rage. He seemed to go mad, shouting loudly, "You damn bastard." The scene was also unintentionally witnessed from start to finish by a female apprentice. At that moment, Uziel had run far away from them, happily exclaiming, "Heh heh, I got lucky. If I fought normally, I would have been robbed, but since this is a dungeon, things will be different. This is the experience of a seasoned person. But I keep feeling something strange, coming from somewhere." By the time he suddenly realized it, it was already too late. A massive fireball was hurling rapidly toward him. Seeing this sight, the protagonist was shocked and exclaimed, "What the hell is this? Where did this rain of fire come from?" The flames shot down where he was standing, one fireball after another like a downpour. Wherever the fire hit, it exploded. He couldn't fight back, only able to blink away to dodge. He ran for his life, his face no longer calm. What kind of magic is this that's so terrifying? Looking back at the forest burned to ash, he hadn't even recovered yet, thinking that a major disaster had almost occurred. But what is this magic? Who would want to kill me? From behind the smoky haze, the silhouette of someone approaching appeared. She stood before him and shouted loudly, "Hey, you civilian, why didn't you take another staff from them?" And the girl who wielded fire magic was none other than Princess Hong Baiyan. The male lead was surprised, thinking to himself, "Why is she here?" Thinking this, he awkwardly scratched his head and ear, saying, "Hey, maybe you're mistaken. It's not like I can take whatever I want, and even if I took those staffs, what does that have to do with you?" She felt awkward after hearing this, realizing she might have been a bit tactless. But Baek Yuziel was suspicious. "Could it be that you want to take from them and then steal from me? What kind of crazy idea is that? Don't forget I taught you before." She put her hand on her chest and explained, "I am royalty, but if you understand my meaning, then let's fight. As royalty, I have no desire to steal from commoners. But in this battle, I will defeat you and take what I want." The male lead listened and almost had a blood pressure drop. He replied, Hey, what are you trying to do? Why bully someone weaker than you? Are you the weak one?" Hong Baiyan continued, "But before this, I saw you fight and play around with them. You even used magic to defeat them, didn't you?" Saying this, although she didn't want to, she thought she had to hurry a bit or else she would get scolded by her mother. Suddenly, Hong Baiyan sensed a sound approaching. Turned out to be Ridden's gang chasing after them. One shouted loudly, "Yuziel, where has he run off to? Damn it, that bastard is indeed too formidable." Princess Baiyan also recognized these people. On this side, Yuziel started to run away. She hesitated, unsure how to handle the situation, wondering if she should attack them now. But no matter how strong she currently was, she couldn't take on 6 people at once. That's right, she needed to wait until their magic weakened. Only then would she have the chance to act. Meanwhile, Yuziel couldn't just wait to die. He began attacking from behind Ridden. Then he used magic to strike directly at their formation. Hong Baiyan stood at a distance watching, quite surprised that the commoner besides Blink could also use other magic. Of course, those guys were weaker than her, but all were skilled fighters. Compared to that country bumpkin, they should have been much better. Seeing this, she pressed her lips and steeled her resolve. Immediately after, a formation formed around her, and a source of fiery power enveloped her. At this moment, she thought to herself, "It's time to use fire magic." Without hesitation, a powerful stream of magic shot straight forward. On this side, Yuziel also sensed the magic. Swift as lightning, he used Blink to dodge to another spot. He suddenly realized its pressure was getting closer and more intense. Indeed, a terrifying flame was hurtling towards him. Then you use Blink, then jump up high, then down low. Hong Baiyan kept focusing her gaze on the flames, and then boom, 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 a huge explosion occurred. The protagonist finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Her magic really is dangerous. Luckily I have good intuition, otherwise I would have been dead. But I've already used Blink twice. Now how should I face her? Baiyan suddenly spoke up. "Why didn't you take out your magic staff this time?" Yuziel replied speechlessly, "I'm already holding your magic staff." "Then what about the one given at enrollment?" Hong Baiyan continued. Hearing this, you suddenly realized, right, why didn't I think of that? Seeing his fake act, Hong Baiyan said disdainfully, "How long do you plan to hide your skills?" Huh? As she said this, her eyes suddenly became agitated, turning a frightening blood red. She stared straight at Yuziel, bitterly thinking, "I'm serious about fighting, but that ordinary guy treats it like a joke?" Thinking this, she angrily said, "Fine, if you won't fight properly, then I have no choice but to take you down here." Yuziel felt chills, goosebumps all over, thinking, I am seriously fighting. I'm not joking with her at all. On this side, Hong Baiyan continued, "If you're not serious, you could die here." Behind her was a sea of blazing flames, her face gleaming with determination, thinking to herself, "Today I will definitely crush you." Breaking off her thoughts, she directed the flames straight toward Yuziel. At this moment, Yuziel could no longer keep calm. He desperately dodged, leaning to the left then to the right. After struggling to defend himself for a while, he was amazed by the scene before him. He slumped down, confused about what to do next. But he knew now wasn't the time to rest. He jumped up and looked at the huge fire in front of him, suddenly thinking, even if I blink to avoid it, her attack range is just too wide. What should I do? Suddenly, he heard a sound from behind. He quickly turned around to observe. A bold idea sprang to his mind. Immediately after, he showcased his blink skill. Lightning fast, he leapt higher. At this spot, the fire hadn't spread yet. Looking back, the fire burned hotter and expanded wider. Yuziel stood hiding behind a boulder, lucky to have escaped death. He cast his gaze downward, thinking that this time he had been fortunate to avoid it, but it was still quite difficult. Even if I manage to get close to Hong Bei, the flames around her will flare up to protect her as I approach. I understand this very well because I have fought many fire mages before, but her rank is much higher than I had thought. If this were an open plain, I would have lost in less than a minute. The battle wouldn't even have taken place. Yuziel watched the fire shooting out like rain. Suddenly, an idea came to him. I will take advantage of the power of these guidance rods. His eyes became more resolute, No one here knew yet who would be defeated. Ending his train of thought, he boldly charged straight into the fire. Countless sparks shot towards him. At this moment, the mana leak syndrome activated. He gained a sixth sense and accelerated his perception of time. To him, time seemed to stop. He could easily slash through Hong Baiyan's magic spells. Witnessing this, Hong Baiyan couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed, "No way. How could he use a weapon against magic? How could this be possible?" Uziel was still struggling in this fierce battle. He distinctly felt the passage of time, the sensation becoming even clearer. This was no longer a game controlled by keyboard and mouse, but direct bodily movement confronting the mage. The mana barrier grew stronger, and the sixth sense became as vivid as sight and hearing. As for Hong Baiyan, she was baffled and confused. How could this be? In this mountainous forest terrain, my fire magic should have the advantage. If so, the only option left is to increase magical power. Thinking that, she immediately channeled all her strength into the magic staff. Uziel kept wildly slashing at Baiyan's magic, fighting desperately for his own life. Then he ran behind a rock to rest for a bit. He suddenly thought, he couldn't just keep defending. He must break Hong Baiyan's magic shield with the staff. Then he dashed through the flames, approaching her. His footsteps grew increasingly urgent. When he was still not far away, he used Blink to quickly close the distance. This astonished Hong Baiyan immensely. She ground her teeth in frustration and turned around. At this moment, Uziel had stepped into her fire magic battlefield, the two locking eyes with sparks flying. Uziel calculated that when approaching a fire mage, the explosive magic would push back enemies within a 2-meter radius. As he thought this, he chuckled. For others, it wouldn't be easy, but for someone with as much as 10 years of experience like himself, it was different. He had been through this many times before. Immediately, he was hurled away by her magic, leaving Baiyan stunned and open-mouthed in horror. But undeterred, Uziel quickly regained momentum to advance again. He decisively used the point sticks to attack her protective membrane, creating cracks on its surface. Baiyan remained puzzled, unable to believe this, wondering how he could do such a thing. Meanwhile, Uziel did not stop. He frantically launched relentless attacks against it. The shield could no longer withstand it and shattered, causing Baiyan to suffer serious injuries and fall backward. Uziel stepped closer to her, smiled brightly, then sat down and said, "I've won." Baiyan felt deeply ashamed. A proud princess losing so humiliatingly like this. She said bitterly, "Who exactly are you?" Uziel slowly stood and replied, "I'm just an ordinary student." Then he said mysteriously, "But the person hiding over there can come out now, right?" Realizing she had been discovered, the flame girl cautiously stepped out. At that moment, she was cautiously stepping toward the two of them. Flame was quite surprised and asked, "How did you know I was there?" Uziel didn't know how to explain it, so he forced a smile and replied, "Well, just consider it a hunch." But deep down, he fully understood the reason was quite simple, or more precisely, it was an intuition sensing magical power. Still, how could Flame believe such a silly excuse? She replied absent-mindedly, "Oh, a hunch, you say? Then how did you break the magical shield with an ordinary wand?" Hearing this question, Uziel went blank. Flame added, "Why don't you explain then? Or do you intend to say that was also just a hunch?" At this point, Uziel suddenly thought, indeed, scenes like these couldn't appear in a romantic novel like the original. It made sense why Flame was curious, but he couldn't tell the truth. Thinking this through, he quickly had an idea, pointed at the rod in his hand, and said cheerfully, "Oh, this rod is really hard." Flame heard it and said annoyed, "What does that have to do with anything? Hard or not, do you think just waving it around can break a magical shield? If that were true, then the knights in this world would have already beaten our mages to pieces." Uziel admitted this. He thought to himself, that's exactly right. You're completely correct. Uziel's evasive answer only made Flame feel more confused. She exclaimed, "Until now, I have always felt something strange but never had the chance to ask. Uziel, who are you really?" Baiyan stood beside, ignored like invisible, but having been eavesdropping all along, she couldn't help feeling surprised. Meanwhile, facing Flame's rapid-fire questions, Uziel's face broke out in sweat. He was frantically thinking of a way out. Could it be that the time has finally come? How is it that, in less than a month, I'm already suspected about my identity? Should I just reveal my true identity? No, I can't. Flame doesn't have the slightest goodwill towards me. Doing that would be far too dangerous. Thinking this, Uziel said, "Even if you suspect me, I'm not that kind of evil person." Hearing this, Flame responded confusedly, "Huh? What do you mean?" Uziel smiled awkwardly and continued, Just as I said, I only want to help you." This made Flame even more perplexed. "Say you want to help me, okay. But help with what? What exactly are you trying to say, always being so vague? It's annoyingly maddening." But Uziel didn't explain further and turned away. He raised his hand in farewell. I want to say more, but there's no time." "Well then, I'm leaving now." This action left Flame feeling deflated and angry, ready to blow steam from his head. And it was precisely Beck Uziel's actions today that changed Bayan's perception of him. It seemed she was planning to do something crazy. Beck Uziel suddenly thought it seemed fine. Just leave it like that, hoping these two would spare him. Suddenly, someone threw those point sticks at him. That action came from Bayan. After throwing, she stood there frozen, surprised, mumbling, "How strange." As for Beck Uziel, after taking this combo hit, he painfully held his head, turned around and shouted, "Damn, if you have something to say, just say it straight, why so cowardly?" Bayan spoke up, "I thought you would catch them. You can easily dodge all magic and traps yet can't catch this?" Hearing these irritating words, Beck Uziel was speechless, thinking he had no other way. The syndrome of sensing mana also has its limits. How could that intuition be maintained forever? Thinking this, he pretended to be in pain. "Ouch, that hurts. The duration to maintain sensing mana depends on my mental energy. Since my mental energy is depleted, now I lose sharpness and even have a headache." But then Beck Uziel curiously asked, "Then why did you throw this to me?" Bayan answered without hesitation, "You won, so take it." Although these point sticks seemed quite important, in his heart he quietly thought, "Is she feeling sulky? But if I take all of these, my score would jump up significantly. Besides, those others don't really benefit me much." Thinking this, he bent down and picked up one point stick, then stood up and happily said, "All right then, thank you, but I'll only take this one, you keep the rest. So I'm off now." With that said, he turned his face and walked away, not forgetting to wave goodbye. As he walked, he indulged in a delusion of his own strength, thinking to himself with a sly smile that surely they must be marveling at his actions. What a kind-hearted man. Someone always merciful to losers like this. How cool he must be. He hoped they thought the same, but the harsh truth was that they did not think so. At that moment, Flame exclaimed, "Rita, that guy's got issues. He's mentally unstable." Bayan probably felt the same, saying wearily, "He's probably just a commoner, so his mind is a little scrambled." But deep down she was also wondering what the real identity of this Beck Uziel really was. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Professor Lee Hanwall and the other professors were attentively monitoring every move of the candidates. The images being projected were incredibly vivid and realistic. Watching this, someone exclaimed, "Oh, the first-year Class S students this year are truly rare talents." Hearing the voice, Professor Lee Hanwall turned to observe. He stroked his beard and continued, "In general, it's worth watching up to this point, isn't it?" The person speaking was Telex, an elder of the Magic Council. A woman standing beside him agreed with the senior's opinion, saying, "Indeed, very interesting." She smiled with her eyes crinkled in satisfaction, perhaps thinking to herself, "In my youth, I was much better than this. Hee. This woman was Jarina Aeon, a member of the Blue Tower Council. At the appearance of them, Professor Lee Hanwall was quite surprised, thinking to himself, the Magic Council, the Tower Council, just a trainee's internship observation but gathering such high-profile figures, which makes sense though. To recruit talent, you have to do that. Surely most of the other professors are also watching this internship session." Suddenly, everyone around murmured and exclaimed loudly, "Look, look." Following that, Professor Lee Hanwall also turned his face, looking toward the screen in front. They saw images of two male students seemingly preparing to clash. Quickly, everyone had identified these two trainees' names. They exclaimed, "Huan Yang and Ma Yuziang are facing each other now." Immediately after, Huan Yang made the first move. He used his magic staff to create an extremely powerful spell directed straight at his opponent. On the other side, Ma Yuziang showed no fear at all, calmly standing and observing. And then as it came close, he channeled energy and blinked up high, even blinking 3 times consecutively to dodge the opponent's magical force. This amazed everyone present. Jarina Aeon said, "Oh, damn. He can actually activate triple level 3 magical blink consecutively. Truly amazing." Professor Telex was equally surprised. Right at age 17, he has already accomplished that. Professor Lee Hanwall kept his eyes fixed on the screen, thinking that usually an ordinary sorcerer needs to be at least 25 years old to reach level 3. Yet Ma Yuziang at just 17 could already skillfully use level 3 magic. It was truly unbelievable. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed in surprise, "Look! Look!" Both of them were proficiently using 3 elemental attributes. The battle grew more intense and dramatic between 2 evenly matched opponents. Witnessing this, Professor Lee Hanwall also marveled, thinking a normal sorcerer could only control 1 attribute and would have to train hard just to manage 2. Indeed, mastering 3 attributes is proof of innate talent, and they had been bestowed that talent from birth. Watching this, Professor Lee Hanwall suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Is that the final phantasmal beast?" At that moment, a giant hawk appeared, his gaze filled with murderous intent radiating all around. This made Ma Yuziang and Huan Yang startle and pause, but before they could react, the bird suddenly opened its beak and let out a painful scream. Its dreadful cry echoed throughout the dungeon. Then it slowly fell down. This terrified the two, leaving them speechless. They didn't understand what was happening either. The bird fell right before them, lying flat on the ground. Immediately after, a gentle voice spoke up. "Oh my, are you two fighting?" That voice came from the girl Acel standing above. She hesitated slightly before continuing. "I'm sorry for bothering you two." Up to this point, Professor Lee Hanwal was lost in thought. Oh, that girl is Acel. But the hidden monster only appears when certain specific conditions are met. Not only is it hard to find, it's also very difficult to defeat. Yet that girl was able to hunt it down all on her own. However, in the face of her achievement, the professors behind seemed not to expect this and even felt a bit of pity for the poor girl. One said, "The eldest daughter of that traitor, such a shame. If her father hadn't committed such a heinous act, her talent would have blossomed even more." As he spoke, he suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. "Huh, what is that?" "That is the princess of the Adalabit kingdom. But who exactly is that opponent of hers?" His face looks unfamiliar. At this moment, Professor Lee Hanwal couldn't keep calm anymore, exclaiming, "What? That magic? Could it be Blink?" Speaking of Blink, over the past 100 years many scholars have tried to master it, but all either died or became disabled, so they had to give up. Truly is a magic spell that cannot be easily controlled. Yet that child can control Blink so skillfully as if it were his own limbs. Elder Telex of the Magical Council thought silently. He was no less astonished than Professor Lee Hanwal. In that silent atmosphere, someone couldn't help but ask aloud, "Who exactly is that teenager?" Professor Lee Hanwal immediately responded. "The student's name is Beck Uziel. He is an exceptionally special student who can use Blink as his signature magic." Upon hearing this, everyone was extremely astonished. Another person spoke up. "Blink can be a signature magic? This is completely different from the innate talents of Ma Yuziang, Huanyang, or Acel." Elder Telex also said somewhat confusedly, "Oh, is that so? But why doesn't he use other magic and just play around? If he used magic, the one-on-one duel would have ended already. I really still can't understand." No sooner had he finished speaking than someone entered and said, "No, he is fighting for real." Following the direction of the voice, everyone present turned their faces to observe. The sudden appearance of this person shocked them into stammering. "Are you Eltman Eltwin?" He added, "From the very beginning he was really fighting, you all just didn't see it, right? That's truly interesting. I mean, watching that pupil fight reminds me of knights who existed in ancient times." Upon hearing this, someone exclaimed in utter shock, "You said knights? Oh, how can this happen? It's unbelievable." Telex was no exception. He said very surprisedly, "Do you mean the knights disappeared along with cold weapons?" Note, cold weapons are those unrelated to fire or explosions and don't use gunpowder or other explosives. But how could such a young student possibly do it? It's truly miraculous. Professor Lee Hanwal still hadn't taken his eyes off the screen. Finally, he probably realized the issue and thought to himself, well, so that's how it is. The knightly way really isn't bad. The knightly way refers to the fighting spirit of those who wield swords in this magical world. Heroes who have battled evil and protected the world since ancient times. Knights always fight with a magical sword, but to exist and fight using a sword, that was considered impossible. Yet this student was truly swinging his staff as if it were a real sword. Moreover, if Eltman Eltwin's speculation was correct, that kid was truly a rare talent. The principal of Stella Academy, renowned as the best magic school in the world, Eltman Eltwin was a 9th-level master mage and also one of the 10 great sages of the continent. If this was the great sage's thought, then the first dungeon training session had concluded. At this moment, on the practice ground dedicated to Class S students, a student was diligently training. Here, he used his magical staff to generate mana and attack the dummy in front of him. After a while of training, he grew exhausted and stood there panting heavily. Suddenly, he realized the mana in his staff was nearly depleted, but it seemed he was still dissatisfied with his own strength. Thinking to himself, "Damn it, this isn't enough yet. I'm still far from where I want to be." Among the 141 participants in this dungeon training session, 39 people failed to meet the criteria and were eliminated. Acel was the one who defeated the final boss, ranking first. He himself stood in 2nd place. Ma Yuziang was in 6th, but he did not feel that he had won. He recalled the moment during the fight in the dungeon. At that time, when the final boss appeared, if he hadn't entered, he might have known the true power of Ma Yuziang. Thinking of this, He Wenriang was bitter and clenched his teeth, unwilling to accept it. Perhaps from their first meeting, he had already felt irritated with the name Ma Yuziang. He did everything gently, but whatever he did, Ma Yuziang showed results far beyond expectations. In this training session, he had arranged magic arrays everywhere and carefully calculated their movements. Despite that, Ma Yuziang easily blocked the attacks and stopped them. "No matter what I do, I just can't beat that kid. Is his talent thick and high like a fortress wall? No, that's not it. Right now, I don't have time to blame myself. I have to try harder." At the same time, Bayan also just entered this training room. What caught her eye was the image of a male student wielding a magic staff, creating a huge whirlpool of power. Looking closely, she was quite surprised, thinking, "Oh, hey Wenriang, that kid is always so calm. Yet today he's frenziedly training as if poisoned." But although this wasn't what she wanted to say, Thinking this, she used magic to create a fire spell. Her whole body radiated blazing orange light. Immediately after, she aimed straight ahead and unleashed a spark. Then, a loud explosion erupted. It seemed her mood today wasn't good either. Could it be that she was angry about something which made her crazily train like this? The flames kept burning fiercely, and the loud explosion caught Hei Wonriang's attention. The boy stopped and turned his face to observe, to see who could produce such a powerful magic flow. Meanwhile, Bayan was still very upset, feeling annoyed and unable to believe she was only third. Even though she had earned extra points, and the Queen Mother was quite satisfied, if she didn't regain her form, she would be punished. Damn it! A commoner always acting high and mighty. How unlucky. Ending her thoughts, she unleashed a very strong strike, a blinding light spreading from the explosion in front of her. At this point, Bayan was exhausted, standing there panting heavily. Hei Wonriang nearby also hesitated, his mind filled with questions. Wow, what's wrong with the princess today? But maybe because of her mood, the princess's magic had become more accurate than before. It was truly surprising that Princess Bayan's fire magic had such destructive power, yet she could control it so well in such a short time. Bayan was also quite surprised at her own achievement, thinking how damn it was. Although unwilling to admit it, Uziel's special lecture was not without effect. By applying those pun riddles, my magic has increased significantly. Even though he is just a commoner with both the worst scores and personality, Uziel is definitely the only one who knows how to overcome his weaknesses. But why do I still feel so frustrated like this? Oh heavens, oh heavens. Suddenly someone called out, Your Highness. Jaytarin, what's the matter? The woman continued. Yes, the Terivon scepter you requested earlier has been repaired. Should I tell Uziel right now? Looking at the scepter in front of her, Bayan replied, Yes, that's better. After hearing that, Jaytarin replied, Yes, I know. I'll be going then. Then she turned away and left. But suddenly, the princess thought of something and tapped the shoulder to call back. Wait. Jaytarin was confused. What is it, Your Highness? A while later, at the second main tower, Bayan held Uziel's scepter in her hands, filled with hesitation. She thought, since I heard Uziel is here, I came. This is the second main tower where the professor's research rooms are. But what is he doing here? Could it be to meet the professors? Suddenly, Bayan was startled, her eyes wide open. She turned her face away, hesitating. Wait, why do I need to come here? I could just hand it to him at the training ground. Humph, doing this is no different than deliberately going to look for that commoner. No, I really need to go back first. Lost in a stream of thoughts, suddenly a voice rang out. Oh my, what is the princess doing here? Upon hearing this, Bayan was startled, looked up and stammered, Teacher Hammerl. Hello ma'am, it's been a long time since I saw you, no, Professor. Hammerl replied, teaching magic to the princess felt like just yesterday. Yet the princess has already grown this much, so fast. But why did the princess come here? Bayan replied awkwardly, I have some matters, so I came here, but an unexpected event came up, so I plan to return later. Seeing the princess's embarrassed attitude, Hammerl calmly continued, That's true. Things are a bit chaotic there now, so it's better to come back later. Bayan was so surprised she was speechless. Hammerl went on, Currently all the magic officials are here because of the student Uziel. This made Bayan even more amazed. Curious about what was going on, she asked, But why are they looking for that commoner? Hammerl answered, Surely the princess knows that student does not use magic, right? Bayan answered shyly, yes, but inside she felt quite sad and embarrassed. She thought, indeed the professor had watched that match. Why did I reveal such a pitiful appearance in front of the teacher I respect most? Soing bahasing, sobi. Hammerl noticed the princess's expression change and comforted her. Princess, you don't need to blame yourself because the other party also did their very best. Bayan spoke softly, but he didn't even bother to use magic. Professor Hammerl laughed and said, No, that's because of his faith. Faith? Bayan asked in surprise. That's right, Hammerl explained. After watching the training session, the headmaster believed that this student was trying to revive the vanished knights of the past, but this made Bayan unable to believe it. She exclaimed, Professor, what are you talking about? Uziel and the knights? How is that even possible? When she said this, she suddenly froze for a moment, recalling the way Uziel fought against her. She thought to herself, It's unbelievable, but it's true that Uziel used the staff like a sword. He only used the pointed stick to shatter my protective shield, even that magical sword too. Thinking of this, she felt deeply sad and stammered aloud. But if you don't use magic at the magic school, you will receive very harsh punishment, right? During magic practice, points can be deducted and other penalties apply. Hammerl suddenly lowered his voice and replied, That's right. The student knew this well but still chose to take that path. But it's also wonderful, isn't it? Although he achieved amazing results through Blink, he still tried so hard. I can't believe faith is real. After finishing, the professor said goodbye and left, leaving Bayan standing there lost in deep thought alone. She thought that if someone said they wanted to pursue knighthood, they would obviously be laughed at. It was such a ridiculous joke in this era, truly absurd. Yet Uziel was not joking and genuinely wanted to pursue knighthood. She had once gotten angry and told him to stop joking around. Suddenly, Uziel's appearance cut through her stream of thoughts. He asked what he was doing here. Not only that, he was chewing on the 5th-rank herbal prize, ethelic, in his mouth. Bayan suddenly felt flustered, her cheeks flushing red. Then she composed herself and replied, "Yeah, I'm not here looking for you." Before anyone asked, she confessed herself, making Uziel laugh. "Hey, who said anything about you?" he said. In response to his teasing attitude, Bayan cast a sharp, cold stare that made the protagonist clamp his mouth shut, saying no more. Bayan held out the box in front of the protagonist and said coldly, "All right, take this." Just seeing the box, Uziel was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling bright. "Grateful," he said. "Oh, it's Terryvon. Thank you so much." When he opened it to check, he gasped, eyes wide, looking at the beautiful, gleaming sword before him, thinking to himself, "Wow, this is the invisible sword. Indeed, Adalabit's craftsmanship is excellent. What a wonderful help to the princess. With the money I currently have, I can't buy this." Thinking this, he asked if he could keep the box, but his true intention was clear on his face. If he sold it, it would probably fetch a high price. Bayan replied with fatigue, "Up to you." After listening, Uziel felt joyful inside. "I finally earned some money, though it's a bit intimidating." Seeing his excited attitude, Bayan shook her head in exasperation. Commoners really just think that way. But inside, she still felt puzzled about something she didn't dare to ask directly. After some thought, the princess gathered all her courage to ask, "Hey, Uziel." The male lead replied confusedly, "Yeah, what's up?" Bayan continued, "Do you really not use any other magic?" Faced with this blunt question, Uziel froze for a moment, unable to say anything. After asking, Bayan also felt a bit awkward, blushing deeply on both cheeks. She turned her face away and left. "Ah, it's nothing. I'm going now." The male lead stood dumbfounded, watching her figure fade into the distance. Then he also turned and walked away. As he walked, he thought about the magic question. But then he recalled that Professor Lee Hanwal had said something similar earlier. Though the professor spoke as if he understood his feelings and respected his opinion, he didn't understand any of it. There must be something good about it. As long as I have this magic sword in hand, I feel somewhat reassured. Thinking this, he exclaimed, "By the way, I should try it out. Let's see how powerful this sword really is." A little later, he arrived at the training ground dedicated to Class S. Holding the sword in hand, he mumbled, "Let's see, just need to channel mana into this." With that, a fiery glow emanated around his hand, and right after, a sharp sword formed. Looking at the sword, he marveled, "Wow, so beautiful. It's better than I thought. Isn't it?" Then he suddenly fell silent, thinking, "But if Flame wields it, it's different. It will have even more beautiful colors." The female protagonist Flame is a very special existence. Although she is human, she can still handle the magic of dwarves and elves. That wand alone, no one can use it because it continuously consumes the user's mana. But Flame can recover mana using natural energy and uses that wand as a special technique. As for me, I don't have a bit of mana. Even though I have tried to absorb mana continuously, due to magic leakage, mana cannot accumulate in my body and is pushed out. In other words, the mana concentration in my breath will become Terravon's clue. At that moment, he suddenly remembered he hadn't touched that damn system for a long time. He opened the system and murmured, "I have to check my status, right?" Immediately, a status panel appeared. Uziel's attribute values: muscle strength 77%, senses 29%, agility 87%, stamina 55%, endurance 97%, mental power 43%, mana experience remaining 0. Skill, blink level 1. Trait, delay due to mana leakage level 2. Muscle strength plus 5%, agility plus 8%, senses plus 15%. The sixth sense is activated by consuming the user's mental power, detecting mana within an 18 m radius, and automatic perception acceleration activates when it detects the user is in danger. Blood circulation speed plus 1%. After reading the status board, he happily thought it was great. He had consumed the rank 5 reward herb, so his muscles had grown a little. But in the future, with a weapon, he could accumulate experience more directly. "I have to practice using the sword. I'll probably be very busy from now on." Transition to the next morning at the academy. In a classroom, the voice of a mage echoed, "Starting today, we will practice true magic spells. Everyone spread out and raise your magic staffs to practice." This professor is Professor Vurian, the defensive magic instructor. After explaining for a while, he went down to observe the students practicing. Everyone seemed very focused. Only the shouts could be heard loudly. "Magic shield, magic shield." The professor looked quite pleased, smiling with eyes nearly closed, thinking that this year there are many excellent students. It's good to rank by levels. Suddenly, he was shocked and froze. While all the students were enthusiastically practicing, Uziel was just standing still doing nothing. The professor silently thought, is that student really the rumored S-class student? An S-class student but from a commoner background, possessing a mid-level magic staff? Moreover, he ranked 5th in the recent dungeon training session. Damn, it was irritating to watch. Thinking this, Professor Virian approached with a fake smile and asked, "Hey, you there, you're Uziel, right?" "Yes, but why aren't you practicing at all?" The male lead didn't know how to explain, so he forced a smile and said, "Ah, it's because I'm currently learning a different defense method, so I don't need to study basic magic." Upon receiving the answer, the professor continued, "Oh, really? I'm quite curious about this so-called different defense method of yours." But in his heart, he thought, this arrogant brat. If it were Princess Bayan studying magic inherited from Adalabit, that would be one thing, but what does a mere commoner know to dare look down on my class? Not bad, kid. Still, he recalled hearing that this kid Uziel didn't use any magic besides blink. "Oh, then I've got some fun for you. Haha." With that thought, he put on a forced cheerful smile and said, "Oh, then why don't you demonstrate that excellent defense skill of yours to your classmates so that everyone here can broaden their horizons a bit? The opponent will be..." He paused a few seconds, turned his face toward the back, then continued, "The opponent will be Morso from Class B. What do you think?" In his gaze, a distant student named Morso stood smirking, looking excited and cocky as he waited for Uziel's response. The professor thought to himself, as a lecturer of defensive magic, personal relationships are very important for me to continue at this school within the Scalvan Empire. It would be very beneficial if he performs well. I would gain some prestige too. What could be better than if he shows strong magic skills in front of a Class S student as well? After thinking for a while, Uziel replied, "All right, sir, if you wish, I will comply." As soon as he finished speaking, the teacher said enthusiastically, "Then you students, step onto the arena." Immediately afterward, both stepped onto the battlefield. While Morso stood there grinning confidently, Uziel appeared quite indifferent toward the match. Morso's friends continuously cheered, "Hey Morso, crush that kid. Embarrass him. We believe you can do it. Keep it up." Morso confidently replied, "Of course, just wait and see." The recent commotion caught Uziel's attention. He quickly recognized them and sighed, thinking, what nonsense is this? Looking closely now, he saw they were the gang of Uslek and Ridden from before. Those bad kids, but it's fine. After all, this is a required class I have to attend. Since I can't use magic, there's nothing much to do. If you people like it so much, then I'll indulge you to the fullest. Thinking it over again, I remember Professor Virian's bad reputation has been widespread since the first episode. How ridiculous. Then, he suddenly smiled with satisfaction. Well then, I might as well use this opportunity to check the training results. Not a bad idea after all. The professor spoke up. This match will be conducted in an attack and defense format. Furthermore, no other magic may be used. At this moment, Morso had taken a defensive stance, ready to fight. The students below whispered among themselves, "If he attacks, Morso will win, right? Defense is just defense after all. Has he learned Earth Element offensive magic? It's said to be very hard to counter." But Prince Jeremy was extremely calm, paying close attention. The professor's voice rang out, "All right, get ready to start. Show me your best skills." Immediately, Morso used his magic staff to create a formation in front of him, and a giant stone appeared. Seeing this scene, the students below were terrified and exclaimed, "Enough! That's second-level magic. In basic magic practice, the unspoken rule is to only use first-level magic. Is Uziel okay?" But Uziel showed no fear. He remained calm, focusing intently on every movement of his opponent. Morso thought angrily, "Damn brat from Class S, so arrogant. Take this gift from me." With that thought finished, he shouted and sent the stone flying down. Immediately, the stone hurtled straight forward, an overwhelming aura radiating powerfully around it. Uziel also sprang into action. He channeled mana into the magic staff in his hands, and instantly, a sword appeared. Without hesitation, he swung forcefully forward. The stroke seemed gentle, but its power was not to be underestimated, and the opponent's stone was shattered into clouds of smoke by Uziel's slash. Even the teacher stood stunned for a moment, speechless. Prince Jeremy didn't seem overly surprised. Morso was so shocked he trembled, exclaiming, "No way! Has my magic disappeared?" The truth was that Uziel had sliced it away entirely. The students below murmured in amazement. One remarked, "It looks like he cut the magic with a sword," while another replied confusedly, "But the magic really vanished? That's impossible." The one heartbroken at this moment was none other than Professor Virian, who pondered, "It can't be as simple as slicing it away and making it vanish. That's illogical. Yet, has Uziel truly annihilated Morso's magic? Within all magic, traces of mana always exist. If the mana is separated, the magic disappears. Could that be the method Uziel used? Meanwhile, Uziel lifted the sword to examine it, smiling with satisfaction. He thought it worked better than expected. Although he had only neutralized second-tier magic, Staying to practice on the training ground for just a few days already yielded such good results. Excellent, this clearly makes it worth trying. This is truly my battlefield. Morso, frustrated, clenched his teeth and muttered, "Damn it! How dare a commoner block my magic?" The professor began to contemplate. If Morso lost here, it would be hard to explain. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Thinking this, he said, "Uziel, I acknowledge that your defensive method can be executed. However, that method only blocks magic one at a time, so it still has limits. For example, what if attacked in large numbers?" These words seemed to hint at Morso. He quickly grasped the professor's meaning and flashed a cunning smile. Uziel sighed in exasperation, thinking that the teacher liked to say so many pointless things. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in astonishment. On this side, Morso had already started to act. He created more stones. Truly, a formidable opponent. Immediately, he controlled all the stones to rush toward Uziel, releasing a terribly intense magical energy. Seeing this scene, the group of students murmured among themselves, saying it was a bit too much and that someone might get hurt. Why didn't the professor call for a stop? Morso smiled smugly. Thinking this was the end, the piercing stones charged forward. The situation was becoming increasingly tense, and Uziel was shocked, his eyes wide open, watching the large and small stones rushing quickly toward him. The protagonist thought there were a total of 11 stones flying in. If he couldn't use Blink to cut them, then there was only one way to block them all. Thinking this, as the stones came close, Uziel remained unflinching, gently swinging the sword in his hand to block them. He acted lightly as if nothing was happening, but immediately all the stones exploded simultaneously. Witnessing his advanced magic being easily blocked by Uziel, Morso experienced a full range of emotions from surprise to rage. His eyes red, teeth clenched, he exclaimed, "Ha!" bitterly thinking to himself, "How could my strongest magic be blocked so simply? By what strength, by what power could a hated commoner do this? Damn it, this is crazy." On the other hand, at this moment, the one who was freaking out was Professor Vurian. He bitterly thought, "Damn it, what is this? What the hell is that kid Morso doing? This is doomed. If he loses, I'll be in trouble. What should I do?" Over here, Uziel was also a bit surprised by his own magic, exclaiming, "I've tried doing what I saw in other games, but it seems not bad at all, pretty good. This is the technique called panning. The downside is that the mental energy required to maintain its shape is multiple times greater than normal strength. Therefore, stamina quickly drops right after use. Moreover, its defensive capability is weaker when blocking only a single object, so in reality, it's very difficult to use. Luckily, this is just a training match. Otherwise, there's no telling what could happen." Below, the group of trainees were buzzing with chatter. "Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen this. It's almost like a magic shield. Oh, so there's magic like that too. Amazing. Morso will definitely lose soon." At the same time, Morso clearly wasn't happy at all. He was confused, his anger dropping. He exclaimed, "Damn it, could it be that this noble son is going to be embarrassed by some commoner like this? I can't accept this truth." Thinking this, he started gathering mana into his magic staff. A strong aura enveloped him. Before Morso's reckless action, the students below nervously whispered behind the teacher's back, "Hey, look there, using magic again? Wasn't Morso's turn to attack already over?" Meanwhile, Professor Vurian remained highly focused on observing the battle, ignoring the surroundings. He smiled triumphantly, thinking, "That's right, keep charging the attack. Finish off that commoner kid." Morso shouted loudly, "Die. This time I won't let you off. I can't endure this humiliation." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Teacher." Smiling triumphantly, Professor was startled and turned around, saying, "Huh, what is it, Jeremy?" Prince Jeremy smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "Why don't you let Uziel have an attack turn?" Caught off guard, the professor froze for 5 seconds, then forced a smile and stammered, "Well, that's..." At the same time, the students began to aggressively bombard the teacher with thoughts. "Hey, isn't this a basic first-year match? If he's careless, he could get seriously hurt. Isn't it already over? Such an irresponsible professor. Can he really be qualified as a teacher? Truly unfit to be an instructor." Vurian seemed overwhelmed by the students. Worried, he thought, "Damn it, I was so focused on the battle that I missed the students' reactions. How could I be so negligent? What should I do now?" Jeremy, seeing the teacher remain silent, called out, "Teacher, will you switch the magic attack turn to Uziel?" The professor stammered, "Magic?" While everyone was focused on the professor and diverted their attention from the match, Uziel gained the advantageous position, pressing the sword's edge close to the opponent's neck. At this point, the outcome was already too clear. Uziel was the winner. This victory left a humiliation for Morso. In the end, he had to accept the fact that he had lost. The students below suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, Uziel finally won. He's better than I thought." It seemed Uziel had caught the eye of Prince Jeremy, who suddenly broke into a dangerous smile, a smile that foretold ill omens in the future. Scene shifts to the royal palace, a place both magnificent and splendid. Inside, desperate screams echoed, "Ah, huff huff, please have mercy on me." A stranger appeared, revealing that Morso, after losing to a commoner like Uziel, was being brutally beaten by someone. Blood splattering everywhere. The person responsible for this was none other than Prince Jeremy. After a while of tormenting his opponent, the prince walked off wiping blood from his hands, speaking to the girl in front of him. "Vera Jane," she replied. "Yes, sir. Please let me know what you need." Jeremy Kelvin glanced at Morso lying beaten on the floor and said, "That classmate is quite injured. Did you fail to take care of him? If there is any mistake, I will be very upset." His words seemed to carry a threat. "Make sure you take good care of him, or you will suffer the same fate." Vera Jane responded, "Yes, sir, I understand. You can rest assured." Jeremy added, "That's good then, we can thank her for that." Watching Jeremy's figure leave, Vera Jane worriedly thought, "Not a loyal minister but a classmate, that's really strange." In the Scalvan Empire, where the power of the empire is determined by magic, Crown Prince Jeremy surpassed all his elder brothers at the age of 12 to claim the throne as heir. Not being a loyal minister meant the Dordan family was permanently expelled from the political arena. In fact, it wasn't only Morso who caught Jeremy's eye, but Uziel's ordinary civilian life would also no longer be peaceful in the future. Cut to the next day at Stella Academy. Everything continued on its normal course. In a magic class, an experimental practice session was underway. The onlookers who had been eagerly watching Uziel's challenging duel were still chatting about it. "Hey, have you heard? Uziel from Class S is going into the night path, so weird. A night training at a magic school. Could it be he wants to become famous? I heard he even defeated Morso of the Dordan family, which shows he's really capable." "Really? Isn't the Dordan family influential in the Skelvan Empire? This is getting interesting." Flame overheard this and sighed in frustration, thinking, "It's annoying that everywhere I go I hear Uziel's name. I don't care, but for some reason it bothers me. Who even is that kid?" At that moment, the serious voice of a professor rang out. All right, gather your attention right now. What's all this noise you kids are making?" Then, the professor held up a vial of liquid solution in front of him and continued, "Alchemy requires precise timing and perfect temperature adjustment. This professor is none other than Alchemy Professor Myzen Tyran. Today we will practice the Tyran Fatigue Recovery Potion that I have researched. Please focus on the practice." Flame practiced while feeling annoyed. "Damn, it's really frustrating. Just a tiny mistake leads to a big failure. A small slip-up ruins everything. Alchemy is too difficult and complicated. I want to avoid it as much as possible." At the same time, the professor's alarmed voice rang out. "Alterisha, you're being dangerous. Do you know how you can become an alchemist like that?" The blonde girl stammered, "I'm sorry." Flame stood back observing and thought, "Professor Mazen said I will become a black steed and even better in the future. I probably have to go gather materials to prepare. There's no choice but to diligently listen to the lectures. I believe I can do it." Suddenly, a smug laugh caught Flame's attention. Uziel seemed to have succeeded and stood there laughing proudly. Awesome. This is it." Flame thought wearily what's gotten into Uziel, laughing like a madman. "At first, I thought he joined this class to get close to someone, but now I see he's just a weirdo. What am I even witnessing?" She sighed and thought, "Well, it's none of my business. I'll just go gather more materials." After a while, the perfect experimental results appeared. Flame was exhausted after struggling intensely, gently wiping the sweat off his forehead, his mind racing. Finally, it was done. Luckily, his high academic achievement allowed him to complete this quickly. Taking a closer look, how is Acel doing? He saw Acel was still fumbling through practice. Flame felt relieved, thinking it was good that she was performing well in a normal way. But wait, normal? If he remembered correctly, in the original episode, Acel accidentally obtained Mala's magic code notebook. So wouldn't this class produce a product similar to Tyran's fatigue recovery medicine? Then why did he make just an ordinary medicine? Lost in thought, suddenly the professor's angry voice rang out. "Uziel, who said you are allowed to change the experiment ingredients as you please?" Uziel replied, "Yes, but doing it this way will yield better results." Hearing this, the professor was startled and confused, saying, "But the problem is this result is different from the fatigue recovery medicine Tyran I instructed." Looking at the vial, Flame couldn't believe his eyes. His eyes widened, amazement filling his thoughts. The high-grade medicine was supposed to be made by Acel. Yet Uziel achieved this extraordinary thing. Why was it Uziel who manufactured Tyran instead of someone else? Meanwhile, Professor Myzen Tyran tried to keep a cool head because losing it would mean a fever. He raised his hand to his forehead and sighed wearily. "No, this attitude is really inappropriate. Truly, coming from common folk means you can't make anything decent." Hearing this, Flame recalled the story's plot while thinking. That dialogue was originally the reason the family was destroyed. This phrase had haunted Acel because the pain of losing her family lasted until the very end of the blink. If Uziel had known this truth beforehand, would he have drawn the criticism of Professor Myzen Tyran in order to protect Acel? Professor Myzen Tyran holds significant influence within Stella. If she accused him, his academic record would be seriously affected. Flame thought to himself, why would that kid go that far? Because of anyone? Dying for a girl is the most heartbreaking death. At the same time, Professor Myzentirin shouted fiercely, Uziel, what is that rude attitude? Didn't your parents teach you manners? Call your guardians here immediately for me. Only then did Uziel realize the serious trouble he had caused. He thought to himself, I forgot because I was so obsessed with alchemy that I completely overlooked this nuisance. How foolish of me. He timidly replied, I have no parents and no relatives. After hearing this, Myzentirin became even more irritated. Her face red with anger as she shouted, If you do that, aren't you disrespecting me? Are you trying to bypass me? Uziel thought, fine, since I've already been scolded, what else can I do? Oh right, tomorrow I'll try making kimchi medicine and cola medicine. In the weeks that followed, the quarrels between teacher and student still had no end in sight. Professor Myzentirin said, How many times have I told you? Don't use ingredients that haven't been taught. Uziel replied, But after slightly changing your method, the results improved a lot. Hearing this, the professor was so furious he could blow steam, shouting at a stubborn student, you really think you can do that? Immediately, Uziel adjusted his glasses and began analyzing the professor's position. A notification appeared, Myzentirin, 21% dark magic infestation level. Feelings of inferiority and jealousy. Pseudo-dark magic contract user. Professor Alchemist Episode 8 boss confirmed as dark magic infected. After reading it, seeing the professor trembling with indignation, Uziel thought quietly, Good. Everything is progressing according to my plan. Episode 8. The boss is infested by the dark magic Myzentirin. She is a villainous character who cannot overcome her emotions and has become dark magic. If the infestation level exceeds 90%, she will transform completely into dark magic. Below 50%, she cannot be detected by current magic. At 21%, since it's impossible to prove or report she is dark magic, the only option is to stimulate the infestation level above 50% to notify the Dark Magic Extermination Squad. If it were an ordinary dark magic infestation, there is a way to return before being completely controlled. But Myzentirin is a pseudo-dark magic contract user. Having made a contract with dark magic through her own will, the seed of dark magic is sprouting, so she cannot return to her former self. Uziel thought, Episode 4 hasn't started yet, but I must prepare in advance since there is such a powerful boss. Otherwise, other students might also become dark magic and threaten Stella. Myzentirin continued to threaten, If you don't change your attitude, don't expect good results in alchemy. Uziel sighed, Damn. That's better anyway. If I attract attention, there won't be any damage, right? It seems that during the time doing exercises, I should maybe work out my muscles, haha. I have to really make her furious. After a while, Professor Myzentirin divided the class into several groups. Standing in front of his group, Uziel held his head in despair, thinking, unexpectedly the practical test turned out to be a group exercise. Damn it, this is crazy. None of the students assigned to his group were happy. Everyone's face was gloomy as if soaking in a bath of misery. Estelle was no exception. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Uziel awkwardly thought, Oh dear. Look at that. Everyone looks suffocated and tense. Why so stressed out? Guys? He forced a smile and said, Hello, I am Uziel. The others in the group responded one by one. I'm Sehun, I'm Mal Liwan, and I am Acel. Mal Liwan covered his face, crying and groaning. Boo-hoo, our group is doomed. Why did I have to be in this group? Professor Myzentirin will give very low grades. Students she dislikes, no matter how well they do, it's useless. After hearing this, Uziel fell silent, thinking, oh my god, it's all my fault. I feel sorry for you guys. Suddenly Acel spoke up. Come on, everyone, cheer up. Are we really just gonna give up like this? Another person stammered. But before they finished, Acel continued. After all, in the practical test, at least 3 alchemists will come to assess compatibility. By then, Professor Myzentirin won't be able to ruin our scores. Hearing that, Sehun and Marion became more excited, their eyes sparkling brightly. Without saying anything, the whole group turned and smiled as brightly as flowers. Perhaps a glimmer of hope was kindling in their hearts. Suddenly a voice spoke up. Oh, then we just have to work hard. How fortunate. I also want to try once. Uziel turned to look at Acel with admiration. Here was the savior. The girl was a bit surprised but ignored him, turned her head, and continued speaking. Anyway, the type D enhancement drug assigned in this exercise isn't too difficult to combine with the knowledge we've learned, but we have to find really good ingredients. So who will find the fire lizard tail, the main ingredient of the demon medicine? Without hesitation, Uziel raised his hand. I will find that. Everyone knows that the corpse of a monster is the most important thing in alchemy, right? You have to choose the freshest one for better results. The whole group seemed to understand this. Someone added, Good. Let's decide on that. Classmate Uziel will take on this task. Inside, Acel thought to herself that seeing his confidence, she could trust him. On this side, Uziel smiled smugly. Fire lizard tail. Huh? I'll have to go directly to the mountain to find it. Cut to the alchemy professor's office. A student walks in. The professor calls out, Come here. The professor held up a piece of paper and said, "Can you deliver this paper to the first-year students of Class C alchemy groups, but except for Group 12? The student replied, "Yes, sir, I understand. The alchemy practical test will take place in front of professional alchemists. If you perform poorly, the path to becoming an alchemist will be blocked." The professor thought, "Usual, just wait and see. I will show you the price of opposing the professor." Scene shifts to the private training ground of Class S. Acel is practicing magic. Suddenly she hears a call. Flame, a male student hands her a piece of paper. "This is for you. They told me to deliver it to you. An announcement about alchemy. Take this." Flame takes it and replies, "Thank you." The male student adds, "One more thing. Absolutely do not tell any other student. You'll understand why, right?" Watching his figure walk away, Acel sighs. Students are just like that. Meaning don't reveal this to Uziel's Group 12, right? I should know better than anyone. Think he's afraid of me or something. As she opens the paper to read, Flame is quite surprised. The content reads, "Notice, the practical exam will change from using the level D enhancement potion to the Tyrant supplement potion. Students, please take note." She realizes something, eyes full of astonishment, thinking, wait a minute, if Uziel knows the original formula, he will be able to stop this, won't he? Instead of preparing lizard tails for the level D enhancement potion, the italic spider shell should be prepared for the Tyrant supplement potion. That's right, this time is the opportunity to test that kid. A few days later, to prepare materials for the practical lesson, Uziel went to the Dirably Grand Arena through the teleportation gate. As soon as he stepped out, the male lead raised his hand to his head, grimacing in pain. "The teleportation gate is great, but stepping out makes me dizzy. Oh, my head." A strange voice spoke up. "Welcome, Master Sorcerer Uziel." It was a warm greeting from the staff here. Uziel replied shyly, "I'm not an official sorcerer yet, just a trainee." The cheerful staff member continued, "Even as a Stella trainee, you enjoy the same benefits as a full sorcerer." Hearing the mention of Stella, the nearby trainees buzzed with excitement, whispering, "Look, a Stella trainee. Really? It's my first time seeing the Stella uniform. I'm so jealous, it looks pretty cool." The staff member added, "If you need any support, just let me know." Uziel responded, "Oh, thank you very much." Then he stepped inside, thinking as he walked, with just a pass and the Stella pocket watch, you get treated like an official sorcerer anywhere. The Stella Academy is truly wonderful. Plus, you get to use the teleportation gate for free. Usually it costs 1,000 credits. What luck. Thanks to that, I make sure to visit neighboring cities every weekend. As a result, what I know is exactly like this world. He ventured deeper into the forest, scanning his surroundings and muttering, "I think this is the place." Today's target is the level 2 fire lizard monster. Their strength and physique are slightly superior to regular beasts, but their magical defense and speed are formidable. They can only be defeated using level 2 magic or higher. Thinking further, I once hunted level 1 monsters and found it not too difficult, so level 2 probably won't be a problem either. Very quickly, Uziel sensed their breath nearby. He channeled mana to transform his magic staff into a sharp sword, silently preparing himself. He stood upright alone, concentrating intently. Across from him, a pair of blood-red eyes stared fixedly, as if wanting to devour its prey alive. The fire lizard aimed straight at Uziel, but he was no rookie. With his keen instincts, Uziel immediately detected the enemy. With no unnecessary movements, he whirled around and delivered a deadly strike. Death came too swiftly. The lizard hadn't even realized what happened before it bled out and died on the spot. Who would have thought? Uziel cast a cold glance at his handiwork. Quite impressive. Within the blink of an eye, one was already eliminated. He exclaimed, "One down. Now, any of you who want to join my team, come on over. I'll take care of all of you alone." Suddenly, he was stunned by the scene before him. A few fire lizards were crawling clumsily closer. Each one looked fresh and juicy. Uziel smirked. Now it's time to start gathering materials. Without further ado, he fiercely charged forward to attack, the results exceeding all expectations. Finally, the day of the practical exam arrived, and Acel suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. "So fresh." Uziel answered nonchalantly, "Of course, who do you think I am? Hehe." Acel continued, "All right, that's too much. Now you also know how to choose ingredients." The protagonist replied, "If you know, then be quiet." Acel was delighted. "Good. Now we just need to combine them and it'll be done. Let's do our best." At this moment, everyone's eyes were full of anticipation for the upcoming results. Professor Myzen spoke, "Is everyone gathered yet?" Standing next to her were 3 other alchemists who would be judging today. Myzen continued, "As announced, the test will take place under the supervision of alchemists from the Alchemist Association. If you perform well, your path in alchemy will open up much more. So what are we waiting for? Let's start. Today's assignment is a Tyrant supplement." Upon hearing this, Uziel's whole group widened their eyes. "Is she messing with us?" Professor Myzen continued, "Has everyone prepared their ingredients?" Acel panicked, "Sorry, Professor, we thought the assignment was a de-enhancement medicine." Myzen smirked coldly, "That's true, but I have already announced the change of the assignment. haven't I? The assignment was changed to a Tyran supplement, right everyone? The truth was, the whole class knew, only Uziel's group was left out. A feeling of isolation and bitterness surged. The protagonist thought silently, she's playing dirty indeed. I can handle it, but if others fail, it'll be a big problem. I wonder if the original story has a part like this. At the same time, Flame glanced at Uziel's group, feeling a bit guilty, then turned away. Her confused attitude made Uziel perplexed. Self thought to herself, what is happening? Could it be that Uziel didn't know the original story's content? Why didn't he stop this from happening? Professor Tyran spoke up. Student Acel, could it be that you prepared the wrong materials? Acel anxiously stammered that Tyran was irritated. For an alchemist pursuing truth, mistaking ingredients and losing sight of the goal was unacceptable. She smiled slyly, realizing there was no other way. It looked like Group 12 would be eliminated. Suddenly, Uziel raised his hand. Wait, creating the Tyran supplement isn't that difficult. Professor Tyran was confused. What did you say? Uziel confidently declared, I will create it using different ingredients, and it will even be more effective than the professor's version. Exactly my usual style. His arrogance made Tyran bitter and furious. Yet she could do nothing, thinking that the main ingredient for the Tyran supplement was italic spider venom, which contained a large amount of nutrients, and the Tyran supplement was made from that. Yet he intended to use a fire lizard's tail instead. How insane, but all the better. Taking advantage of this, I will end his alchemy path in front of everyone. Just wait and see that arrogant brat. Tyran exclaimed, very well, you have 1 hour to complete the Tyran supplement within the allotted time. Looking at the fire lizard's tail in front of her, Acel panicked. Hey Uziel, are you crazy? What can you even make from that? Uziel forced a smile. Since it's come to this point, we have no choice but to take a risk. Just trust me and follow my lead. It's better to try than to be eliminated. Maybe luck will smile on us. After hearing this, the whole group felt reinvigorated and encouraged. I will do it, I want to try too, we must open their eyes. Right after that, the group got to work practicing. Uziel said, alright, listen to my explanation. Looking back, alchemy was Uziel's most cherished field in his journey to conquer the game world. He had meticulously recorded every formula, no matter how small the detail. The Tyran B-type supplement formula was, of course, no exception. Initially, he did not intend to use this formula because it was something Professor Tyran from the future had painstakingly researched and invented. Thinking of this, Uziel confidently said, the reason why Atalix tarantulas contain many nutrients is that they are necessary for reproduction. The fire lizard's tail also has a similar organ. He pointed to a spot on the tail. This is the blood vessel here. Can everyone see it clearly? I heard that the Awo tribe in the southern desert often uses the fire lizard's blood vessel to nourish their chieftains. They live very long lives. So this blood vessel could definitely replace the Atalix tarantula. Liwan raised his hand. I know a bit about the raw material processing techniques of the Alakair tribe. Let me take charge of this part. Uziel said happily, that's fine, that's great. As for this mistletoe, it must be dried using the desert region's special method. Does anyone know how? Sahun replied, it's the solar drying method, right? I learned it when I followed my father. With this amount of vascular tissue, I can dry it in 5 minutes. Before he could finish speaking, Acel volunteered, let me take care of the next processing step. Uziel smiled, well then, I'll trouble you. Immediately after, the whole group got to work, serious and focused. Each person had their task. They tried their best because they could only rely on this result. No one was allowed to falter. Seeing everyone's effort, Uziel smiled and thought, they're quite good. Even better than I expected. You spoke up. Let's start mixing according to my instructions. Let's do our best. After a while, Tyran was so shocked he stood frozen, not blinking. What stunned her was the supplementary medicine that Uziel's group had created. Uziel confidently said, Professor, this is the Type B Tyran supplement. Please examine it. The other alchemist authors witnessing this couldn't believe it either, thinking privately, this is unbelievable. Could these kids really do it? Although the exact results were not yet known, Tyran thought bitterly, ridiculous. Even I took many years of research to create the Tyran supplement. How can these kids say they made it and actually do it? How could they finish it so easily? A curious professor said, let me check it first. She reached out to absorb energy from the medicine vial, and her body gradually felt the energy radiating. Her eyes widened in amazement. Perhaps in all my life, I've never encountered such a miracle. Another professor asked, what do you intend to do? She regained her composure, though there were still some flaws, and quite a bit of raw material was wasted, but the efficacy was still better than our supplemental Tyran medicine. Upon hearing this, the whole group became excited, their eyes shining like headlights. The results far exceeded expectations, and luck smiled upon them. The other professors took turns examining it, praising it endlessly as excellent. The young people brought a lot of new and unusual knowledge, but one person was shaking with anger. Damn it, Tyran's face was scowling and annoyed. It looked pitiful, but whatever. Haha, Tyran snapped. Give it here so I can see. She took the group's usual medicine bottle to verify for herself, shocked to the point of having her mouth open wide, internally refusing to accept it. Couldn't be wrong. This drug applied the nutritional metabolism technique converting monsters into energy for humans, which she had researched. Clearly, it was the perfect Tyrann supplement. How did they manage to create a superior final product in such a short time? How could such an illogical thing happen? But then she thought, well, since I'm the one grading, don't think you're doing so well. Just blame the lack of raw materials and have it fail right here. But life isn't a dream. All of Tyrann's calculations collapsed when an alchemist behind spoke up. It seems the group scoring 12 points is way too low, Professor Tyrannn. What do you think? Tyrannn thought bitterly. Damn it, these old folks are here again. She gritted her teeth, resigned to accepting that the group with 12 points had passed. She gritted her teeth, resigned to accepting that the group with 12 points had passed. We succeeded. They passed the practical exercise successfully, but one person was probably so angry they were having a heart attack. Tyrann's face twisted, and she thought to herself, I will deal with you later, Uziel. Just wait. At this moment, Tyrann's dark infiltration rate was increasing. A few days later, at the dedicated training ground for Class S, the trainees were enthusiastically practicing. After a while, Flame was exhausted. Finally finished, but I still have to go to class. I'm dead tired. Suddenly she widened her eyes as voices came from afar. It's okay. Arzhuang, you did very well. Right now, you're still better than the princess. Don't cry anymore. Through Flame's eyes, a group of friends were comforting Arzhuang, the red-haired girl in the crowd. Flame thought to herself, that girl seemed to be known as a fire magic prodigy, but they said his rate of progress was terrifying. I've been training for years, yet sooner or later the princess will surpass my control abilities. Flame was shocked. Hong Baiyan's control abilities were supposed to begin developing only in the second year, so how did he manage it in the first year? Could it also be because of him? Thinking back to the alchemy practice, she found it strange. The formula for the Type B Tyrann supplement was originally discovered by the future Acel but was stolen and perfected by Tyrannn. Yet Uziel knew a version of the formula not present in the original work. It seemed that the original episode didn't include this detail. Wait, he knew future information but not the content of the original episode. Could it be that he's not a transmigrator but a time regressor? If so, everything makes sense. If Uziel comes from the future, he only knows future knowledge. He doesn't remember all the petty events related to Acel. Flame continues to speculate. In the original story, Ma Yuziang also once did a regression. The 11th seal, the only moon in the world possessing the power to control time. If that is his power, then it's truly terrifying. Lost in thought, a voice rang out, what's going on? Flame. Turning around, he saw He Wenriang approaching. Flame ran up to him just in time. Uziel, right? What impression did he leave on you? He Wenriang was surprised. What do you mean? I just thought he was a little special. Flame continued to ask. Nothing else? Don't you feel anything different? He Wenriang said calmly, no. Flame disappointedly put his hand on his forehead. Haze, is that so? He Wenriang wondered. Flame, do you have feelings for Uziel? Flame candidly replied, I think so. She thought to herself, after all, Uziel is like me. Both know the original episode's content in advance. Murmuring, but no, this won't do. I can't stand still here forever. He Wenriang puzzled. What do you mean? Flame answered, I mean standing still like this doesn't suit me at all. By the way, since we're talking about Uziel, how about I meet him and confess right away? He Wenriang stood frozen, not understanding what Flame was mumbling about. Confess? This phrase stunned He Wenriang. He stood still for a few seconds, speechless. Immediately after, Flame left, not forgetting to wave. Thanks for listening to me. I'm off. Leaving He Wenriang with 1,000 questions in his head. His eyes vague, slightly sad. The guy watched Flame's figure fading away, his hands slowly lowering. Flame's words echoed in his mind. Confess what confession? Could Flame possibly have special feelings for Uziel? Oh, that's crazy. A long day passed. Scene changed to the next morning. Uziel sat alone, dazed, sipping a bitter coffee. He sighed sadly, thinking about what to do now. Currently, the dark invasive rate of Tyrann has reached 37%. In less than 3 months, that event will occur. Maison's darkening will randomly affect a student, possibly Flame's friend like Jackie, Arzhuang, Baiyan's loyal female knight, or even He Wenriang, the heir of the low moon shadow. If He Wenriang is darkened, it would truly be a disaster. Though the probability is very low, his darkening means the worst outcome, requiring special caution. Thinking of this, Uziel's eyes widened in astonishment. In front of him was Flame, looking quite annoyed. Flame spoke first, what are you doing? Uziel was confused. Doing what? Flame continued, last time you didn't clearly answer the question about your identity. He thought, so that question, you make others awkward. How do I explain this? This is a long story. Or just tell Flame the truth. Maybe she could have extra information to make things better. Might as well go all in or nothing, let's try. He spoke up, But before he could finish speaking, a series of warnings from the system appeared. Warning. Plot strength insufficient. Warning. Do not reveal the time travel identity to this character. Warning. Do not share knowledge or information you know with this character. Multiple urgent warnings startled Uziel. He thought wearily, almost going crazy. What the hell is this? Then he said, let's do it this way. Everyone has their secrets, so we'll only tell half the truth. What do you think? Flame replied, okay, I agree. He felt relieved hearing that. Thank God. If Flame interrogated further, I wouldn't know how to answer. Flame continued, let me ask first, you know the future, right? Uziel, barely relieved, grimaced, oh God. Told to only say half, but you ask directly like that. He replied, you ask meaning you do too, right? What's your purpose coming to this school? Flame candidly said, of course it's to prevent the world from being destroyed. This world is in danger. Uziel sighed, thinking luckily, not sure if true, but I don't want this world to perish either. Flame went on, now it's my turn. Why do you act that way? Uziel thought, what exactly does he mean by that way? He wasn't sure of his meaning, so he evaded. He answered, no particular reason. I just do whatever I believe is most right, thinking that's enough of an explanation. But Flame angrily snapped, don't lie. How can someone be so kind? You must have a purpose, something you want to achieve, right? Uziel was confused. No, not like you think. No, is there something you want to achieve? Actually, I'm not sure either. Flame was annoyed. What did you say? Not sure? Uziel continued, I just want to survive. Hearing the truth, Flame was shocked, speechless. Survive? She felt a bit awkward for suddenly asking this question. Stammered, probably sorry. I misspoke. Uziel was bewildered. What the heck? Is it over now? Flame's eyes welled with tears. She turned away and left. Well, I'll go first. See you later. Uziel was puzzled. What's going on? I haven't even asked anything yet and she's crying. What did I do? Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. Uziel felt a chill down his spine. An ominous premonition. It was Hei Wonriang. Eyes piercing like bullets, radiating killing intent. Without beating around the bush, he barked. Answer quickly. Why is Flame crying? If you lie, I won't forgive you. Looking at Hei Wonriang's furious face, Uziel was terrified. Oh my God. Just a glance from the rival of the strongest character is already chilling me. Now I remember. There's a plot where Hei Wonriang loves Flame unrequitedly. I'm doomed, but I didn't do anything. Misunderstandings are troublesome. I have to be clear. You spoke up. There's nothing shady between me and Flame. Why are you asking that? Hei Wonriang frowned. Do you think I'd believe that? Believe it or not, you have to believe it, especially that what you're thinking isn't true. Rest assured. Uziel forced a smile. All right. Is that okay? I really have nothing shady with Flame. Hei Wonriang fell into thought, then suddenly lowered his face, so... My question was unnecessary, sorry about that. But the way he apologized gave Uziel goosebumps. Stammering, it's really okay. Well then, I'll be going now. Hei Wonriang turned and walked away. Uziel sighed with relief, thinking, what was that about? It's nothing like him at all. Hei Wonriang, who is always cold and rational, is acting so unsettled. It makes me uneasy. The scene shifts to the evening. Isel closed the book in exhaustion, wondering why she couldn't focus at all today. Suddenly remembering the conversation with Uziel in the practice room. Uziel, I have something I want to ask. Did you come up with the formula just now on the spot? After thinking a moment, he replied, let's just say yes. But at that time, she was shocked. She had always considered herself a genius, thinking that was enough to defeat anyone, but apparently not. Thinking this over, Isel was startled. What was she just doing? At this rate, how could she possibly avenge her father? Those who betrayed her father and pushed him to death, the vile and cowardly Adalabit family. She couldn't settle for just this in her revenge. She reassured herself, no, not like this. She couldn't give up. She had to try harder. One day, she would succeed. The next morning, warm rays of sunlight shone through the window onto Flame's bed. She woke up but lazily didn't want to get up. Flame thought, because I like lively places, I chose a 4-person room. In hindsight, I should have chosen a single room meant for S-class students. I picked a 4-person room thinking it would be fun and easy to socialize, but now I regret it. Flame muttered. Uziel said he didn't know the purpose. No longer doubtful, it was proof that he had time regressed. I remember in the final part of the original work, on the 11th moon once told Ma Yuziang, I can give you the chance to reverse time, but the price is losing nearly all memories and recollections during the period you return to. After completing the mission, you will disappear from this world. No one will remember that you saved the world, including friends and loved ones. Do you accept this trade to start over? At that time, Ma Yuziang replied, if that is my destiny, I will accept to save the world once again. But Isel urgently stopped him. Wait, I'd rather witness the world's destruction than live in a world without you. Let's go together. Isel's persuasion stirred Ma Yuziang's cold heart, causing him to abandon the idea of time regression. Ultimately, the world was destroyed, ending in a tragic conclusion. Thinking of this, Flame sat up. If this world differs from the original, and Ma Yuziang does not know that Uziel time regressed thanks to on the 11th moon, Then, after completing the mission, he will vanish. No one will know of his existence anymore. Losing most memories, only the spirit of responsibility remains. He only said he wanted to survive. As the time regressor, courage must be the sole motivation that helped him not fear being erased. Flame continued to ponder. He should have run away, but with the mission on his shoulders, Uziel turned back to save the world, even knowing that death awaited at the end of the path. Though afraid, he still accepted it. In that case, I should no longer doubt him. We share the same goal, and I will support him in saving this world. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Jackie flung the door open in panic. Flame. Sir Hei Wonriang is looking for you. He is waiting on the first floor of the dormitory. Flame immediately lay down, pretending to be tired. He told her to send him away and say that he wasn't here. Jackie was confused, but before she could say more, Flame cut her off. I don't know. Just say that. I want to sleep. Don't disturb me. Jackie had no choice but to comply, but a flash of envy toward Flame sparked within her. Being cared for but not knowing how to hold on to it, she quickly went down to the first floor. Outside the dormitory, Hei Wonriang stood there dazed, his eyes filled with the melancholic gaze of a lovesick man. Jackie ran up. Sir Hei Wonriang. She thought to herself with relief, but when he turned and saw Jackie, his expression fell. The person he had been waiting for did not appear, replaced instead by a stranger. Hei Wonriang's cold expression made Jackie feel awkward. Her eyes sparkled as the flames of unrequited love ignited, but he was indifferent. Who are you? His words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on Jackie's face, pulling her back to reality. Her young heart shattered. Seeing her silent, Hei Wonriang asked again, "Where's Flame?" Jackie replied, "He's tired and already gone to sleep." Hei Wonriang thought that perhaps she was in a bad mood because she had failed to confess to that pathetic guy. What does he have that I don't? I'm cold, I know. I'll come back later. Then left, leaving Jackie staring after him in confusion. Jackie was disappointed. Why? I love him, yet he can't even remember my name. It's always like this. Everyone only pays attention to Flame, the outstanding talent who always receives the spotlight and affection. She is as beautiful as an angel. Even Hei Wonriang secretly admires her. But I am just a nobody. Fate is so unfair. Jealousy was building up. Jackie clenched her fists, bitter and truly furious. Cut to the next morning at the main tower number 1 of Stella Academy. A man spoke up. I heard this time Professor Myzentiran was severely embarrassed by a student. Myzentiran bit his lip, apologizing. I'm useless. I have no excuse. He turned his face away. Surely you know I have high expectations of you, said Vice Principal Aki Haydn. He continued, by the way, is the research on combining the Liu Kim technique with the doctors from the Moon Shadow sect progressing well? Myzentiran confidently replied, of course it is. I won't let you down. Aki Haydn patted his shoulder and whispered, good. I only trust you. Myzentiran responded, yes, please entrust it to me. I'll take my leave now. After Myzentiran left, Aki Haydn sneered in contempt. What a fool. She doesn't realize she's being used. Even if she did, she wouldn't care. What she craves is status and honor, which makes her open her eyes. It's ridiculous that a mage studying counterdark magic is working for the dark magic. I eagerly await the day the alchemist's dark magic study is completed. Cut to somewhere else. A slender figure carrying a towering stack of trembling documents, while those around remain indifferent and no one helps. Suddenly, a kind person approaches. It is Uziel. He cheerfully says, teaching assistant, are you okay? Let me help you carry them. Thanks to Uziel, the documents were delivered to Professor Myzentiran's office. The teaching assistant sighed with relief. Thank you. Without you, Professor Myzentiran would have scolded me again. Uziel replied, no problem. It's a small matter. Taking the opportunity, Uziel looked around. The room was filled with crumpled, torn papers scattered messily from the desk to the floor. He thought it was truly chaotic. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he stared intently at the board. Oh, what is that? The teaching assistant explained. That's a formula Professor Myzentiran is researching with other doctors, apparently called the random spatial exchange calculation. Uziel was startled. The random spatial exchange calculation. This is the initial formula of alchemist's dark magic study. In Myzentiran's darkening volume, the dark magic user completed this formula with her, causing devastating damage and engulfing the world in flames. Alterisha, she was the one who changed the whole situation. What if she acts first and deciphers this formula before the dark magic user? Uziel thought further. She is the only ray of hope in the darkness. With a genius mind and outstanding innovation, she has created countless items that dark mages couldn't even dream of. An idea flashed. He spoke up, Assistant Alterisha. She was startled. Do you want to have coffee? Uziel smiled. No, that's not what I meant. Professor Myzentiran bothers you and makes you uncomfortable, right? She replied, why do you suddenly ask that? If there were a way to get truly satisfying revenge, what would you do? Would you want to try it? Alterisha was flustered. I'm just a humble assistant. How could I help with revenge? If I'm not careful, I might get fired and end up homeless on the streets. Uziel continued, so what? Do you have any ideas? You could very well become a great alchemist, even surpassing Professor Myzentiran. Alterisha was surprised. What? Uziel added. Then no one would dare to look down on you anymore. His words seemed to give new motivation, planting seeds of hope in Alterisha's heart. She murmured, if only that were true. Just as Uziel predicted, Alterisha was tired of her current job, dissatisfied with having to care for Myzentiran in a dusty room. Her long-held dream was to become an alchemist and create groundbreaking inventions. She had the talent to do so, because later on, Alterisha would become a great alchemist, with genius intellect and outstanding creations, deserving of the very best. Currently, Alterisha had temporarily set aside her dream due to harsh realities, but Uziel thought to himself, I will help her achieve her dream soon. After the first preliminary exam at Stella, Uziel continued to visit Alterisha, giving only a few suggestions, which Alterisha quickly grasped, cheerfully. Oh, you think so too? I had thought about adding a button to change colors for the magic pen, and then attaching an eraser like a mechanical pencil, very convenient. Uziel observed with satisfaction, wonderful, Alterisha's invention is making good progress, but the main formula is still missing. Guiding her to pass Myzentiran isn't easy. Uziel strolled out, when suddenly a teasing voice said, Hey, how do you even walk like that? Spacing out like that means you're gonna bump into someone. It was Flame just passing by. Uziel crossed his arms, confused. What? Which guy? Flame replied, Besides your great-grandfather, who else? Don't you understand, or are you pretending not to? Uziel was speechless, thinking to himself, this is tiring, but I never mention my age, and anyway, he does talk to me more than before. You spoke up. Anyway, you arrived at the perfect time. I have something important to say. Do you remember the roommate? That girl Jackie? Hearing Jackie's name, Flame looked annoyed, frowning, angrily turned away. That's illegal. Uziel jumped back in shock. Hey, what are you thinking? I haven't even said anything yet. You need to take good care of her. Jackie's current condition isn't very good. Uziel thought to himself, if Jackie gets corrupted by dark magic, she will be very unstable. Flame replied, I'm not sure, but we've planned a hunting trip this weekend. I'll check then. Uziel answered, Okay, I'm counting on you, but what do you think about going hunting? The hunting season is approaching. The target is Matevis Cemetery, where episode 4 begins, with main characters like Ma Yuziong, Acel, and Flame all participating. There is even a big battle with a level 5 necromancer. I'm not involved, but obtaining the hidden reward would be useful for contracting a familiar. A few hours later, the scene shifts. Uziel goes to Professor Lee Hanwall's office to ask for permission to go out. Lee Hanwall holds the paper and reads it. Training, huh? But you probably can't learn swordsmanship or knightly arts there. Uziel freezes, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, he notices Ma Yuziong's application for going out and thinks to himself, as expected, they're starting the hunt now, perfectly matching my memory. He persuades, teacher, quite a few people have been hunting recently. Lee Hanwall replies, it seems everyone is going to Matevis Cemetery to join the club activities, probably searching for treasure. Ma Yuziong and Hei Wonriang are very diligent. Ma Yuziong said he would return to the clan, while Hei Wonriang went with Flame. Uziel is startled. What? Without Ma Yuziong, we can't stand against the necromancer. With the current team formation, we cannot defeat a level 5 necromancer. What to do? I can't request support without evidence, and the plot doesn't allow revealing everything, but I'm not going to let things happen like this. A few days later, at Matevis Cemetery, a male student just killed a giant fish, which lay gasping on the ground. He shouted, saying it's a level 2 monster, a weak piranha. Suddenly, a gruff voice scolds, Hey, you stupid bastard, don't ruin things. Did you hear the team leader's order? This is second-year student Kasif Derek. Dok Chulkwang scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, saying sorry. Chip Derek was annoyed. How can that idiot even laugh? A girl spoke up from afar. Forget it. Talking too much is a waste of words. That was second-year student Ban Dian. She turned to me, saying we shouldn't pay attention to them. Just ignore them. Isel replied softly, Yes, ma'am. Chip Derek turned back and said, I heard everything. Is there a problem? It's too noisy. Be careful how you speak in front of the freshmen. Isel thought to herself that she heard there was an opening in the club, so she'd follow along, hoping they weren't bad people. Just as she was lost in thought, the team leader's voice rang out, Isel, let's go. She replied, Yes, ma'am. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from afar. The whole group was startled and looked in the direction of the blast. What was that? Could there be a fight nearby? Ban Dian asked, If there's an overlap in hunting areas, should we go greet them? Team leader? Kasif Derek blankly answered, Yes. As soon as those words ended, the whole team aggressively moved toward the source of the explosion. Isel suddenly widened her eyes. She spotted Bayan in the distance. Flame and an unidentified group of people were there. They were arguing. Bayan shouted clearly, I took down the giant piranha first. Flame replied, Nonsense. It's in our hunting area, so it belongs to us. In front of Acel lay the dead giant fish, its teeth clenched. She thought that the giant piranha was said to be a rare Tier 3 monster. They were probably fighting over the spoils. Getting involved would only cause more trouble. Besides, I don't want to face the little sister who killed my father at all. Must leave here immediately. Suddenly a voice rang out. Come on, juniors. If you have anything to talk about, just confide in your senior. It was Case of Derek who cheerfully stepped forward. Bayan and Flame simultaneously shut up and scram. Case of Derek was annoyed. How dare you say that to your senior? Bayan replied that if you are a senior then behave properly. What is the captain confused about? Suddenly, a loud rumbling noise arrived. The ground shook. A mysterious source of energy radiated. Flame thought this energy was a bad omen. A skeletal hand suddenly thrust forcefully out from the ground. Everyone was shocked, their eyes wide open. Flame was stunned. It's impossible. The skeleton appeared already. In front of them, countless mummified corpses lay on the ground with gaping mouths screaming horrifically. At the same time, in another area of the cemetery, there was a warning sign. Do not enter alone. The system updated experience, skills, increased stats. Uziel appeared, sighed. Wished he could use magic, but all he had was blink. Giant fish corpses lay scattered on the ground. He murmured it's about time. Looking into the distance, he recognized the tombs. Ah, found them. His expression briefly saddened. He lacked overpowering skills like Ma Yuziang to wipe out a skeleton army and also lacked overwhelming strength. The only option was to fight like a player. Episode 4. The attack of the Death Necromancer begins. The ground shook. Something quickly emerged. A skeletal monster lieutenant boss appeared 3 times in this episode. With red eyes and bare, nasty teeth, it stared at Uziel. He thought with his current power, a direct confrontation would surely be death. But I do not intend that. Grab his head and punch him hard again. The unwritten rule of comics is that when someone transforms or summons, you have to stand still and watch. But that doesn't mean standing still means getting caught. The magic staff, the backbone, completes the command rights of the bone general belonging to Uziel. Now the whole world is yours. Let's get started. More and more skeletons appeared on the other side, surrounding the group. A cold aura spread out. Flame thought he had been careless and off guard. This is episode Spirit Master. Something feels off. If I remember correctly, the one dealing with this episode is the Demon Yuziang, so why is Acel with this group? Where is Demon Yuziang? Could it be that I have to face a level 5 Spirit Master with him? Seeing Flame lose his composure, Hei Wonriang reassured him and sent a distress signal to Stella via a pocket watch. Just hold on until they arrive. Dok Chulkwang added, that's right, wait a moment, the professors will come. Even if we can't defeat the Spirit Master, at least we can escape. Bayan spoke up, now is not the time for consolation. This is a graveyard. The longer we delay, the more skeletons gather. We must quickly return to base. Jackie fearfully stepped back when he saw the grotesque skeleton horde. Don't come any closer. A big, snarling mouth screamed as if wanting to devour raw flesh. Suddenly, a burst of power attacked from behind, stopping it from charging. The one who acted was Acel. Jackie stammered. Okay. Dok Chulkwang praised. Not bad for a freshman. Acel continued, the Spirit Master is well prepared. He uses an energy container device to store mana. Normally a level 3 to 4 Spirit Master can summon up to 15 skeletons at most. Yet he controls a vast area with no triviality. Dok Chulkwang added more skeletons pouring in. This has been planned for a long time. Surely they want to kill us to create the skeletal mages. Kasif Derek forced a smile. Thinking as the captain he must show his prowess by wiping them out with powerful magic. But life isn't a dream. A skeleton grabbed Kasif Derek's leg. He turned pale with fear. Then a quarrel with his brother. Before he could react, Dok Chulkwang dashed forward to attack decisively. Damn, I don't think you can run. But unexpectedly, a hand appeared in front of Kasif Derek. In an instant, he couldn't resist. Dok Chulkwang realized, damn it, they were chanting a counterspell. Quickly ducking down, a terrifying source of power formed. Oppressive and intense. Fragile as if it could explode at any moment. Everyone was startled and panicked. Bayan shouted, no, if it explodes then we... A big explosion rocked the cemetery, leaving a huge crater. Many were injured. Fortunately, Flame was unharmed, but the group of necromancers kept advancing relentlessly. Flame thought silently, this is wrong. This is my limit. I'm too exhausted. The situation was dire. Magic power drained with no time to recover. While the enemy forces were terrifyingly numerous, Jaws agape, skeletons screamed as they approached. Flame, faint-hearted, suffered a drop in blood pressure. It's over. She gripped her staff tightly, trying to observe. Is this where I die? But suddenly the skeleton horde stopped as if being controlled. Flame couldn't believe her eyes. What is going on? Finally stopping. What the hell is this? From afar, Uziel's figure advanced like a deity descending to save the day. Flame was stunned, wondering how he could be here at exactly the right moment. She noticed the skull Uziel held in his hand was that of the dry bone general, much stronger than regular bone soldiers, usually accompanied by elite bone soldiers as escorts. Yet he had captured it alone. Unbelievable. Dok Chulkwang regained consciousness and thanked him, saying it was thanks to him they survived. Uziel politely replied, "It's nothing." Acel asked how he managed to get the dry bone general's skull. Uziel joked that he fished it out from the bone broth pot, but thought silently that he didn't need to reveal he ambushed the summoning spot. His joke left Acel speechless. Uziel remained calm. After all, he had to quickly devise a new plan. If the necromancer directly controlled the dry bones and ignored the dry bone general, it would be troublesome. Dok Chulkwang asked the junior if he had any plans. Uziel replied that on the way here, he saw the necromancer controlling near the base area, making escape impossible. Their only option was to strike directly at their core. Everyone was bewildered by his recklessness. Duho hurriedly asked if he was thinking straight. Uziel calmly replied, "Didn't we learn this in school? Although necromancers control powerful bone soldiers, their cores aren't what we should fear. Bandayan is worried, but he must have a guard squad around him. The control range is too broad. If we don't strike directly at their core, we won't escape." He thought to himself that the guardian team of the Death Spirit Master consisted of 1 dry old general, 6 elite bone soldiers, and 50 regular bone soldiers. The number would gradually increase. The opportunity was only now, but how to convince them? Someone spoke up even though he was a bit foolish. "But in terms of combat and tactics, he had more experience than us." Bayan continued sincerely, "With this situation, we can't break the siege, and the Death Spirit Master didn't expect us to dare attack the core directly." The two seniors looked at each other. Perhaps that was the only way to survive. "I don't know what you're relying on, but we can't separate. I'll help." Bandayan happily agreed. "Fine. I'll go first before the Death Spirit Master discovers us. We still have a chance." At the same time, at another location in the Matevis Cemetery, a figure appeared. He spoke up. "Meeting Stella's fledglings here is really fortunate. Transform them into dry old sorcerers. Even the Dark Demon Alliance dared not underestimate me. That is the level 5 Death Spirit Master of the Dark Demon Tower, S.A. Baihyuk." He laughed wickedly. "Accumulating mana in the magic power vial here where 700 dry old rest. No one dares to underestimate me anymore." Suddenly he froze. What was this? I've lost the feeling. Could it be that my general has been defeated? A crack echoed as a force struck the shield from behind. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. The skeleton behind shook violently. He was horrified. A level 4 magic shield crack? How could that happen? He was enraged. "You bastard. I won't let you escape." But as swift as a blink, he had no time to react. A huge explosion thundered, completely destroying the group of skeletons. The flame is the combined strength of the Uziel group. Baihyuk was stunned as if frozen. "Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't expect them to dare to attack the core directly. Even if a chick, Stella is still Stella and cannot be underestimated." He thought, although he didn't want to. Dealing with this is too dangerous. He must summon elite bone soldiers, biting his finger until blood spurted. "Spread your arms, evil ones. Obey my command." The earth cracked open. The dry warrior appeared bearing teeth with a sly grin. A legion quickly surrounded, but Baihyuk spat a mouthful of blood. His body severely injured, he wiped the blood bitterly. "Damn it, although summoning the bone soldiers caused me harm, that's enough already. Stop them for me so I can kill them." The dry warriors growled and charged to attack. While he stood observing from afar with a smug smile, he exclaimed, "Good, fight well. Now I can be at ease." But life is never that simple. Uziel quickly demonstrated his blink skill, appearing right behind the Death Spirit Mage in an instant. Baihyuk immediately turned around in panic, shouting loudly, "Damn it! Who are you?" On this side, Uziel sneered, not bothering to answer. At this moment, the Death Spirit Mage was terrified and thought, "I clearly already had the positions of all 12 students of Stella Academy through the vision of the Bone Soldiers, so how on earth did this kid get so close to me?" Suddenly his eyes opened wide in shock, unable to believe what he saw in Uziel's hand. He anxiously exclaimed, "Impossible! Isn't that my Bone Soldier General? Why is it in your hand?" But suddenly Uziel lightly let go. The skull fell to the ground with a bang. Without stopping, the male lead slashed hard at it. Due to the elite skeletal soldier suffering worsening injuries, Baihyuk kept coughing up fresh blood. His pale face and clutching the wound inside, he couldn't help but feel bitter. He thought, "Damn, I was too careless." It turns out this is the true power of the students at Stella Academy. On this side, Uziel was sweating and thought to himself, Dok Chulkwang and Bandayan should have handled the elite skeletal soldier first, then supported me, but because those elite skeletal soldiers were trapped, could it be that I have to fight alone? I'm the weakest here, or should I run? The male lead sensed this move wasn't quite right. Suddenly Baihyuk coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, and Uziel was startled awake. Only now realizing his condition, he muttered, "It seems he's seriously injured too." It turns out he overexerted himself summoning the elite skeletal soldiers and suffered internal injuries. "Looks like I can do it." Thinking this, he involuntarily smiled with confidence. At the same time, Bayan's flames erupted fiercely. Suddenly Jackie ran over in a panic. "Princess, it's dangerous. The necromancer is fighting Uziel one-on-one." Bayan was startled. "What?" She looked ahead, where Uziel and Baihyuk were fighting. A fierce power radiated around. The battle was extremely intense. Bayan muttered, "This is serious. This situation is completely unlike the original plan." For some reason, Uziel is the only one facing the Death Priest. Meanwhile, the Stella trainees are dispersing everywhere. Perhaps they have to split his forces and eliminate the enemies one by one. Can Uziel hold him off until we arrive? If he dies, I won't forgive you. Hang in there, Uziel. On this side, Uziel relentlessly uses blink to move swiftly. His wide-open eyes observe carefully to devise a reasonable solution. Precise judgment and blink skills help him temporarily avoid Sa Baihyuk's attacks. Knowing he can't dodge forever, Uziel switches to a high-risk, high-reward style like when he was in the game, suddenly blinking close to the Death Priest. Sa Baihyuk, a level 5 Death Priest, grits his teeth when seeing Uziel's reckless play and growls. "Humph, you won't defeat me easily. Don't even dream about it." After speaking, a cage made of bones enveloped him. Uziel smiled faintly, thinking it's probably no better than this. In case of situations like this, he had already prepared a special cola potion of bone essence. Haha, now this arena belongs to me. With that thought, Uziel threw 2 cola vials at him. Immediately, the bones corroded rapidly. Sa Baihyuk's eyes widened in disbelief as the protective magic he was proud of crumbled away. Recalling how he had bragged earlier, his face flushed with embarrassment. He screamed madly, "You damn bastard. How dare you destroy my bone shield? Eliminate him at once." Numerous sharp bone spikes launched toward Uziel, but he had blinked behind Sa Baihyuk a long time ago. Proudly holding the sword in his hand, Uziel thought this was the moment. He expected to take him down in one strike, but unexpectedly Sa Baihyuk turned around with a twisted smile and bit the bait. As if everything was within his prediction, he had noticed Uziel's appearance from behind, and only then did the protagonist realize, damn it, he was the one being deceived. Suddenly, a sharp bone spike emerged from the ground, piercing brutally through Uziel's leg. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Uziel painfully and bitterly thought, "Damn, I got hit." Suppressing the pain, he tried to retreat. Sa Baihyuk laughed triumphantly, "Haha, you bastard. Keep causing chaos. Now you'll face this bitter end." Feeling the sharp pain from his leg, Uziel gasped, thinking maybe he had been too careless. Although injured, he was still a genuine level 5 mage. "But I can't die here." He must be exhausted. Continuously using magic has been draining his body. In other words, that's all he has, whether level 5 or whatever. What should I do now? If he takes another hit from me, I could destroy him, but because of the pain, I can't focus. Even my sixth sense isn't working. My head aches like a hammer blow. Blink is hard to use now. What should I do? Suddenly a thought flashed in Uziel's mind. That's right. That's it. While bowing his head in thought, Sa Baihyuk stepped right in front of him, preparing to attack with a confident expression. Die, Uziel quickly realized. Without hesitation, he immediately ran forward at full speed. But because of his wound, he stumbled and fell face down on the ground. Seeing the pitiful state of the protagonist Sa Baihyuk, he burst out laughing like a madman. "Haha, look at you running for your life. How miserable you are." But Uziel did not care about the mockery, and quietly told himself just a little more. He struggled to drag himself forward step by step. Sa Baihyuk kept mocking, "Haha, struggling is useless. I will kill you right here." But Uziel did not think so. He curled his lips into a smile and said, "I've won." The distance between Sa Baihyuk and Uziel was 13 meters, meaning he didn't need to cancel the blink move. While the necromancer was still confused, not knowing what trick Uziel intended to play, suddenly, his eyes widened in extreme horror. In less than a second, Uziel had blinked right in front of him. The protagonist braced himself, enduring the sharp pain in his leg. He focused all his remaining strength into his sword, then unleashed a critical strike that pierced through Sa Baihyuk's heart. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, on Uziel's teammates' side, with the necromancer dead, the skeleton soldiers suddenly stopped attacking to everyone's astonishment. The entire legion of skeleton soldiers vanished into the wind. Seeing this, Dok Chulkwang exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be that Uziel has defeated the necromancer already?" As if waking from a nightmare, Jackie collapsed to the ground, eyes full of disbelief, murmuring, "It's unbelievable. Uziel truly defeated a level 5 soul necromancer." The words sounded like a starting whistle, and everyone's emotions exploded, as if returning from the dead. The whole group cheered in unison, "We're alive, we're alive." The scene shifted to Uziel. After defeating Sa Baihyuk, he also lay exhausted on the ground. After a while, he slowly woke up, sighed, feeling extremely tired, and thought, "I want to go home as soon as possible." Afterwards, the Stella Academy Magic Knight immediately flew to Matevis Cemetery, received the information, and took everyone back to school. As soon as he returned to the academy, Uziel was called out and scolded by Lee Hanwal. "Uziel, you said you were going to train in a place with green hills and clean air, but you ended up at the cemetery. It seems the air there is pretty fresh too." Huh? Uziel didn't know how to justify Lee Hanwal's sarcasm, so he lowered his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, I only got out of the vehicle because I thought something bad was about to happen." Lee Hanwal nodded. "I understand what you mean, but rules are rules. you will be punished, and there are no exceptions. However, your willingness to rush into battle without hesitation to protect your friends, even though it violated Stella Academy's regulations, is commendable. You did very well. The school will give you a deserving reward and bonus points. Wait until that time comes, Uziel replied. Yes, thank you, teacher. After saying this, Lee Hanwal turned and walked away, leaving the male lead standing there sighing, thinking to himself, I guess I should head off too. The doctor said I have to rest for a few days to recover the thigh injury. Need to rest well for a full recovery. While walking and thinking, the sound of someone's footsteps gently approached. Uziel turned around to see who had come to thank him. Turned out to be Aisel, the female lead of the story. Aisel always wore a bright smile on her lips, no matter how heavy the burden on her shoulders. She stood firm and overcame every difficulty in adversity. She was a wonderful character. Seeing Uziel staring, Aisel spoke, I really thank you for today. The male lead gently replied, next time treat me to a meal. But Aisel's complexion did not look very good. She thought silently, there was one thing I learned from this event, even before that in this world there are many people more outstanding than myself. I have always considered myself a peerless genius, and that belief has not changed until now. But only when I enrolled at Stella did I realize the truth that this world is vast and full of extraordinary people. I entered Stella with the goal of becoming the best, but I realized it was not easy. Suddenly, Aisel spoke up, can I do the same? If I try hard, can I be like you? Faced with this question, Uziel was quite surprised and confused, thinking this is not good. If it were the Aisel of the past, she would not have asked that. Maybe she has become like this because of me. In the original storyline, Aisel had to face every challenge as the main character and somehow, she overcame them all. The Death Mage raid was no exception. Perhaps she managed it by devising her own strategy and through that effort, changed the outcome. But due to my interference, Aisel only had to endure the trials without the narrative of overcoming adversity. Currently, she still relies on those around her. So despite experiencing many events, her spirit remains fragile. Uziel didn't know how to respond at first, and saying empty words would only hurt Aisel more, so he decided to speak his feelings from the bottom of his heart. He didn't need to ask himself. He had demonstrated what others thought impossible. That was his miraculous success. Sel was surprised. How did you know that? Uziel replied gently, because I have always been watching you. This answer left Aisel confused. Her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. Seeing her reaction, Uziel was startled and thought, wait a minute, doesn't this sound like a stalker? What the heck did I just say? Then he awkwardly said goodbye and left, saying, well, I'll be going now. Only then did Uziel dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Oh God, I almost got caught. Meanwhile, Aisel pondered over what Uziel had just said. He said he was always watching me. No one had ever cared for the child of a traitor like me. Even if they did, their only purpose was to scrutinize and criticize my mistakes. No one truly cared. Yet he had always been watching me. Uziel's words pierced through Aisel's icy heart, flowing through her veins, preserved in her mind. She felt her heart pounding wildly, the flame of passion for magic and a seemingly lost goal awakening again. Before anyone could realize, the sun had appeared on the horizon. A new day beginning in the city. This place is the Magic Council, the gathering spot of the world's most outstanding mages. People immersed in magic to the point they cannot tear themselves away. A momentous event is about to take place. Everyone is talking about the Stella Academy student defeating a 5th level necromancer. This is truly absurd. What era is this that necromancers still exist? Have the dark mages not vanished with time? Even though it's sensational news, the fact that a Stella student defeated a 5th level necromancer is true. Hearing the rumors, Uziel thought it was just an award ceremony. Yet there were magical reporters and nobles coming to watch. They are really overdoing it. Wait, why does Bayan look so excited? She's openly joyful. Feeling Uziel watching her, Bayan turned back, her face cold as before. What are you looking at? The male lead was flustered. Nothing at all. Then, Lee Hanwal looked at everyone and shouted loudly. Everyone fell silent. Today, we will award 13 brave students who fought against the dark mages. This reward is personally presented by the headmaster. The 13 students were shocked to learn the reward would be presented personally by the headmaster. Uziel also did not expect the pinnacle of humanity, a 9th level mage. Eltman will be the one to present the rewards. He usually appears in the game and almost made it as a main character. Although he is said to be 300 years old, he looks like he is just 18 to 19, always wearing a gentle smile. But he is the strongest wizard in the world, nicknamed the Murderous Destroyer. While everyone was still shocked, Eltman walked past each student, patting their shoulders to encourage them. Well done. Keep up the effort and be courageous in the future. Then he approached Uziel, with eyes as clear as a child's. Yet who would have expected this to be a 300-year-old principal, whose face is even more youthful than the trainees here? But standing before him, Uziel felt pressured, swallowing nervously, thinking that just looking into his eyes was already overwhelmingly intense. This is level 9, a rank owned by only 10 people worldwide. I can't look away right now. Oh, so tense like a drawn bowstring. The principal was puzzled by the tension on his face, smiling brightly, still hardworking as before, just as I expected. After saying that, he left, leaving many questions swirling in Uziel's mind. What did he mean? A moment later, the loudspeaker announced that the award ceremony was concluded here. Returning to the dormitory, Uziel looked at the book in his hands attached with the certificate and gasped in surprise. Wow, a generous reward of 5 million credits for me. With this amount, I probably won't have to worry about money for a long time. I never dreamed the Academy would give such a large sum. This might not mean much to wealthy people like Bayan or Hei Wan Riang, but for poor ones like Uziel or Acel, this is a significant prize. In addition, the final reward in this series of incidents is the container of the Fap Su Tu, then regarded as the heart of the Tu Lin Su. He rejoiced silently. Although it's still difficult now with Alterisha, I will soon create a private space. Then carrying items will be easier. However, to do that, I must first solve the interference formula of the chaos algorithm. Fortunately, the other apprentices happily yielded the reward, which is a relief. Next is the reward from the system. An announcement sounded. The infiltration mission of the Tu Lin Su has been completed. You have received a large amount of experience for progressing the story in a unique way. You will also receive additional rewards from the Constellatio project. 1. A downgraded version of the item used in the game. 2. A downgraded version of the skill acquired in the game. 3. Experience points. After reading, Uziel was quite surprised. There's even this too. It's not that he didn't like it, but gradually he realized his strength was still weak and he really needed this compensation. He thought carefully. The most important thing right now is skill. So, let the experience points go into blink. Through the recent battle, I realized how weak I was. Trying as hard as others is meaningless. I have to get ahead with the knowledge I already have. After making the selection, the system notified that the reward had been granted. The experience points for the blink skill were sufficient. The skill upgraded to blink level 2, with a maximum range of 12 meters, a maximum of 3 charges, and a cooldown time of 3 seconds. Uziel felt the change within his body. Although the range did not increase, he was still satisfied. For now, it was enough. Clenching his fists tightly, he was happy. Finally, the number of blink charges had increased. Now he could use it more freely. Having a bit of free time, he immediately thought about the next issue. Azel's condition was not good. The scene shifted to a meditation class in darkness. Azel was there with everyone else. She felt as if she were swimming in a dream world, floating midair. It wasn't a bad sensation. A cold wind blew through, and she felt as though something was stuck inside her. Azel tried again and again to push it out, unaware that she was startled by a student's call. So, she quickly looked around and saw the other students sitting cross-legged in meditation. Just like her. She thought, oh, did I accidentally fall asleep? A transparent butterfly flew past her ear, conveying the professor's voice. Why use magic during meditation? Look at the top of your head. Cell looked up, eyes wide with amazement. Indeed, a solitary pillar of ice was hovering in the air not far from her. She had accidentally used magic without realizing it. Cell was stunned. Wait a moment. When did I create this? I didn't perform any formula or calculations at all. She asked herself, could it be that the other students didn't notice? Even if it was just first-level magic, they should still be able to sense the mana flow. If this was the effect of the meditation that Uziel introduced, it was truly amazing. Before, she had her doubts, but the result was not only good but wonderful. After a while, the meditation session ended, and the students rushed off to eat. Instead of going to the cafeteria, Acel chose a red bean cake. She enjoyed eating it. Thanks to the prize money, she could savor the red bean cream cake costing 1,500 credits. So happy. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside her. Hello, Acel. What struck her eyes was the appearance of Prince Jeremy Scalvin. He smiled softly as if he were happy. A sparkling smile, not masculine but purely adorable, making her heart flutter. Jeremy Scalvin continued, have you joined any club yet? Acel was a little surprised. Not yet. I haven't joined any club. Jeremy Scalvin added, really? Then why not join our club? Acel was not foolish enough to accept such an unexpectedly attractive offer. Surely there was something shady behind this generosity. She narrowed her eyes. What's the condition? Jeremy Scalvin laughed. Condition? No condition at all, it's simply because I like you. But this answer made Acel think even more. For a girl like her, a genius among geniuses, reaching level 3 at age 17, and good-looking, this was not unusual. However, the title of trader's child attached to her made no one want to get close. Yet Jeremy Scalvin was different. Acel clearly thought he was trying to turn her into his pawn. Seeing her hesitate, Jeremy Scalvin stepped forward. Oh God. Don't you trust me, Acel? I really don't have any conditions. Just join the club and stay by my side. I'll do everything for you. You know who I am. Acel was smart. understanding better than anyone, the Scalvan Empire was currently in conflict with the Adalavit Kingdom. If she had the support of Crown Prince Jeremy, her difficult life could end, no longer needing to rejoice over a red bean cake, no longer suffering humiliation as the child of a traitor. Even though she knew she shouldn't, she stammered. The moment Izel's eyes went blank, Jeremy Scalvan smiled, sensing that his goal was about to be achieved. But just then, a hand was raised. Flame stepped forward without hesitation and slapped Izel hard across the face. Both she and the prince were stunned and confused. Contrasting Izel's blank face, Flame spoke harshly. You said you wanted to be with me, yet you secretly flirt with others. You clearly said you liked me, so now you're planning to throw me away. Before anyone could understand, Flame grabbed her wrist and pulled her away. Come with me, we need to talk. Flame Loy Izel left, leaving Jeremy Scalvan confused, bringing a touch of interest before this strong-willed girl. A while later, at the back of the school campus, Flame felt relieved, almost a big problem. Izel was still confused. What's this about? What were you trying to say to me? Flame continued. Anyway, you should thank me. If you refuse without a reason, that guy will harass you for life. Sorry for hitting you, I'm leaving now. Saying that, Flame waved goodbye and left, leaving Izel bewildered. On this side, Flame walked while thinking. Did I do the right thing? Following the storyline and joining the club, she would be completely destroyed by Jeremy. He would spread all sorts of insults and shameful gossip that even women couldn't speak of. The achievements she worked hard for would be unacknowledged. Afterwards, Izel's depression worsened. I tried not to interfere, but looking at Uziel, sometimes interference isn't bad. Even though he lost nearly all memories of the future, he still tried to change the bleak events. Flame looked back anxiously, wondering if her lie would be discovered. Scene changes to Jeremy Scalvan's room, where he sat enjoying a fragrant cup of tea, deep in thought. Flame is really adorable. Her expression as she tries to hide her emotions in front of me is so intriguing. Even more than Izel, I want her. So the prince has shifted his target to someone else. Scene changes to the next day, when the sun has risen high and a new day begins. Inside the classroom, Lee Hanwal's voice rang out. Starting today, we will conduct a combat simulation practice against monsters. In this test, your targets are no longer weak level 1 or level 2 monsters, but instead mid-level level 3 monsters that are extremely dangerous and much tougher. The teacher knows that an ordinary student cannot defeat such strong monsters alone. So this time the goal is to form groups, identify their weaknesses, and defeat them using each team's strategy. Specific regulations have been announced. From now on, you can move around and choose a mid-level monster as your target. Moreover, you will have enough time to practice with it. Head to the Stella Dome. To the north is the Fiery Valley, to the south the Ice Sea, to the west the Barren Desert, and to the east the swamp covered in grass. Find the terrain that best suits your group and hunt a mid-sized monster that matches your group's fighting style, then eliminate it. Next, Class A and Class Sham will practice. The evaluation test will take place in 4 days. At that time, you will demonstrate a battle with the monster you have trained against. Form groups of up to 6 people and submit your list to me. Hearing this, Izel stood alone, as no one wanted to team up with her. She felt a little disappointed and thought to herself, ugh, I hate group work the most. This ability evaluation is very important. If I don't do well, I won't get a scholarship. Without a scholarship, I would have to study while working part-time on weekends or during vacations. The consequence was reduced study time. The path to a scholarship grew more distant, progress in magic slowed down, and a bleak future awaited, requiring even greater effort. Suddenly, a voice ahead caught her attention. Princess, will you form a team with me? The train of thought was interrupted. Izel unconsciously looked up and saw countless students surrounding Princess Bayan. They kept giving reasons why they were better than others, truly worthy of the royal Princess Bayan, who had the right to choose anyone she wished. But in stark contrast to that scene, Izel was completely alone, with no one approaching her. Her eyes glanced at Bayan with a hint of admiration, quietly thinking that before Adalavit destroyed her family, there had been only flattering words around her. Both had started from the same point, when her family with the ice attribute was still at its peak, and the Adalavit royal family with the fire attribute fiercely competed to dominate the magical world. The two sides constantly restrained each other. Neither was superior. Because of this, Bayan and Izel were 2 children born with innate talent. The whole world once focused their gaze on them, believing they were the chosen ones, born into noble magical families with peak talent. Izel once believed that one day she would become a great magician, until the Adalavit royal family destroyed the ancient clan. Thinking of this, she clenched her fist tightly, telling herself there was no need to be angry. At that time, she thought she was the chosen one. Now she could take revenge on Adalavit. Izel stood dazed with her own thoughts, and just as the seed of worry was about to sprout in her heart, a familiar voice called out from behind. Hey, are you all alone? The person arriving was none other than Uziel. Seeing his radiant face, Izel sighed. Is something wrong? Hearing this, Uziel knew he had come at the right moment. Izel's confidence had not yet been overshadowed by darkness, and this was his chance to help her regain her light. Before the mages at Stella Academy, Uziel smiled brightly and pointed at himself, saying, "Let's form a team together." Over here, Bayan quickly noticed that Uziel had arrived. She felt a little disappointed. "What do you mean, Uziel?" She wondered why he chose Acel as a teammate when there were countless other options. Acel was also surprised and asked again, "You just said form a team?" Uziel calmly explained, "You know there's no minimum number of members required, right? The two of us can form a team and get bonus points for having few members." Acel was startled. "Are you crazy? How can just two people handle a mid-level rank 3 monster?" But after saying that, her mind unconsciously became persuaded. A thought flashed. For some reason, if it was with Uziel, she believed she could do it. Seeing that she didn't refuse, Uziel smiled confidently. "So, do you agree?" Acel froze for a few seconds, lost in thought, then nodded. "I agree. Anyway, I don't really have anyone to form a team with." Uziel replied with a smile, "Ha, that's the right decision. Let me go submit the list." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Acel watching his back. Just then, the sound of footsteps approaching. Acel was surprised by Bayan's appearance. She crossed her arms in annoyance. Acel was startled. "What's wrong? If you're trying to compete with me, mind your own business. You're a pig in human disguise with no shame." Hearing the contemptuous words from Bayan, Izel's heart felt like it was being cut with a knife. Then Bayan turned and walked away. Now, Acel understood that Bayan approached not out of fear of her potential, but because Uziel had been taken by her. Realizing the truth, Acel clenched her fists and let out a bitter laugh. It turned out, in Bayan's eyes, I didn't exist at all. Bayan continued walking, thinking to herself how frustrating it was. Could it be that I lose to a loser and a civilian? Even though I could form a team with anyone, I at least need the strongest knight for an advantage. She looked around, focusing her attention on Ma Yuziang, who was hesitating between joining a team or going alone. Without hesitation, Bayan approached. Seeing the princess approach, Ma Yuziang asked, "Hello, princess. What's the matter?" Bayan replied, "Have you formed a team yet?" Ma Yuziang was surprised. "Not yet. I was planning to go alone." Bayan was a bit surprised but composed himself, then said, "So you form a team with me?" Ma Yuziang curled his lips. Is that necessary?" That was clearly a refusal, but Bayan was not one to give up easily. She was resolute. "Uziel and Acel have already formed a team. You know the fewer people in the team, the more bonus points you get, right?" Bayan glanced toward Uziel's team. Ma Yuziang also looked over and saw the two chatting happily. Bayan continued, "I think they're not targeting normal mid-sized monsters, but special mid to large-sized monsters. I'll say it again, you form a team with me, okay?" Ma Yuziang pondered. Although aware that Bayan was provoking him, the challenge to compete against Uziel's team awakened his fierce fighting spirit. Finally, he smiled. "Alright, sounds interesting. I also want to compete with Uziel once. Let's defeat them together." Bayan exhaled in relief. "Great. I'm counting on you then." She cast a sharp glance towards Acel, muttering to herself, "Just wait and see. This time I will defeat both of them." Time passed. After 4 days of preparation, the simulated battle with monsters officially began. Li Hanwal's voice rang out, "Alright, we will start the evaluation test for Class S and Class A. Each team has the right to choose the monster they want to face, ranging from easy to hard." While Flame was starting up, the surrounding chatter kept rising. "Oh, Team 16 chose Mugrika. That mid-sized monster looks easy to deal with." Flame made up her mind, thinking silently, "It's okay. I've trained very thoroughly." Although she couldn't hunt special monsters for attribute bonus points or big special monsters, defeating this level 3 mid-tier monster alone was enough to get the maximum score. Normally, it takes 5 level 1 mages to handle a level 1 mid-tier monster. If you exploit attribute weaknesses, rich experience, and a favorable environment, defeating higher-level monsters is also feasible. Flame told herself that using light magic, which doesn't counter any attribute, she just had to accept it. She decided to keep away from the level 2 special monsters and focus on achieving a high score with her own ability. While waiting for her turn, Flame suddenly saw Acel. She recalled that in the original novel, Acel was pressured by Bayan and his faction, unable to train or form a group, forced to compete alone and received poor results. Acel lacked the points for a scholarship, had to work part-time to make ends meet, enduring humiliation and oppression from other trainees. That situation caused her magic skills not to improve, and her spirit gradually collapsed. But now everything has changed. Flame and Uziel, people who traveled through time from the future, have appeared and altered the original storyline. Uziel chose to form a group with Acel even though he remembered nothing about the past. Thanks to love and patience, Izel's future has become brighter. Just then, a loud explosion echoed, startling Flame to turn back and look at the arena. She saw the monster had been defeated. Li Hanwal declared that Team 16 had completed their round. "You all worked hard." The audience cheered. Flame understood her turn was coming, her heart racing with a mix of nervousness and determination. After congratulating the team that just finished, the instructor announced that Team 17 should prepare to begin their test. Flame immediately replied loudly, "Yes, I'm coming right now." She quickly moved toward the testing platform, headed to where Uziel and Acel were standing. Flame coldly stepped past both of them, but unfortunately, as she walked by, she accidentally stepped on her shoelace, lost her balance, and fell forward. At that critical moment, a hand from behind grabbed the collar of her shirt, helping her avoid a painful fall. The sight of a small girl hanging suspended in someone else's arms made the audience laugh. Haha, so cute. This girl is even shorter than my little sister. The person holding Flame's collar was Uziel. The male lead looked a bit embarrassed, asking if she was okay. Flame was flustered from being held like a child, unable to speak. Uziel let go. Flame awkwardly turned around to thank him, but Uziel pointed to her foot, saying it was nothing, just tie your shoelace. Looking down, Flame saw one shoelace was tangled. She silently recalled that Jackie had tied it securely earlier. Seeing Flame fumbling, Uziel offered to help, but she quickly refused and fixed it herself, thinking how lucky she was to notice it in time, or else she would have failed the test. After tying it up, Flame stepped onto the testing platform with a confident demeanor. Seeing her alone, the audience started whispering, "Is he alone? Seems so. Impossible. Is she planning to defeat a mid-level monster all by herself?" Flame's test started with an opponent that was a giant mid-level monster. Compared to it, Flame was like a tiny ant. The pressure difference was obvious. The endless chatter was that the monster had no special attribute, so it couldn't be countered. Lee Hanwal's voice rang out, "Group 17, the test begins." Upon receiving the signal, the monster charged at Flame with terrifying speed, but Flame stood still, focusing on chanting the spell, despite the audience's worry. Look at that frantic figure. How could he possibly handle it alone? Upon completing the spell, she whispered. Petals followed the wind, and beneath her appeared a golden magic circle. With determined eyes, Flame believed she could do it. Strong vines sprouted from the ground, wrapping tightly around the monster's body, rendering it unable to move. Next, she cast a material transformation spell, hardening the vines like stone, causing the monster to gradually weaken, his body trembling with frustration. But Flame knew it wasn't enough to finish it off. She summoned 3 halos above her head, condensing power for the finishing blow. At that moment, the beast went mad, straining to break the vines, and within a second all the vines snapped. With fierce, bloodshot eyes, it charged forward, opening its jaws as if to swallow Flame. At the same time, Flame's magic activated. A huge beam of light shot forth, piercing straight through the monster, leaving a fatal wound, a large hole in its body. Flame was exhausted after using nearly all her mana. Panting, the giant monster finally crashed down to the ground, causing the earth to shake. The students watched in astonishment. The teachers and guests took off their glasses, put them back on, unable to believe their eyes. Those who had mocked Flame were now silent. Wow, our group of 5 couldn't even defeat a mid-level monster. Who is he? Lee Hanwal declared that Team 17's test was completed and praised Flame. She bowed her head in thanks, left the stage, thinking to herself, finally, it's over. When returning to her seat, she was suddenly surprised to see someone, eyes wide with amazement, wondering if she had mistaken her sight. Above, the next group of trainees stepped onto the arena. Lee Hanwal's voice rang out. Now we will begin the test for Group 31. The next thrilling battle between the Academy's 2 strongest rivals was about to take place. All eyes turned toward them, especially those of the first-year trainees. They seemed to see idols, continuously shouting, "That's Princess Bayan of the Adalabit royal family, and her teammate is Ma Yuziang, who has the highest entrance score. He's really handsome. How could anyone be both handsome and a top student? This will be a perfect performance to watch. Go Princess, go Ma Yuziang." On this side, Flame leaned her back against the wall, thinking to herself, Bayan, who was supposed to form a group of 6 people within her faction, was now teaming up with Ma Yuziang. Yeah, in the original novel, these 2 characters had nothing to do with each other, but now they were in the same group. The more she thought about it, the more headache-inducing it became. What kind of crazy combination was this? While Flame was confused, a monster summoned by Bayan's group appeared. Its body was covered with diamond-hard scales coated in slime, with 2 wing-like fins that allowed it to soar through the sky. It had arms, legs, and a head resembling a carp, creating a bizarre appearance. The students in the stands gasped in astonishment. Wait, was this real? Unbelievable, the illusory fish of gods and demons. It was a special mid-to-large monster. Who would have thought they'd dare to challenge such an impossible different type monster? Were they out of their minds? According to the original novel, Bayan used the fire attribute, while Ma Yuziang wielded 3 attributes: earth, lightning, and fire. But those were just his true hidden attributes that couldn't be revealed. The illusory fish was a water-type monster with a tough scaled body that once dominated the seas thanks to its intelligence and numbers. But due to a curse from centuries ago, They lost all their intellect and became mere monsters. Yet, they still retained the ability to fly in the air and were immune to lightning, which was the critical weakness of flying creatures and countered the attribute Ma Yuxiang commonly used. The two not only targeted the special medium and large monsters that everyone failed to defeat, they also gave up attribute advantages, clearly aiming to score full marks on this test. But that score is only theirs if they succeed. While everyone was still buzzing, Li Hanwal gave the start signal. The phantom fish soared high, roaring, its foul breath spreading across the stands. Seeing it approach, Bayan raised his staff and began as planned originally. Ma Yuxiang nodded. Understood. Princess. He spun his wand and stepped back to observe from a distance. A trainee wondered, what are they planning to do? The person beside him was confused. I thought they were going to attack. Why is the knight stepping back? What kind of mage is this? While the audience was focused on watching, Ma Yuxiang suddenly blinked, jumping into the air to confront the phantom fish directly. Dok Chulkwang, seeing his confident posture, stroked his chin. Oh, for a first-year trainee, his blink is quite impressive. Bandayan nodded, that's right, this kid is pretty good. But at that level, he can't reach the monster. Blink can't be used midair, so what exactly is he planning? Amid suspicion, Ma Yuxiang used his wand to summon a square stone platform beneath his feet. Then, the fireball cast by Bayan exploded right at Ma Yuxiang's position after his blink. The shockwave propelled him forward like a missile, heading straight for the phantom fish. The audience gasped at this coordination, the two of them working together so perfectly. It was unbelievable. When approaching the phantom fish, Ma Yuxiang formed a giant fist of stone in the air, striking directly into its body, causing the monster to fall to the ground at a terrifying speed. When the dust settled, the phantom fish lay motionless. The extreme physical force cracked and shattered its hard scales. Not missing the opportunity, Ma Yuxiang cast a spell. A blue magical circle appeared on the ground. Countless stones rose up, locking the phantom fish tightly, but he was not skilled at controlling magic, so it was quickly broken. Ma Yuxiang landed without anger. His purpose was merely to buy time, because Bayan's destructive magic had been completed. A giant fireball, like a miniature sun, descended upon the phantom fish, causing it to scream in agony. The terrifying explosion engulfed the area. The audience could hardly believe it, shouting, "Oh my God, it's in pain?" The phantom fish is known for its high fire resistance. After that, Ma Yuxiang continued wielding his wand. He smiled smugly, finishing it off. Just then, a force of lightning struck straight into the monster, while it was still reeling from Bayan's previous attack. Finally, the phantom fish was defeated, reduced to ashes and dust. The crowd's emotions erupted. They applauded enthusiastically. The phantom fish was defeated without a chance to resist. It was crazy. This year's freshmen are incredibly strong, especially the first-year girl who managed the mid-level monster so well. Their skills rival those of the senior S-class students already. After the performance, Bayan and Ma Yuxiang returned to their seats, sensing eyes filled with envy and admiration. Bayan was confident. The feeling of victory with overwhelming power made her imagine herself as the main character of the episode. Glancing at the group of Yuziel and Acel, she thought, could you really beat me? No matter which monster you and Acel choose, you can't possibly put on a better show than us. That was what Bayan thought to herself. But when Yuziel stepped onto the stands, his next words silenced the entire audience. Please summon 5 monsters for me. Everyone was taken aback, surprised expressions clearly visible on Princess Bayan's face. Contrary to her calm demeanor, the other trainees buzzed with chatter. I just heard what? Aside from Princess Bayan's group in flames, didn't all other groups need 5 people to barely handle a mid-sized monster? Yet now these two intend to fight 5 at once. I've heard rumors about Yuziel, but is he out of his mind? All attention focused on the male lead. A series of blue lights surrounded the two of them. The summoning completed, the mid-sized monsters appeared in the arena. Yuziel and Acel were surrounded by the monsters, looking like 2 tiny ants among them. At the special observation corner, 2 teachers were somewhat surprised, and the monsterology researcher Viken spoke up. The monsters Yuziel's team summoned included the poisonous frog Heimer Raiden, the black sand bison, Carden Nami Slime, and the falling monster. Princess Bayan, standing nearby, questioned Ma Yuxiang. Hey, did you notice something? Ma Yuxiang looked at her somewhat surprised, then turned his gaze to the stands and smiled. Actually, no. I'm just curious about what Yuziel is planning. I'm also looking forward to his performance. Facing the appearance of the monsters, Li Hanwal, the host, raised a skeptical question. I just want to ask one thing. Who decided on this monster lineup? Innocently and carefreely, Yuziel replied, It's me. Knowing who picked the lineup, Li Hanwal continued. Although you're a knight who can easily earn points in this situation, it's not the same for a bishop. I think this strategy is a bit too much for the bishop. 5 monsters had now surrounded the two of them. Contrary to everyone's worry and doubt, Yuziel smiled confidently. No, not at all. The strategy I chose this time was designed specifically for the bishop, said Acel, standing next to him, surprised. Hearing the answer, Li Hanwal realized something and said, Alright then, let's get started. At the signal, the monsters surrounded Uziel and Acel. Cell was worried. Uziel whispered, "Can you do it?" Acel replied, "Of course." Uziel said confidently, "Just believe in me." But she silently thought, "How can I trust that? That line is so cliché." To motivate, Uziel said something that made Acel slightly uncomfortable. "I believe in you," a quality cheer up from a teammate. Acel sighed, a few thoughts reflecting that Uziel really is a hard person to understand. Cut to one night, Acel walks behind Uziel, carrying many doubts in her heart. She decided to ask, "Hey." Uziel suddenly turned around. Seizing the moment when it was just the two of them, she asked, "Why me?" "Honestly, you're a skilled knight who could have chosen anyone else to form the team." Facing the difficult question, Uziel scratched his head, considering a reasonable answer. "Finally, you spoke up. Indeed, our class has many talented people. For example, in controlling fire magic, no one compares to Princess Bayan. In controlling flame, unmatched, first-year magic user Yuziang is known as the strongest. No one disputes it. Hei Wenriang is also very suitable to form a team with me because of her single-target attack ability. Uziel understands himself and our classmates well. Acel is even more suspicious. So why did Uziel turn his back and remain calm? "I still feel you are the most suitable person to be my teammate. That's all." You turned around and gave a radiant smile. "Alright, let's continue." Just as expected, Acel looked at your back, her face slightly flushed. This was the first time she saw you serious yet still smiling. "Since you spoke sincerely, my responsibility has increased again." Back to the present. Acel clenched the mystical staff tightly. Thoughts gradually appeared. "Although I don't understand his intentions yet, he surely has a reason to choose me. So I will show him." Acel condensed magic around her feet. The mystical staff floated before her, focusing on releasing mana. She closed her eyes to sense the surroundings. Within danger, opportunity will arise, and only in opportunity can she fully demonstrate her talent. The trainees observing noticed the change. "Wait, isn't that the supernatural resonance skill?" One added, "No way, that is a special ability that only occurs when a mage of 6th level or higher enters an unconscious state. But if you lose focus, the mana flow will reverse, which could cripple you. After all, he is just a first-year student." While everyone was discussing, Acel became enveloped in a stream of mana, blooming like a flower on the battlefield. Surprising everyone, Uziel looked at her, a series of evaluations appearing in his mind. Indeed, he was right. She was a strong contender for the Winter Queen title. He smiled, then said, "Then let's get started." This was a battle between two first-year students against 5 mid-level monsters. The only thing he could rely on at this moment was himself. Immediately after, Uziel dashed straight forward. Blink activated, the sword glowing with a radiant aura. He swung the blade, aiming at the belly of the poisonous frog Heimer Raiden. His eyes focused intensely, sharpness evident. A long crack appeared on the poisonous frog's belly as if it were sensing pain. It screamed pitifully, and Uziel glanced to the side. The first step to attacking the poisonous frog was complete. Next was the black sand bison, he thought to himself. Suddenly, the bison looked toward the screaming frog. Blood-red eyes appeared. His target was the poisonous frog, not Uziel. The bison took a deep breath and pulled back its front legs. Predicting this, Uziel smiled and continued running. "Very good, just as I expected." The way to handle 5 mid-level monsters at once was to create a special atmosphere, making them enemies of each other. The match grew increasingly intense and dramatic. Witnessing this, all the students in the stands were wide-eyed and open-mouthed. In front of them, 5 monsters were fighting amongst themselves. They muttered, "Oh my god, what is happening? I can no longer believe my own eyes. Are they really tearing each other apart?" Seeing the plan succeed, Uziel smiled victoriously. Just as predicted, the plan to make them hostile and slaughter each other has been successful, or in other words, this is the strategy of using others' hands to kill. A dirty trick often used, exploiting the power of others to eliminate opponents without getting involved. Uziel continued explaining. The professional gamers of Ether World once racked their brains wondering how a bunch of newbies could deal with a pack of powerful monsters. After countless experiments, they found a solution by exploiting the characteristics and attributes of the monsters. He analyzed. First, when I attack and wound the toxic frog Heimer Raiden, it emits a red light. This light stimulates the berserk attack instinct of the black sand bison. Then the bison sprays sand around as it moves. When the sand sticks to the Nami slime, it feels uncomfortable, producing a massive amount of water to keep moist. He smiled. "Well done. The plan is still on track thanks to the barrier on the simulator pedestal. The water level rises very quickly." As if remembering something, Uziel looked at the cardon bird and gave a sly smile. "Next is your turn," he continued explaining. A special trait of the cardon bird is that when it senses moisture, it emits a piercing scream spanning over 7 octaves. When the water rises, it gets irritated and screams. The scream stimulates the falling monsters, the sound-sensitive species, driving them insane and causing them to attack enemies. Just as predicted, the shout caused the falling monster to rush in and punch and kick the cardon bird. A supersonic kick distorted the cardon bird's face, sending it backward into Nami Slime. Nami Slime was angry and splashed water into the Carden bird's face. Everyone thought it would counterattack, but it didn't. The Carden bird stared at the falling monster with eyes full of murderous intent. The falling monster glared back as if to say, "There's a lot of blood here. If you like it, then come at me." The two charged at each other and fought hundreds of rounds. Other monsters also began searching for opponents and attacking one another. In the stands, scholars and professors were surprised. One scholar exclaimed, "It's unbelievable that the student named Uziel knows all the characteristics and weaknesses of the 5 monsters like this. Even I, a scholar specialized in monster studies, hadn't thought of this plan. They are reckless and thoughtless but admirable." A female professor spoke up, "I agree, they are reckless and crazy. But what surprises me is Izel's concentration." The girl maintained the mana flow steadily while the monsters fiercely fought. Truly extraordinary. She certainly poured her heart and trust into her knight. On the simulation stage, the monsters still enthusiastically attacked each other. No longer paying attention to anyone. Sand swirled, water rose, the red light grew brighter. Amidst the chaos, Uziel perfectly fulfilled the role of the knight. The knight is responsible for protecting and suppressing the enemy until the mage finishes preparing magic. Whenever a monster blindly attacked Acel, Uziel immediately blinked over, using a sharp sword blade to slash at the ankle, causing it to fall backward. As the Carden bird just stood up, it was attacked by other monsters and couldn't stay alert. Uziel realized the danger when his attack enraged the monsters. He quickly returned to his position and continued his work as a knight. Suddenly, his sixth sense signaled danger, and Uziel widened his eyes. He saw a huge boulder hurtling toward Acel, who was still in a state of mana resonance and unable to move. Without hesitation, Uziel blinked over to protect her with skillful precision. He slashed the boulder into 2 pieces. The demon Yuziong chuckled and said, "Hey Princess Bayan, do you think Uziel resembles the ideal knight? He's like the knight who protects the princess in fairy tales." Hearing this, Bayan widened her eyes, her ruby-red eyes sparkling. Looking toward Uziel in the battlefield, he danced like a warrior of light. His sword and the afterimages of his blink captivated everyone's gaze. Moving east then west, it wasn't a performance but a protection of Acel from all directions. Under absolute protection, she didn't have a single scratch. As the tense battle wore on, the monsters gradually grew exhausted and badly wounded. Suddenly, magical circles appeared on Izel's body like shooting stars or droplets of light, falling through the silent space. Her eyes, as beautiful as jasper, opened. She gripped her crystal flower staff tightly. As soon as she finished, the water accumulated on the ground froze. A giant ice flower appeared in the sky, radiating a cool light from its petals. Witnessing the dazzling magic, the audience couldn't take their eyes off the pale green flower. So brilliantly beautiful it made them forget the purpose of the test, wondering if any artwork could be more exquisite. No one evaluated the magic of the students anymore. They only admired the magic of a true sorcerer. Izel's magic was simple but on a different level, unmatched by any other sorcerer. Time passed, water rose to the monsters' bodies, frozen by Izel's magic into ice, leaving them motionless. Though exhausted from the chaotic battle, they couldn't break the ice immediately, but who knew they would soon shatter it and attack frantically. Thinking this, Acel cast shattering magic. The radiant flower shattered into pieces, turning into thousands of sharp ice spears like giant javelins, piercing through the bodies of 5 monsters. Their skin was ripped, frozen, and necrotized. When they tried to move, the wounds attached to their flesh made them howl in pain. The audience whispered, "What now?" "I don't know either. Hey, do you think they really defeated 5 mid-level monsters with just 2 people?" Suddenly, someone panicked, "Impossible. Look over there." Everyone looked toward the melting ice on the Carden bird. Its eyes widened, steam rising from its body. An innate trait. When sensing cold and high humidity, it emits a terrifying heat, enabling all 5 monsters to simultaneously break the ice. Their murderous gaze fixed on Uziel's group, the ones responsible for their plight. The teachers showed signs of disappointment, sighed. In the end, those 2 still didn't succeed. Their strategy perfect, the battle magnificent, but man proposes, God disposes. They hadn't anticipated the hidden traits of the mid-level monster. Pity it was so close. Even so, with this performance, the Uziel group could still receive very high marks. As everyone agreed, Acel suddenly raised her hand to the sky. A golden orb of lightning magic appeared. The audience's eyes widened. Impossible, that flow of mana, could it be? Without hesitation, Acel declared, "The thunder god descends." Immediately, tens of thousands of electrical currents exploded, transforming into countless lightning bolts that surged into the bodies of the 5 monsters, causing them to roar in pain as the electricity ravaged their insides. Witnessing the combined magic of lightning and ice that she created, Acel was stunned by the magnificent sight. Her eyes showed disbelief. Is this really my magic? So it turns out I can do it too. Just as he said, memories flooded back. She recalled the first time she heard the crazy plan from Uziel. She was shocked and asked, "Are you crazy?" expecting him to be upset. But Uziel just gave a sincere smile saying, "You can do it and I believe in you. So please believe me. Someone who always puts all faith in you." Hearing Uziel's heartfelt words from the bottom of his heart, Acel clenched her fists, telling herself, Uziel still smiled. But the seriousness in his expression and tone was genuine. Not a joke. She felt a weight pressing on her chest. Before, she had nothing but faith in the path she chose. No friend had ever told her that her path was right. Her whole life was lived in fear and anxiety, clinging to a fragile hope. Just as that hope was about to fade, Uziel appeared. He was the first to reach out and save her. Can I really do this? Now she felt as if drifting in an endless ocean. Although she tried to overcome the storms, she still hesitated, wondering if she was going the right way. But that question no longer mattered. Far at the horizon, Uziel had gone ahead, leaving behind footprints of light across the vast ocean like stars guiding sailors. Like a lighthouse guiding ships safely away from danger. Acel sensed the light whispering, "Follow me. I will lead you." Then, Lee Hanwall declared, "The test for Group 32 ends here. Congratulations on your outstanding performance." Standing in the center, Acel smiled happily. Her insecurity and inferiority vanished, leaving only bright confidence, though her face remained lost in hopeless thoughts. On the south main side, Uziel hung suspended in the air, thinking inwardly, "That was close, I almost got swept away. At least they should warn before using such dangerous magic." The scene shifts to the next day. The results of the combat simulation test against monsters were announced. First place Group 32, 199 points, Uziel and Acel. Second place Group 31, 127 points, Ma Yuziang and Bayan, followed by third and fourth places. Looking at the scoreboard on the notice board, Ma Yuziang felt bitter. "We lost." Bayan stared at the board, nodding. "The point gap between the two groups is huge. Surpassing 100 points is remarkable. Not to mention we face special mid-level monsters while at a disadvantageous element, something no one has done. But seeing Uziel's group's 199 points, we have to admit we lost." Ma Yuziang did not expect the proud, cold princess to admit defeat. He smiled teasingly. "Oh, I didn't expect you to accept it so quickly," Bayan haughtily retorted. "Shut up," Ma Yuziang continued, "though I don't want to admit it. Uziel is a more talented vanguard knight than me. As for Acel, she takes on the role of a skilled long-range mage better than her." Hearing that, although Bayan partially agreed, she could not accept losing to Acel. Looking at the handsome face of Ma Yuziang, the image of Uziel appeared before her eyes. Bayan comforted herself, wishing that Uziel were her knight. Then everything would have been different. In the test, he always protected Acel from start to finish. Not only was he a knight, but he also devised strategies for positioning the long-range mage and even arranged the stage for Acel to shine. She thought she knew Ma Yuziang was very talented, but Uziel was truly the most outstanding knight at Stella Academy. If he supported her, she could cast magic as well as Acel. But why would that ordinary person be wholeheartedly devoted to Acel? If such a perfect knight existed in this world, that knight should belong to her, the perfect queen. The more she thought about it, the less Bayan could accept the fact that someone so perfect would care for someone else. Her face turned an ominous gray. The inner struggle was intense. Admitting defeat would be a lie. She could not accept it. This was really strange. She had to thoroughly investigate Uziel. After thinking it through, she took her leave of Ma Yuziang and walked away. However, on the way, Bayan's eyes widened in surprise when she spotted a woman with black hair, with an icy cold expression and eyes clear and unblemished, almost as tall as her, wearing a third-year student ID. This person was Saren Orkin, the Duke's heir and close friend of the current queen of the Adalabit Empire. Passing by, Bayan felt irritated. Did she come because she heard that Bayan lost to the commoner group and the traitor? So annoying, Saren Orkin sneered, immature and naive. Does the kid not realize that all his petty actions are ridiculous and weak? The kid is still very inexperienced. The princess's silhouette gradually faded away, and Saren Orkin looked on with disdain. Flame was recording daily life in her journal, writing and thinking at the same time, unable to believe that crystal flower magic could be cast so quickly. That has become her trump card signature after overcoming many difficulties. Unexpectedly, she perfected it and performed it in front of everyone. According to the original storyline, Acel should be devastated from the shock of the simulated battle, trapped in Prince Jeremy's cage, gradually withering away over time. But that dark future has changed, probably thanks to Uziel. She kept thinking. In the original romance novel, Ma Yuziang and Acel faced the apocalypse together. But what if there was an extra episode written by the author that she didn't know about? What if an unknown character loved Acel for life without reciprocation until the world's end? That sounds too far-fetched. After reading many romance novels, strange thoughts circled in Flame's mind. One answer emerged. To rewind time to find love and protect the world where the one she loves lives happily forever, even if the price is being forgotten to exist. In that last moment, did Uziel feel any regret? Flame's heart tightened, emotions choked her. Unable to believe she was witnessing a tragic story from real life, not a movie or book. What does it feel like to trade existence to turn back time? The scene shifts to Uziel's room. He stares intently at the system board. Episode 5, the battle simulation with monsters ends. Congratulations to the host for gaining a large amount of experience by leading the story in a positive direction. The Constellatio project grants an additional reward. Uziel exclaimed, "What should I choose this time? I had thought about it before but hadn't decided yet." Blink was enhanced from the previous episode. It's best to prepare for the next episode. The more he thought, the more headache he got. Then suddenly an idea flashed. He smiled with satisfaction. "Yes, that's it. How could I forget?" He said to the system, "I want to choose Leafhinal's leaf key item." The system responded, evaluating the host. "Please wait. Ding ding ding. Check complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Leafhinal's leaf key." Seeing the key appear, Uziel jumped with joy. "Wonderful. Although not as classic as the old equipment I used, this is a rare item only available to advanced players. It opens communication with special spirits but only functions to open a specific dungeon. To use it, you have to go outside. But after the cemetery incident, Stella Academy tightened regulations. What should I do now?" While thinking, Uziel remembered how to leave Stella when he used to play the game. Back then, the Academy also restricted going outside like now. What did I do? After a while, his eyes lit up. Right, the club. I need to join a club. Outside, the sun had risen high, casting warm rays. Uziel began writing his coming-of-age journal. "My family had been poor since I was little, rarely eating out like others. Whenever my mother went to work, I stayed home alone, only knowing how to cook instant noodles. When I got tired of noodles, I insisted on having something delicious. My mother used her savings to buy me a bowl of jajang noodles. I was very happy. Even though my mother ate with me, I didn't understand why she didn't pick up her chopsticks. She said she didn't like jajang noodles. After asking around, I finally understood." After finishing writing, he rested his head down, crossed his arms in front of him, his eyes stinging from the long note-taking. He smiled to himself, thinking, "All right, I've completed the assignment. Now I should find a club to join." Uziel stepped up to the school bulletin board, where countless club advertisements were posted. He observed carefully, cautiously resting his chin on his hand, murmuring which club would be the best. The announcements made him hesitate. A literature club for university entrance exams, a chess club, the elite sport of mages, a cooking club, the inspiration for young chefs. Looking at the information on the board, he thought, there seem to be many clubs here, but few allow activities outside. I need to think carefully. Just then, he noticed something, his gaze shifting aside. He murmured to himself, "Still haven't registered for any club?" Turned out someone was standing next to him. Uziel asked, "Who is that?" The other person glanced over. "What? So what?" Seeing the other didn't like the question, "You changed the subject." You should actually be pursued by many clubs." Acel questioned back, "Don't you know who I am?" Hearing the strange question, Uziel calmly replied, "Of course, you're Acel. You've been quite famous lately." Acel didn't deny it. "Well, that's true." Seeing her slightly sad expression, Uziel thought quietly, after the test, Izel's reputation changed significantly. She probably feels the same way I do. "Wait for you to choose." Acel closed her eyes, looking like Uziel when he first arrived here. "You have to choose your club carefully." Suddenly, from afar, Ma Yuziang approached, patting Uziel on the shoulder, smiling. "So you're Uziel." The friendly appearance surprised Uziel. He thought, Ma Yuziang. Yeah, why is he? Uziel brushed his hand away. "All right, let go first." But Ma Yuziang kept smiling. "You're amazing. I've seen your test results. I heard you even commanded the lower soul mages. That's impressive." Uziel was puzzled. "Well, it was just luck, as expected." Ma Yuziang looked at him intently. "Sure enough, you're very different." Ma Yuziang's cold expression transformed 180 degrees. Uziel swallowed in surprise, stammering, "You know, I'm just a commoner, always having to think of ways to do better than others." Hearing the smart answer, Ma Yuziang smiled. "Then you manage your time far more effectively than I do." Suddenly, Uziel asked, "What do you plan to do this weekend?" Ma Yuziang was surprised. "Me?" Then he answered briefly, "Study." Both of them were stunned. Uziel smiled. I asked casually and he answered casually too. "Thanks." Ma Yuziang waved his hand. "Want more?" "I'm really studying and practicing as well." Uziel stammered. "Don't you usually not do things like this? Why are you laughing so much?" Ma Yuziang continued. Well, yes. Lately, I've liked doing this, don't know why. One person laughs easily, another is suspicious." Uziel thought that his gaze was always handsome, so he should be a bit more normal. Ma Yuziang went on. "Practice comes later. What's the reason this time?" Acel suddenly spoke up. "It's about practicing the dungeon, right?" Ma Yuziang added. "Yes. If you hadn't interfered then, miss, I might have been in danger." Hearing that, Acel got angry. "Don't call me miss." Uziel summarized the situation. "Right? In the original story, Ma Yuxiang cooperates with Flame and easily defeats He Wenriang. But this time, because I intervened, Flame got stuck where I was. Ma Yuxiang had to face He Wenriang alone. Could that be the reason why He Wenriang is acting strangely? Anyway, everything is still good. Thanks to that, both will train themselves, which is completely different from me. Their growth will certainly bring a positive outcome. Ma Yuxiang returned to the main topic. Hey Yuziel, you still haven't joined any club, have you? It's been a long time since you enrolled. His tone was a bit abrupt. Because I've been busy. Ma Yuxiang smiled as if offering a tonic, pointing at himself. Then join the club with me. Yuziel looked away. Let's see. If you meet my requirements, I'll consider it. Ma Yuxiang asked, what kind of club do you want? Yuziel began a speech. It must be quiet, few people, no private gatherings, with the 4 major insurances. Lunch includes cheese and pork chop. Free to operate outside. Respect individual activities, allowed to go outside. Cell was confused. What club in the world is like that? Yuziel knew well, smiled. Of course there isn't such a thing, I was just kidding. Ma Yuxiang suddenly said, that's interesting. If I create a club like that, would you join? The two of them stared blankly for a few seconds. Yuziel asked back, trying to stay calm, can you really establish a club allowed to go outside specially? Ma Yuxiang smiled brightly and confidently. Yes, I definitely can. In Yuziel's mind, he calculated. That's right. Ma Yuxiang has broad connections linked with the hidden powerful factions in Stella Academy. Although scary, they would be useful. Freedom to operate outside school, health insurance, enjoy beef chop daily, no unreasonable restrictions. But he thought further. There's no free meal in this world. Ma Yuxiang and I aren't close. Even if I show genius-level game knowledge, is that enough for him to create a dream club for me? Serious attitude. Great idea. But what benefit does he get by making this club for me? Ma Yuxiang's eyes flickered as he looked at Yuziel like a precious gem. Of course, you're very special. Yuziel thought, what exactly does he know? Then suddenly remembered one big problem of Ma Yuxiang. Extreme loneliness. With no other way, Yuziel nodded. All right, you start the club. Ma Yuxiang said excitedly. Really? Yuziel replied calmly, yeah. But you have to let her join too. He pulled Acel in, surprising her. Huh, me too? Seeing the plan was on the right track, Yuziel was smug. In the original story, these two were a perfect match. If they had Acel, she could take care of Ma Yuxiang's spirit. He's like a pufferfish that would either die or go mad if he left the water. I don't rely on Flame because she's always with He Wenriang. Ma Yuxiang was happy. Having Yuziel nearby was good enough, and adding the beautiful Miss Acel was welcomed. Acel was annoyed and said, don't call me miss. It's irritating. Hearing this cat and dog conversation, Yuziel wondered whether this decision was right or wrong. Ma Yuxiang asked further, so what's the club's name? Yuziel had it ready. Leave it to me. A moment later, the application appeared before everyone. The club establishment form, club name, Culinary Club, President Yuziel, members Ma Yuxiang and Acel. Purpose, to explore cuisines around the world. Acel was hesitant, is this okay? To reach the special activity seal rank, they need at least 1 faculty advisor and 5 members. Ma Yuxiang's mouth twitched in a smile like a savior. Leave the members and the seal to me. But finding a faculty advisor is what I find difficult. Yuziel turned to him. How did you get special permission to go out but still find a professor difficult? Ma Yuxiang smirked. It's nothing. That smile gave Yuziel chills down his spine. Seeing everything settled, Ma Yuxiang took the paper. Okay, I'll go ask for the seal for the club registration form. Yuziel replied. Yes, I rely on you for everything. Watching Ma Yuxiang's back gradually disappear, Yuziel thought the special activity seal wasn't something just anyone could get. If they stamped it for him, they must be one of them. Cut to the main tower number 1, the office of Vice Principal Stella. He was enjoying his porcelain tea when the door opened. His expression changed as Ma Yuxiang stepped in. Seeing the face of the endlessly charming prince, the Vice Principal smiled respectfully. Oh my, what breeze has brought you here? Welcome young master Ma Yuxiang. Noticing the flattery, Ma Yuxiang smiled warmly. Yes, it's been a long time since I saw you. Ma Yuxiang plopped down into the vice principal's chair, crossed his arms with a satisfied smile. Oh, your seat is more comfortable than I thought. I like it already. Haha. At the arrogant words, the vice principal only gave a faint smile and bowed respectfully. Thank God, young master. It is an honor that you like it. I'm truly glad to see you grown like this. Ma Yuxiang responded indifferently. Is that so? Life at Stella Academy is great. I meet many interesting friends. This place is much better than home. While speaking, his smile shone brightly, but the vice principal frowned, thinking to himself, what is this crazy kid doing here anyway? Regaining his composure, he asked, so what breeze has brought you here? Ma Yuxiang didn't answer immediately, gently placing the paper on the table. The corner of his mouth curved up full of meaning. This is the application form to establish a club. We need you to stamp it. The vice principal was stunned. What did you say? His eyes fixed tightly on the paper, unable to hide his doubt. A weirdo like Ma Yuziang wants to establish a club? If the family knew, they would be shocked. After a moment of thought, he sighed and nodded. I understand. An application form to establish a club. Huh? First, let me check if it meets the criteria. After all, to form a club, the minimum number of members must be valid. That's the rule. But just as he reached out to touch the paper, Ma Yuziang immediately covered it with his palm. The room fell into silence. The vice principal froze and looked up. Ma Yuziang's radiant smile vanished. His eyes darkened like an abyss, and his low voice carried an invisible pressure. He didn't need to check the content. His job was only to stamp. The vice principal's throat went dry. He sensed something terrifying hidden in the boy's gaze and swallowed hard without thinking. He thought he could not resist. In fact, he had no right to object. As long as this kid remained the heir of that great man, he could not refuse. Cold sweat ran down his spine. He reached under the table and took the seal. Yes, of course I will stamp it, but please keep this a secret. He skillfully reminded him while stamping. When the seal was finally imprinted on the paper, Ma Yuziang felt his purpose achieved and withdrew his cold attitude. I understand. Thanks, I'm off now. He left the office and the door closed. The vice principal remained motionless for a moment, then plopped down into his chair, exhaling deeply. Damn it, a half-talented kid daring to be arrogant in front of me. Like father, like son. He clenched his fist tightly, his eyes darkening. How could he be so much like that man? But this will end soon. One day I will personally crush the neck of this arrogant kid. The next day, the bell rang signaling the end of class. The professor raised his voice. All right, class is over. Remember to do your homework. He quickly left. The whole class buzzed with chatter. Hey, did you see what just happened? That professor always nitpicks nonsense when presenting. Exactly, especially towards ordinary students, he nitpicks even more. After tidying up their books, the students left one by one. Only Jackie remained standing there, staring intently at the presentation sheet in his hands, overwhelmed with regret. Damn it, I could have made a better impression, but I ruined everything just because I was worried. Flame saw that Jackie hadn't left yet and, sensing her regret, comforted him with a smile. Jackie, you presented better today. Don't pay attention to the professor's harsh words. You did great. Jackie snapped back. Shut up. I don't need your fake comfort. Flame was stunned then upset. This kid. I was worried about her, so I came to comfort her. Yet she doesn't understand my hardship. Suddenly, a voice from behind spoke up. It's true though. Flame startled and shouted loudly. Can you stop appearing suddenly like that? You scared me. She crossed her arms and frowned. Do you have something you want me to help with? Uziel awkwardly scratched his head. It's nothing big. Do you have any close relationship with a professor? I'm planning to form a club and need to find a free professor to be an advisor. Can you help? Flame raised an eyebrow. Why don't you do it yourself? Uziel sighed. It seems professors really dislike me, so it's better not to ask directly. Flame was speechless and then laughed. Obviously. With your attitude all this time, arguing with professors during class, sleeping in class, even cheating, you're lucky you haven't been expelled yet. Uziel cleared his throat and looked away. Ahem, no need to say everything. Flame closed her eyes and thought. Being a club advisor is quite troublesome. It's not easy to find a professor willing to do it. Suddenly she remembered, you're close with Professor Mizentiran's assistant, right? I saw you often visit her lab. Uziel raised his eyebrows. Yes, that's right. Why not ask her? Flame crossed her arms and looked at him like he was an idiot. Are you stupid? This is Stella Academy. Assistants can also serve as advisors. Uziel gaped. He couldn't believe he had been running around everywhere without realizing the easiest path was right in front of him. Playing the game in storyline mode, he never noticed this detail. As he walked, he considered the proposal, but when he approached the laboratory, Uziel froze. Professor Mizentiran stepped out, holding a blank sheet of paper, smiling slyly, her sharp eyes hiding something unpredictable. Uziel squinted at her back as she disappeared. Suspicious. Why was she here? Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and stepped inside cheerfully. I'm here, but the smile faded. In the middle of the room, Alterisha looked miserable, wiping away tears. Flustered. Uziel, you're here already? Uziel stepped forward worriedly, speaking softly. What happened? Alterisha sobbed, trying to explain. It's like this. Seeing her evasive eyes, Uziel knew she was lying. He spoke sternly. Teaching assistant, you didn't prepare your research in advance, did you? Alterisha clenched her fists tightly, smiling wryly. Well, about that, I already gave it to Professor Mizentiran, The alchemy seminar is coming up. The professor said he would present on my behalf. Her eyes gleamed with hope. It's great. My research will be presented before the world's top alchemists. But Uziel interrupted angrily. I get it, Alterisha, your research Shungua has just been completely stolen. Is your name even on it? Alterisha froze, hesitated, then forced a bitter laugh. Haha, it's okay, it's also an experience. Alchemy is like that. It's not just me whose chungguo were taken. Everyone goes through the bitter reality and acceptance. Uziel was upset. Is this how they endure to become alchemists? You think even though Maizen Tiran is about to solve the formula, I want Altarisha to complete it herself first. Seeing her research stolen, I can't just sit idly by. Uziel asked, teaching assistant. Besides that, what other research are you working on? Altarisha was surprised. We're tackling the research together. I mean the technique of random digital interference combined with Qigong. She sighed. That technique has existed for 300 years, and no one has solved it yet. I tried following your unique idea, but it still wasn't effective. Uziel smiled confidently. If we can solve it, this research will make a breakthrough. Actually, I've already solved that part. Altarisha's eyes widened. Her pupils constricted in shock. What did you say? You really solved it? Uziel nodded firmly. Yes. Let me present it. Although she didn't fully understand how it worked, he wrote the enhancement formula on the board. Altarisha looked closely, her eyes flashing images of techniques and alchemical formulas. She gasped when Uziel finished writing, looking straight at her with confidence. But if it were you, definitely it would be different. Altarisha muttered and stepped closer. She meant that if the dispersion ratio and reflection were added to the formula, combined with the Panusan flow and the Trini coefficient, she was completely absorbed, forgetting Uziel's presence. He was secretly amazed at Altarisha's insane focus. Unlike himself, who only copied and memorized, her genius brain must be flashing countless ideas. I shouldn't finish this research for her. Altarisha must complete it herself to become the true author and regain faith in herself. I only provide support. I have no intention of becoming an alchemist, nor do I have the capability or ideals for it. But Altarisha is different. She is a genius who can change the future of humanity. Uziel quietly left the room, closing the door without a sound. His role ends here. For the rest, he trusts Altarisha's talent and waits. Some time later, thanks to the help of Altarisha's assistant and the mage Yuziang, Uziel successfully established a culinary club. As the team leader, he requested permission to go outside and arrived here through the blink gate. Although the process caused some joint pain and the professor repeatedly questioned him, thanks to prior preparation, he was lucky to pass the test and was granted easy travel permission, as long as he did not cause trouble. Along the way, Uziel couldn't help but be enchanted by the poetic scenery. A giant tree, the third world tree, rose high into the clouds, with thousands of branches and leaves spreading wide like an umbrella covering the vast garden below. The characteristic green aura of the world tree, also known as Nam Hoa Lin Yuyan, gently enveloped all things, bringing a sense of peace and happiness. The garden around it is called the Dream Garden. Anyone can enter to pick fruit and enjoy it. Viewed from above, the scene looks like something from a fairy tale, making this place a famous resort spot and even an unmissable photo location in the game. Uziel exclaimed, "Wow, the in-game graphics are nothing compared to the beautiful scenery before his eyes." Just then, a beautiful young woman with pointed ears and snow-white skin stepped forward. Seeing the Stella Academy insignia on her uniform, she smiled warmly and welcomed the mage from Stella. "We warmly welcome human mages here." Uziel smiled in response. "I am very glad to meet such a lovely lady." Another passerby greeted enthusiastically, "May your sincerity reach Mother Earth." Uziel nodded sincerely. "Yes. I express my gratitude to Mother Earth and the World Tree for granting this beautiful garden." They greeted him with the elven salutation he remembered from the Codex of Knowledge. He thought to himself that he had heard how long ago the Altman and Eltrowin saved them from the burning and collapse of the Second World Tree. Perhaps it was true, since many elves recognized the Stella uniform and were very friendly. But in reality, few mages master offensive magic, and the test to become a magic knight is extremely difficult, so those holding that title are rare. By the way, many elves have captivating appearances, which Uziel admired as he walked down the street. However, not all elves are stunning at first glance. It's just that the proportion of outstanding appearances in the elf race is higher than in humans. There are still ordinary elves. Among them, Siren, the elf king, stood out the most with a goddess-like beauty that stole the hearts of countless people. She is the character with the largest fanbase in the game, and also one of Uziel's favorites. He thought that elf-kind was born without gender. Only when experiencing true love does one's gender change according to the person they love. Hoa Siren was born with the appearance of a beautiful woman but had never loved anyone, so according to the game's setup, she had no gender. Later rescued by Flame, she fell for him and chose to become male to stand by the one she loved. Seriously, what a boss. No idea who the hell wrote this storyline. No matter which content branch the player chooses, Hoa Siren never turns female, leaving male gamers both despairing and amused. Lost in memories, wandering around the world's tree outskirts, Uziel found the mysterious labyrinth in the garden of the celestial spirit Leafenel. He calculated that his skills had improved quite a lot. It was best to prepare for the upcoming event. He opened his inventory, took out Leafenel's leaf light key. Grinning, fortunately he could use it earlier than expected. He inserted the key into the rotary lock, but a message popped up. If you open this gate, other owners of the key may be alerted. Uziel flinched slightly. He'd seen this warning in the game before. The key in the game had a similar message, but many were disappointed as no special event occurred. He thought, forget her, at this point what else could possibly happen? Uziel decisively turned the key, and in an instant, the gate leading to the Garden of Celestial Spirits opened. Meanwhile, at the cradle of the Celestial Spirit Wood, where the Elf Kingdom rests atop the highest peak of the Tysaw mountain range, a magnificent yet desolate castle stood tall. Though in ruins, it strangely harmonized with the majestic nature around it. At first glance, one might mistake it for a tree amidst the vast forest. At the top of the castle, the bedroom was engulfed in darkness, with only a faint light filtering through the window slit, arousing curiosity. Could it be that sunlight never reached here? Stimulated by the light, a slender woman rose from bed, slowly walked to the window, her snow-white hair cascading like snow blossoms over the ice cypress mountain range. Gazing at the breathtaking natural scenery, her golden eyes widened, sparkling like gold, radiating brilliantly. Anyone who looked at her would lose their sanity, captivated by a beauty beyond the endurance of any sentient being. She was the fairy queen Hoa Sirin, often excessively sleepy early in the morning. Even when awake, she would quietly sit by the window, watching the birds freely soaring, a feeling of unease rising within her. She didn't know when she would ever be like them, free to spread her wings, but she could not leave here. She felt truly envious. Suddenly, a strange sensation from her chest startled Hoa Sirin. She raised her hand to her head, frowned, as if someone had stepped into the secret garden, the resting place of the 1,000-year-old divine leaf Hinnel. Hoa Sirin couldn't believe it. That was a forbidden area. No one was allowed in. So who dared to trespass? Putting aside the matter of where that person got the lost key, she was curious about the identity of the one using it and decided to go there herself, even though she knew she couldn't leave the room. At that very moment, her heart tightened. Pain like hundreds of needles piercing her made her stagger. She had endured for decades without revealing her face, unable to act recklessly, fearing that a slip of the tongue might trigger a curse causing someone to go mad. She clenched her hands tightly, controlling her emotions, telling herself to wait a little longer. The World Tree's birthday was coming, and as the fairy queen, she had to appear before all the people. Then she would investigate who that person was. After making up her mind, Hoa Sirin continued gazing out the window, sunlight caressing her face. Many reasons kept her living in this dark, secluded place. Whether sleeping or going about her daily life, she always feared someone might accidentally see her flawless, captivating profile. Turning back, Uziel had just stepped into the dungeon when a strong fragrance suddenly hit his nose, causing him to uncontrollably sneeze repeatedly. Damn it, this damn pollen. The sound attracted plant-based monsters in the root dungeon, who rushed to attack. Uziel ran for his life but couldn't keep running forever. He stopped, determined to fight. The battle was fierce, but plant-type monsters are resilient and not easy to kill. Uziel pulled out an alchemy bomb. Fire is the weakness of wood-type monsters. This is why I chose alchemy as my secondary skill. Although I can't combine gunpowder and magic like a high-level alchemist, a level 1 firebomb is enough to handle them. He threw the firebomb at the tree roots. Boom, boom, boom. The bomb exploded, and the monsters screamed in pain. Taking advantage of the moment, Uziel drew his sword, used blink to approach, quickly searching for the weak point. Without hesitation, he thrust straight into the root's head, collapsed and vanished into nothingness. The system bell rang, congratulating him that he gained experience points. Uziel breathed a sigh of relief. At least these weak monsters gave a decent amount of points. Looking ahead, he continued the journey. The real target of this episode was right before him. There was no time to waste. The system announced that he was entering the labyrinth's boss room. The giant wooden door closed. A gentle breeze passed by, and the scene before Uziel looked like a fairy tale painting. A magical night sky, a bright full moon more splendid than Earth's moon, enveloping an endless field of flowers. Countless stars adorned the night, making it even more poetic, the moonlight shimmering on each petal like a silver layer. Uziel took a deep breath, strengthening his resolve to step toward the center of the maze. His eyes lit up. The woman praying with folded hands on the stone pillar over there. Could it be the divine deity Eiffenel, the boss of this maze? The most mysterious beings in the world are divinities. Phenomena when a pure soul cultivates for 10,000 years, comprehends the truth, and evolves into a new entity. Even in the world, such existences are extremely rare. But the creature before me is not a perfect celestial spirit. That woman, just before becoming a celestial spirit, had her heart stolen, forever frozen in this state. Uziel cautiously approached, each step filled with vigilance. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, causing him to tremble, his face showing alarm. Just 1 second later, unable to maintain his footing, he collapsed. Uziel realized this was the pressure of magical power. As expected, even in death, a celestial spirit remains a celestial spirit, but he couldn't give up. Thinking this, he fixed his gaze on the charging celestial spirit. Although the pressure made his legs heavy, he still refused to quit. The distance between them grew smaller and smaller. When he reached beside the celestial spirit, Uziel's legs, exhausted, gave way. He panted wearily when suddenly a system sound rang out. Experience. Trait of suppressing magic leakage increased. Ability stats increased. Only then did Uziel breathe a sigh of relief, his breath easier, no longer pressed down by the pressure. Indeed, this place is the training ground left behind by a celestial spirit before departing. A miracle that mages across the world frantically seek, but none have discovered. The magic veins here, just moving normally, have a 100-fold effect. Thanks to absorbing the celestial spirit's aura through the body, the natural harmony ability skyrockets tremendously. Simply put, enduring all this hardship is just to find a good gym. In real life, I never touch the gym, but here, whether I want to or not, I have to do it. While thinking, Uziel's gaze was drawn to a branch emitting purple energy in the hands of the celestial spirit. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to take it. The system notified, you have acquired a special artifact, the branch of hatred, high grade. Description. Hatred does not fade with time, it only burns fiercer. Special functions. 1. Upon first contact, causes an abnormal hatred state on the target. 2. Upon second contact, hatred explodes, dealing damage. 3. Hatred accumulates daily, storing up to 3 months maximum. 4. If the target has risk level 6 or above, damage is halved, one-time use. After reading, Uziel smiled with satisfaction. With this, I can face Myzen Tyran, the boss in episode 8. Having acquired the artifact, now it's time to start training. A few weeks later, thanks to diligent practice here, Uziel's stats increased significantly. Mana leak delay LV3, muscle strength plus 8%, reflex speed plus 12%, sensory sensitivity plus 20%. Sixth sense, consumes mental power to activate, detects mana phenomena within 24 meters, heightens awareness when in danger, activates automatically, mana circulation rate in blood plus 2%. Looking at the stats board, he marveled that his current stats were around mid-level 2 stars. There's still a long way to go. The main characters already have stats surpassing 4 stars. Since no one in this world teaches swordsmanship, my only option is to thrust and slash precisely through the enemy's weak points. I have to train until I can scrape bones clean, strip flesh until vomiting blood, only then stop. While training, Uziel felt his body change, something stabbing into his chest. He coughed violently, hacking, the sword falling to the ground. The system notified that you have mastered the special spirit energy breathing method. The breath skill of the celestial spirit has been acquired. Uziel's gaze was hazy, everything blurred. His eyes fluttered closed as if losing consciousness. Everything dim and mysterious. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed, waking Uziel up. Hey, what are you doing? Can't you hear me? Are you pretending not to hear? I hope you really are. Do you hear me? Answer me, I'm waiting here. Uziel jolted awake. What the hell is this? The sound came again. The voice continued, hey, you heard me, right? Regaining composure, Uziel turned and murmured, are you the celestial spirit Leafhenel? A big question mark appeared in his mind. Did celestial spirit Leafhenel just start talking to him? Astonished, he exclaimed, what's this? A talking corpse? The irritated celestial spirit said, I'm not dead yet, you vile human. Uziel was still stunned. What the? How can you speak? The celestial spirit replied, I've been talking all along. It's just that your ears were deaf so you didn't hear. Why didn't you hear before but hear now? It must be because you're starting to be like me. Just now you were breathing the same breathing technique as mine. The more he listened, the more confused Uziel became. Thinking back, just now there was a notification that he had acquired a skill. The system currently displays information. Celestial Spirit Breath LV1 skill. Merging with nature through celestial spirit respiration, greatly increasing the circulation ratio of demonic energy in the blood. When used, however, the phenomenon of spirit beast invasion appears. Effect 1. Power increases by 107%. 2. Reaction speed increases by 125%. 3. Sensory perception increases by 147%. 4. Endurance increases by 101%. Maximum duration is 15 seconds. Invasion level at 1%. Uziel silently rejoiced. What is this? This skill is so overpowered. Though short-lived, the stats spike to the level of a 4-star rank. Wait, what does Spirit Beast Invasion mean? It means I will lose my human body. The Spirit Beast maintains form through magical power, but with a physique like mine that leaks magical energy. Losing the body means death. This skill shortens lifespan the more I use it. He reminded himself to stay positive. After all, this is a useful skill in an emergency situation. After the silence so far, the celestial spirit spoke. Strange. This is the second time a human has exhaled celestial spirit breath. You resemble that person. Presence so faint it's hard to detect. Body devoid of demonic energy, as if not existing in this world. Uziel was surprised. Who was that person? The celestial spirit continued. He also wielded a sword like you, severing magic, even cutting through celestial spirits. Uziel was shocked. What? He thought no swordsman like that was ever mentioned in the game before. If strong enough to cut through celestial spirits, he must be a true master. He asked, "Can I meet that person?" The heavenly spirit said harshly, "No, the disciple of the ancient archmage already killed him." Uziel was struck like lightning. "The ancient archmage, you died long ago. How could you be alive?" The heavenly spirit continued, "Do you want me to teach you? I once fought him and recorded all his breathing techniques and moves." Uziel was half believing. "Really?" The heavenly spirit added, "But there's a condition. I cannot leave here, nor speak to anyone else, because I am as good as dead. Find my heart for me, help save me and bring me back to life." Just as expected, Uziel was straightforward and said, "Sorry, with my current power, I cannot take the heart of another heavenly spirit." After some thought, the heavenly spirit reluctantly said, "It doesn't have to be a heavenly spirit's heart, just a pure heart of a divine beast." Uziel was confused. "If you use a divine beast's heart, you will lose most of your strength." The heavenly spirit replied, "That's okay. It's better than being trapped here forever, living alone all my life." Hearing that, Uziel thought that both sides would benefit. He said, "If it's just an ordinary divine beast's heart, it wouldn't be impossible. I can do it." The heavenly spirit asked, "Really?" Uziel told himself, "The reason I'm cultivating here is to prepare for an upcoming summoning contract ritual, where I will meet countless divine beasts. Compared to finding a heavenly spirit's heart, this is much easier. I am confident I will try to bring one back if I can." The heavenly spirit was delighted. "Thank you, I will wait. Oh, and there's something I want to give you." Uziel was surprised. "What is it?" The heavenly spirit said, "Look behind me." He asked, "What is this?" Celestial spirit response, Alpha's flower chain, a symbol of the bond between Leafinal and the destined friend. No power. Uziel had never heard of this item in the game. At most it had no flame, but could be used for burning. He put the ring into his pocket but suddenly startled. "Wait a minute, he is a celestial spirit after all." Observing carefully, he exclaimed, "A symbol of a celestial spirit? Maybe this is more useful than I thought." At the same time, in Alterisha's laboratory, she was personally perfecting the formula based on Uziel's instructions. After a period of concentration, she stopped to look at the result. "I've done it. No, now is not the time to be complacent." She continued to copy the formula from the board onto paper. A while later, Alterisha happily said that a new era would begin tomorrow. If Uziel knew, he would surely be very happy. In another place, the Dwarf Kingdom, the mineral capital of the Black Steel Empire, the dwarves here are extremely energetic, lively, and full of vitality. Amidst this scenery, the two main characters, Uziel and Alterisha, set foot in this strange city. Just upon arrival, Uziel beamed with a bright smile. "We have arrived." Alterisha stood beside him, glanced around, nodded in confirmation. "Yes, indeed. Today marks the day of the Grand Academic Conference, a major event with a venue that changes annually. This year, the honor belongs to the Optical Metallurgy Academy, renowned as one of the world's top alchemy schools, located in the Kingdom of Dwarves. Since the dwarves invented material magic, this year's conference is expected to be on an extraordinary scale. Rumor has it that the greatest alchemist, while Suk-Koden, the golden alchemist, will be attending." A thought flashed through Uziel's mind, accompanied by a sense of satisfaction. This is the perfect moment to present Alterisha's latest discovery. But his gaze shifted to Alterisha beside him, who spoke up, worry evident. "Uziel, is this really okay? This is something that Professor has devoted half his life to researching." Uziel thought to himself, what a fool or kind soul, unable to do anything when his research is stolen, yet still speaks so nicely. Sensing her unease, he changed the atmosphere. "Don't worry, Alterisha. It's not like I copied Professor Myzen-Tiran's research. I simply surpassed her." Alterisha hesitated. Thank you." The two continued walking. Uziel spoke playfully as they went. "Then let's go in. That red carpet looks too stressful. Let's take the back door." Alterisha nodded eagerly. "Oh, right, that's a good idea." As they stepped inside, a broadcast sound echoed, drawing the attention of the hall. "Welcome to all doctors, professors, and researchers of the Alchemy Society. Now, I hereby declare the opening of the 87th Golden Ratio Academic Conference." The enthusiastic voice, tinged with humor, caused several top professors to slightly raise their eyebrows. The host continued, "At the opening session, we are honored to introduce a new medical invention." The sound of high heels echoed, spotlight beams swept across as a figure walked out with great charisma. None other than Professor Myzen-Tiran, whom Alterisha had mentioned with respect and a touch of guilt. The presenter solemnly began, "Please welcome Professor Myzen-Tiran from Stella Academy to introduce the latest medical drug product." She gently stepped up to the podium, her sharp eyes scanning the audience, then projected the first slide onto the screen. "Hello, I am Myzen-Tiran from Stella Academy. Today, I will introduce the new Alpha experimental drug line from Hong Duok. She paused and clicked the remote control, the screen displaying an image. First, please take a look at this. The presentation began to become lengthy and detailed, precisely in accordance with high professional standards, requiring more patience than knowledge. Everyone listened attentively, although even those of us seated below barely understood what she was saying. The terminology seemed aimed at splitting atoms, making anyone lacking patience prone to a half-awake drowsiness. After a prolonged stretch, she concluded her presentation with, "That is all for my talk." The hall seemed to awaken from hypnosis as applause rang out accompanied by dramatic nodding. A wave of chatter broke out. "Oh my, Professor Maizen is truly a genius. That challenging innovation for Hong Duok is absolutely fantastic." In the corner of the room, Uziel folded his arms and observed, his sharp eyes analyzing like a grandmaster in a chess game. He thought, talking about Altericia's thesis as if she herself created it, quite convincing, but the joke was only just beginning. There were many ways to retaliate, and now the main course was about to be served. Just as he thought, the main course was laid out. Another character stepped forward, Altericia from Stella Academy. The atmosphere fell silent as Altericia stepped lightly onto the stage, standing exactly where Maizen had just left. She looked at the audience, took a deep breath, and began, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Altericia, an alchemist from Stella Academy." But no one paid much attention. The audience whispered like patrons at a street tea stall. "Hey, is she from the pharmaceutical company? I really loved Professor Maizen's cell regeneration extraction. Absolutely fantastic." Amid the noisy waves, only Uziel focused intently on every word Altericia said. She hesitated slightly but continued. "The topic I am presenting today is..." At that moment, a faint smile appeared on Uziel's lips as if he knew what was about to happen. Altericia's next sentence silenced the hall completely. "This is a complete summary and thorough understanding of the technique using mixed variable alteration." Silence enveloped like time standing still, no chatter, no whispers. Everyone turned to look at her, eyes wide as if asking, "What did she just say?" No one dared to interrupt, but the atmosphere was shattered when an elderly man slammed the table and stood up, his voice sharp. "Do you know where you are standing?" The auditorium trembled, all eyes turning to Altericia. Under the pressure, she was slightly flustered, stammering but maintaining her composure. "Yes, of course I know this is a wonderful and honored position, especially for someone like me." Her response was humble yet resolute, but the professor was relentless. "Then explain clearly what the spell you just cast means." Altericia gently pressed her hand to her chest, calming herself. She took a deep breath, looked directly into the expectant eyes, and said, "Please understand it from the perspective of an alchemist." The auditorium erupted like a broken hornet's nest, murmurs spreading. The incantation to transmute variables, impossible, for the principles of magic and alchemy cannot be combined. Indeed, for 3 million years, no one has resolved the contradiction between those two. A renowned professor sitting in the front row, with white hair and deep-set eyes, raised his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat to steady himself. The tense atmosphere was broken when the moderator's voice rang out like a bell to relieve the stress. "Please keep order and allow the speaker to finish." But then another deep, authoritative voice rose. "If you think it's impossible just because many have failed, then how can you call yourselves alchemists?" Everything fell silent. The voice belonged to the man wearing a white robe trimmed with gold, his hair softly curled with a golden sheen, a legendary golden alchemist, Walsuk Koden. He smiled as he stepped forward. "I have been eagerly awaiting what you are about to present. I want to see the truth hidden within the magic that everyone has long believed impossible." He raised his hand to encourage her. "Come now, brave little girl, share your discovery with us." Altericia stood as if petrified, a rosy blush spreading over her cheeks, her eyes shining with gratitude and emotion. She gently bowed her head and whispered, "Thank you, sir." A shout like thunder struck through the hall, leaving it utterly silent. None other than Professor Maizen, his gaze as sour as if he had just tasted vinegar, gnashed his teeth as if he wanted to bite the microphone to pieces. Before Altericia's assistant presentation began, "I have a question regarding the thesis being discussed." The audience murmured, while Suk Koden tilted his head, his eyes sharp as laser beams. "What do you mean?" Maizen spun sharply to face Altericia, his voice slicing through the air clearly. "I suspect plagiarism." The entire hall seemed to explode with rapid whispers and chatter. Good heavens, plagiarism? The most serious accusation in academic circles. While Suk Koden burst out laughing. A laugh half amused, half as if ready to sue someone. "How ridiculous. Do you know what happens if you accuse plagiarism without evidence?" Maizen replied, "Of course I know." He stepped close to Altericia, spreading arms like performing magic. "As everyone knows, the interleaving algorithm for mixed variables has 5 unsolved problems. Only when all 5 are solved can alchemy and magic harmonize. Until now, our academy has only solved 2, and even those answers are incomplete." Uziel folded his arms and listened attentively, eyes narrowing. Maizen continued proudly. But Professor Myzentirin, have solved 4 out of 5 problems. And the assistant standing here is my assistant. The auditorium buzzed with excitement. Someone whispered amidst the noise, "If this thesis is indeed..." Myzentirin raised her hand to interrupt. "That's right, this thesis is definitely mine." She tilted her head with a challenging smile. "Even if my assistant accidentally solved the 5th problem, so what?" Myzentirin's gaze was like an icy dagger piercing Alterisha, sharp and cold. Her face curled into a triumphant smile. Bitter thoughts echoed in her mind. "Alterisha, you insolent brat. You are a genius, I do not deny that. But so what? This will be where you end. Fool, talent means nothing if no one recognizes it. Your talent will forever belong to me." Myzentirin leaned close to Alterisha, face to face, voice like a judgment bell. "So, Assistant Alterisha, do you dare affirm that you have solved the remaining 4 problems?" The hall fell silent. Alterisha froze, eyes wavering, took a step back, heart pounding. "I knew it, this would happen. My hair is about to turn gray. Oh God, what should I do?" But a voice like a breeze whispered in her mind. "If you ever feel troubled being alone, call me over." Alterisha's eyes opened wide, glowing brightly. Fear vanished like rain erased by sunlight. She inhaled deeply, lips pressed tightly together, curling into a calm smile. Her right hand slowly rose. "I have a request. I want to invite a co-author up here." The auditorium erupted as if bombed. A loud murmur spread. "What? A co-author?" While Suk Koden raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Who is that person?" Alterisha lowered her hand, her gaze directed toward the audience, pointing directly at a young man in the sea of people. "My co-author is Uziel." Uziel almost toppled backward, mouth agape, eyes wide as if his brain had just powered down. "Co-author, I only contributed a few ideas, right? No, wait. How am I supposed to react now?" After Alterisha introduced him as the co-author, Professor Myzentirin also looked toward Uziel, and then he took his steps forward, gradually approaching the podium. The crowd's chatter mixed in too. "How ridiculous. Such a young student here, really? I don't think anything will actually change other than disputes spoken aloud." Golden Alchemist Professor, while Suk Koden showed some interest, folding his arms eagerly. "Oh, I eagerly anticipate this." On Uziel's side, after moving, he now stood closer to the lectern, his gaze somewhat downward, carrying a slightly somber mood. He gradually moved closer to Professor Myzentirin. Then his gaze fixed straight on the professor, showing no signs of worry or hesitation. He quietly stepped past Professor Myzentirin's side, but suddenly, a surge of magical energy burst forth, originating from the branch he was holding in his hand, and the power of this spiritual force touched the professor's arm. A system information panel quickly updated afterward. The special hatred skill of the defensive branch item was activated, targeting Myzentirin after he passed by. It seemed the professor did not notice this. Instead, he looked over with slight anger and said, "Humph, how rude." Seeing that the other did not recognize it, he gave himself a faint smile as his thoughts materialized. "All right, it's effective." He stopped upon reaching the necessary position, and officially faced the scholars below, silence falling first. Then, with an expressionless face, Uziel spoke first. "First, I would like to listen carefully to Professor Myzentirin's argument. There is a saying that seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. So let's work together here to solve the cross-training technique." A smile appeared on his face, and once again, murmurs broke out among the people. A debate between a professor and his assistant over this report? Sounds really interesting. Agreeing with everyone, Alterisha's worry turned immediately towards him, speaking somewhat hesitantly. "Hey Uziel, I noticed you seem a bit anxious. You cast your eyes elsewhere, but then you quickly reversed the question. Hey assistant, don't you believe me?" Hearing that, Alterisha looked a bit confused. No, I believe you." To reinforce her certainty, Uziel added words of comfort. "I've been by your side all this time, so don't worry, Assistant Alterisha. You can do this. I trust you more than anyone else." Seeing his smiling face, Alterisha felt her cheeks flush slightly, her thoughts racing through her mind. Could she really do it? Her hand then clenched tightly onto the collar of her own shirt. Focusing, she adjusted her glasses, but more thoughts rushed in again. That's right, Uziel is correct. She had to trust what she had accomplished during all this time. She neatly adjusted her hair as well. Meanwhile, Myzentirin was left bewildered and unable to control the situation here. After regaining her confidence, Alterisha stepped forward to stand opposite Myzentirin and said, "Then let's get started." Alterisha had completely gained her confidence. The method of intersecting variables in alchemy. 300 years ago, an alchemist declared, "I have discovered a miraculous formula that can solve this equation. This is the miraculous formation that can resolve the anomaly, but I urgently needed to use the restroom, so I couldn't write it down." Afterwards, he died in the restroom, which made the formula famous. Since that time, countless alchemists have attempted to experiment with it, but the results have been complete failures. Therefore, now no one wants to try it anymore. For this reason, The unsolved formula has been considered impossible, but now someone claims they can solve the random blink caused by the Thoa magic force. A smoker with a cold expression commented, "Interesting." Information about this person also emerged later. A member of the Moon Mage Tower, Squad 13 of the Destruction Team, Captain Kane, another girl nearby wearing similar attire yawned long. "What's so interesting?" "Bored to death for sure." Updated info. Vice Captain Hazen Macaron. Then these two appeared here by putting themselves into stealth mode. After finishing the previous yawn, Vice Captain Hazen Macaron looked up and cast a half glance of judgment. "Is that Captain Professor really a dark mage?" Then someone nearby also whispered, "Seems like there's a smell of tobacco around here." Looking toward where both had started recording information on the blackboard, Vice Captain Hazen Macaron continued to comment, "The more I think about it, the more I feel this mission is a big scam." But then Vice Captain Hazen Macaron looked over at Kane standing beside him without saying a word, and could only helplessly rub his head, close his eyes, and continue speaking. What could he do when the captain blindly trusted whatever the old man said? But then she was suddenly forced to open her eyes and look ahead. Not only her, Kane also paid attention in that direction, where both Myzen Tyran and Alterisha once again faced each other, quickly forming assessments in their minds. Then, the atmosphere in this auditorium changed, right? And then the host's voice rang out again, "Yes," just after finishing the first difficult problem solution. Moving on to the position of Professor Walsuk Koden, the golden metallurgy expert, who was currently surprised by the information written below, that was observing a continuous flow of information recorded specifically and in detail on the two blackboards. He then offered another assessment, similar yet a completely different approach, and on this side, Captain Kane also formed his own line of thought while intently watching in the same direction, yet Alterisha's explanation was simpler than Myzen Tyran's. Moreover, the final results had some differences. Below, the host's voice rang out once more, announcing the second difficult problem solution. Again, both returned to their blackboards to continue writing. Above the observation area, a few people had started to gather, and the worry mixed with surprise was clearly visible on their faces. It was truly astonishing. Many had solved the second problem before, but this kind of explanation was something I had never seen until now. This was a problem said to require at least 200 lines of writing to resolve and clarify, yet she managed to solve it with exactly 12 lines. The person they were both discussing was Alterisha. Observing on one side, Uziel crossed his arms and smiled, internally reflecting on his own judgment. The audience's reaction was also very positive. He kept his smile there, and his thoughts shifted somewhat, yet the real part was only just beginning. The host's voice rang out again. Currently, the solution for the third difficult problem was continuing. Would the third problem, which no one had ever solved until now, really be cracked right here? Both were intensely focused on recording their research results on the board, and a bead of nervous sweat appeared on Alterisha's face. Meanwhile, Myzen Tyran's anxiety was even greater. Both had stopped writing, and Walsuk Koden below began to show surprise as the assessments were continuously made. Had she really solved it? Myzen Tyran, who solved the third problem previously considered impossible, achieved truly impressive results. Although he heard this praise, Myzen Tyran showed no sign of happiness. Instead, he felt a mix of surprise and confusion. Walsuk Koden's words revealed this, but more than that, Alterisha had something even more impressive. Looking at the results hidden within Alterisha, Myzen Tyran began to feel frustrated and angry. His thoughts quickly overwhelmed him. What was this way of reasoning, after all? On the other side, with a satisfied smile, Uziel then heard the endless chatter of those around interrupting. How could she have come up with such an approach? Even witnessing it firsthand, I still couldn't believe it. All along, the alchemical seniors regarded the 5 difficult problems as separate issues, solving them one by one, but Alterisha was completely different. She viewed all 5 problems as a whole and proceeded to solve them integratively, and that was the difference between Myzen Tyran and Alterisha. Then, the process of solving the difficult problems continued. Mazen's hand writing on the board began to shake. His calculating thoughts were no longer functioning well. Wait, what is the formula for the next part? He glanced back at his blackboard and began to curse. In truth, he didn't have enough board space left to write, so he immediately turned to a nearby host and shouted, "Please bring in more boards here." The voice grew even more strained and urgent. "Hurry up." But then a familiar sound was raised, instantly dispelling the tense atmosphere. "I've solved it." Mazen's gaze froze momentarily and immediately shifted to the side, where Alterisha calmly turned her back to the blackboard and looked down at the people below. Then, Alterisha proceeded to explain to everyone, adding a complete analysis and explanation of the interdimensional random interference technique. A flash of light flickered around her, and her deep voice resonated throughout the square. It was just an analysis providing a complete explanation of the interdimensional random interference technique. Concluding this complicated matter, everyone had already begun to lose control of their temper. Insane, and then the sound quickly overwhelmed everything else. Insane, this is truly madness. Am I really witnessing a historic moment in a place like this? Ah, this is so moving, indeed a moment of the century. Altarisha, hearing these words from below, felt pleased, and with that came a growing confidence in her mind. I did it. She then turned toward Uziel, standing not far away, and added new thoughts. Thank you, Uziel. This is all thanks to you. Her smile remained, but another voice appeared. Altarisha. Opposite her now was the darkness emanating from Myzen Tyran. Altarisha looked over with deep concern. Professor. Uziel's footsteps immediately moved to stand beside Altarisha. Then an arm was raised and the magical energy emanating from Myzen became increasingly visible. Something was off in the voice Altarisha instantly produced, and then some kind of confession was revealed. How much longer do you intend to make me sad? You stole the thesis, then edited it and forged it as your own. Does that make you happy? Uziel stepped forward one pace, shielding Altarisha from behind. His eyes showed no emotion as thoughts quickly formed in his mind. Was she trying to become a dark magician permanently? Although earlier than expected, that might actually be better. Not only that, looking at Myzen before him, he gave himself new contemplation. If she became a dark magician in front of everyone now, the surges of anger would be uncontrollable. She repeated every word Altarisha said. Altarisha's eyes finally showed resentment. She tried to regain calm by biting her lip, carrying the accumulation of emotions up till now. Altarisha suddenly shouted loudly, I told you to admit it already. Confidence returned to her. On that momentum, Altarisha spoke clearly. My thesis is even better than the professor's. Wasn't the presentation just now enough? How much more do you have to steal from my thesis before you're satisfied? Upon hearing this from her, the audience as well as the scientists began to be surprised and started exchanging remarks among themselves. So the thesis about the red medicine earlier was from that assistant, no wonder. Not confident for long, Altarisha had to let herself tremble a bit. Professor. Once again she erupted her emotions, her voice rising louder than before. The professor is even more foolish than I am. Hearing this, Uziel's expression began to show bewilderment. Looking over at the woman standing beside her, this feeling quickly spread to where Kane and Hazen Macaron were standing on the other side. And finally, it was Myzen who was now regarded as the new focal point. To dispel this slightly awkward atmosphere, while Suk Koden spoke up, breaking the tension. Hey! Then he crossed his arms and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! This is truly interesting. Today's symposium is really fascinating. At this moment, Myzen was startled and returned to reality. A dazed feeling mixed with his voice as he realized a small trace of demonic aura had been revealed. What? Then he looked back at his slightly trembling hands. What did I just do? That thought rapidly replaced the others. This is dangerous. Knowing where all this started, Myzen directed his anger and gazed to one side. His steps hurried and purposeful as he approached Altarisha, embodying a clear threat. Altarisha, how dare you do that? She was surprised and timid again, but then this surprise was quickly replaced. When she saw a familiar figure blocking the way ahead, it was none other than Uziel. His voice sounded slowly, Professor Myzen. Now please take another look at the situation. Following that voice, Myzen's face froze in place, and then gradually fell into a state of bewilderment, questioning life. All the while she had to endure an invisible pressure as countless glances from those below were casting unfavorable feelings toward her. The alchemist sat silently waiting for this outcome. Myzen then turned sideways and began to speak. No, that's not it. The climax of this was when she raised her hand to her chest and spoke in a noticeably higher pitch. That girl stole my thesis. Those below heard everything and could assess what the real situation was, while Suk Koden remained silent. Take her outside. Someone quickly responded. Yes. After those words, the order was executed. 2 monitoring spirits stepped forward and took Myzen to one side. Faced with this, Myzen still tried to argue. No, I said I didn't do anything wrong. Both members of Destruction Team 13 looked toward her departure, while her voice still couldn't stop, saying, Let go! Let me go! After the great danger and huge trouble had passed, Altarisha sat down on the spot, as if the initial burdens had been lifted, and from in front of her, a hand slowly reached out, her sparkling eyes gazing toward those familiar hands. Uziel, with a confident smile directed at her sitting there, spoke. Assistant, you've worked hard today. Hearing this encouragement from him, Altarisha couldn't help but be momentarily bewildered. Then she broke into a bright smile, dispelling all her worries. The yellow light outside added a shimmering beauty to the place. Transferred to the 13th Destruction Squad of the Moon Tower, the two were now heading in the same direction. Hazen closed his eyes and spoke, but ultimately gained nothing. Hearing her say there was no beginning or end but there was a middle, Kane grasped the point and added. So if the emotions explode to that extent, there must be signs already. The sensors reacting to the dark magic's invasion show no feedback at all. Another issue was pointed out by Hazen. That makes sense. After all, the Moon Tower's spiritual sensor isn't absolute. And then a new question was raised, glancing at Uziel and Altarisha surrounded by scholars. Hey, is that kid really the high school student they said was the co-author? Turning to Kane beside her, she paid some attention and assessed herself. Pretty cute, isn't she? Kane, hearing this, cast a half glance back and asked, "Have you investigated yet?" Hazen looked a bit puzzled and responded, just received news from Matra. Before coming to Stella, that kid's hometown was destroyed by dark mages, so he must be a civilian with the lowest achievements, yet somehow he entered Class S. Moreover, he studies at the world's most prestigious magic school without using magic, which is generally very strange. Today, he also requested to have his name removed from the article. Unexpectedly, there could be so much information. Captain Kane calmly looked ahead. "I see, remember carefully." Then his eyes showed surprise at something. From the front, Uziel stared directly at Kane, with 1 part concentration and 9 parts expressing uncertainty. And then he decided not to pay it any mind. He looked straight ahead and smiled brightly. Standing there somewhat dazed, Captain Kane tried to ask himself, "Wait, our eyes just met a moment ago." But the 2 Hazen Macaron beside us looked away and didn't believe it. "What? Impossible." Then he looked back at Uziel ahead, continuing to assess whether the captain's perception reduction spell along with his dark barrier could be so easily penetrated. The conclusion was that it must have been an illusion. Focusing his gaze unwaveringly ahead, Kane was stunned for a few seconds. Uziel's smile appeared as if nothing had happened after the previous intense gaze, and so Kane had nothing more to say about him. There was nothing else to do here either after confirming that Professor Myzen showed no abnormalities. Kane took himself aside and said, "Let's go, it's over." Hazen Macaron put both hands behind his back, adding, "I'm also fed up with this boring place," and moved to a carriage marked with a distinct noble aura. Inside was the figure of someone angrily biting their nails. This person was none other than Professor Myzen just now. The continuous curses erupted. Damn it, if it weren't for Uziel, I wouldn't have had to endure such humiliation." But then from in front of her, someone was sitting reading a book with eyes closed, calmly saying, "Now that things have come to this point, we have to deal with it. Calm down." Myzen saw this person suddenly appear here. Her voice became more dramatic. "You are Raydin." The other party immediately opened blood-red eyes, revealing clear dissatisfaction. After casting an indifferent glance, he quickly shut the book in his hands. Upon hearing Myzen remark, that was not a problem, Professor Myzen face clearly showed considerable surprise. Raydin almost responded with a somewhat displeased expression. Glancing over, he added, "Fortunately, there was a suppression from the contract. If the emotions had surged a bit more and caused chaos, it could have ruined all our plans." Knowing she almost caused a great risk, Myzen immediately went blank on the spot and apologized. "I'm truly sorry." Seeing her only know how to say things like that, Raydin closed the book into the space, shut her eyes and sighed. "Do you think that just apologizing can solve the problem?" The leader is deeply disappointed. "You must immediately adjust your mood back to how it was at the start," she said. "You have almost lost the value of a professor at Stella Academy." Unwilling to accept this, Myzen shouted loudly, explanations continuing to pour out. "No, I have many connections on the plagiarism review board. This incident, I can still make everything turn out smoothly. I haven't been kicked out yet." Hearing her talk too much, Raydin interrupted with her eyes closed. "Silence and standing still. Bowing your head to the ground and walking around is the most useful thing you can do." The interrogation replaced the atmosphere. "Understood, right?" Raydin then moved away, leaving Myzen with a series of demands. "Don't move and keep silent until the commander gives instructions." When left alone, Myzen clenched her hands tightly, pouring out her own fury. The blame was directed straight at one person. This was all Uziel's fault. Her expression hardened into something dangerous, clearly revealing that some kind of plot was about to form. Recalling the image of both before being pulled away, Myzen added a bit more thought. "Just need to wait a little longer, just a little more time." His image deeply engraved in the mind, moving to a train heading somewhere. Inside a train car, Uziel crossed his arms, staring intently at Altarisha, who wore a strange expression opposite him. Then his gaze shifted to the side, concluding that he brought it into his thoughts. What a pity. I think if Myzen had used dark magic during the presentation, it could have prevented the collapse. The catastrophe of episode 8 would have been averted. I guess everything would have gone smoothly until the episode that is supposed to explode. His eyes also closed, beginning to lean back, but the thoughts remained there, unable to do anything else. Don't be too hasty either. The academic conference ended smoothly and the branch of resentment was activated. Suddenly, his eyes opened. Only one thing made me somewhat concerned. He recalled the moment his eyes unconsciously looked to one side, where Kane and Hazen Macaron stood side by side in a shadow invisibility state. Looking at Kane, who was staring back at him, then the new conclusion was immediately specified by him. That person was definitely Kane. And introduced in more detail a small group of elite mages, selected with extreme rigor, the top dark mage unit of the Moon Tower. Even in this Moon Tower, which is infamous for hunting mages and dark sorcerers, the commander of the elite Unit 13 was Kane, who pondered deeply on himself. If I didn't have a sixth sense, I would have never realized until the last moment why those dangerous people were there. Perhaps they came to monitor Myzen. Whatever the reason, it would be great if we could participate actively. Just thinking this, he unconsciously noticed Altarisha, who looked drowsy as if she had just woken up. The old story continued through a new one. I apologize, but could you spare a moment? No sooner had the words finished than someone appeared near Altarisha, and the question she voiced was full of surprise. Pass it over, who is it? Before she could hear the other introduce themselves, she was taken aback herself. Could you possibly be? The person opposite appeared dressed in a white suit with the distinctive ears of the elf tribe, holding his hat. As he opened it with a slightly cheerful expression, he began to speak, then very pleased to meet everyone. The character's information appeared along with the chairman of the Nebula Corporation, Melian. As the episodes of the game progress, the worldview will gradually expand, and as the main character Flame matures, naturally many other characters will become targets, among whom is the one known as the Heart of the Southern Lower Moon Plains, chairman of the Nebula Corporation Melian. Thanks to placing the fateful golden ratio point of his life, he was destined to be the richest man in the world. Although he was over 50 and had a daughter, he remained a target for many people. Not because he was rich or handsome, but because of his daughter, the antagonist Jeriel, who is also closely related to the high-ranking elf Jeriel. True to her title as the female antagonist who tormented the main character through several episodes, players became furious and found ways to torment Jeriel as much as possible by targeting the person she loved most. Her father, Melian, marrying him and destroying the family. After that somewhat lengthy introduction, Uziel sighed wearily but did not forget to summarize a few thoughts. It sounded like a joke, but everyone was excited about this dramatic development. Continuing the story, he looked ahead with a half-indifferent gaze. I had expected that, but didn't think he would actually come here. I need to make a good impression during today's conversation, to prepare for the upcoming episodes. Melian was smiling as she looked at the two sitting together, cracking this smile as she began with a few initial questions. You must be the alchemist Altarisha, and this is the alchemist whose identity hasn't been revealed yet, right? Oh, if you don't mind, may I ask your name? He had thought ahead on this side. I knew this in advance, but the question was really clever. And he responded immediately, I am Beek Uziel, a first-year student of Class S at Stella Academy. Melian was immediately surprised by this information. Oh, so you are a trainee from Stella Academy? Very pleased to meet you. As he slipped his hand inside his coat, Melian closed her eyes and added, the reason I came to see you two is, a carefully prepared document was presented before the two. The explanation clarified what it was. To propose an exclusive alchemy contract for Altarisha's spell techniques to the Nebula Trade Guild. Of course, the terms would be very generous. Would you like to take a look at the contract? His expression showed no surprise at this, but Altarisha was the one more surprised. Just holding it in her hand trembled slightly, and according to the document, it trembled too. As soon as she opened it, her eyes brightened continuously. Her voice excitedly expressed, Ah, this includes unlimited support for materials and technicians. I've never seen such a sum before. A few thoughts quickly formed. With these conditions, I can create and release inventions I've always dreamed of. Uziel would surely like this too. Her gaze shifted toward him, but he seemed dazed, not understanding what his intention was. Altarisha hesitated a little after seeing his reaction, and then an idea turned toward Melian, adding, Excuse me, could you give me a little more time to think it over? Knowing that something still wasn't quite right, Melian immediately added to her words while she was holding and examining the paper. The conditions still weren't sufficient, were they? If she had any requests, she should just say them. But Altarisha quickly interrupted, No, that's not it at all. The conditions are not only sufficient but even excessive. It's just that I need to discuss it with the co-author of this technique. Uziel, sitting beside them, was also surprised by her words. He couldn't believe he was the reason for this important issue. A look of bewilderment appeared on his face. Having heard that from her before, Melian chuckled somewhat wryly and thought, Is that so? I had assumed the co-author was just a figure of speech, but it turns out not to be the case. Looking at the two people opposite him smiling brightly, he thought to himself that he didn't need to pay attention to her. How could that be? At the age of just a teenager, to already be able to help resolve a long-standing issue of over 300 years must surely mean he was an extraordinary genius. Melian raised his hand forward to ask, Do you want to take a look at the contract? After all, no matter what, he was still just a student. Following the suggestion, Uziel also took the paper and studied it carefully, confirming Melian's continued reasoning. With these conditions, it certainly couldn't be refused. His face still smiling, he immediately gave his answer. I must decline. Unexpectedly, this could happen. Melian's expression became utterly bewildered as she looked across at the man sitting opposite, and the major doubts raised. Could you please tell me the reason? If the conditions are not satisfactory, I will immediately make corrections. He stopped speaking there, staring straight ahead. His thoughts unraveled every issue. Signing an exclusive contract with the Nebula Trade Association, the largest trade guild in the world, was certainly a good move. But although Melian is an excellent businessman, he is extremely stubborn by nature and unwilling to lose anything if this technique were bound under his control. Only cheap items can be mass-produced, limiting the diversity, individuality, and overall performance of the equipment. Moreover, because of the excessive monopoly, Many mages will not be able to access these devices, and technological development will become biased towards commerce, allowing those black mages to catch up technologically. In fact, I've seen players choose the storyline branch just to earn money, but the outcome is always a sad one. From those inferences emerged a new issue he raised, unrelated to the conditions. I simply do not want to sign an exclusive contract. Melian then hesitated a bit and said, "So you mean," holding the paper in his hand, his face showing no clear expression. He added that this technology, a fusion of magical studies and alchemy, will have a tremendous impact not only on daily life but also on the crafting of equipment for mages. We hope that more mages will use these new pieces of equipment. Upon hearing all this from him, Melian offered a few confirming remarks. You have great dreams and ambitions. Having big aspirations is a good thing, but to realize those wonderful dreams, money is essential. He immediately responded, "As it happens, I have just concluded negotiations with a series of investors, and one of them is Chairman Melian himself." And as if understanding his point, Melian posed an important question. "So, do you intend to sign contracts with those people and with me at the same time? If so, most of the conditions I propose will have to be dropped." Without denying it, he smiled with his eyes closed and confirmed, "That's right. Frankly speaking, I also desire those conditions very much." Then his eyes gradually opened, and in a calm and measured tone, "We will elevate the product to premium level." A new smile appeared on his lips. "This is the proposal I offer. We will still strive to make the items as widely available as possible. But among those, the premium items that are difficult to craft will be exclusively contracted with the Starlight Trade Guild. That's called a brand, isn't it?" Seeing that he had such high confidence in himself, Melian, standing opposite, squinted slightly. As a professional merchant, Melian understood his meaning. She pointed her arm toward him and smiled as she asked a question. "Excellent, but will those luxury items really sell? I would never do anything that would harm myself." Knowing what he was worried about, he lowered his gaze and replied with a few words, "That's right. So I will not ask you to sign the contract immediately." Then his cold yet confident gaze continued to appear. "In half a year, let's hold a private press conference for investors with Chairman Melian." Melian's expression suddenly changed as she heard him continue. "If you like the products I introduce, then please sign an exclusive brand contract with us." Seeing that he had done some careful calculations, Melian closed her eyes, accompanied by her familiar smile. "That's right, indeed, truly wonderful." Alterisha smiled, understanding that the other party had initially agreed to these terms. To demonstrate this cooperation, Melian took out something resembling a business card and said, "This is a messenger slip, which also contains my contact information." He reached out to take it. "Yes, thank you, sir." Additional explanatory information appeared along with the messenger slip, a document written on paper and sent out. It will certainly reach the recipient. The work was done. Melian put her hat back on, a smile appearing as a sign of farewell. "All right, now I'll take my leave." His expression remained no different from surprise. Meanwhile, Alterisha kept a faint smile on her face. As calm as he could be, now he was trembling just as much. He raised his hand to his chest to check if his heart had fallen out. His words were a little shaky. "Oh my God, I thought I was about to die from worry." Seeing him like that, Alterisha standing beside him also felt anxious. Was that typical behavior for someone who worries a lot? In response to her bewilderment, he replied, "I'm really worried." Hearing him say that, she naturally smiled and added a compliment. Just as expected, Uziel is amazing. Hearing her say something strange to him, the other side looked confused. "Huh?" Seeing him puzzled, Alterisha changed her tone. "It's nothing," and paid her no more attention. He turned his focus to the door he had recently left through. His thoughts accompanied by a smile. After all, one problem had been solved. "When I return, I think I'll go to a nice restaurant with the club members." Some additional information appeared. The scientific conference had safely concluded. Classes at Stella Academy were continuing as usual. A professor was on the podium addressing the students below. Professor Myzentiran was unwell, so I will be substituting for him in teaching this class today. When he upstairs heard that line, he immediately glanced at himself with half an eye, and the contemplation returned once again. It really has vanished without a trace, hasn't it? That contemplation escalated further as images of Professor Myzentiran's demonization appeared. If everything goes according to plan, she will fully awaken in episode 8 and will inflict great damage on this school. I don't know how everything will change in the future because of this matter. His gaze grew even more serious, wondering whether this episode could come sooner. I hope at least it will unfold to an extent that I can handle. Adding to the assessment, not only Myzentiran but also Alterisha did not come to school. The class had ended, and he was currently walking down some hallway. It seemed she was happy and receiving a pension now. Just then, some student ahead of him said something. Hey, did you hear that?" He paid attention to the conversation nearby. The assistant Alterisha. Was she the one who deciphered that incredibly difficult superconsciousness non-interference technique? The conversation continued. "Oh, I heard it, but isn't there still another co-author? They said that person's identity was kept secret. But why would they do that? He didn't pay attention to that story as he looked straight ahead. Good. Could that person be extremely ugly? Haha. Is that so? After a while, he was now outside the school grounds. His thoughts were still there. Keeping it a secret that he was one of those authors helped him attract less attention in the school. His steps suddenly stopped. At first, he gave a hint by borrowing knowledge from these special glasses. Because all focus and attention must be directed to Alterisha, that is the right and best approach. Stopping at one spot, he noticed something appearing near him. I found it. Isn't that Ma Yuziong? Wow, look at that posture. After a long time, the two main characters, Yuziel and Acel, appeared again. People who saw Ma Yuziong observing Acel felt a bit shy, and some gossip arose. Achieving high grades and good looks? Isn't that cheating? Is the person beside her in some class? She looks like a doll. Anyway, she's still not a very good person. Yes, she is beautiful, but he quickly glanced over, silently thinking that anyway, there would never be a quiet day, attracting the attention of both. He then spoke loudly across. I'm here. Seeing him appear, Ma Yuziong smiled and greeted. Hello, Yuziel. He waved back and said, Sorry, I've probably kept everyone waiting, haven't I? Don't mention it, someone added. Not really. Then a question was directed at him. So what are we going to eat? Didn't you say you were the one to decide? Knowing that Acel could hardly eat the delicious dishes due to her family situation, he immediately smiled confidently. He said that she would find out if she went there. They moved to some restaurant. There were 3 people at the table, but only 2 plates of food. A bit stingy, right? If I had to guess, this dish is definitely pizza. The shimmering light along with the spreading aroma around. Izel's eyes showed a craving, her face already flushed as she was about to eat a delicious dish. He had noticed her current cuteness. Her gaze was fixed only on the food and the food. He still didn't take his eyes off her. Some thoughts came to mind. Reflecting back, he thought there was something in Izel's explanation and introduction that when you order pizza, you have to order some kind of drink that's almost always served, maybe some kind of pickle juice. Following that, he handed her some kind of drink and said, Here, you eat this. Acel looked at him with a questioning gaze. Her own worry showed. How exactly was she supposed to eat this? The worry appeared again on Izel's face. That confusion made him wonder a bit. Hey, is this her first time at a pizza place? He said, Yes, that's right. Just then, Acel raised the cup to her lips to try it, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. It's delicious. Her face immediately flushed red. Opposite her, Ma Yuziong also noticed the cup similar to Izel's. He drank it and then immediately raised it to his mouth. Feeling comfortably integrated with his body, Ma Yuziong immediately turned his words toward him. Yeah, it really is delicious. He looked on, dazed and coldly thoughtful. Take a picture, capture this truth, he said. He was just drinking but looked like he was shooting for a food magazine. After everyone finished drinking, he lifted a piece of the cake toward the front with a bright smile and said, Try this one too, just eat. Filled with anticipation, Acel picked up a knife and fork. Seeing her pick them up, he wasn't surprised. Closing his eyes, he said, Oh dear, are you planning to stab that knife into the cake like that? Nobody does that. Then she looked at him, surprised, as if asking for guidance on how to eat it. He immediately demonstrated by bringing a piece to his own mouth. Of course, an explanation followed. They said eating it that way is very tasty. Acel glanced back and forth, feeling awkward. That seemed a little strange. Wasn't it impolite? Meanwhile, Ma Yuziong smiled brightly. Oh, isn't that just too much fun? So Ma Yuziong picked up the cake with his bare hand, choosing a spot to bite. All right, let me try it here. You don't know until you've eaten it. Only after tasting do you realize you haven't truly eaten before. Never mind, making myself look dazed again and again. Acel followed both examples, holding the piece of cake in her hand, then quickly took a bite, her eyes tightly shut. Afterward, her body trembled slightly, catching the attention of the 2 male classmates sitting nearby. She brought her hand up to her cheek. Izel's face immediately lit up with joy, a few thoughts also appearing in her mind. There was a gentle sweetness flowing in every slice of cheese, along with bell peppers dancing on top. Adding a bit of bell pepper with olive oil could create a special dish, also including bacon and onions. They seemed to be dancing together to create a symphony. Seeing her so cheerful, the guy beside her asked, So, do you think it tastes good? While eating, hearing him say that surprised Acel a little, but then she glanced back at the slice of cake in her hand, blushing slightly and said, Yeah, it really is delicious. Both men then looked at her and smiled softly. Then a few suggestions and exchanges were added. From now on, let's come to this place to eat regularly. Will you take me along? Depends. Don't be like that. The scene shifts to a sunset over some field, where a remarkable crack appeared, signaling that some danger was about to be born. Back at the classroom, as she walked, her steps suddenly stopped when someone called out, Hey Flame, have you heard about that? Her gaze shifted, responding with a soft smile. Yes, I have heard. The female trainee looked a bit flustered. "Oh, really?" she spoke and quickly left. "See you later." Flame watched the figure disappear and then stood silently in place, sighing deeply. I guess she came to talk about the rumor concerning Assistant Altarisha solving the interference enchantment formula, but as far as I know, it was all created by Uziel. His image appeared in her mind, sparking a new line of thought. But how did he solve that formula? Clearly, to regain the past, most future knowledge, except for key events and stories, must be forgotten. Could he remember those things? Or was it because he was just too smart? In front of Flame, some people were whispering excitedly. Then someone approached and greeted, "Hello, Flame." That person was none other than Jeremy Scalvin. He smiled brightly and continued the conversation. "This time, would you like to practice Persona Gate with my group?" Seeing him standing nearby, Flame avoided his gaze. "Why are you acting like that? If you go, do I have to go with you?" Her eyes widened, voice firm. "Go find another girl. Don't flirt with others without a reason." After saying that, Flame left immediately. Meanwhile, Jeremy Scalvin's face revealed a strangely sinister smile, truly peculiar. The scene shifted to a nearby announcement board, displaying several lines of content. The official Persona Gate document. "First-year students, please choose a Persona Gate to practice with your group." Everyone looked up at the board. Flame still stood there, lost in new thoughts. "By the way, this is the Persona Gate practice. Has it really started yet? The Dark Mages call it the Persona Gate. If it is not quickly conquered as soon as it appears, the place will turn into a deadland where no creature can survive. Moreover, unlike dungeons that are cleared by defeating the boss or destroying cores, the Persona Gate requires analyzing and breaking down their patterns along with their magic." Pondering further, she reflected on how from analyzing concentration to space distortion, structure, and soul imprisonment, one needs knowledge of thousands of patterns as well as the ability to memorize them and ultimately combat strength. In fact, the purpose of training magical warriors is precisely to prevent the Persona Gates. Can be said that this is the most important subject. Flame's hand clenched into a fist. If the original story is correct, something is truly merged into the Persona Gate operation. I cannot let Uziel handle everything alone. Determination surged within. This time, I have to stop it to avoid great damage. The scene shifts to the 9th Star Tower, the 9 Towers Cloud Floor Cafe. Princess Bayan's group is gathering. The table is filled with pastries and fragrant tea. A sudden question rang out. "Has everyone tried the new dessert?" A few responded, "Oh, you mean the pumpkin cake without cream cheese? The flavor is really unique." Princess Bayan took a sip of tea as the chatter continued. "That's right. I tried it once and was truly surprised." But Bayan's thoughts did not agree. It was dull. Just then, her eyes widened when she heard someone mention the recent matter. By the way, Stella's assistant had solved the interspace technique known as accidental interference spellcasting. Rachel continued, "I heard about this from my father. Moreover, it is said that the co-author is actually a student of Stella Academy." Both friends were simultaneously surprised and amazed at this information. "Oh my God, really?" Certainly, Rachel's father is the director of the intelligence agency. But doubt arose. Who in the world could solve an unsolved problem while still a trainee? "You're right. Over here." Bayan placed her teacup down on the table, thoughts overpowering her mind. Even the director of the Intelligence Bureau did not clearly know who that person was, but then the image of Assistant Altarisha and Uziel appeared in her mind. So Uziel was indeed the co-author of the interspace interference technique. Her face noticeably darkened. Unable to control her emotions, her hand suddenly gripped the edge of the teacup. A series of questions drifted through her mind. Why did Uziel hide that truth? Was he deliberately raising the reputation of Assistant Altarisha? Then a thought flashed. Could Uziel have feelings for Altarisha? She abruptly stood up, causing her friend beside her to look up and ask unconsciously, "Princess?" Bayan immediately turned her back and left. "I have to go now." The classmate unconsciously added, "Yes, but it's tea time now." The other three stared blankly as she left, not understanding what was happening. A question echoed upon seeing her hurry by. Why would the princess act that way? The scene shifted to the schoolyard. Bayan was walking when suddenly a figure appeared right in front of her. Her eyes looked downward, not yet recognizing the person. It wasn't until a voice called out that she paid attention. Realizing someone familiar, she responded, "Princess Hong Siwa." Hearing her call her by name, Hong Siwa quickly covered her mouth to laugh. "Oh my, didn't you tell me to call you sis?" An additional piece of information. They were forced to become enemies because of the fate of the legitimate child and the illegitimate one. "My half-sister, Hong Siwa. I hate that woman to death." Cutting off her thoughts, Princess Bayan asked again, "What are you doing here?" Hong Siwa smiled brightly. "Ahaha, don't look at me like that. Isn't the reason you came here for something? Recently, in the first-year class, a commoner trainee appeared who is very interesting, right?" The question made Bayan slightly startled. She was talking about an ordinary person who still upholds the spirit of a knight, a quality almost lost in this world. The image of Uziel flashed through her mind. Seeing her strange reaction, Siwa folded her arms and added, "Judging by your reaction, it seems you're interested in him too." Her voice became more thoughtful. "He is a knight who sacrifices everything for the mage." With a cold gaze and a mocking smile, "Isn't that every princess's dream?" Bayan's hand clenched tightly. "So, did you introduce me to him?" She was not satisfied with these words. Princess Bayan gently stepped forward and replied, "All right, thank you. You try it yourself." Hong Siwa burst out laughing loudly, looking at her. She seemed annoyed, truly cold. Then, as if remembering something, she raised a finger. "You weren't like this before. Is it because the eldest sister has passed away?" Bayan's face fell, and a sadness was clearly visible in her eyes. She walked on and said, "I take my leave now." Her gaze followed her figure, briefly filled with sadness. Thoughtfulness quickly took over. Perhaps this time I was too harsh, went too far. Maybe it's still too soon for her to hear about the eldest sister. Just then, the guard Saren appeared and added a word. Seeing her arrival surprised, Princess Hong Siwa paid attention and said, "Huh? What's the matter?" A file was handed over by Saren. "Here is the information about the person you asked to search for. Trainee Uziel. A copy of the assignment he submitted in class along with a brief biography of his past." Hong Siwa held the document and said, "Really? I didn't expect to find this without digging. Very good. There really was an assignment with such a requirement." She opened the document to see what it was like. The title read, "To my mother. Mom, I miss you." Reading up to here, Hong Siwa laughed loudly, quickly covering her mouth. "Aha, kids will always be kids, right?" As time passes, a minute later, her hand holding the document began to tremble. Saren was a bit surprised to see this scene. In front of Hong Siwa, tears fell as she hurriedly covered her mouth. "I understand now. Uziel's mother said she doesn't like black bean noodles." Seeing something was wrong, Saren quickly changed her words. "Excuse me." Meanwhile, Siwa turned her face away. "Wait, are you crying?" Siwa replied, "Ah, it's nothing," just wiped her tears. She added some thoughtfulness. She had never deeply considered poverty. He lived in that situation yet still maintained the spirit of a knight. Her eyes drooped. Uziel's hometown was invaded by dark mages, wasn't it? Then she smiled. "I'm sorry, Bayan, but I'm getting more and more curious about Uziel." Scene changed. The last day of training had arrived. The trainees gathered on the grass. A professor stepped out to explain, "From now on we will begin the Persona Gate training course for first-year trainees. Please enter the gates according to this arrangement." Uziel stood in a corner amidst the rustling sounds. It was just like in the textbooks. I was a little worried. Thinking further, so finally it begins, before all the upcoming events, starting with a new thought stream linked to my system board as a reward for completing the academic presentation. We can also activate the gate analysis function from these glasses. I have trained in Leafinal's garden and enhanced my abilities, so that's enough. Your information displays clearly. His face was pensive, eyes revealing deep thought. At this moment, the teacher standing nearby pointed towards the gate and signaled, "Students entering gate C7 please proceed this way." Flame standing next to Uziel responded succinctly, "Yes." The attraction in her voice made him inadvertently turn to look. Not only that, others also appeared, including Princess Bayan and Acel. Deep in thought, he wondered, so these are the people who are accompanying me. This Persona Portal practice session will be conducted in groups of 4 to 18 people. The important thing is to cooperate to overcome the challenge. His eyes still did not leave the group. First-year students at Stella Academy with average skill at level 2 will not easily conquer the Persona Portal prepared with 3 risks in the very first real mission. A concern arose. The C7 Persona Portal where the event takes place can hold a maximum of 16 people. It's unfortunate that Hei Wonriang isn't here. He thought, but with Flame, Bayan and Acel, they should not fail to conquer this portal. His steps moved forward. After all, he didn't need to participate in the strategy to defeat the final boss. The portal appeared right before his eyes. All he needed was the hidden reward. Saying that, he stepped into the portal, which then took him to another place. Uziel's face showed a brief surprise. A new information board appeared, welcoming him to the Ahiran Ball. A golden sparkling square unfolded before his eyes, with people beginning to gather on the large carpet at the center. Bayan's group quickly entered this area, similar to Uziel. Everyone's eyes looked around, assessing the situation. Then a voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. "Hello." A maid butler raised her hand behind her, smiling brightly. "I have prepared dresses and shoes for everyone." Princess Bayan felt that something was off upon hearing this, suspiciously asking, "A dress and shoes? What do you mean?" A thought interrupted her. Had there ever been a ballroom inside the Persona Gate? But she quickly adjusted her mindset. This wasn't the time to think about that. We need to analyze the Persona Gate and check the guidance notifications. Countless complex characters appeared on the screen, but anxiety began to surround her. Wait, hold on, had they really given such a complicated formula for a first-year student's test? The butler then delivered the instructions to everyone. "Miss, the dinner banquet is about to start, you must hurry." Bayan, still confused, asked in surprise, "Butler, how can you speak like that? Is that a prescribed phrase?" A thought interrupted her again. "I don't know if this is truly an NPC inside the Persona Gate. I've heard that those created by the mage within the gate cannot express personal actions." Seeing the butler smile freely along with her previous words, Bayan's mind began to waver. "No, it can't be. This is Stella Academy. No way would a real Persona Gate appear here. It must just be Stella's technology a little more advanced." The butler's smiling expression remained on her face. "Why would you say that, sir?" Bayan changed her tone. "Don't worry. Go get the dress." The butler replied, "Yes, I understand." She left under the princess's gaze, with anxiety creeping in. "I don't know if it's because of my mood, but this training session somehow feels like it won't end easily." Time passed quickly. A step appeared, and Princess Bayan had changed her outfit, her silver pink-red hair blending with the color of her dress, her beauty flawless to the highest degree. Then her eyes suddenly glanced at a figure, none other than Uziel in a classy suit. His gaze was also directed toward one side. Bayan looked over, her face briefly flushed. He was dressed quite elegantly, looking very fitting, but focus soon took over, and a few memories surfaced. This piece was submitted by trainee Uziel for a subject. It is said to be his past story. She received the document and gently stroked her hair. "I see." Glancing through the information, she seemed to have caught a clue. Back to reality, she still didn't take her eyes off. Could it be because of Uziel's personal information that she received a few days ago? "I feel he seems different." He stood in front of me, yawning repeatedly. His eyes looked back while her thoughts continued. Overcoming the past like that, the path of a knight in Stella. Uziel's bewildered expression cut through her thoughts. "What are you looking at? Is this your first time seeing a civilian yawn?" Bayan was briefly surprised, but then bashfully averted her gaze and replied, "No, it's nothing." Just then, a voice interrupted. "Is everyone here already?" Someone gradually approached their position. All eyes turned to this arrival. A red-haired lady holding a fan continued speaking. "From now on you will attend the ball hosted by Duchess Ihiran." Then her gaze shifted, focusing on a wall. "It is said that those 4 corridors lead to the mansion's basement, but the basement is full of labyrinths and traps. When people get lost, the knights inside the mansion will start moving." She smiled. "You can only trust your intuition and knowledge. Can you do it?" Uziel stood in a corner and replied curtly, "Yes." Upon hearing this, the lady glanced over in surprise. "You look so confident. I'm glad to meet you. This confidence makes me feel a bit guilty. I like it." Uziel answered, "Thank you." Faced with this natural exchange, the other trainees couldn't help but be surprised. "What? That person talks like a real person? Do original NPCs have such dialogue?" The lady's voice continued, "Wishing you all good luck." She turned her back and left, leaving a silhouette for everyone to watch. The male trainees looked at each other again. Auhikt, let's go." Anxiety engulfed them as they approached the gate and began their mission. Just then, a voice rang out. "Hey, everyone wait a moment." The speaker was Flame. She asked about the training test. "Do you all find it a little strange?" She calmly provided details. "It is difficult to explain and these NPCs act very realistically. I can't analyze anything from this Persona Gate. Normally, the practical test for first-year trainees shouldn't be this hard." The trainees in front agreed. "In fact, I found it strange too. I almost couldn't understand it." "That's right, that NPC looked very real." As everyone agreed, Flame's expression brightened. "All right, I'll persuade them to go this way." But then, a voice cut in, "Wait, Flame." Jackie appeared, arms crossed, displeased. "You're not seriously saying this is a real portal, are you?" Already worried. "In my opinion, this is exactly the scenario the professors want. In real combat, you can't always completely decipher a persona portal. In other words, our falling into such a confusing situation is part of their plan." She analyzed further. "Moreover, Stella is the place that trains the most elite magic warriors along with the top Phantasmal Knight squad. Could they really fail to detect if a real portal appeared in the school?" Everyone began to believe Jackie's words. "Oh, that's how it is. So that's the case." Meanwhile, unease surrounded Flame. "This isn't good. If by the rules this portal is real, no one would ever believe that said aloud." She had tried to create an unusual feeling, looking over at Jackie's smug expression. Now what to do? A quiet silence enveloped the space. Uziel glanced over thoughtfully. In the end, did they still have to go down this branch? He recalled information from episode 006 of Jackie's Darkening Branch. In the original novel, the character Jackie didn't exist, so Flame must have been very confused. But the scene where Flame blocks this path is one of countless branches present in the original game. Anyway, this is the situation where one of the 3 trainees must become the Darkened Sacrifice, and new concerns began to arise. Although Uziel hoped no one would be corroded, if fate has determined it, can it really be changed? Seeing the opposite situation, he thought even helping Flame wouldn't change the outcome. So, the right choice is to step back. They looked at each other for a moment. Then Jackie decided to turn away. "No matter what you say, I'm leaving." Flame tried to hold on. Auntie, wait, Jackie. Jackie turned back, eyes cold. Even the situation was arranged by the professors. Just stay calm and handle it, while you all just stand there dumbfounded. Jackie chose a portal and teleported. Flame couldn't stop her. The male trainees exchanged worried glances. One decided, I'm going in too. I've always been ready for this situation. Uziel stood with crossed arms, assessing. No one was acting systematically. His fingers moved slightly. Well, given how things are, there's no choice but to advance. He smiled and stepped forward. While Uziel confidently walked ahead, he suddenly stopped and noticed something to one side. Oh, it turned out to be a somewhat large group of male students gathered behind him. Uziel asked, why are you all standing behind me? Everyone became a bit flustered. Tiny beads of sweat appeared. It's nothing. Seeing so many people share the same expression, he could only stand there indifferently, sighing over the small worry. You're not planning to follow me all the time, are you? Kids always have schemes. His steps moved forward again. But he thought he didn't really care much about these things. Anyway, there's nothing important here. A long, dark corridor is the next choice on the path. The light contains some kind of energy emitting a purple glow. You stop in the quiet space, and footsteps from behind approach. Then your attention shifts again to the place from which the voice came. What is this terrifying corridor? The person walking with you is Princess Bayan and 2 other girls. Thoughts form within you. It seems everyone has arrived. The princess's gaze has fixated on something. The 3 then step ahead of you and stand before the closed door. You wonder where the others have gone. Your gaze drops. A clear conclusion forms immediately. As predicted, it seems we cannot all appear at the same time. Analyzing more carefully, the 16 students are arranged into groups of 4. Those 4 corridors will be divided among the 4 groups. The person entering is you. Then the silhouettes of 2 familiar friends appear. It seems Acel and Flame have moved elsewhere and formed a group together. Your eyes look at those here with Princess Bayan. You think you're surprised to be in the same group with her. They are exchanging something. We should move immediately. Yes, Your Highness. But then the princess notices your gaze. The question was immediately asked with a somewhat blank look. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied about something? He started to sweat. No, he replied, still keeping that expression. The princess added, oh my, it's really dull. Ignoring it further, his gaze shifted in another direction. Instead, the Princess Bayan and Acel splitting up seemed like a good thing. At this moment, a startled expression took over his face. No, wait a second. He raised his hand sideways to stop everyone from moving forward. There was something ahead. A golden light appeared, revealing several statues in dancing poses. Their shapes resembled decorative mannequins. A big question arose among everyone as they looked at them. Figurines, yes. Princess Bayan said nothing but was somewhat startled. Then attention was focused straight ahead. There, inside the room, stood a gate. The 2 girls standing beside the princess offered their opinions. Will our unlocking spell even work? I have some doubts about that. We can't even understand this gate. Our level is too low to do anything here. It's so dark this place makes me a bit scared. The situation is a bit difficult. Princess Bayan looked over at him and asked, Hey Uziel, have you deciphered this gate yet? But his answer was somewhat disappointing. The princess's face displayed that disappointment most clearly. For an ordinary person, is it too difficult to expect so much? There must certainly be something here. But then the surprise was replaced when his voice sounded once more. But I already have a preliminary idea about how we might move away from this place. With this new feeling, the princess immediately asked back, Really? Are you serious? His gaze remained forward, looking at the dolls ahead. Uziel pointed forward while diverting her attention, adding, If you look closely, you can see that each statue poses differently, but they are all performing the same dance. The question was asked, Do you know what that dance is? Hearing him say that, her eyes fixed forward and then an answer gradually formed. She immediately said, It's Serena's soul-catching dance that has faded away. Analyzing further, this is the dance Serena performed right before she died, unable to bear her own tragedy. He then asked again, So surely you remember the moves clearly, right? Princess Bayan was somewhat startled. Understanding his thoughts and calculations, she exclaimed, No way. To calm her down more, he looked forward again with some thought. Now she must have also noticed that each movement of the statue is sequentially connected, but occasionally some movements oppose each other. Time had passed for a while. He glanced around and continued, All right. Is everything ready? The other 2 friends moved to the empty spots and began their dance moves. Done? I said, Me too. Princess Bayan then performed the move in the vacant spot. His gaze kept watching without looking away. Then the gate opened perfectly. Everyone's cheers echoed. We did it. The door fully opened and in front appeared a dark corridor, with the light of a new area shining in the distance. Without hesitation, everyone quickly moved through. All attention turned back to Princess Bayan as everyone advanced forward. A large room appeared, bathed in golden light. Knight armors held swords up and down, arranged in different positions. Beneath these armors were strange patterns. A friend pointed in that direction, asking if there might be some hidden meaning in those armors this time as well. Another friend added, "All right, let's move closer and examine those armors carefully." Everyone then split up to observe each standing armor, but there was no further progress. No matter how I looked, I still couldn't understand why this time it wasn't the same. That's right, I didn't notice anything unusual. But then Princess Bayan's gaze shifted to another direction, the place where Uziel was touching the carpet with those special drawings. A question was immediately asked, "Hey Uziel, what are you doing?" After observing for a while, he stood up and gave his opinion. This time, it seems that these knight armors are just optical illusions. The real clue is the carpet. Another surprise made everyone focus again. He added the explanation that this time the dance on the carpet is actually the key. If you look closely, you can see a figure performing a specific unique movement. If we can sequence them in the exact order, we can solve this puzzle. The two girls were also looking intently and added to his words, "Oh, you're right, I think I know about this." The tango in Serena's silence. Everyone once again split up and observed the movements engraved under the carpet. Uziel and Princess Bayan also looked down more attentively. After a while, surprise formed in him as if he had discovered something strange. The sequences were newly arranged and the light flashed more intensely. A familiar sound rang out and a loud voice announced, "The door has opened. A new path revealed." He and everyone quickly moved in that direction. "All right, let's hurry up." Princess Bayan's gaze once again did not leave him, adding an evaluation to her thoughts. "He really is different. I had known this from the moment I was taught how to change perspectives, but I couldn't have realized that it would make such a huge difference." The breakthrough speed was strangely fast, enough to pass through a gate that couldn't be analyzed. The added anxiety, along with strategy, ideas, observation, calculation, reasoning, could this really be the level a first-year student had reached? It was as if he had come to the Persona gate after practicing it dozens, even hundreds of times. Arriving at the new place, her thoughts still lingered. Upon reflection, before Uziel entered this school, he had mentioned that his hometown was destroyed by dark mages. The little whispered remark he made suggested that this place also had other stone statues. Meanwhile, further analysis by Princess Bayan revealed that it was a remote, secluded village that no one had ever known about, but it was a frontier in fierce battles against dark mages. Now I understand why his villagers lacked basic academic knowledge but were very skilled in strategies and combat. Looking back at him, further analysis suggests that he must have fought on brutal battlefields against dark mages in his past life. Whether that is the reason or not, he was truly different from the other students. The quiet chatter ahead. "Let's go there and help adjust the weight balance for me." "All right, I understand." A touch of surprise was added to the princess's face. Everyone tried their best to get high scores, yet he openly guessed randomly, scribbling on the test as if to show everyone that was the case. He also didn't do his homework, and his attitude in class was terrible. But wait, hold on. After looking again at his handsome features, a new assessment emerged. So why is he trying so hard now? Princess Bayan immediately grew serious. There must be a reason. Don't tell me you can feel it. The atmosphere has changed. Uziel turned back to look at her. A finger pointing in a direction immediately caught attention. "Hey, why are you spacing out like that? You should come over there too." But she unexpectedly questioned him. "Tell me, commoner." He was dazed, not understanding what she was saying. Bayan voiced her suspicion. "This Persona gate, the one we are challenging, does it really exist?" She waited silently for an answer, but all she received was contemplation and silence. He then evaluated her. "Your eyes have become sharper, Bayan. Normally, one wouldn't be able to discern the truth to the very end and would always be obstructed by a cell." A smile replaced the look. This was evidence that Princess Bayan was gradually moving away from the path of becoming a villainess. Seeing him, the princess gave a slight nod. "What are you smiling about?" He replied, "Nothing." The other two friends stared around in confusion. Why didn't the princess come here? What had happened? Turning his back on her, he immediately gave the answer to the previous question. "As you said, this place is real. You could get injured or even die. If you can't get through, it will cause a synchronization phenomenon with the outside world. Therefore, I plan to get through this place as quickly as possible." Princess Bayan paused for a few seconds. She knew that Uziel always acts when there is a reason. Her lips pressed tightly together. She thought she would not accept help like this. With narrowed eyes and a drop of sweat falling, she was sure she would survive on her own strength. Meanwhile, in another scene, a dark room filled with fallen soldier armors lay scattered around. Flame and Acel are teammates in this trial gate. Seeing both of them appear here, someone immediately called out to one of the two, "Hey, Flame!" Flame looked over as a female friend waved. Over here, over here." Flame headed toward the three people running over. "Is everyone still okay?" One friend went missing. The girl hesitated a little, and then added, "Jackie suddenly disappeared." Flame's eyes showed surprise. "What, Jackie?" The female classmate looked at everyone with the same expression and explained further. "It was all thanks to Jackie that we were able to make it here. Just as we went through the last door, she suddenly disappeared." We haven't been able to find where she is. Confusion suddenly locked Flame tightly. Have you been searching for a long time? An alternative thought, that means she conquered this gate faster than both me and Acel, without leaving a single scratch. A statement from the opponent was unexpectedly added next. But this wasn't our first time either. Flame seemed to not believe her ears. What? Moving to Uziel on this side, he is currently sitting with arms crossed, leaning back, eyes closed against a pillar. Suddenly, someone approached and asked a question that made him open his eyes. Hey you, when did you get here? Looking at Flame approaching to ask me, he answered, not long ago. Flame added, then did you see Jackie? I haven't seen her. Receiving this result, Flame felt a little sad. Is that so? And so she left under his gaze. Although he did not understand what was happening, he had already guessed something. I think I could have stopped Jackie from disappearing if I had reached this place before her. But now there is nothing more I can do. The situation has come to this point, now I can only help the heroines clear the stage. Moving to somewhere in Stella Academy, someone's voice suddenly rose loudly. What? A persona gate has actually been mixed into the trainees' exercises. Homeroom teacher Lee Hanwal immediately rushed to the training area. Surprise and worry appeared alongside the scar on his face. The previously blue gate has now been transformed into a blood-red gate. How could this happen? Isn't Stella's security system supposed to be the best in the world? A professor standing nearby explained upon seeing Mr. Lee Hanwal appear, as if someone had completely reversed Stella's spatial wave detection system. The only wave appeared simultaneously with the emergence of the persona gate, so it was not detected in time. The security team was also reinforcing the system, but Mr. Lee Hanwal suddenly interrupted. Damn, at this moment that no longer matters. Suddenly, another person interjected. He was right. Following him, a shadow appeared, catching Mr. Lee Hanwal's attention. A new figure had appeared. Taking his place, the most important question now was who was inside that persona gate. Someone recognized this person. Commander Arian. Arian Blackswan, the supreme leader of Stella, the strongest knight order in the world. The man said to create a sea of blood from the corpses of dark mages, rarely appearing on the Stella Academy campus. He approached with a cold attitude. What's the situation? Has the reinforcement advanced? The earlier professor replied, no, it's not possible. It seems the students inside are facing a rather difficult challenge. Arian asked further, what is the level rating of this persona gate? The immediate answer is yes. Currently, the level is estimated to be between risk level 4 and 5. Arian frowned. Estimated? Give me an exact number. The professor holding the stack of documents answered tremblingly, yes, initially it was level 4, but as soon as the students entered, it suddenly jumped by 1 level. Arian paid attention. It was unusual, though not unheard of. The persona gate is emitting false waves. Bring me the list of students who have registered. The professor holding the documents immediately handed it over. Arian then opened it and carefully scrutinized each name on the list. A few names from Class 1's rank appeared. Beck Uziel, Bayan, Flame, Acel, Reiki. After receiving the list and reading some names, Arian's eyes narrowed further. A persona gate at risk level 5 means even veteran mages must prepare thoroughly to pass through. Currently, these are first-year students at only level 2 to 3 mages. This is absolutely insufficient to handle the situation. Arian's voice turned colder. Prepare 16 foam boxes to collect the bodies of those students. Hearing this, teacher Lee Hanwal yelled loudly, commanding Arian. But Arian turned his back and left. This was only a guideline for efficient future operations. Returning with eyes full of danger, don't tell me you actually believe those first-year rookies can conquer a real persona gate at risk level 5. It's like saying ants could kill a tiger. After saying that, Arian disappeared, leaving Mr. Lee Hanwal more worried about his students. I know this bet is really unreasonable, but I still hope the kids can get out safely. The red gate is still intact. Moving inside, Acel and Flame simultaneously focused on the same direction, where someone had called out, hey everyone. Jackie returned with some dust on him and continued, so this is where everyone is. You stood here, arms crossed, deep in thought, while everyone else showed a bit of joy. I'm really glad you're still safe. Why did you suddenly disappear like that? Scared me a little. After looking, you turned to one side. A deep silence appeared. Now that everyone is here, the only thing left is to fight the final boss here. While pondering, not long before, suddenly something was about to appear and caught Uziel's attention. And then red status boards continuously appeared. You have arrived at the dance clock tower. If you go down the stairs here, you will reach the ballroom. The party seems to have just started, so hurry up. Everyone in the group headed towards a staircase leading downward. I guess we have to go down these steps. While everyone was focusing on the passage below, Flame anxiously looked up, as if realizing something bad was about to happen. A monstrous spider began to take shape in her mind. Atop this clock tower dwells a great sword spider, the leader, a level 4 risk monster. Its 8 legs can transform into 8 sharp blades. Flame swallowed nervously and took a deep breath. It's very dangerous. and I can't just rely on Uziel forever. Moreover, he has lost his memory, so he has no information about the Great Sword Spider leader. But I've done some research on that Great Sword Spider, so I'll try to stop it myself in some way. And then Flame looked over at Acel nearby. If Acel and Uziel face the final boss together, we might be able to get through without suffering much damage. Alright, Flame resolutely spoke up. Wait, everyone. Just then, someone's voice cut in, startling her a little. Wait a moment. It was Uziel looking up toward a high corner. There's something above us. Flame froze for a few more seconds. Then he broke the newly formed silence. You all go down there first, I'll check around here first and come down later. Following his words, no one objected. They all continued going down together, led by Princess Bayan. At the very end and moving slowly, worry still lingered in Flame. Uziel probably didn't even know about the existence of that Great Sword Spider. The shadow just now appeared, but he could sense its presence right there. That was impossible. Don't tell me. Hesitating to choose an alternative, she thought he didn't know that his senses could be that extraordinary. Well, after all, he did deflect the magic. While she was hesitating, everyone else had moved deeper below. At that moment, a male trainee stopped, as if sensing something. What is this sound sensation? The other trainees shared the same expression. Then, Princess Bayan detected the location of the strange sound and immediately warned everyone loudly. The sound was coming from above. Everyone's attention shifted upward, only to be shocked once again when a giant sword spider charged towards them. It was the sword-tongue spider. Another trainee objected. No, that was the level 4 risk giant sword spider leader. Seeing it appear here, Flame's mood began to worry. What was going on, and what about Uziel? Thinking about Flame, Princess Bayan suddenly realized that somewhere in that worry, commoners, the expressions of both then turned to Acel nearby. Don't tell me that. But then, unexpectedly, a foot of someone appeared on the spider's body. Uziel jumped down from above, delivering a deep stomp to the spider, with a flash of golden blink light manifesting outward. The sword was already held tightly in hand when someone below called out loudly, Uziel. Seeing that the people below hesitated a little, he suddenly shouted even louder, I will stay to handle this guy. So everyone else hurry downstairs. Acel seemed unable to believe what had just happened. She started to seriously doubt him. Could he stop it all by himself? She then clenched her teeth and made a decision. Perhaps she should step forward and support him. Just then, someone's voice called out, I don't know what you're thinking, but what we need to do right now is to move to the ballroom immediately, as fast as possible. Princess Bayan suddenly approached Acel and spoke those words. Before continuing forward, Princess Bayan didn't forget to look back once more and added, that is the most helpful thing to do for that commoner. Still surprised by him earlier, now Flame was additionally baffled by Princess Bayan's actions and expression. Curiosity arose as she watched the princess's back disappear. In the original work, was Bayan like this? Flame's curiosity was justified. Normally, Princess Bayan would have been jealous of Izel's battle prowess and likely have some conspiracy. But instead of jealousy, this time the princess helped Acel. After that, no one stayed to bother him. The door of the room below was then thrown wide open. Everyone proceeded toward a new dance venue. The sound of instruments and music spread throughout the room. As everyone stepped further into this place, someone exclaimed in amazement, oh, that was completely understandable. It was far more magnificent than what they had expected from this special dance party. The crystal chandeliers cast radiant light in the air. The masked nobles held hands and danced amid that brilliant atmosphere. The red carpet stretched along all the stairs here. It was truly enchanting. While the atmosphere was lively, suddenly the lights here abruptly went out, along with the music stopping accordingly. Everything became silent. All the nobles were quiet as if waiting for a main character to appear. And in that darkness, a slow step emerged. Once again, everyone was stunned. Princess Bayan immediately spoke, diverting attention. Someone was coming down the stairs. Flame began to make a small guess. Maybe the final boss, Duchess Ihiran. Everyone should be cautious. But then something broke the view and surprised Flame on the spot. At the position where the spotlight shone, someone was standing under this light. Hello, pleased to meet everyone. I am Jackie Ihiran. And no one else but Jackie, who had split off and gone missing from the previous group. Her current smile seemed somewhat off. Contrary to the expressions of the trainees, the nobles here were very excited by her appearance. Duchess, you are so beautiful today. Please give me a bright smile, and I will give you my heart. Although Flame had read the original novel, she still had no way of knowing this plot development. How could this happen? This development does not exist in the original romantic novel storyline. In fact, the character Jackie didn't even exist from the start. Judging by Princess Bayan's worried expression, it's impossible for an ordinary person to become an NPC in the Persona Gate. And not just any NPC can become the final boss. Looking at Izel's expression, there is only one way for someone to become an NPC in the Persona Gate, and that means Jackie was already a dark mage. Flame bit her lip after making these inferences and understood why Uziel said those strange things. So this was Uziel's way of warning me about the involvement with Jackie. But I can't just give up like this. Determined yet anxious, I will bring him back no matter what it takes. So Flame tried to communicate with Jackie above. Jackie, if you're obsessed with that power, you could turn into something terrible. So please calm down. But then Jackie suddenly interrupted. Ah, that's nonsense. Right now, I am Iharon. A dangerous smile appeared behind the paper fan. My head is Iharon. My chest is Jackie. My heart is... Jackie's face blushed unusually. It was so excited that it felt as if everything was melting away. Seeing this situation, Princess Bayan understood that it was already too late. Her mind had been corrupted by dark magical power. Acel beside her added, at this moment, the only way is to conquer this gate and bring him back to normal. Flame tightly grasped the staff with his arm. Flame understood the meaning, I got it. Golden magical light emanated from the staff. Concentration locked in on Flame. Wait for me, Jackie. I will surely save you to make up for this. A red lightning bolt suddenly appeared near Jackie. Now, enough with the small talk. The magic power exploded further around. That smile appeared again on Jackie's face. Let's start this party together. Important information board updated. The battle with the tempting masquerade festival boss has begun. Meanwhile, in another place, a streak of greenish blood appeared on the screen, where the great sword of the leader had been slashed with a long cut across its upper abdomen. That blood just now also came from there, and this is the crystallized result that Uziel created along with his blink. Anxiety began to envelop the body with beads of sweat falling. Truly a difficulty. Analyzing the situation, he realized that the Great Sword Spider leader was a kind of subspace and did not hold great significance in clearing the gate. However, there are two reasons why he must go through this hardship. His eyes narrowed. The first is to obtain the enchanted flower petal attached to the forehead of that great sword spider. While he was pondering, suddenly the spider swung a leg directly down towards him. But he was on alert. He immediately used Blink to dodge easily, checking the item left behind by the mist monster there. At the same time, during this charge, he also threw out 3 types of potions with 3 different colors forward. Orange for spark potion, green for slippery potion, purple for oil potion. And then a result immediately appeared. The spider was electrocuted. Its body numbed in waves. Lightning struck straight down the body. White light shone outward. The second reason is Uziel swung his sword fiercely. He charged straight toward its energy shield. In just a short time, that shield miraculously began to crack, and his aim focused directly on the rose petal on the forehead. His expression suddenly changed with these developments, revealing the hidden strategy to surpass episode 6 of Jackie's dark magic path. Additional information suggested that the enchanted flower petal, when absorbed, significantly boosts mental power. This is an item for effective use, accelerating perception, increasing critical points, and providing supplementary abilities to slow mana flow. It's a mandatory item to use, and there are some intriguing details in the story. The spider struck forward once more. He launched an additional attack based on his earlier assessment. The enchanted flower petals were connected to the final boss, the Duchess Iharon. As the opponent lunged, he blinked upwards to avoid it. His main focus was on the fight, but distractions still divided his thoughts. In fact, the great spider leader was actually the husband of Duchess Iharon. However, I didn't really pay much attention to these things since I had pressed skip to bypass the storyline, concentrating on important reflections even as the monster kept attacking continuously. His face immediately showed frustration. He continuously used Blink to move around and decided to shift to a position above it. In any case, because of that reason, whenever I attacked the barrier appearing in front of the flower's wing, the Duchess also showed a similar sign. Therefore, the main characters would be able to carry out their strategies more easily. It is precisely because of this concern that he also felt another kind of worry, but I wasn't sure whether my attack would be effective at the right moment. However, a slight smile appeared on his lips, so I decided to attack it as much as possible to defeat it outright. In all previous battles, the spider sword had charged the attack first, so this time he decided to go all out by acting himself first. Blink was continuously deployed. As soon as he appeared in a new position, he used Blink once more. Thus, we could only see the afterimages along the path he left behind. The ability to blink 3 times consecutively allowed him to do all that, turning this place into a stage for his performance. Before this transformation, the spider emitted a series of strange sounds. As for him, after that performance, he has now settled down. If I continued to maintain this state, before I could think further, he was suddenly surprised, and the expression on his face shifted to astonishment. The spider below has moved unusually along with some kind of greenish substance, and you know where the problem lies. I threw so many slippery potions, yet it's still not over. There was no other choice. He was forced to rush at it once again. When Uziel saw the spider below moving oddly without anywhere to cling to, he immediately felt uneasy. Damn it, below was the dance hall, and his speed was increasing due to inertia. Rushing down there was a snap decision to change his course of action. Alright, think about this. I need to check the direction that spider is moving toward. Moving at a rapid pace, he finally caught up with its position. They collided. Their eyes met, Sweat dripped down his face along with angry gritted teeth, and he adjusted himself. His pupil flashed with a special color. Blink. A few minutes earlier, just as the large bulletin board appeared, the battle with the Masquerade Festival boss temptation had begun. Following that announcement, Princess Bayin's entire group gathered together into a fighting cluster. Meanwhile, Jackie's hand grasped a part of her black dress. Blood-red music sounded, and Jackie's dance immediately began. All attention was focused on her movements. Each step she changed triggered new flashes of red lightning, and beneath her feet, a strange magic circle had formed. Once again, Jackie changed her steps according to her dance. The red lightning bolts began to alter the situation around, and everyone stepped aside. But the announcement seemed too slow, and then all the previous lightning bolts converged on one spot to attack. The nobles standing nearby were also knocked away. Back with the others, Princess Bayin, after seeing that powerful strike land, turned back to look at everyone and asked if they were all right. A male trainee behind replied, yes. Calming down to analyze the problem, the worry became clearer moment by moment. I don't have time to hesitate or delay. Now is the time to fight. She personally took out the azure staff and planted it. The upper part of the staff began to emit light because this time the opponent was a black mage. Meanwhile, above, Jackie continued her dance moves while the fire elemental magic attacks began to target her lock-on. Noticing this, Jackie looked back with a contemptuous glance. And of course, there was reason for that. It wouldn't be that easy. After that speech, a strange black formation appeared right in front of Jackie. All fire magic attacks were easily stopped by it, but the attacks did not stop there. Acel formed 3 small ice formations, from which large ice pillars shot out. The other students were not without thought either. They all simultaneously launched spells rushing toward the target. But unfortunately, all those attacks were blocked by the similar magic circles from before. The students were taken by a huge surprise. All the magic we created, is it completely ineffective? While everyone launched their attack, Jackie made a new move. Red lightning bolts formed in the sky, and a slight startle was born. Ah, she's attacking once again, be careful. At that moment, by some miraculous way, Flame created a complex magic formation right in front of her. Jackie looked over and seemed to realize something. Mirroring her previous gesture, Flame also grasped a part of her own skirt. The sound of music began to play. Flame held her staff with an indifferent expression and started the requested dance. Those watching her action didn't know when it happened, but were greatly surprised. Why are you suddenly dancing here? But Flame didn't answer and continued her dance. After a while, Flame stopped, her eyes half lowered, staring straight at the opponent. Following the previously formed magic formation, Flame immediately unleashed an attack outward. A golden light swept past Jackie's side, who, holding a fan and with wide eyes, could only stand there watching. Seeing it succeed, Flame silently rejoiced. All right, it's exactly like what I read in the novel before. Then she raised her voice loudly. Everyone, let's dance. The eyes of Princess Bayin and Acel looked on in astonishment. And with the explanation continued by Flame, we already had hints from the previous episodes. In this episode, not only does it open with a magical confrontation, but it also includes a dance. We can only use magic through our dance movements. Quickly understanding, Princess Bayin grasped the issue. So that's it, the dance of Duchess Iharan cannot be broken by ordinary magic. Acel also formed some ideas. The dance can counter Serena's quiet tango, and everything boils down to one important clue. Serena's farewell song is dead. Without hesitation, Princess Bayin opened the scene with a dance. Acel synchronized and began to dance as well, and the other classmates knew this dance too. The musical notes created blended harmoniously with the dance, and within a short time, magical attacks were successively unleashed, heading straight for the spot where Jackie was standing. Unexpectedly interwoven, she held the fan in front of her mouth, and just like that, a large explosion formed before everyone, with Jackie at the center. The music was still playing, and Acel, in that melody, began to feel a new worry. Would that attack be effective? But then, the sound suddenly changed, causing her to change as well. Wait a minute. As the blood-red music played, and from the smoke born of the previous explosion, a black shadow slowly appeared, contemplative in posture. The melody seemed to quicken its pace. 2 other students on this side also noticed the same thing. What the hell is that? One foot was slowly lifted forward. Specifically, 2 more feet emerged beneath Jackie's skirt. Her eyes also shifted to a demonic red hue, prompting someone to urgently warn everyone. Her legs have now grown to 4, haven't they? The dark black feet from the explosion once again rose onto tiptoes in rhythm with the dance steps, continuously changing their movements. Through the new rhythm generated by the 4 feet, Jackie quickly formed a new, denser magical array behind her back than before. All right, then let's begin the correct way. With the sound Jackie spoke, her face became increasingly dark and demonic. Seeing her like that, Flame couldn't help but shout loudly toward Jackie. Stop it, Jackie. If you keep immersing yourself in the role of Duchess Iharan, you won't be able to come back anymore. Jackie retorted. Exactly why do you want me to stop? Just look around. At the same time as the dark magic spread, the voices of other nobles echoed endlessly. Jackie, Iharon, Jackie, Iharon. Everyone just stood silently there watching this scene unfold. From that moment on, the scene was no longer beautiful but rather looked more like a terrifying spectacle. The nobles cheered rhythmically along with the music. Just as expected, you are truly beautiful. You are indeed the best dancer. Punish those foolish challengers. Looking at Flame's bewilderment, Jackie added a few words. Flame, are you really that heartless? Flame was taken aback. What? Some old memories surfaced along with strange, selfish, and mean analyses in the mind. This is a sweet and wonderful feeling. You are the only one who exclusively owns it. You have kept it to yourself. Flame always had a smile on his lips, while Jackie stood aside looking saddened. And now the pent-up anger was unleashed. I will never let go of this heart and feeling. Red lightning began to appear more. Princess Bayan sensed a great mana about to be released and warned everyone on behalf of all. It's coming. Everyone protect yourselves. After these words, Jackie on the other side began to act. Clusters of energy beams were formed from the formations and launched straight forward. Fortunately, with the prior warning, Princess Bayan and Acel raised their protective shields to block the attack. But unexpectedly, another classmate beside Acel was hit by the attack. Acel noticed this, but there was no way to help. But then, while she was distracted, another overwhelming power was heading towards her position, but she herself didn't manage to turn back and observe. She couldn't do anything more. Acel closed her eyes, but then opened them when nothing approached her. A light shone on Izel's face. Bayan relied on her own power. She stood firm and formed a massive wall of fire that helped Acel avoid the previous danger. After providing support, Princess Bayan immediately hurried back. Hey, you fool! Why are you just standing there distracted like that? Acel stammered something. Still looking dazed, Princess Bayan's voice got even higher. For me, defending against fire elemental magic will be more effective, so let me handle that. Focus on blocking the lightning elemental magic coming your way. Acel understood. Princess Bayan continued the arrangement. She followed behind us and attacked when there was an opportunity. Flame also noticed Princess Bayan's change and even spoke to me about it. In that fleeting moment, Flame looked even more bewildered. Huh, what on earth is happening? In the original story, Bayan ruined the team's morale out of jealousy over Izel's abilities and tried to sabotage that relationship. In the end, it caused great harm to everyone instead of ruining the work and throwing everything into chaos. At this time, Bayan was the one who grasped and understood the situation best. A blood-red energy strike this time flew straight at Princess Bayan and was blocked by an ice barrier erected by Acel. The princess was a little startled as she looked at her. Meanwhile, Flame's thoughts were still there. No, that was Bayan and Acel. They were together. Acel looked at Princess Bayan and spoke naturally and gently. You shouldn't let your guard down. Feeling teased, Princess Bayan immediately appeared sulky. What do you mean? Soon after, surprisingly, Flame appeared behind the two to assist with attack and defense. Me too. We can't afford to lose to those two. Flame officially counterattacked by forming a great magic just behind and continuously releasing yellow energy beams forward. But with 3 dark magics in front of me, Jackie blocked all of Flame's attacks aimed at him. It was useless, but Flame smiled faintly right after. Large energy lightning bolts diffused and pierced through those barriers. Once again, a great explosion was born at the center of Jackie. Looking at the smoke ahead, that familiar question appeared again. So, is this the end? Looking closer, the smoke was somewhat thicker than before. And of course, that shadow appeared once again. But this time it had horns. The first to notice was Acel, followed by Princess Bayan, and then Flame. Jackie's voice changed, calling out Flame's name. Jackie's legs had completely transformed into spider-like limbs, resembling the creature everyone had encountered in the corridor downstairs. Do you hate seeing me this happy? The noble NPCs had entirely changed, beginning to tremble. Meanwhile, some had already started to vomit. Jackie was gradually losing control. Why won't you just leave me alone? Why? Knowing that she ended up like this was partly because of me. Flame tried to speak up loudly. Jackie is not like that. Please be rational. But Jackie had reached the peak of his anger. Be quiet. Immediately, a blood-red magic circle was formed. Not stopping there, a second divine magic array appeared right below. The blood-red musical sound rose again, sealing a smile on Jackie's face. The original Princess Bayan was stunned. Impossible. Behind Flame, the identical expression was displayed. This was, looking at the danger ahead, thoughtful analysis was brought forth. At least this was a level 5 risk. There was nothing more to think about. What should we do now? From their gaze looking ahead, Flame suddenly looked up as if sensing some movement. The noises increased steadily, and she then asked a big question. What was that sound? Acel seemed to sense what it was and interrupted from beside her. It's Uziel. Flame was startled at her words, but suddenly another unexpected development occurred. Jackie screamed as if struck by some blow. The question was asked again by Princess Bayan. What is happening? Flame glanced from afar to explain. I don't know the reason either, but it seems the battle between Uziel and the spider sword leader above has affected Jackie down here. Jackie held his head in pain. Flame didn't believe it, but there was another confirmation in his mind. Don't tell me Uziel has discovered this characteristic and is fighting that monster alone just to help us defeat this final boss? Not sure how the attack is going above, but Jackie once again clutched his head, crying out helplessly. Not missing this opportunity, Princess Bayan's tone changed, saying now is our chance. After issuing the command, the three unleashed their magical skills once more. Princess Bayan's fire, Izel's ice, and Flame's light surged quickly forward. Ice advanced first, freezing the legs of the spider sword leader's limb. Then came the engulfing flames of Princess Bayan. Light was the final attack rushing in. A great explosion occurred when the three elements collided, sweeping away the smoke that had formed. Jackie shouted angrily, "Is this what you kids call showing off?" But then his anger exploded to the peak. "How dare you?" At that moment, the original spider sword leader suddenly appeared in the room. Feeling that something new had appeared here, Princess Bayan anxiously asked, "What is happening?" Flame was equally suspicious and said, "I don't know. It seems like something just fell down." As if recognizing a familiar figure, Flame hesitated for a moment in thought. That can't be. Isn't that the great sword-tongued spider leader? Falling from above had caused this giant spider to lose consciousness, and the dance floor cracked as a result. The big question that arose afterward was, has it died? A male trainee in the group seemed unable to believe his own eyes, his body trembling as he spoke unconsciously. That's ridiculous. Uziel, a first-year trainee like us, actually hunted down a 4-star monster by himself. Not only the spider but also other similar beings fell. This male trainee suddenly turned around in shock to see you lying there completely unconscious. In front of everyone present, a large spider fell right on the exact spot where Jackie had been standing before. From below, someone stepped up these stairs, one of her friends. Flame was the first to ascend, but she carried a sadness within. Jackie was now pinned under the giant spider, struggling to rise but trembling as she questioned Flame, who was moving forward. "Why do you always bother me so much?" Anger grew on her face. "I will never forgive you." But then, another thought arose in this situation here. Oh heavens, so that's how it is. You couldn't win by dancing, so you had to resort to this trick. Because no one dances more beautifully than me, right? How pitiful, truly pitiful. In the end, you're just like me, also jealous of someone more beautiful appearing, wearing an additional foolish smile. Aha, not just me alone, after all, you're no different from me at all. But the sadness deepened in Flame's mind as she looked at her friend who was no longer lucid. Seeing her strange expression looking at her, Jackie asked him blankly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Shifting part of her emotions, Flame stood there and asked Acel behind her, "Acel, can you summon an ice mirror?" Acel replied quickly, "Yes." Jackie, understanding her action, then smiled smugly. "No matter what absurd thing you do, the truth is that I'm still more beautiful than you." At Flame's request, Acel created an ice mirror in front of Jackie. She blankly cast her gaze into it. One side of her face had completely transformed into a spider. She still couldn't believe this was true. "What is this?" While the male classmate here was concerned about you just sitting up. "Are you okay?" "Oh, my head." Jackie's voice shattered that quiet atmosphere again. "Is this my appearance?" "You're lying. Isn't this an ordinary mirror?" Uziel has now regained consciousness, but is pressing his fingers to his forehead and mouth, while Jackie's voice continues without end. "You all are trying to deceive me with this image, aren't you? It's disgusting, truly disgusting, absolutely revolting." That sound keeps echoing. Jackie screamed even louder. Please put that mirror away." The group of nobles who had sided with Jackie earlier at the dance have now stopped. The Duchess is no longer beautiful. Everyone knew what would happen next, so they all lowered their heads and let Jackie rage in her agony. I don't want this. I hate it. This is not me." Jackie's transformed hand trembled as it reached out for help. "Flame, please, can you do anything? Please help me, save me." But the words shifted somewhat. "Do you think I would ask for that?" A sword-like leg resembling a giant spider's combat limb appeared. Jackie's transformed arm that was raised toward Flame screamed, with added anger, "It's all your fault I ended up like this. Die." Flame was a mix of white and red, but the one injured in the attack was Jackie. Something emerged beneath Flame's feet and pierced through Jackie's body. Her dazed eyes opened. For a moment, Jackie recalled the happiness she felt standing beside Hei Wonriang. Jackie could not be saved. Everyone could only help her escape this situation through sacrifice. The flame from Princess Bayan began to blaze. Once again, Flame lowered her head, saddened because she herself had done that terrible thing. The identical Princess Bayan also felt something similar, but the saddest person was probably Flame, because she knew that she herself was partly the cause of that death. After Jackie vanished, she stood there speaking her final words to her friend. "I'm sorry, Jackie. I truly am sorry." At the same moment Jackie fell, an official announcement appeared, ending the story of Duchess Iharan. who had achieved the greatest beauty and fame in the world. You have conquered the ballroom of temptation. Congratulations. Moving outside, where everyone entered the gates, an announcement sound also echoed here. Team A6, the simulation practice has ended and the students have left. The training simulation for Group B3 has also been completed. As the trainees came outside, Teacher Uziel immediately issued instructions. Evacuate them at once. The teacher responded, yes, sir, everyone has left. Teacher Lee Hanwall then focused on the last place, worry forming on the spot. Is this C7 the only thing left? Suddenly, the red gate right next to Teacher Lee Hanwall began to undergo some change. Red lightning bolts started to flicker around it. Sensing that something was wrong about to happen, Master Lee Hanwall immediately turned to another assistant nearby and said, the waves are shaking. Prepare quickly. Yes. But before he could say more, the gate suddenly mutated. The space expanded and the previous red hue gradually faded away. The master's gaze was sharp and intently fixed on this change. But then a faint smile appeared on his lips. The ant has defeated the tiger. Following these words, all the trainees had appeared outside, except for one, and the red gate then completely disappeared. Seeing the trainees able to come out from that dangerous place, discussions leading to a lively debate arose. Had they truly conquered the dangerous level 5 persona gate just as trainees? Even veteran soldiers with rich experience had considered that a challenge. Doubts continuously arose. Was that boy the leader? Arian's face showed a hint of surprise because he himself had stumbled over his previous words. Then he turned back and mocked himself for joking. Let's retreat. Yes, sir. It didn't stop there. After coming outside, Uziel stepped forward, raised his sword across his chest, and said, I hereby report that the mission to conquer the Persona Gate has been completed. In total, 16 people participated. 1 person was sacrificed, and 15 returned safely and successfully. Teacher Lee Hanwall's expression immediately turned bitter after hearing those words. In the end, there was still 1 sacrifice. Afterwards, the teacher refocused and instructed, you all did very well. I will immediately assign a healing mage to come right away, so everyone should rest now. Yes, just at that moment, someone appeared and interrupted, asking if something had happened while I was away. Everyone then intently looked toward the familiar voice. Following that, another person appeared here. Oh, it seems something happened while I was gone. Is that right? For a moment, you stood still, bewildered by the unexpected arrival of this person. Stella Academy's principal, Eltman Eltwin, a great rank 9 mage, smiled as he approached you. About that matter, will you tell me everything? Moving to Stella Building Number 1, the principal's office, Uziel walked alongside Principal Eltman Eltwin down the hallway here. As he walked, his face briefly showed an indescribable dazed expression mixed with a new worry. A private conversation with Eltman Eltwin. No way, why do I feel so anxious? His eyes glanced elsewhere as if complaining about some decision. That's why I don't want to be a leader. Back before exiting the gate, Princess Bayan gathered everyone as if to raise a major issue. Wouldn't it be better if we appointed 1 leader to report the situation before leaving? With a calm face, his thumb pointed towards Acel. So what about Acel? His state went from fainting to waking up, and Acel was puzzled by the significant opinion he directed at her. However, from the start, neither Bayan nor Flame intended to let him escape this chosen fate. Both wore the same expression, arms crossed calmly, saying, Commoner, we've already opened our eyes wide, and you still dare to openly ignore your contribution? No matter how much you cherish him, that's just not right. A sweat drop fell, and for some reason, as if there was a special bond attached to Acel, he added, I think I'm somewhat capable, but this time I'm not. He stiffened, vaguely following his own thought. She thinks so too. His eyes immediately closed. So in the end, he was forced to become the leader. What the heck had happened while he was unconscious? But perhaps this abruptly cut off his thoughts. The director's voice rang out, bringing a new matter. Is this the 3rd time we've met? Opening his eyes wide, he looked at the director and continued. You seem taller than last time, huh? A bit dazed and still very young. Not understanding the director's meaning, he stiffened again. What exactly was he saying? As you were trying to understand that, suddenly a few old memories flooded back. A small village devastated by a blizzard. Blink, blink, blink. In that place covered entirely by snow, Uziel stood alone. At that time, although he had a body incapable of using magic, he diligently practiced a single magical skill. Blink. At that moment, he glanced to one side as a sound arose there. You are amazing. A fully cloaked figure appeared. Adding amid Uziel's bewilderment, you have an interesting talent. I will write you a letter of recommendation, so come to my school and take the entrance exam. There will be bonus points. And the one who appeared was none other than the current headmaster of Stella Academy, Eltman Eltwin, to bring you back to reality. The headmaster spoke once more. The reason I called you here is, you suddenly startled. Master Eltman Eltwin smiled and added, I am here on behalf of the Academy to thank you for preventing that potential crisis. You sat there pondering a bit more, It all began with me. But the headmaster's words remained, and I have no intention of revealing this to the outside. Of course, if the damage to students became serious, things would be different. Thank you, it's all thanks to you. And there is one thing I need to confirm. You instinctively paid close attention to these words. In an instant, the headmaster's expression turned cold. Inside that gate, could there be a problem? In just a blink, cold sweat started to pour down Uziel's entire body. What was that look? It's no surprise they call you a black witch slayer. Even so, I'm not even a black witch. Between hiding the truth and speaking it, Uziel chose to speak the truth, though the worried expression remained. Yes, the student has died. Jackie showed signs of black magic corruption. With a face devoid of sympathy, the dean replied, I see. That's unfortunate. Being affected by corruption means that there were dark feelings in the heart from the start, and no one can resist that. Uziel clearly sensed there was no remorse at all. Before Uziel could process what was in front of him, the dean brought up another matter. Oh, look at my mind wander. Come to think of it, I haven't even offered you something to drink yet. The teacher turned back with his characteristic bright smile. Would you prefer coffee or tea? Do young people these days like carbonated drinks? Others might not notice, but from now on, this would be a proper conversation. Grasping some key information, Uziel voiced his choice. I'd like tea. Calmly, he asked, is there a type of tea called lilt tea? The dean looked at him with curiosity about lilt tea, then immediately smiled meaningfully. Yes, there is. Please wait a moment. Uziel exhaled softly, feeling truly relieved. Time passed, and the director brought out a cup of tea and placed it on the table. That's right, lilt tea is truly surprising. Few know about it and even fewer like it. You responded, thank you very much. Immediately after, you picked up the cup and began to taste it, savoring the tea, but you showed no expression. The thought immediately revealed the atmosphere. Just as expected, it is bland. Compared to earthly foods, it is like durian or fermented anchovies. The issue is taste, but it's strangely addictive, so some people dislike it. It has a distinctive smell that turns them off, causing them not even to want to put it in their mouth. But those who grow to love it become passionate fans. The reason you chose lilt tea is because the private meeting with Eltman Eltwin is a branching point and an opportunity. The Flame One chose coffee promised to teach magic. Acel chose a carbonated drink that had attained magical enlightenment. And lilt tea is Eltman Eltwin's favorite tea. The only issue was that you glanced sideways, waiting for the teacher to continue. About lilt tea, you see, being exclusively enjoyed by the Lilt tribe living on the western continent decades ago, they should have kept it to themselves. But they shared it with humans and faced misfortune together with the Lilt tribe. The lilt tea brewing recipe is said to have disappeared. The master smiled, looking at the cup of tea in his hand. This must be one of the few lilt teas left in the world. If humans weren't foolishly greedy, we could still enjoy it to this day. Truly, it's a pity. But the next words from you brought the director a sense of surprise. Is that so? But it's also strange, because even now, I'm still drinking it. Seeing you put down the teacup, the master hurriedly asked, so, do you still have any left? You replied briefly, no. Hearing this, Eltman Eltwin's expression changed, showing disappointment. I thought so, however, it's still too early to be disappointed. You cut in. But I know about it. The recipe for lilt tea. The director's eyes widened. The quiet atmosphere was shattered as the master could no longer contain his calm. What? Really? How did you get that recipe? Uziel knew he spoke hastily and looked somewhat dazed. The thought quickly took over. This was somewhat difficult to explain. I can't say exactly that I got it from a game. In the director's expectation, you slowly said, my late mother taught me, so that's why I know about it. Wearing a somewhat sad expression, you expressed that. The final gesture, the nurturing from a mother, swept away. Your emotions, the master felt sad too. Sorry. I probably shouldn't have asked that. You tried to shake off that sadness. It's all right. No need to apologize for that. The thought occupied again. It's truly a relief that everything went smoothly. Regain calm as usual. The director cleared his throat and asked for your opinion. So would you consider selling that formula to me? I will pay you generously. Eltman Eltwin couldn't contain his eagerness, but you waited for this moment. Finally, the moment I had been waiting for arrived. And you said immediately, actually there is something I want from you even more than money, director. The master asked again. Oh, and what is it? To be the director once again surprised. You stated the space enchantment technique of the headmaster. I want your help, even if only once. Surprised by your choice, the director asked again, what? Why don't you reconsider? The lilt tea formula has now ceased production and could be sold for a much higher price than that. But my magical technique is completely impractical. You understand what that means, don't you? You sat there silently. I understand very well about Eltman Eltwin's space magic and Alterish's alchemy technique. And finally, by using a mana vessel captured by a soul mage, I can create a magnificent multidimensional space. It will be a storage, a space that can only be created when a mage masterfully controls the level 8 space attribute. That is why very few people in this world can achieve this. But with the help of level 9 mage Eltman Eltwin, I can create the most advanced storage facility in my mind. He smiled brightly and continued, more than just a few coins. As an alchemist mage who seeks the truth of matter, understanding the nature of magic and the original lilt used, you can consider it the most precious gift in your life. So please, I am asking for your opinion. After hearing everything you said, time and again, I was surprised. A smile and a sigh soon followed. Expecting an answer from him, the teacher replied immediately, "All right, if that is truly what you desire, then let's make a deal." Uziel looked clearly delighted. Wonderful. Meanwhile, in the first tower, Vice Principal Aki Hayden was sitting across from someone. Clenching his hands tightly, he addressed the other party. "I've heard a story. The Persona Gate is very difficult, and you just opened it, but already failed, right?" Raydin. As the Vice Principal had said, the person speaking to him was Professor Raydin from the New Moon Magic Department. Professor Raydin closed his eyes and replied, "Yes. I fear the sect leader will be furious if he learns the truth about this matter." The Vice Principal adjusted his coat and said, "You're too rigid and inflexible by nature. That's the real issue causing trouble. I'm not too sorry about your failure, but there are still many other ways." Professor Raydin appeared indifferent, as if he had guessed something. Under Vice Principal Aki Hayden's threatening gaze, Professor Raydin voiced his speculation. "Are you planning to make Professor Maizen Tyran lose control?" The atmosphere was unusually silent, and the exchange ended with Professor Raydin's departure. If there was nothing more to report, I will take my leave. The corridor stretched on as the professor walked silently. During this time, he began to form some new judgments. The only realistic reason for opening the Persona Gate this time was to deal with several students who might attend the upcoming Aslan seminar. Although they opened the gate, which carried risks beyond their capabilities, who would have thought that Flame Acel, Princess Bayan, and even Beck Uziel could step outside safely. Looking towards the nearby window frame, the professor gave a slight assessment. None of these matters were part of the plan. Preoccupied with these thoughts, the professor suddenly looked in one direction when someone started a conversation. "Professor, it's been a while." Raydin slowly turned around. He saw the polite smile of a student named Ma Yuziong. Folding his arms, Ma Yuziong continued speaking. "When I was little, you seemed like a dangerous beast, but now I hardly recognize you when you behave like a human." Before Raydin could react, Ma Yuziong brought up a serious issue. "Honestly, my friends have nearly been injured recently. Did you, the old man burdened with so much, slow in your work and plan this?" Hearing these words, Professor Raydin turned to Ma Yuziong with a cold expression. "Even if you are a young master, please restrain your words and disrespectful actions." "Friends." Ma Yuziong's face darkened. The other party ended with a question. "Are you perhaps too immersed in the role-playing school game?" However, Professor Raydin was surprised when Ma Yuziong's voice no longer sounded the same. It turned out that not only had his appearance changed, he even dared to speak arrogantly and rudely in front of me. An invisible but real pressure began to weigh heavily on the professor's body. He gritted his teeth and tried to resist, but his expression became increasingly strained as beads of sweat appeared on his face. The eye expression, aura, and spirit of Ma Yuziong standing opposite had completely changed. Raydin sensed the king's spirit radiating along with a warning. "Being cautious is wiser." A smile appeared afterward. "You gentlemen are truly troublesome and an eyesore. Until we meet again." Ma Yuziong slowly stepped away. Step by step, the sound echoed, still creating a strange feeling. The professor raised a fist to his chest. When Ma Yuziong completely disappeared from sight, Professor Raydin gasped, taking a deep breath to calm himself. If it is for the benefit of the Moonlight Sect, this is nothing. The scene changes, switching to the group of Princess Bayan standing somewhere. The two female classmates kept worrying and addressed the princess. "Princess, we are glad you are safe. We heard the school made a mistake in establishing the Persona Gate. Is that correct? Really, who knows how they work?" Faced with those words, Princess Bayan looked down with unsurprised contemplation. Just as expected, the other students knew nothing about this matter. Considering the Academy's stance, this was understandable. At that moment, someone appeared, calling Princess Bayan's name. The voice was impossible to ignore. The princess turned her head to confirm. "Senior," a male student approached with a smile. This student was Edmund Adalek, a third-year student at the Academy, still smiling brightly. Edmund Adalek started chatting, saying there was no need to address him so formally and stiffly. He felt a bit embarrassed using overly formal language. In response to this change, Princess Bayan calmly replied that the Academy maintained a strict hierarchical system. Hearing her cold words, Edmund Adalek immediately shifted the topic. "Ha ha. Glad you're safe? I was really worried you might have gotten into trouble." With her usual expression, the princess replied curtly, "I'm well. Senior, you need not worry." A sudden thought formed. This sly old fox. What he worries about is not himself but more likely his own livelihood. The two leading great powers of the Adalabit kingdom, the Orcan Duke family supporting Princess Hong Siwa, and the Adalek Duke clan, the only family able to rival and oppose the Orcans. Among them, Edmund Adalek was the sole heir of the Adalek Duke. Perhaps his goal was to help her become queen and marry her. Realizing the previous approach was ineffective, Edmund Adalek changed the subject. Alright, do you want to play soul chess? There will be a competition for the students soon. Although Princess Bayan wasn't interested in soul chess, she still nodded in agreement. Yes, let's do that. Seeing an opportunity to get closer, Edmund Adalek placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke softly and coldly. Alright, today I'll teach you a move, watch carefully and learn it. Bayan was surprised by this action. Biting her lip in resentment, walking behind and greeting everyone ahead, she closed her eyes and calmly thought. There was a painful truth that she couldn't become queen without the help of someone like him. If only she could gain some kind of power, even if that was someone with power equivalent to Duke Adalek standing on her side. Just then, the princess suddenly shifted her gaze out the window. Uziel, what a coincidence. He unexpectedly walked past outside, catching the princess's eye, but the princess quickly looked away again. Just as he turned to speak, Bayan, what are you doing? Why don't you come quickly? However, she still hesitated and glanced back at the window. It seemed he had already left. Princess Bayan left that spot. Yes, senior. Cut to Uziel holding a flower petal, stopping at a corner with arms akimbo, inspecting it, considering, let's see. Is this enough now? The surrounding scene shifted to pink. The petal in his hand floated up. An information panel appears. Absorbing the flower branch of the enchanting tree will increase mental strength by 65% and permanently boost a small amount of charm-type magic resistance. Uziel's status panel. 2-star strength 73%, 2-star senses 57%, 2-star agility 42%, 2-star stamina 19%, 0-star durability 99%, 2-star mental strength 24%. Noticing the changes, he smiles slightly. Not bad at all. The information continues. Project Constellatio grants you a special reward. He raises his hand to his chin, making a new judgment. Thanks to completing a new episode, I received this special reward. Anyway, what should I take this time? Should I use an additional growth item? Suddenly, he realizes something. Is it possible to take Marikan's necklace? The system responds. Yes. He is immediately pleased, then decides to take it. New information appears. You have obtained Marikan's necklace item. Advanced level. Description. The necklace was crafted by Merkan, a future alchemist engineer. It overcomes a barrier to the limit in order to protect the wearer's life. Special function. Marikan's shield automatically defends against attacks of level 6 or below. Usable only once. Without hesitation, he puts the necklace on. Unfortunately, it can only be used once, but ensuring survival is not a bad idea. Since episode 8 is coming, he has to fight against Professor Myzentiran, who has awakened. The information continues. The branch of hatred has accumulated 78% of its value. Uziel smiled warmly. Well, preparations for the battle against Myzentiran were also proceeding smoothly, so I guess I'll rely on Altarisha for the rest. The scene changed, transitioning to the International Alchemy Organization. Uziel arrived here and stood before an area. A smiling person spoke up, saying this is the 13th branch of the Cordon Livingstone sect, the side building near the large elm tree within the alchemy city. You respond, I am here to meet the alchemist Altarisha. The receptionist clearly expressed, I'm very sorry, you cannot see her right now. You knew the situation. A bit dazed, putting your hand into your jacket, muttering, I knew it. Immediately you presented a letter. This is a direct invitation from Assistant Professor Altarisha. The receptionist was flustered. Oh my. The subsequent exchange was simpler. Sincerely sorry, I will guide you right away. Please follow this way. Thank you. Approaching the door of Altarisha's research room, the receptionist called inside. Ms. Altarisha, you have a visitor. There was no response sound. The receptionist spoke again. May we come in, please? At that moment, Uziel was startled by a sudden feeling. A sudden large explosion occurred, releasing an extremely strong pressure. The blast made the door shake violently, but fortunately it remained intact. Inside, thick smoke rose, obscuring vision. But luckily, it did not seem to be a major accident. Uziel was still there, speaking up, quite surprising. Given the door had just shaken, he had quickly pulled the receptionist aside, but still felt a bit worried himself. We almost got into trouble. Waving away the smoke before him, Uziel stepped into the room. Because the smoke was still thick, he called out loudly to the assistant. Are you okay? He quickly received this reply. Are you the student Uziel? Despite the recent explosion causing trouble, Assistant Altarisha remained safe and smiled as she continued. Welcome. I want to show you something. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared beside her. None other than the golden alchemist Walsuk Koden. Uziel hadn't yet paid attention to him, but noticed Altarisha's expression and thought to himself, The explosion didn't even bother her. Both their attentions turned to the golden alchemist when he noticed something on the ring he wore. "Student, do you see this? This is a shield bracelet." On the silver ring was a button, and he placed his finger on it. A green shield appeared, covering his entire arm. He joyfully explained with enthusiasm, "If we press this button twice, in this state alone, it boasts third-level power." Uziel was surprised as the effect didn't stop there. He continued, "Oh, but if you press this button one more time, how about that? Isn't it amazing? Whether your mana is low or you're an ordinary person who cannot use magic, you can still deploy this shield magic at least once. Its defensive power reaches only 500, but it can be very helpful in emergency situations." Before the three of them, a large shield 3 times the size of the man's face appeared, replacing the smaller shield just now. The difference was that no magical rune inscriptions were carved on it. The golden alchemist was astonished. If this were revealed, the world would be overturned. It was all thanks to this genius child, Altarisha. He noticed the boy's presence. Come to think of it, the kid is also a co-author. He persuaded him, "Why don't we join the alchemical world together as alchemy practitioners?" Uziel wanted this, but had to leave both of them baffled with his answer. "I cannot survive as an alchemy practitioner because I lack mana." Witnessing a prodigious alchemical genius without mana, while Suk Koden exclaimed, "What? Did you just say that?" This secret, up until now, seems to be unknown to anyone at the Academy, but it is not exactly a secret. He explained that a congenital constitution incapable of absorbing mana slows down the process of mana leakage. The golden alchemist pushed up his glasses, still in disbelief. What the kid just said can't be his intention. Altarisha spoke on his behalf. Is that what people call a limited lifespan? He calmly accepted, but his eyes wandered off in another direction, quietly thinking, yes, that is indeed a big story, but is it really true? To bring them both back to normal. Uziel added, "My time is indeed limited, but I have no intention of dying. I'll take care of that, so don't worry." Hearing that, Altarisha breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. To dispel the tense atmosphere, Uziel raised his hand. "Besides, can I take a look at that shield bracelet a bit?" While Suk Koden was startled, "Oh sure." After receiving the silver bracelet, he took out the encyclopedia to examine it. Information appeared on the bracelet. He felt certain it was still in the initial phase, with many raw and unnecessary components. He looked at ISA and asked with a smile, "Wait a moment, can I borrow your magic welding pen?" Altarisha was surprised but didn't object. Here it is." While Suk Koden's eyebrows twitched, not understanding what he intended to do. "Oh, what is the kid trying to do?" The silence was interrupted by Altarisha. She knew what Uziel wanted to do and did not want anyone to disturb him. Back to him. After receiving the magic welding pen, he slowly placed the pen on the silver bracelet containing the special information. An idea occurred to him. For the connection point from the magic welding pen, thanks to the encyclopedia, I will carve the complete shield bracelet in the future. Erasing the original design, creating a more efficient structure, enhancing the quality, everything was done. When he activated it, a shield much bigger and stronger than before was generated. While Suk Koden opened his mouth wide, checked measurements with his glasses. This cannot be happening. With anticipation and excitement, he announced that the defense value had increased all the way to 800, nearly 1.5 times more effective. He exclaimed with admiration, his face flushed red. It wasn't for nothing that she said the kid was a co-author. "Have you ever thought about working alongside me? Don't worry about not being able to use magic. I will assign some alchemists to craft magic shuttle missiles for you." Uziel felt grateful but declined, laughing. "Sorry, I have my own reasons for continuing to pursue the dream of becoming a magic warrior." He was regretful. "Oh, that's unfortunate. You added an intention, but I still have something I want to ask you." You held up the purple orb. "Altarisha, can you create an item with this?" Altarisha took it and asked, "A kind of charm?" "Huh? Don't rush." Uziel surprised both of them. "It's spatial magic." Principal Sella also said she would lend a hand. Both froze. Altarisha remained calm. "First? Oh, it's the principal." While Suk Koden was speechless. "Oh, that old man decided to help the kid? You really are a troublemaker." Altarisha was embarrassed. "I want to help you, but I have never tried using elemental attributes." Uziel smiled. "I know I'm not asking you to do it right away. You can take your time to master the skill." His thought was that it might take a few months. Both agreed. "All right, leave it to me. It's time to create a masterpiece." Returning to class at Sella Academy, Isel sat at her desk, troubled. Something was wrong. She looked at Uziel sitting dazed not far away. Seeing him yawn, Isel hesitated about whether she should ask him. Before she could act, someone arrived first. A familiar voice, Commoner Uziel. Princess Bayan appeared in front of him and said, "I have something important to tell you. Are you free?" Isel looked at both of them vaguely, wondering if there was another important matter. Uziel replied, "It's nothing serious." Isel watched Princess Bayan lead him out of the classroom. After they both left, Isel returned to her sadness. What they said had nothing to do with her, right? Why did she feel so strange? The two walked down the hallway, not speaking, which was a bit awkward. Uziel broke the silence. So, what were you going to say? Princess Bayan stopped and answered. In the world of alchemy, it is said that a technologically advanced alchemical product has been developed. She turned to look at him, thinking he was somewhat handsome, then proceeded to the main point. I heard you are a co-author of that alchemy book. He paused to consider. Given the information power of the Adalabit royal family, this was an obvious consequence. Staying calm, Uziel replied. So what? Do you want to link directly to the merchandise business through me? Reading his intention, Princess Bayan crossed her arms, closed her eyes coldly. Nobleman, I don't deny it, but don't misunderstand. The item is very important, but having a relationship with someone like you is even more important. He was embarrassed. Oh, really? The thought interrupted him. He didn't expect her to think so well of him. Surely this is different from the original. Perhaps this time, I can prevent Princess Bayan's death. However cold she was before, now she is just as shy. Hey, then come eat with me, okay? Suddenly someone interrupted. It's Bayan, right? Both of them looked at him in surprise. This is Edmund Adalek, the trainee, speaking irritably. I refused to have lunch with you, wondering if there was something important, never expecting she'd go with such a commoner. Really disappointing. Behind Edmund Adalek's cold face, the three stood silent for a long time. But then that silence was quickly broken by Uziel's thoughts and gaze fixed intently on the other party. That man, you have seen him before while playing this game. One of the death flags leading Princess Bayan to destruction. Edmund Adalek, judging by that guy's attitude just now, it seems he still doesn't know he is a co-author of the report created by that random technique. At that moment, Princess Bayan suddenly spoke, startling him and cutting off that thought. She is not an ordinary civilian. Thinking of connecting with the alchemist Alterisha through this civilian, so please don't disturb right now. However, Edmund Adalek wouldn't allow that to happen. A dangerous smile appearing clearly. Hey Bayan, do you really think that just an ordinary civilian like that could have any power to help you? I'm better than that. Uziel listened to the criticism aimed at him, but indifference still dominated his thoughts as usual. It's really funny to look at the princess beside me. That thought continued. Well, I've gotten used to being looked down on like a commoner. Although I know she is a great supporter of mine. Princess Bayan coldly rebutted Edmund Adalek's previous remark. Exactly what does senior mean by that? Seeing the princess looking somewhat displeased, Uziel didn't want things to go too far, and immediately interrupted their conversation with his own words. Alright, let's just pretend we never discussed the item exchange. Princess Bayan suddenly spun around to look at him. What? Meanwhile, Edmund Adalek was very pleased with this. That's right. The commoner knows his place. But before leaving, Uziel unexpectedly brought up another important matter. By the way, regarding the item business, I will certainly tell them that Duke Adalek bluntly refused to supply the kingdom of Adalabit. At that moment, Edmund Adalek's face went cold and stern, but a dangerous smile remained. Hey, it seems like you're a bit too arrogant. Do you know what happens when a first-year trainee dares to challenge a third-year trainee? Uziel replied coldly right away, so what? That's none of my concern. Worried about his direct confrontation, Princess Bayan found herself in a somewhat awkward position. As a commoner, he also knew that the hierarchy system in Stella was very strict. Moreover, he was famously the most influential among the third-year students. What was he thinking when he spoke such words? Ignoring both of them here, Uziel turned and left. Then I'll take my leave first. The gazes of the two locked onto his back, after which contempt was clearly visible on Edmund Adalek's face. How could a first-year student not know just how terrifying his seniors were? It seemed I needed to make this guy's school life a bit more enjoyable. Seeing that all his efforts had come back to zero, Bayan clearly showed a look of sadness and loss. Meanwhile, Uziel had stepped out onto the academy's main courtyard. As he walked, he carried a private sorrow. Sorry, Bayan, but if that person hadn't been pulled down, you would never have had a happy ending. Whether she inherited the throne or Duke Adalek fell, in the end death would still come. That was inevitable. His footsteps suddenly halted. His gaze flicked sharply to one side. At least he wouldn't let Bayan bow before that guy. His eyes then shifted straight toward the students moving away, specifically Bayan, who was hiding in a corner of the wall. Truly helpless, Princess Bayan could only tap her forehead. Should I just throw away everything related to this princess's honor? The reason Edmund Adalek keeps interfering with her is very clear. Perhaps he wants her to never stand firm on her own 2 feet, so that she has no choice but to depend on him, feeling even more helpless when she was all alone there. Looking back at her clenched hand, the previous sadness deepened. She had missed a good opportunity. Was she really incapable of doing anything on her own? At that moment, Princess Bayan's eyes suddenly widened as if realizing something. Wait a minute, the figure and voice from before surged back into her mind once again. I will definitely tell them that Duke Adalek flatly refused to supply the kingdom of Adalabit. Thinking back, as a commoner, why would he say that? Normally, he shouldn't attract such attention, but instead he directly provoked her, giving her a very strange feeling about this. Cut to night, in some rooms of the academy, Uziel appeared, holding something in hand, opened a gift box, smiling and said, "Great, it arrived safely." A 3-compartment box was revealed before eyes. A bracelet, necklace, and ring with simple patterns. Though they didn't look like accessories, their integration capability was very remarkable. Sat there watching them for a long time. Uziel pondered deeply. Altarisha's original artifact had arrived sooner than he expected. He added another question. Now, what is this used for? An information panel appeared immediately. The necklace has a protective shield ranging from low to medium level. Description. Activating the protective shield covers the entire body when worn. Effects. Agility plus 11%, defense plus 14%, mana plus 1%. Special function. Body shield grade 1, 125 BP. Damage absorption rate plus 3%. Looking at the necklace in his hand, Uziel showed clear delight. Oh, this is even better than I expected. The remaining ring in his hand also displayed new information. Unknown dagger ring, intermediate level. Description. Upon use, the ring transforms into a dagger hilt and creates a new mana dagger. Effects. Agility plus 14%, perception plus 9%. Special function. Magic dagger level 3, duration 5 minutes. The final item among the 3 detailed artifacts is a shield bracelet, low to medium level. Description. When activated, it becomes a forearm protecting bracelet. Effects. Strength plus 7%, defense plus 9%, mana plus 2%. Special function. Shield level 1, 1000 BP. He offered a compliment to the bracelet item. That's truly Altarisha. She can already create intermediate level items. Clenching his fist, a new smile appeared. I need to test this immediately in real combat to send feedback to Altarisha. And I had already informed Dr. Hulse-Corden. Now that all preparations are complete, it's time for me to crush Duke Adalek. A few days later, the second exam was approaching. This exam was divided into 2 parts, practical and theoretical. In the practical part, the combat magic test would be scored differently depending on the type of magic cast. For example, lightning magic was scored based on maximum voltage and the number of chains linked. Wind magic was scored according to the force of the explosion generated. Ice magic was evaluated by maximum coldness and coverage range. For healing magic, light brightness and other special attributes offered many factors to consider. But the most anticipated remained the fire attribute. Who else but Princess Bayan? Watching everyone continuously display their abilities, Uziel couldn't help but be amazed. Indeed, the main characters operated on a completely different level. Then, before him, an instructor looked back and spoke. Uziel, your turn. Uziel's foot stepped onto the testing area. The person in charge signaled to prepare to start, using exactly one of their abilities. From where he stood, Uziel blinked forward toward the pillars and a slightly large red button on top. He easily moved to the pillars and pressed the red button. Especially, his focus and the absence of any unnecessary movements made each button press effortless. From the perspective of evaluating the situation, the supervisors couldn't help but be surprised by his practice. Every time they saw it, it was an unbelievably vivid imagination. There was no delay during the blink execution, and he immediately oriented and performed it precisely. Truly astonishing. Uziel stopped, and the announcer's voice rang out. Uziel's test was over. Still there alone, staring blankly in one direction, he immersed himself in new thoughts. With this, I can consider that I have completed part of the practical combat. I can't use magic, so the rest is basically lost. But if I score high on the theoretical test with my glasses, that can be considered compensation. Just then, Uziel was startled, staring blankly back as someone approached and called his name. So he is Uziel, huh? A group of trainees approached, clearly showing mockery directed at him. I heard a first-year trainee like you dares to argue with a third-year trainee. You're hopeless. Oh my, if I were a freshman, I couldn't even imagine that happening. Seeing the group naturally coming to cause trouble, Uziel narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, so it's starting now, it must be Edmund's group, right? True to expectations, one guy stepped forward and spoke directly. Oh, look at this kid, daring to glare at us like that. That guy's face then looked drained of blood, with no intention of closing his eyes. In response to those words, Uziel remained calm, thinking to himself, I figured as much. But despite that, signs of discomfort were clearly visible on his face. He felt a bit annoyed having to take a beating from these kids. Still keeping that intense expression, Uziel silently watched the person who came looking for trouble, allowing himself to intimidate further. He then smiled perfectly. Huh, look at this kid, I told you to lower your head. Uziel calmly listened to the other, insulting him a bit too much. This damn kid is even more insolent than I thought. You're just a civilian, and I heard you don't even have parents, right? If you don't want to die, then kneel down fast, you bastard. Just at that moment, the senior from class 52 passing by noticed the commotion here. Since I looked over anyway, I thought a bit more. What's going on? Is there a fight? The distance wasn't far, so Diane quickly realized that those guys were from Senior Edmund's group. But above all, she noticed that he was there too. Huh? Isn't that the freshman we met at Martivas Cemetery? I heard his name is Uziel, right? After thinking that, I just crossed my arms and shouted, "What are you guys doing over there?" As he stepped closer, he looked at Diane and said, "Can't you see? I'm disciplining the juniors, don't interfere." Ban Diane. This kid dares to talk back to a senior from class 53. As seniors, it's our duty to discipline juniors. Hearing the argument, everyone also noticed her arrival. That's Diane. Isn't she a student from class S? Hearing the issue and grasping it quickly, Diane turned to look at Uziel, clearly surprised. But then after looking at him a bit more carefully, a new idea formed. Uziel, was he planning to kneel? If he was strong enough to take down a level 5 summoner, he should have been able to handle them easily. So why would he bring worry upon himself like that? No way. Without hesitation, Diane decided to stop him. No, don't do that. He was also surprised by her decision. What? Diane closed her eyes and continued calmly. If it's true as you say, a rookie arguing back to a senior in episode 5-3 is no small matter. If this is a military mage team, it would be seen as defying a superior. So my suggestion is that we hold a special training session for the juniors. Hearing this, both of them were left stunned, staring blankly. Questions arose. Such training must be approved by the student council president. The opinion was raised, so Diane decided to handle it. I will go get approval, so let's do this properly. Suddenly, with a more reasonable step, he flashed a perfect smile for himself and then emitted a bit more of a murderous aura. Looking straight at Uziel, he added, "All right, that sounds fun." The whole group then left, leaving behind only the 2 pairs of eyes watching them go. Only 2 remained. Diane then spoke to him, apologizing for the interference, but if they didn't leave him alone, they would never let him go. Uziel said nothing but clearly showed his surprise. Does she mean they won't let me go? Not receiving any answer from him, Diane went on to share her guess. You plan to seize the moment of humiliation to strike back hard, right? Someone smart enough to defeat 1,000,000 summoners wouldn't argue with others without reason. Then there is only one reason to end Stella's long-standing foolish tradition, the senior ritual. You have chosen to sacrifice yourself. Uziel remained silent there, listening, then blankly occupied his spot. Me? It's like, who am I and where is this? Returning to the main issue, looking back at those people who still hadn't disappeared, Diane continued to analyze her previous words in more detail. But among them, there were also those who had no choice but to follow Edmund. They are called the coerced, bound by family circumstances. No matter how right you are, you can't let people like them be punished. Then, one of my hands directly placed itself on his shoulder, adding encouragement. So I will set the stage for you. Fight however you want. I will personally persuade the student council president. Hearing this, as if sensing the looming danger, Uziel kept wiping his sweat, not knowing what else to do. A helpless smile stretched across his lips. What exactly has she been saying all this time? Time passed hurriedly, and some green drawings were depicted in detail. It was another type created by some professor. This was precisely the magical protocol interpretation exam. The students below accordingly began their written test. Among them were those who couldn't help but express complaints. Yeah, I don't understand a thing. Can I really solve all of it today? However, standing out among them was someone who stood up and left their seat. That was Uziel. When putting on his encyclopedia glasses, his knowledge surpassed that of forgetful professors combined. I'd like to submit my test, he said. The exam supervisor, a bit confused, took the paper from him. It's only been 20 minutes, you're giving up the test? How is that possible? Uziel turned as he was leaving to explain. No, I've already finished it. It sounded a bit illogical, so the supervisor looked again at the results he had completed. What? You mean? And from the earlier confusion, it turned into immediate panic. Putting his glasses away inside his jacket, Uziel calmly walked off, saying, I didn't study at all, but finishing it feels incredibly refreshing. However, things gradually became somewhat complicated when I had to stop and look to one side as someone was gossiping about me. That's Uziel, right? I heard he's just a freshman but dares to talk back to Edmund Adalek. It seems like he's about to be properly taught a lesson. Standing there dazed, you know something bad is about to happen. Looks like the whole school already knows. His gaze dropped, and on top of that, Diane had to come out in the open. Special training for juniors simply means a place where seniors who want to teach a lesson can directly challenge juniors. They duel one-on-one at Stella. Seniors are forbidden to insult or hit juniors, but within the training organization, seniors can legitimately punish juniors, called a challenge, though in reality it's seniors using magic to beat juniors. So this must be approved by the student council president to prevent abuse. However, S-class students can submit proposals directly to the council. I just intended to kneel down and get it over with, yet things ended up like this. Thinking back to that moment, well, just kneel quickly and then go sleep. Throughout the process of going back to my room, Uziel gradually came to a decision. Things had come to this point. A certain box was opened. Inside was an item placed in it, something special like a stuffed bear. Holding it in his hand, A confident smile appeared. If it can't be avoided, then so be it. Just relax and slowly enjoy it. Moved to the Stella Student Council meeting room. Inside, someone was checking documents and had noticed the movement ahead. This student was Stella Student Council President, second year, Class S, Mi Royun. And as expected, the person who had spoken to Uziel earlier was now here, showing a serious demeanor. The president quickly asked, "Ban Diane, what brings you here?" Without hesitation for even a second, Diane placed a piece of paper on the president's desk, but then his tone softened a bit. "I want to request approval to open special training for the juniors, targeting Uziel, the new student from Class S." The president was surprised by the statement, then said, "Ha! I thought you hated such ridiculous matters. So why are you doing this now?" Showing no emotion, Diane replied, "It's precisely because I hate it that I'm doing it." Since this was an important matter, the president gave a slight warning. "I don't know what you're planning, but no matter how talented, a new student can't possibly defeat a second-year student. The gap created by experience is not something stats can compensate for, yet you still want to request to open a training group." Waving the paper in his hand, Diane now smiled and said, "If you want to know why, just come and watch. It'll be really fun." Seeing her sudden change, the president narrowed her eyes slightly and exhaled, saying, "Really? What are you scheming?" Meanwhile, outside, the sound of someone preparing to enter was heard. "Oh, student Mi Royun." The figure of the person in charge of checking earlier, Uziel, was holding a paper as he entered this room. "Could you please take a look at this report? It's a thesis report submitted by a student." Recognizing him, the chairman immediately greeted, "Ah, Professor Gerald, welcome. This exam also has a thesis worthy of submission to the academy." "Huh? However, there seems to be some hidden dissatisfaction. The last time you brought something, it wasn't quite up to par." But the professor was still adamant about passing it through. "Haha, just have a look. It was a bit confusing before, and now it's even more perplexing." The chairman had understood the reason. "Isn't this the stacked circuit design of Professor Gerald? Impressive indeed. It has halved the iterative formula used in reverse model resolution. And by such a simple formula, too." Looking more closely, the idea had already occurred. The stacked circuit had been perfected by countless scholars before, yet now it has been taken even further. Only a genius could do this. It can't wait any longer. The chairman raised the important question. "Who wrote this?" Raising one hand, the professor smiled and answered, "Graduate student Uziel. At this level, he could even be invited to participate in the Aslan Symposium." "Ah, now is not the time. I must report this to the vice principal immediately." Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room grew unusually quiet. Holding that check paper, the chairman was stunned for a long moment, combining two incidents happening at once on one graduate student. The chairman gave his assessment. "Uziel, you are far more interesting than I thought." Professor Gerald held Uziel's exam paper and immediately went to find the vice principal. The document was already on the desk. The vice principal leaned on his hand, frowned, and asked, "Are you intending to recommend student Uziel to attend the Aslan seminar?" Professor Gerald replied happily, "Yes, as you can see, this is truly surprising." However, the vice principal's tone suddenly grew serious as he interrupted. "That's somewhat difficult and troublesome." Unconsciously, Professor Gerald responded, "Yes." The vice principal adjusted his mood and began to explain what he just said. "Currently, Stella has many applicants registered besides that student, especially the freshmen this year, who are promising candidates and will stand out wherever they go. In an academy, the maximum number of students allowed to participate in Aslan, excluding those prestigious individuals with permanent enrollment rights, is 2. But are you nominating Uziel for that position? A magic warrior who cannot use spells. That's an insult to the sorcerers." Professor Gerald froze in place and then closed his eyes at the vice principal's next words. "If you understand, you should leave immediately. I absolutely cannot allow Uziel to go to Aslan." "Understood," Gerald said with exhaustion as he left the vice principal's office. Meanwhile, the vice principal frowned increasingly as the exam paper left on the desk was crumpled directly without even being reviewed. "Humph, who would ever think to put a pest like that into Aslan? No way." With a cold expression, your exam was instantly burned up. Time passed quietly and silently. The second test round had ended and the ranking board was announced. Uziel blended in with the crowd, standing before the large result board. Pointing with a finger, he looked confused and added, "Let's take a look. I found it." After scanning the results from bottom to top, Uziel was selected, ranking 419th in Class S. Uziel looked on with some pride. Although the ranking had quite a few digits, standing at 419th meant he was truly doing well in this ranking. "Even though I scored perfectly on the written test." Suddenly your eyes locked and focused intently on a certain position within your view. By the way, this time the top position belongs to... Could it be Ma Yuziang? The first rank showed Ma Yuziang of Class S. Second was Flame of Class S. Third Acel of Class S. Fourth Hei Wunriang of Class S. Fifth Bayan of Class S. The top members were all from Class S. The rankings weren't surprising, but something made him feel a little concerned. Hei Wonriang, who achieved second place last semester, had now dropped to fourth. Could it be because Acel and Flame had focused more on studying than before? At the same time, the figure of Princess Bayan appeared here. Right after that, he stood beside you without you even realizing it and continued to think. Because Jackie followed the path of the Dark Mage, the entire Dark Mage line of Acel and Flame had disappeared. When focusing too much on you, Princess Bayan suddenly spoke up and directly asked you, "Are you trying to adjust your ranking appropriately? I think it's quite clear now." Princess Bayan was waiting for your answer, but that seemed somewhat impossible as sweat appeared on Yuziel's face at that sudden appearance. How surprising. What is she saying? Why is she suddenly here? Is she planning to do something bad? As if reading your thoughts, Princess Bayan immediately spoke. However, seeing that you had managed to reach the top 600, it seemed like you intended to participate in the academy tournament. Upon hearing this, Yuziel vaguely realized it and brought his hand to his chin to think further. Now that I think about it, there might be such a thing. The Academy Tournament is an event where selected students compete against trainees from other prestigious magic academies. After these considerations, you immediately looked at the person who had just spoken, assessing you. At that moment, you only saw shyness, a flushed face, and the gesture of the princess stroking her hair. You thought again, what is going on? What is this feeling? Naturally approaching the princess, Yuziel confidently spoke out the thoughts in his head just now. What is it? Do you have anything else you want to say? Bayan opened her eyes wide, her face flushing even more, and immediately turned away as if sulking, her fists clenched tightly, proving it even more. In the follow-up confusion of Yuziel, a question arose immediately. Why did you do that? Yuziel didn't understand at all. His eyes narrowed even more. Why would you do something like that to Edmund? He's an influential person and also an enemy. Probably he will keep causing trouble for you until graduation. His tone turned a bit serious. Do you have the confidence to handle this? Seeing Princess Bayan concerned about him made Yuziel a little surprised. His eyes never left the changing expressions of the princess. Without much thought, Yuziel spoke frankly, "No, I don't think I can handle it." Hearing the answer made the princess's heart feel like it was tightening. Rejection was present in her, and the confusion returned to Yuziel. Instead of being bothered by kids with blue eyes a few years younger, I'd rather crush them all and get expelled. Back to the princess's mood, her clenched fists trembled more and more, and 2 continuous questions were directed at him. Then why did you do that? What benefit did you get from me? Instead of answering quickly, once again Yuziel created a silent pause as his gaze remained fixed on the princess. And only when his eyes looked away did the answer come. That's because I value our relationship more. Princess Bayan's worldview immediately turned rosy after those words. Knowing he hadn't finished speaking, Yuziel scratched his face, looked elsewhere, added, "And besides, I won't do that for you for free. So, after this is over, you have to sign a contract with me to buy an item." The Princess Bayan facing him was a bit confused because she knew something clearly. Actually, item contracts can be made anywhere, not just with a Dalabit. But why? Yuziel's inner self began to waver after that question. Honestly, I shouldn't have said I wanted to save her and give her a happy ending. His gaze looked away again. That I'll tell you later. Curiosity gave Princess Bayan yet another question mark. Not able to ask more about that story, Bayan decided to change the subject. Okay, by the way, do you have any plans for the new recruit training session? This time, he replied quickly. Yes, somehow I have to do something for this. The unexpected advice came from the princess. You don't need to hold back. Yuziel was puzzled. Princess Bayan had her confidence and burst out a string of words. Yes, you can fight the senior to some extent with your innate ability. It's all right. I will do my best to deal with the consequences. Yuziel was slightly sweating. Okay, thank you. Another thought arose. It seemed she was trying to appear considerate to help me. But why would she think she could win? While the two were exchanging words, in a hidden corner of the hallway someone was standing there listening to everything. This person was none other than Arzhuang, a fire magic talent she had left, then transferred to a special training place. A large fire suddenly flared up high at this location. Right at the magic practice class site, Arzhuang was here and was under the training of Professor Hongyil. Praise along with a smile was given. Your control ability is truly wonderful. Arzhuang lacked firepower, but this can easily be compensated by precise control. And you will pass this test. It will work well against sensitive enemies or when performing missions quietly. Right after that, the gaze shifted elsewhere to compare. But your magic is still not enough. Princess Bayan lowered her face and looked down sadly, while complaints from the opponent kept ringing out. Fire magic. How many times must I say that destruction is not everything, yet I was ranked first in the fire attribute compatibility. It's really unreasonable. Now I'll try once more. Arzhuang glanced at those criticisms, and a hint of dissatisfaction began to show on her face. The magical flames were continuously created and blazing. The training dummies in front were increasingly engulfed by the flames. Arzhuang kept practicing her specialty in fire magic. However, The dissatisfaction had not left her expression. This time I lost again. If it comes to effort, I did not lose. So why is it like this? She let go of her magic staff, looking at the destruction she caused ahead. Huang still couldn't understand why she couldn't win. Back with Acel, she now heard the chatter of a few students nearby. Thinking back, isn't it today? I'm talking about the sparring matches between first and second years. Shall we go watch together? Acel had a private thought about the matter. Could it be something involving Uziel? Meanwhile, she had missed the chance to talk to Uziel when Princess Bayan took him away earlier. A sadness marked her very own face, but that didn't matter much to her. She still had to go to class. So Acel quietly walked alone to another place. However, deep inside, she was struggling with a serious hesitation. Then stopping at some place, Acel smiled faintly and regained her spirit. I finally made it here. Acel glanced at the person standing beside her who was talking to her. You came here too, said a girl with brown hair and bright green eyes, smiling. There are rumors that Uziel likes you. This girl is Harolyn, a first-year student in Class B. Her friend did not hesitate to sit next to her, smiling even more brightly and teasing a bit. Actually, you two aren't secretly dating, right? That's why you came here, isn't it? Cell was shy before. Hearing these words, her face flushed red. It's not like that at all. She even showed hesitation in her words from the start. Uziel and I don't have anything. She couldn't say it out loud. Harolyn next to her had a new thought about Acel while her smile remained. How surprising. She wondered what kind of person she was, carrying the title of the daughter of a traitor. But hasn't she already become cuter than what I originally thought? She couldn't force the story any further. Instead, Harolyn remembered there was one thing she hadn't done. This greeting is a bit late, isn't it? I'm Harolyn from Class B. Nice to meet you. Acel replied blankly, yes, nice to meet you too. Just then, someone's loud exclamation caught both of their attention as they looked to one side. It seemed like everything was about to begin. At the bottom of the large courtyard, Uziel appeared and stood still there with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Hearing the increasingly lively chatter focusing on him, he once again looked confused just like before. Why were so many people gathering here like this? Not only that, Senior Doak Chulkwang up in the stands shouted encouragement loudly. Hey brave boy, I don't know the details exactly but please go easy on them. Hearing these somewhat exaggerated compliments, Uziel was dazed. A new thought popped into his head. Wait a minute, wasn't I the one chosen by the seniors to fight? Why should I go easy then? As for Dian beside him, he remained unusually calm. Only Dian was like that, while the other trainees were delighted to witness such a match. That bastard Uziel will finally have to learn a lesson he won't forget. He's just a civilian who thinks he's the center of the universe. Serve him right. Once a senior puts a mark on you, that's the end of the story. Saying this, one of the two stiffened his expression. Hearing his friend being badmouthed, Bayan immediately cast a cold glare, staring fixedly at the other party. His coldness intensified, as if to imply that if the other side said one more word against him, he would kill them right there. And this tactic really worked. When Princess Bayan left, the two trainees who had been teasing earlier shrank into a corner, too timid to do anything else. Like everyone else, Bayan was also interested in his match and chose a good spot to watch. But when she thought of him, her eyes narrowed slightly. She still couldn't take her eyes off Uziel, calm down below. And shortly after, Uziel's gaze fixed intently ahead, where someone stood opposite him and spoke. Hey kid, are you ready? Hey kid, are you ready? Your opponent has appeared. Second-year student from Class C, Caliban Kadalam, with sharp eyes, also from Class C, with strength ranked roughly around 300. Although I am from Class S, if we only compare pure fighting ability, he seems stronger than me. It's best to avoid direct confrontation as much as possible. Uziel casually swung back. Well, I'm ready, I guess. Hearing that confirmation from him, Caliban gave a dangerous smile, stubborn until the last moment. Humph. And just as the tension built dramatically, a professor stepped forward to preside over both. Since everyone is here, I will explain the match rules. This duel will last at least 15 minutes. It will continue until one of you falls. If there is any sign of life-threatening danger during the fight, Stella's spatial control magic will automatically end the match. Moreover, after 15 minutes, either side can choose to concede, and the match will end immediately. Then the match began. As the sound rang out, both were transported to a vast forest full of green trees. A clock with 4 zeros will be the starting highlight for everything. Caliban remained confident as he took out his wand. Uziel, facing him, grew serious and held a sword of light to ease some of the tension. Harolyn looked at Acel and asked a question. Who do you think will win? Acel already had her answer and choice. Of course, it's the senior. After all, Senior Caliban is the inheritor of the Earth attribute. Earth elementals have very strong defensive capabilities, and Uziel's firepower is not exactly that powerful either. Harolyn agreed and analyzed further. Not to mention, Earth elementals specialize in terrain control and can dominate the battlefield's terrain. making their attacks even more diverse. Could Uziel's sword pierce the defense of a third-level Earth Mage? Although I previously expressed that opinion, Acel still felt more sadness. Harlan is right. There's no way Uziel can win this battle, at least logically, but there is still a bit of faith placed in him. Returning to the fight, Senior Caliban revealed more of his danger on his face. Today, I will show you what fear really means. The domain can... At this point, confusion rushed in. The ground had cracked, but the two words blink constant already appeared in front of Uziel. What Uziel chose to do first in fighting his opponent was to keep his distance. And once he had established a safe distance, Uziel realized something about his opponent. Caliban had also sensed something similar. Immediately, a new smile appeared on Uziel's face. After smiling, he thought, I'll run as far as possible. Caliban stayed behind, unable to believe that he could act so quickly. What is this? Sharing the same impression, Harlan stiffened and spoke up, observing. Oh, running from the start without keeping face for himself at all. Isel beside him shared the same view. That's true. However, Izel's worry for Uziel remained. But in this situation, that might be the right move. Back to the battle. Caliban kept chasing behind with anger, continuously showing on his face. Shouting, hey you bastard, come back here quickly. Usually, if he were to turn back, that would be strange. Who would listen to that and actually turn back? Once enough frustration builds up inside, it's time for it to be released. Caliban clenched his teeth. Then, from his current position, 3 simple green formations were created. Throwing stones. Uziel was surprised as his opponent quickly shifted the situation. And realizing that, the attack struck ahead and dust flew everywhere around. Princess Bayan, Acel, Senior Dok Chulkwang, and Dian had to suppress their emotions and waited anxiously. Stopping at a bush, Caliban smiled again and thought, good, that move definitely hit. When the pride is pushed high, the features and face become even more pronounced. Caliban stiffened. What is this? Right before my eyes appeared a monkey hanging upside down by its tail, swaying. Could it be a monkey doll? Because when startled, people lose their sharp judgment. What the hell is that? Why is it here? Just as I didn't know what to do, the 2 claws on its hands showed signs of closing in on each other. A dangerous pressure quickly transmitted into the opponent's senses. Boom! A burst of light exploded, forcing him to raise his hands in defense.
Please like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more awesome content.